Session 1. Upon graduating from the college entrance examination, Yi Hang activated the travel and culinary system. By checking in at various travel destinations, he could receive rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in at the island. Reward, 1 million. A single-handed Ferrari. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have checked in at Daochang Yading. Reward, 3 million. A daily fortune buff. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have checked in. Chapter 1. Beep beep beep. Class 2 of Year 3 Penguin Group. Class Leader Lu Nan. It has been a week since the college entrance examination ended. Our class gathering is scheduled for the 11th of this month at Hai Hotel. Everyone, remember to come. The previously quiet class group instantly buzzed with activity. Zhou Haoyan, what? Is it the 5-star Hai at Jifengbai Pacific Department Store? Guanhong. I have only heard of it, never been. Is Lu the host? Smirks. Chao Mengmeng. Lu is wealthy, he won't mind this little expense, he just invites us. Grins. Peng Shuai. Is Lu on vacation in Sanya? Are the ladies there beautiful? Winks. Lu Nan. Image. Shinyoyu. Goddess, are you also traveling? Having just finished a game of Honor of Kings, Yi Hang stretched lazily. Switching to Penguin. Seeing Lu Nan show off again made him shudder. Yi Hang typically refrained from being vocal in the group, preferring to be a mere atmosphere enhancer. Beep beep beep. Best friend Song Zihong sent a private message. Check the class group. Lu Nan is showing off again. Disgusted that Liu Nan's family had some wealth, running a foot massage parlor in Sichuan and Chongqing. After his college entrance examination scores came out, he enrolled in a second-tier university, becoming even more boastful, frequently posting on social media, engaging in daily displays of wealth and subtle bragging. Few in the class liked him. Yi Hang had previously sat next to Shin Yoyu and had clashed with Lu Nan, exchanging sharp words often. Ding. As Yi Hang was about to enlarge the image Lu Nan posted in the class group, a clear system voice sounded in his ear. The travel foodie system is binding at 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Binding successful. Soon, a virtual panel appeared before Yi Hang. Name, Yi Hang. Gender, male. Attractiveness, 90. Height, 1.83. IQ EQ, 90. Charm, 80. Buff, none. Assets, 0 yuan, a 3-year-old Vivo phone, a second-hand Dell laptop, and a Yachty electric scooter that had been in multiple collisions. The system? Yi Hang was not unfamiliar with it. In X Lu's novels, 9 out of 10 began with such setups. This system will comprehensively develop the host through travel, culinary experiences, fashion sense, charisma, academic knowledge, and worldly wisdom. Yi Hang rubbed his hands together. A travel and culinary system. Ding. The system will periodically issue travel missions. By checking in at various global travel destinations, you will receive corresponding rewards and points for lucky draws. Currently detecting the host's location. Greater China region. Would you like to set this as your birthplace? Yes. Setting successful. Would you like to begin accepting tasks? Wait, it won't send me to treacherous places like the East African Rift Valley or Hell's Gate for extreme bungee jumping. Will it? Yi Hang had no desire for wilderness survival, where one might earn a living without the chance to enjoy it. No, please rest assured, host. Accept. Task issued. 7-day trip to Sanya. Task requirements: 1. Check into a 7-star hotel. 2. Experience local specialties and enjoy a perfect seafood feast. 3. Check in at famous landmarks. Tianya Haijiao. 4. Go snorkeling as a couple. Note. Must be of the opposite sex. 5. Shop in the duty-free zone, with a minimum spending of 100,000 yuan. Yi Hang glanced at the task requirements, feeling somewhat perplexed. Items 1, 2, 3, and 5 posed no issues, but the crux was item 4. Snorkeling as a couple? And it had to be with someone of the opposite sex. System, must it be a couple snorkeling? Yes, host, snorkeling as a couple allows for the most enjoyment. What if I fail to complete this task? Upon task completion, the system will rate the host based on performance, from low to high. C, B, A, S, 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 S. The higher the rating, the more generous the rewards for the host. Note: to assist the host in better completing the tasks, a travel fund of 600,000 yuan has been allocated. This fund can only be used for this task. Any investments, loans, or gifts outside this task will be rendered void. This was nothing short of a dream life. traveling while earning money. Before Yi Hang could react, his phone flooded with messages. CITIC Bank. 600,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card ending in 6490 on July 10th at 2000 hours. Current balance, 600 yuan. Sichuan Chongqing Airlines. Dear VVIP Gold Card member, Mr.Yi Hang. You have successfully purchased a ticket for flight GS 7688 on August 3rd, departing from Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport to Sanya Phoenix International Airport. The flight will depart at 9 a.m. and arrive at 11:10 a.m., with an estimated flight time of 2 hours and 10 minutes. As you are a valued client, a special car will arrive at the scheduled location at 8 a.m. We wish you a pleasant journey. Dear Atlantis Hotel guest, Mr. Yi Hang, you have successfully booked the Poseidon Undersea Suite for 7 days. Please check in on August 3rd, and your butler, Lena, will provide airport pickup service. All staff at Atlantis wish you a pleasant stay and await your arrival. Goodness! The system directly reserved the Poseidon Undersea Suite at 108,888 yuan per night. Impressive. Yi Hang enlarged Lu Nan's image again. The background featured a buffet photo from the Atlantis Hotel. However, the image quality was somewhat blurry. What was crucial was that Lu Nan was not in the picture. This made Yi Hang quite suspicious. Could he be just a copycat? He saved the photo and uploaded it using Baidu's image recognition feature. In the next moment, the result appeared. This photo is from Dazhong Dianping, shared by user Little Hands Cold. Yi Hang laughed uncontrollably. Such a person truly existed. Goodness, he had taken his pretentiousness to Dazhong Dianping. He directly replied in the group. Yi Hang, Lu Nan, is it enjoyable to show off with someone else's photo? Chapter 2. Yi Hang directly exposed Lu Nan's pretentious behavior. Guanhong. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Today is another day of Lu getting slapped in the face. Peng Shuai. No way. Is there really a fake in Lu's social media? Laughing emoji. Chao Mengmeng. Yi Hang, whose photo is it? I want to see. Yi Hang's best friend, Song Zihong. Directly screenshot Lu Nan's social media post into the class group. Atlantis buffet, honestly not tasty. Hilton is more to my taste. Hotel image, aquarium image, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Goodness, a foul odor wafted through. A male version of a green tea. Moreover, Yi Hang discovered he could not see this post. Clearly, Lu Nan had blocked him. Lu Nan, sour grapes from someone who can't have the grapes? Isn't it wrong to slander? Yi Hang. Lu Nan. Is it a problem that I said the Atlantis buffet was bad? Oh, I understand, after all. Not everyone can afford a hotel that costs 108,888 yuan a night. Lu Nan. Sigh, if it weren't for my poor exam results, I would have gone to Zongtong Beach. By the way, Yi Hang, do you know Zongtong Beach? With the goddess Xinyu present, Lu Nan acted like a flailing little chick, flapping his wings. Yi Hang shook his head, realizing that the two were simply not on the same level. Disinterested in further banter, he directly shared a screenshot from a popular review platform in the group chat. Oh, you not know how to use Baidu image search? He quipped, promptly sending another screenshot of the reservation confirmation for the Atlantis Hotel. Inadvertently, he included a snapshot of a 600,000 yuan transaction. Should I return to inform you about the quality of the buffet? Lu Nan. Instantaneously, the class group erupted with excitement. Guanhong. I'm dying of laughter. Slams table.jpg. Peng Shuai. Tough words. Few spoken. Yi Hang is boss level. Impressive. Chao Mengmeng. Did I see that correctly? This is a reservation for the 7-star Atlantis Hotel in Sanya? Zhou Haoyan. Am I the only one who noticed that 600,000? Shen Youyu. Yi Hang, why aren't you replying to my messages? Yi Hang tossed his phone aside, beginning to pack his luggage. He could already guess that Lu Nan was fuming on the other end. The next morning, Yi Hang stepped out with his suitcase, having already informed his parents. Let him go, he's 18 now, not a little kid anymore, his father remarked with a humorous Sichuan accent. Wang Hui spat lightly. Fine, let him see the world. They'll transfer 10,000 yuan to your WeChat. Don't skimp on yourself while you're out. During this trip to Sanya, Yi Hang merely claimed to be using his New Year's money. In truth, that money had long been spent on gaming skins and all-nighters at internet cafes. Upon arriving at the community entrance, an Audi A6 was waiting. The driver, wearing white gloves, took Yi Hang's suitcase and opened the door. Mr. Yi, please get in. As the car started, the morning rush hour in Sichuan was a nightmare. The winding roads of the mountainous city were difficult to navigate for non-locals. Yihang pulled out his phone, scrolling through chat records. After confronting Lu Nan yesterday, the group was buzzing about Yihang. When did Yihang become so wealthy? 600,000. 108,888 yuan per night for the Poseidon underwater suite. Am I the only clown here? Yihang, brother Hang. In begging for support. Why Yihang smiled broadly. Flaunting wealth was indeed a necessity. Aside from that, there were private messages from Shen Youyu. Are you coming to Sanya? I just arrived with my aunt yesterday. Sanya, Coconut Dream Corridor. Are you alone? Dogman, you have time to ignore the class group but not me. It wasn't that Yihang was ignoring her, he simply hadn't seen her messages. Shen Youyu was the dream girl of many boys. A quintessential beauty with an impeccable academic record. Countless suitors trailed her. Their relationship was limited to mere classmates. Engaging in playful banter during class. Is the goddess Shin coming to pick me up? Grins.jpg Yihang texted back. Soon, a reply arrived. Shin Youyu rolls eyes.jpg You're poor. What time do you arrive? Yihang, 11:10. The Atlantis Hotel offered airport pickup services. So if Shin Youyu was coming, he wouldn't need to rely on the hotel. Shin Youyu. All right, my aunt and I will pick you up. Look for a gray beetle, that's us. Yihang OJBK. 2 hours flew by. The first-class cabin wasn't as comfortable as he had imagined. He preferred Emirates. Upon landing, as his feet touched the ground, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the travel city. Island Sanya. Reward unlocked. Local dialects of the island Li, Lingao, Danzhou, Military, and Hakka. The system map transformed from gray to vibrant colors. Yihang inhaled deeply, savoring the subtropical monsoon climate. Why Yihang? I'm here, dressed casually, with sunlight glistening on his face and a baseball cap shading his features. Yihang stood out among the crowd of tourists. In the airport parking area, Shin Youyu waved her arms excitedly. At just 18, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her face radiant without any makeup, adorned with 2 adorable dimples. She possessed long, fair legs that seemed to shimmer. Beside the beetle stood a tall, elegant city woman. It was indeed Shin Yuyu's aunt. Their beauty was strikingly comparable, both visually delightful. Yihang had expected her aunt to be an older woman, but was pleasantly surprised by her youthfulness. Oh wow, is this your rumored boyfriend? Shin Yuyu's aunt teased, taking Yihang's suitcase with a playful grin. No, this is my classmate Yihang. This is my aunt, Lin Mu. Shin Youyu explained, her excitement palpable. She wanted to hug Yihang but hesitated, even ignoring her aunt's playful comments. Yihang greeted her warmly. Hello, auntie. I'm Yihang, Shin Yuyu's deskmate. Lin Mu observed Shin Yuyu's eager demeanor, a knowing smile playing on her lips. After all, she was a 26-year-old woman, fully aware of the adoration shining in her niece's eyes. Auntie, stop it. All right, let's get in the car. Lin Mu playfully ruffled Shin Yuyu's hair, and the 3 of them climbed into the vehicle. Chapter 3. Where to, young men? Lin Mu touched up her makeup in the rearview mirror. Shin Youyu, sitting in the front seat, turned to face Yihang. My aunt is a social media influencer. She comes to the islands every year, avoiding pitfalls and helping out others. Hee. Lin Mu rolled her eyes. You little brat. Showing off in front of your boyfriend? Auntie, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Mu playfully pinched Shin Yuyu's nose, shutting her YSL compact with a snap. With slender fingers gripping the steering wheel, she pressed the accelerator, merging into traffic. The beetle surprisingly had some kick. Yihang felt a push against his back while seated in the rear. It must have been the turbocharged 2.0T engine. A fitting choice for a modern urban woman like Lin Mu. Yihang notified his family in the group chat that he had arrived safely to ease his parents' worries. Not bothering to look up as he said, First, we're heading to Atlantis. Shin Youyu, sipping water, nearly choked. Cough cough. Yihang, did you really book Atlantis? The Poseidon underwater suite for 108,888 a night. Lin Mu, sitting nearby, was equally astonished. Goodness, am I driving a wealthy second-generation heir? To be honest, Shin Youyu had been Yihang's deskmate for 3 years. She was aware of his family's circumstances. After confirming his safe arrival in the chat, Yihang raised his head, ready with his explanation. This year, Mutai and new energy stocks surged. I made a little profit. This was true. Mutai had claimed the top spot in the share market, skyrocketing from 1.5 trillion to 2.6 trillion, surpassing the world's largest bank, ICBC, becoming synonymous with liquid. Gold.as for new energy? Elon Musk had firmly secured his position as the richest man on Earth. Lin Mu, who had been listening intently, tilted her head in confusion. I thought you could only trade stocks after turning 18? Aunt Lin am a year older than Yoyu. Yi Hang had indeed repeated a grade in kindergarten because his teacher deemed him too mature for his age. Addressing her as Aunt Lin made Lin Mu's heart flutter, her smile growing wider. She assessed Yi Hang through the rearview mirror. Dressed simply, he didn't flaunt counterfeit luxury like many young people today. His sunny demeanor was captivating, explaining why Shin Yoyu mentioned him so often. Ah, the scent of youthful romance lingered in the air. For some reason, Lin Mu felt an unexpected flutter in her heart. Yi Hang. How long do you plan to play? A week, I suppose. Yi Hang intended to obtain his driver's license during the summer vacation. By the way, Sister Lin Mu, are there any delightful places to eat and have fun in Sanya? This was Yi Hang's first visit to Sanya. Although he had done considerable research without a familiar guide, he was easily susceptible to being misled by some well-known establishments, leading to inauthentic flavors and unsatisfactory experiences. Crucially, this would directly impact the rating of his mission. Yi Hang was quite curious about what rating the system would assign a SS. The sun was blinding, and Lin Mu donned her sunglasses, exuding an aura of sophistication. Follow me, and I shall take you both to savor the delights of Sanya. After a 30-minute drive, they engaged in lively conversation. Upon arriving at Atlantis, the sight of the sailboat-shaped hotel was overwhelming, embodying a palpable sense of affluence. The trio disembarked. At the entrance stood a beautifully uniformed hotel receptionist with a melodious voice. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Hang? Yes. Welcome. I am your butler, you may call me Lena. Throughout the journey, Lena introduced the hotel without a hint of annoyance. The hotel's decor resembled an aquarium, and through the intricately carved walls, one could spot a tiger shark. Shun Yoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. Jellyfish, rays, sea eels, giant arapaima. Schools of fish surrounded them. Lin Mu, however, was secretly astonished, her curiosity about Yi Hang's identity deepening. Once a woman's curiosity is piqued, falling for someone is merely a matter of time. Mr. Yi, may I see your ID? Certainly, Mr. Yi. Your reservation is for our Poseidon underwater suite at Atlantis, totaling 762,216 yuan for 7 days. ASA Gold Card client. You are entitled to a 20% discount, bringing the total to 609,772 yuan. Please sign here to confirm. An astonishing 108,888 yuan per night for a suite. Shin Yoyu felt her heart racing. Yet Yi Hang didn't even blink. Not a problem. Very well, Mr. Yi. During your stay, you will enjoy unlimited access to the Lost World Aquarium, meal vouchers worth 2,088 yuan for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as a personal butler and exclusive transportation. Please sign here to confirm. Yi Hang signed with a flourish. Sir, here is your room key. All of us at Atlantis wish you a pleasant stay. The front desk staff bowed in unison. Lena took the luggage from Yi Hang's hands. Mr.Ye. Aside from the luxurious Poseidon underwater suite, we also have 4 Neptune underwater suites. As the two walked ahead, Lin Mu and Shin Yoyu whispered behind them. Yoyu, did you not realize that your boyfriend is a rich second generation? Shin Yoyu glanced warily at her aunt. It was known that her aunt was usually aloof, but today she seemed unusually enthusiastic. Auntie, you're being ridiculous. We are merely classmates. The young girl was indeed just a young girl, although she found her aunt's behavior odd. Her attention remained fixated on the word boyfriend, which made her blush. Since you are classmates, why is your face so flushed? Lin Mu teased, nudging Shin Yoyu with her elbow. The way you looked at him just now was utterly starry-eyed. Shin Yoyu blushed furiously, stamping her foot. We really are just classmates. All right then, I was just saying I might let you stay here. Lin Mu laughed, and Shin Yoyu's disappointment was evident. Don't worry, I won't tell your mother. If you like him, go ahead and pursue him. Auntie will help you win him over. Is it helping her, or helping yourself? Upon reaching their room, it was grand, spacious, and magnificent. The suite featured a duplex structure, spanning 2 levels. The garden level housed the living room, dining room, and restroom. The underwater suite below was surrounded by the sea, boasting an impressive area of square meters. From the floor to the ceiling, the walls, the bedroom, and the bathroom were all transparent, offering a direct view of the magnificent lagoon. Outside, a diver feeding the fish even greeted Shin Yoyu. "Mr. Yi, you may freely use any items in the room. I won't disturb you further." The butler withdrew. Lin Mu lingered for a moment before preparing to leave. "Little fish, do you plan to stay with your boyfriend or return home with me?" Chapter 5. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing side quest 1. Check in at a 7-star hotel. Current task progress 20. Ding. Task reward: Master level immersive freestyle swimming, 500 points. Yihang's swimming skills were limited to dog paddling. With this reward, he could finally shed the title of drowning duck. As for the points, the host can participate in a lottery at the mall using the points. Yihang examined the task rewards while Shin Yoyu stole glances at him. I think I will return with Auntie. What if my mom calls?" Shin Yoyu was utterly reluctant to leave. Cough. It wasn't just about the 108,888 yuan underwater suite, it was fundamentally due to her upbringing. Shen Yu's father was the vice president of the Sichuan Chongqing Calligraphy Association. There was no escaping such a cultured background. Lin Mu waved her hand dismissively. "You should stay here. You're about to enter university. Your life is yours to dictate. Wouldn't you agree, Yihang?" Yihang had no objections. Staying alone was still staying. He could also playfully tease the innocent girl. "Sister Lin Mu, rest assured. Alright, tonight I'll take you to explore some eateries. One cannot visit Sanya without indulging in seafood." After bidding farewell to Lin Mu, Yihang flopped onto the grand bed, turned to observe the somewhat bashful Shin Yoyu, and began to undress. "Come on." Shin Yoyu's expression was one of sheer terror, clutching her stuffed toys and curling up in the corner, utterly frightened. What are you doing?" Yihang playfully leaned against the wall, suppressing laughter. "What's the matter?" The double entendre was evident. Instantly, Shin Yoyu's face flushed to her neck as she covered her face. I've never tried that before. Just give it a try. Once you do, you're no longer a child." This was too amusing. A true peach of a girl. Shin Yoyu peeked out from behind her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Try what?" Yihang pulled out his phone. "Opening the game. Didn't you always want to try playing Yao? I'll use Han Xian. I'm really good with him." Shin Yoyu dropped her hands from her face, her embarrassment fading. Shin Yoyu, advise you to behave yourself." With that, she pushed Yihang away. Yihang was left utterly baffled. "I'm really good with Han Xian. What malice could little fish harbor?" She simply wanted to crush him. They casually enjoyed a meal at the hotel's buffet around noon. The 2,088 yuan seafood buffet was commendable, justifying its price. Australian lobster, freshly sliced bluefin tuna, abalone, coconut crab, king crab. He casually posted on social media. "Have you all eaten? Greetings to all the socialites, fake rich second generations, green tea girls, pretentious boys, money-grabbing dogs, microbusiness investors, and entrepreneurial sisters. Hello, I am your good friend, Zhang Quandan. Located at Atlantis, Sanya." Yihang couldn't be bothered to feign modesty, primarily to provoke a certain individual. Soon, the comments section was filled. "Does young Master Yi need any leg accessories? The kind that whines. I song, advise you not to beat around the bush, dogeface.jpg. Who did I just see? Shun school flower. Damn. My goddess. Draw your swords, rivals Yihang is mine." Yet, it was still Song Zihang's comment that was the most audacious. "Hello, Yihang, your moments have made me envious. May I indulge in a taste of the crab legs you left behind? I hope you don't take offense." Before long, Lu Nan posted a moment of his own. The accompanying image featured an anime character in tears. The caption read, "Indeed, love can fade away, can it not?" The comments below were filled with laughter. Yihang's close friend, Song Zihang, delivered the final blow. To adore one person makes you a tango, a term for someone who excessively flatters. But to adore 10, you become a Zhanlong war wolf, the king among kings, better than 6, remedy. For kidney deficiency, sugar-free, for 300 years, from Zhou Zhitang. Even Shin Yoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Yihang, you won't be angry, will you? Angry? About what? About Lu Nan. That is simply impossible. What a joke. Who would stoop to the level of a tango? In the afternoon, Yihang was in high spirits. After a refreshing nap, he donned a tracksuit sent by the butler and jogged for a while in the hotel gym. 30 minutes without pause. Draped in a towel, he wiped off the sweat and returned to his room to wake Shin Yoyu. He had made plans with Lin Mu to dine at a renowned seafood restaurant. The butler had arranged for a special vehicle, a Bentley Continental, which had been waiting downstairs for some time. "Driver, take us to the Chun Yuan Seafood Market." His fluent Cantonese caught Shin Yoyu's attention. Chun Yuan Seafood is as famous as the first market. It is well known on the island, primarily offering self-selected seafood, eliminating exorbitantly priced shrimp, and thus enjoys a bustling business. It is indeed a must-visit location in Sanya. There is a humorous tale circulating online. A man from northeast China traveled to Sanya and, from the first day to the last, consumed nothing but northeast barbecue and dumplings. Truly, a provincial experience in Sanya. By 7 or 8 in the evening, the Chun Yuan Seafood Market was filled with vehicles, teeming with young women, their long legs in full view. The seafood restaurants clustered together, the sounds of vendors and customers intertwining, creating a lively atmosphere. The market embodies the essence of street life, contrasting starkly with upscale dining establishments, where one can savor authentic seafood. Chun Yuan Seafood is not merely a restaurant. It is a market dedicated to seafood. Patrons select their seafood, which is then prepared by chefs, with options for salt-baked, stir-fried, steamed, or braised dishes. The chefs choose the optimal cooking methods based on the ingredients and the customer's preferences, ensuring that nothing is wasted. Mr. Yi, I will be waiting for you in the car. Upon exiting, Yi Hang's eyes lit up as he saw Lin Mu, who had changed into a new outfit. With her fair complexion, striking figure, and an elegant face, she held a shell-shaped handbag. Her mature allure was captivating, appealing to both the young and the old alike. Let's go. Thankfully, I made a reservation early, otherwise, we might not have found a table. The trio entered the Chun Yuan Seafood Market, drawing the attention of all around. This one, Aoyang Seafood. The waiter welcomed them, but the establishment was already filled to capacity, with at least 500 square meters of dining space, leaving only one table available. Along the side walls of the corridor stood rows of fish tanks, a spectacular sight. Tiger grouper, red hair snails, deep-sea tiger prawns, geoduck clams, and even pufferfish. In addition, there were gooseneck barnacles, wild yellow croaker, and half a head of Australian abalone. Shin Yoyu was as delighted as a small child. Yi Hang, look, this mantis shrimp is as thick as my forearm. Lin Mu, evidently a regular, explained as she ordered dishes. The seafood here is freshly selected and cooked on site. Yi Hang, order whatever you like. This trip to Sanya had a budget of 600,000 before Yi Hang lay the challenge of how to spend this sum. Ding side quest activated too. You have discovered a hidden seafood restaurant in Sanya. Embark on your seafood feast journey. Quest requirements. At least one companion of the opposite gender is required. Quest reward. Trip budget will triple. This quest will influence the host's final task rating. Chapter 6. Yi Hang was unreserved, knowing he was paying for it himself. As he gazed at the steamy ingredients, he effortlessly spoke in the local dialect of Lingshui. 3 gene of mantis shrimp. The waiter, momentarily taken aback, immediately assumed Yi Hang was a local. The dialect of the islands is notoriously difficult to master, with variations every 10 miles. Lin Mu, beside him, was visibly excited. Indeed, he was a treasure. Sir, mantis shrimp is 318 yuan per gene. Mantis shrimp, known locally as xiagu, was ordered alongside a king crab, 2 gene of red crabs, a local flower lobster, a small blue lobster, and a single blue-spotted grouper. By the way, how do you prepare the blue-spotted grouper? The waiter further confirmed Yi Hang's local status. Such colloquial expressions were not uttered by outsiders. Typically, we steam it. Braised is also quite good. I recommend you try it in its original flavor, and I will accompany it with our special dipping sauce. Yi Hang nodded. Blue-spotted grouper is a premium fish, and this one alone would cost over 4,000 yuan. 1 geoduck, and I would like it as sashimi. Also, a serving of lemon conch, and 1 coconut crab. That will be all. At the Chun Garden Seafood Market, there were no tricks or deceptions. The essence was in the freshness of the food, and with a local accompanying, there was no chance of being cheated. Lin Mu interjected, wait, how do you prepare the coconut crab? For the coconut crab, we first bake it to remove the bitterness of the fat, enhancing its flavor with lemon and lemongrass to preserve its texture. Rest assured, madam, our chef will personally prepare this dish for you, ensuring it is delectable. Coconut crab is notoriously difficult to prepare well. Lin Mu had always wanted to try it, but it was prohibitively expensive. This particular coconut crab weighed nearly 3 gene, costing 670 yuan. After placing the order, the three settled at the table. Yi Hang, have you thought about what places to visit in Sanya? It's my first time here, and I haven't planned much. Do you have any recommendations, Sister Lin Mu? Lin Mu exclaimed. I can't believe you. With your fluent Lingshui dialect, how can you claim it's your first visit? If you said you were a local, I would have believed you without doubt. Wuzuzu Island is splendid, and there's the Paradise Forest Park, which hosts bonfire parties every evening. Especially, you mustn't miss Yalong Bay if you go to Tianya Haijiao. Tianya Haijiao, Wuzuzu Island, the Forest Park, Yalong Bay, these were all places Yi Hang intended to check off his list. Merely completing the system tasks in a conventional manner would surely result in a low rating. If Sister Lin Mu has no other commitments, why not join us? I'll bring the funds and you bring the company. Shin Yoyu rolled her eyes. Are you trying to flirt with my aunt? Yi Hang replied nonchalantly. It's your aunt who wishes to flirt with me. Sure. I have no plans anyway. I haven't felt like live streaming lately. Let us have some fun together. Yi Hang held no particular fondness for internet celebrities, nor did he harbor any animosity. Conversely, Lin Mu found Yi Hang difficult to comprehend. Despite having graduated years ago and encountered many affluent individuals, she had rarely met someone like Yi Hang, whose entire ensemble cost less than 500 yuan. His shirt was a mere 20 yuan with free shipping from Taobao. 2 pairs of trousers from Uniqlo priced at 99 each. A pair of sneakers and only the SUP baseball cap seemed to hold any real value. Thus, Lin Mu felt she needed to keep a close eye on Xiaoyu. The dishes arrived promptly. Steamed blue spotted grouper, king crab prepared in 3 styles, pepper salt mantis shrimp, sashimi geoduck, and lemon conch. Each dish was a fragrant seafood feast, and Yi Hang was eager to savor the essence of an all-you-can-eat seafood experience. Unlike the spicy and fragrant cuisine of Sichuan and Chongqing, the local island dishes sought to highlight the original flavors of the ingredients. The most famous dish was coconut chicken. When first encountered by outsiders, they might mistake it for a hot pot broth, unaware that this was the authentic coconut chicken enjoyed by locals. Those who added milk and spices were essentially deceived. As the three dined and conversed, Shun Yoyu picked up a slice of sashimi geoduck and placed it in her mouth, her face lighting up with delight. Wow! It's so fresh. Yi Hang, you must try this. It's incredibly delicious. Yi Hang took a bite. Indeed, it was surprisingly delightful. Mildly salty, slightly sweet, and tender, complemented by the zest of fresh calamondon, creating a distinct flavor profile. Yi Hang was accustomed to the spicy tastes of Sichuan and Chongqing, yet he also relished the subtler flavors of the south. He peeled a mantis shrimp. Goodness, it was as thick as Shin Yoyu's forearm and surprisingly rich in roe. The conch was somewhat ordinary, with the only difference being the sauce, likely made with brown sugar. The coconut crab arrived. The owner personally brought it over, wiping his hands. It's been a long time since anyone ordered coconut crab. Let me see which connoisseur has come. Yi Hang, encouraged by Lin Mu's eager gaze, took a chance. Aren't you gonna try it? Lin Mu shook her head. I can't handle it. The owner, being considerate, cracked open the crab shell, offering the meat directly to Yi Hang. A faint flavor reminiscent of century eggs? It felt akin to tasting crab sticks infused with century egg essence. No wonder Lin Mu adamantly refused to eat it. Yet it was quite enjoyable. The owner bent down, personally slicing open the crab's belly. This should be eaten with a spoon. Yi Hang scooped a spoonful, and it burst in his mouth. A rich coconut aroma enveloped him, mingling with a hint of bitterness reminiscent of American coffee. Delicious, truly delightful. The owner, who had been anxiously watching, finally relaxed. Really? Shin Yoyu cast a doubtful glance at Yi Hang, took a bite, and exclaimed, Wow! Such a unique flavor. It feels like eating solid coffee. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. It truly is different. I approve. After half an hour of dining, without any staple foods, the three were fully satisfied. Sir, here is the bill. It totals 22,000 yuan, with a processing fee of 20 yuan per gene. Please have a look. It was indeed reasonable. The fear of spending money and not tasting genuine seafood, only to be swindled, would have been a regrettable loss. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. You have savored the delicacy of coconut crab. Quest reward. Trip expenses tripled. Already transferred from the offshore account to your bank card. Source cleared. Side quest rating. S-class. Shin Yoyu appeared satisfied, playfully patting her belly. Where to next? Lin Mu reapplied her makeup. A bar? As a tourist city, Sanya's nightlife was vibrant. Besides the big players in Beishan, the electronic music scene in Sanya was not to be missed. Let us go. I'll take you there. Chapter 7. The trio climbed into the Bentley, rendering Lin Mu Ju's little beetle rather insignificant at the bar's entrance. After their meal, Lin Mu gained a fresh perspective on Yihang. In the mind of Shin Yu, her aunt was merely a hypothetical adversary. The sentiment remained unchanged. Should she be naive, she ought to be shown the world's splendor. Should she be worldly wise, then a ride on the carousel would suffice. With a strong hand, they played 4 twos and 2 kings, leaving no sister unyielding. The European luxury car sped directly to 165 East Ingbin Road, West Coast, a street brimming with bars. The entrance was already adorned with numerous luxury vehicles. Here it was, Saga. As the finest bar in Sanya, it was indeed a den of indulgence, frequented by flamingos, internet celebrities, high-profile faces, and long-legged beauties. Upon alighting, Shin Yu stealthily slipped her small hand into Yihang's, feeling a rush of courage. Afraid, she huffed defiantly, clutching her stuffed toys. It's just a bar. After all, I'm not the one footing the bill. Compared to the nearby Korean semi-permanent makeup, hyaluronic acid, and sculpted noses, Yihang still found Shin Yu to possess a pure beauty. As for the women in the bar, would they not be a source of distress if taken home? At that moment, Saga's entrance was bustling with fashionable men and women, all clad in trendy brands. Yeezy, AJ1, Comme des Garçons, and Takata Kenzo. Whether genuine or counterfeit, they were undeniably alluring. This crowd was filled with individuals whose WeChat names were either Andy or July. But come New Year's, they transformed into Tsuehua, Shufin, and Ingzi, essentially, girls from northeast China, adorable ones from Sichuan and Chongqing, chubby girls from Taiku Li, and electronic music enthusiasts from Jinling. They often reveled in editing photos to the point their own mothers would not recognize them. Their lives revolved around mimicking the online Instagram lifestyle, indulging in macaroon afternoon teas, or showcasing luxury travel experiences adorned with private jets and sports cars. When asked about their education, they would either claim to be from Beijing Film Academy or returnees from studying in Australia, occasionally posting about a 200 yuan modeling gig. In reality, many were simply factory workers awaiting employment or girls from vocational schools seeking to mingle in the social scene. Their online personas carefully crafted an image of grandeur. Today, they were either drinking with Wang Jia Air from the steel factory or dining with Yuanla on Chuanxi Road. Popular check-in spots saw the incessant clicking of cameras, and when ordering takeout, they would ask, "Can you give me a discount of 50 cents? As the evening wore on, the bold men would approach, "Hey, sister, care for a drink?" With a flirtatious air, they would strut about, clad in fishnet stockings, proclaiming, "I am the most beautiful in Asia." Lin Mu was in conversation with the bartender. It was Saturday, and there was no minimum spend. The venue was full, leaving only a central VIP booth. Lin Mu felt a twinge of concern and discreetly tugged at Yihang's sleeve. "It's quite expensive, a 6,000 yuan minimum. Drinks on our own, no surprise there." Saga's shareholders included entertainment mogul Zheng Kai, and Sitsong was a frequent visitor. "Let us go, we're here to have fun, and that's what matters," Yihang stated, taking Shin Yu's hand and leading the way inside. Lin Mu shook his head, apprehensive that her little niece might be utterly captivated. The deafening electronic music assaulted their eardrums. The first floor was divided into 3 sections: 0, 1, and 2. Zone 0 represented the heart of Saga, a symbol of status. Renowned DJs would approach for a toast, while throngs of women gathered around, perhaps engaging in lively conversation that could lead to a home run. The industrial chic aesthetic could not dampen the nightclub's vibrancy. Amidst swirling smoke, beautiful women abounded, ponytails swaying, exuding passion, while smoky eyes adorned the faces of young women looking to expand their networks. Nearby, several corpulent executives, clad in ostentatious belts, downed 588 yuan drinks with the fervor reminiscent of romantic escapades. Draped in a short skirt purchased online with free shipping, a flamingo languished in a man's embrace, alternating between affectionate terms and flirtatious whispers. Sister, let us go home, and I'll divorce my wife. Stimulated by the atmosphere, the trio settled at a table laden with an array of drinks and snacks, surrounded by the pulsating energy of the stage where atmosphere creators were poised for action. Before they could even get comfortable, numerous men approached to strike up conversations. There was a greasy man sporting a handlebar mustache and ornate shoes, a prince from a fish pond flaunting a replica coconut, a hip-hop enthusiast with dreadlocks proclaiming his affection, and a suave gentleman reminiscent of Kimura Takuya, chatting up women with ease. Of course, many women saw Yi Hang's WeChat. There were high-heeled beauties returning from abroad, heavily made-up girls from high-end establishments, and gold diggers flaunting fake Hermes bags. Additionally, there were girls from dating apps who refused to uninstall their profiles. However, all were rebuffed by Yi Hang. Sorry, I'm not interested in second-hand goods. Lin Mu chuckled at Yi Hang's retorts, while Shin Yu gradually relaxed, clutching Yi Hang's hand tightly and sipping her drink, her gaze fixated on his profile. Yi Hang, did you notice how sharp your tongue is? Ha ha ha. Soon, a wealthy second-generation heir, his Porsche key dangling from his waist, approached Lin Mu with a drink in hand. Excuse me, I lost a bet with friends earlier. May I toast with you? Just as Lin Mu raised her glass, Yi Hang interjected, did you see that black girl at table 101 in zone 1? Go toast her. She has a 90 success rate. The man's expression turned awkward, and he departed with a hint of disappointment. Lin Mu, legs crossed, laughed until her stomach hurt. Hey, Yi Hang, why didn't you let me toast him? What if he's my destined partner? Yi Hang shrugged. Do you really consider a car dealer your soulmate? Shin Yu blinked in surprise. How do you know he's a car dealer? Yi Hang took a sip of his drink, peering intently. A good guess. He probably bragged about being a member of the SBS Supercar Club, right? And his father is a provincial leader who just returned from Saipan. Am I right? Lin Mu was taken aback. How did you know? Yi Hang chuckled. I'll tell you, that guy is a second-hand car collateral agent. The cars he flaunts on social media, Tesla and all, belong to someone else. He has no connection to them whatsoever. Wow, stunning beauties. Online and utterly bewildered. Chapter 8. Shin Yu realized that Yi Hang had opened the door to a new world for him. Lin Mu stuck out her tongue, saying, well, even if you say that not everyone in nightclubs is bad, right? Yi Hang sighed. I need to use the restroom first. There were 4 bodyguards sitting at the back. Don't worry about trouble. In a society governed by law, if you win, you drink porridge. If you lose, you end up in the hospital. Choose one. Section 6. When Yi Hang returned, Shun Yoyu's little face was flushed, and her gaze towards him had become dreamy. Let me show you what bewildering behavior in the nightclub scene looks like. To your 9 o'clock direction, there's a man wearing a Rolex Submariner and a custom Givenchy suit, stepping in a pair of Zilly Oxford shoes worth $3,000. Handsome, isn't he? Following Yi Hang's finger, Lin Mu nodded vigorously. Very handsome, but not as handsome as you. That man tried to hit on me while you were in the restroom, and I had to kick him out. The man claimed to be studying fashion design in the Eagle Nation and was also pursuing jewelry design and an MBA, and he was a CFA lawyer. Yi Hang leaned against the wall, nearly spitting blood. Someone who doesn't even know about the Antwerp 6 boasts about studying fashion design? Are today's girls so easily deceived? Indeed, those who study jewelry design never grasp the concept of that tussin, and those pursuing an MBA are oblivious to the 4P theory. Those who casually delve into law have no clue about the distinctions between civil law and common law. He thinks civil law refers to the laws of our land. In reality, he is merely a kept man of 3 wealthy women, an unemployed drifter, a contracted employee of the Haitang District TV station, earning a mere 400 yuan a month. Lin Mu was utterly shocked. She felt that Yi Hang had brought her an overwhelming surprise. Shin Yu even covered her mouth in disbelief. No way. With that outfit, it must cost hundreds of thousands. You must be lying. Yi Hang continued to explain, well, that outfit is indeed impressive, but it doesn't belong to him. Look closely, he is 170 meters tall, yet the Zilly shoes are size 42. Does that fit? Moreover, a custom Givenchy suit is tailored with steam and pressed to enhance the wearer's physique. Look at him. Does that outfit fit him naturally? Have you ever seen such a grotesque upper body? Ironically, He is so uncomfortable that he has buttoned the cuffs of his suit tightly. I bet he has double-sided tape inside. Lin Mu peeked again and saw that it perfectly matched Yi Hang's description. In an instant, both women felt that Yi Hang was radiant. With eyes full of admiration, they exclaimed, "How did you know? I also know that the wealthy woman who supports him is about to arrive." Sure enough, as Yi Hang's words fell, a commotion erupted from the 9 o'clock direction. A woman, adorned in gold and weighing around 200 pounds, stormed in with two muscular men. She grabbed the man's hair and smashed a bottle at him. "Wu Qing, I've caught you, Haven Ti? Spending my money and flaunting it outside? Wearing my husband's clothes? Do you have the audacity to do that?" The wailing ensued. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. I did this for our future." "Beautiful. Enough of that. Drag him out and break his legs." The two muscular men directly hauled the man away. Shen Youyu slowly turned to Yi Hang. "Wow, you're amazing." Looking to her right, she pointed out that man over there is wearing Nike Air Max sneakers worth 39,000. On his wrist is a Dan Dunn watch valued at 120,000. On the table is a key to a Mercedes G-Class worth over $1 million. The glasses he wears are Lotus prescription glasses with a strength of 1,200 degrees. "Is he wealthy?" Lin Mu asked with great interest. "Very wealthy," she replied, now unfazed by anything Yi Hang said. There's a saying that a sign of a man's maturity is when he replaces his Rolex with an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak or a Vacheron Constantin. In nightclubs, those who prefer wearing the Royal Oak and Vacheron Constantin are mostly from new money industries. Shen Youyu blinked her eyes, curiously urging, "Come on, tell us more. Don't be vague." Typically, they are product managers in the tech industry or small business owners in finance, often from private equity. Some work in public relations for foreign enterprises or are heads of fast-moving consumer goods, representing the newly wealthy class. Those who have become affluent before others. They usually have a bit of money and are adored by younger girls in nightclubs. These individuals are typically born between 1985 and 1995, rational and mature. They tend to see things in black and white, while adults only consider the pros and cons, and their sole objective is to have fun. Lin Mu questioned, "Then why isn't he drinking?" Shen Youyu pondered, "Yeah, just looking and not drinking?" Yi Hang chuckled. The target of his affections hasn't arrived yet. Such people, once they show up, leave empty-handed. The ace of spades is only opened for the girl they are interested in. These men are the favorite uncles in major cities. They are eloquent, mature yet youthful, have a taste for fashion, and are not stingy with their finances, effortlessly spending on luxury items and supporting a woman for several months. The only downside is that they will never commit to a long-term relationship. To put it bluntly, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, one willing to give, the other willing to take. Just as Yi Hang was explaining, a beautiful woman in a qipao, with a graceful figure, approached with 2 glasses of champagne. "Though I dance, drink, and have tattoos, I know I'm a good girl. May I toast with you?" Yi Hang turned and smiled. "Toasting you? Get lost." Chapter 9. You are truly vulgar. With that, she retrieved a business card from the side of her cheongsam and tossed it at Yi Hang's face. With the sway of her ample hips, she departed. Shen Youyu and Lin Mu were laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Lin Mu, hiccuping with laughter, remarked she called herself a good girl, and you told her to leave. What a scoundrel. Shen Youyu encouraged. "Go on, I'm all ears." Yi Hang gestured ahead. "At 12 o'clock. Do you see that man wearing a hublet watch?" The two women looked up. The man had tousled hair and wore a pair of ordinary Skechers running shoes. Remarkably unremarkable. Lin Mu shook her head. "I don't see anything special about him. He was wearing a hublet Big Bang Soul Series tourbillon watch. And such a watch, priced below 300,000, is typically sold with additional accessories to reach that amount." Shen Youyu eagerly interjected, "I understand this. Buying a 300,000 watch requires purchasing enough accessories in the store to meet that price. I experienced the same when I went to Hermes with my aunt last time." Yi Hang nodded and continued, "Those who buy hublet watches are akin to those who drive a Volkswagen Phaeton, discreet only for those who understand. As for IWC, those are more for show, but these individuals are true connoisseurs of timepieces. However, this watch has its shortcomings. In terms of materials, it cannot compete with Richard Mille. and in terms of movements, it falls short of Jaeger LeCoultre. For durability, Rolex leaves it in the dust. One can only say this man is a die-hard fan of Hublot. Shin Yo-yu seemed to comprehend. Nodding, can those women wearing fur coats even discern this? To men, watches and cars are akin to a woman's affection for Chanel No. 5 and Sisley. Yi Hang, parched from speaking, took a sip of his drink. You guessed it. They truly cannot tell? Ha ha ha. Thus, the phrase looking up at the sky in tears aptly describes them. Those young ladies went home with fake Rolex submariners, taking a DD taxi back to a Hilton Garden Inn at a discount of 800 yuan a night, and another night of revelry ensued. Yet, they remained oblivious that this 30-year-old man with the Hublot watch was merely a small-time entrepreneur, returning home in his E63, untroubled by life's necessities. A woman of poor taste might find herself discarded by a man flaunting a Patek Philippe or Richard Mille. However, a gentleman sporting a Hublot is one you could never possess. He is indeed a father figure you can only long for. The scholar in Shin Yo-yu surfaced with a flurry of questions. I don't understand. What kind of person wears such a watch? As for Lin Mu, she felt her worldview had been shaken. And this shock emanated from a man 5 years her junior. Those who understand, naturally do. And there is little need for conversation. Those who can afford such watches typically possess a wealth premium of about 30. They are either products of private elite schools like Eton, returnees from overseas studies, or genuine high-caliber talents, perhaps executives from investment banks or the Big Four consulting firms, not the frivolous rich second generation. My personal suggestion would be to date such individuals. This is the fastest and most stable way for women to transcend social classes. There is no alternative. What Yi Hang did not mention was that one must also be a woman of quality and taste. Shin Yo-yu pouted, a peculiar thought brewing in her mind. Even if they attended university and began dating, many girls would surely be drawn to him. Lin Mu rolled her eyes dramatically. Did you not realize? You, too, are like an old sow bringing bad omens, one set of ideas after another. Ahem. Keep it low-key. Shin Yo-yu tilted her exquisite face, scanning for prey. That man behind us with the slicked-back hair. Yi Hang turned his head subtly. The system had already conveyed all pertinent information about him. You finally found a wealthy individual. Wow, how did you discern that at a glance? Shin Yo-yu's mouth fell open. Ah. The Richard Mille on his wrist is the real deal. He can afford Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, and Omega without breaking a sweat. But that RM is truly a gem among watches. The average price of Richard Mille is around 1 million. Comparable to a Nissan GTR or a Panamera, and he is wearing the limited edition RM5301, a Mac limited edition worth approximately 6 million. Lin Mu sputtered out her soda, incredulously exclaiming, cough, cough, cough. How much? 6 million. That's quite a sum to burn. Quick, the golden son-in-law has arrived. A man in Zilly Oxford shoes might not treat you to a 7 yuan spicy hot pot. But a man with an RM turbillion will undoubtedly shower you with red envelopes starting at 5,200. Yi Hang grinned. Do I look like someone in need of money? Lin Mu made a face, her curiosity about Yi Hang intensifying. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, it's merely a matter of time before she falls. Such men frequent nightclubs at whim. They might treat you to a luxury car or fine champagne, but perhaps tonight they simply wish to enjoy a rough shot of J. Germeister or a sip of Life's essence. He can take you from the Champs, Lycées to Fifth Avenue in New York, discussing everything from Lake Baikal to the complex geopolitical situation in the Middle East. These are the kinds of men women describe as worldly. Trust me, to win over a man with an RM is not about being a wealthy character in a novel. It's about the fact that you simply cannot penetrate his inner world. Have you read Water Margin? Shin Yo-yu's lips, red as rubies, bit into her wineglass as she sat cross-legged in the booth, shaking her head with a smile. Yi Hang rubbed his temples. This girl had apparently gotten tipsy. The heroes of Liangshan fought for hundreds of pages, yet they couldn't compare to the romantic pursuits of the rogue Yan Qing. Skilled in archery and martial arts, and also quite the talented performer, he was adept in every art, conversing eloquently on a multitude of topics. Lin Mu laughed. That's you. Yet you speak of others. Section 7 Ding ding ding. Yi Hang's phone rang. It was a message from Shin Yo-yu. Shin Yo-yu, is my aunt pretty? Oh no, this is a perilous question. Yi Hang typed a reply. Not pretty, by Can Ward Gill's standards. To his surprise, Shin Yo-yu seemed to be jealous. Chapter 10. Is Shin Yoyu jealous of her aunt? Ahem. How delightful. Lin Mu sipped her drink, her thoughts drifting away from Yi Hang. It was impossible to do otherwise. A lavish seafood feast costing over 20,000 yuan, and without a flicker of hesitation, he swiped his card. At Saga, he spent nearly 100,000 with the same carefree abandon. A twinge of envy stirred within her for Shin Yoyu. Shin Yoyu's emotions were rather complex. The most exasperating aspect was Yi Hang's behavior, so boldly masculine and unyielding. Come on, can't you be a bit more proactive? The three of them had nearly finished their drinks, yet the unopened dragon set and the ace of spades remained untouched. Stepping out of the bar, the heat hit them like a wave. Yi Hang, I have matters to attend to at my company tomorrow, so I won't be able to join you. You'll have to take care of little fish, Lin Mu said. Shin Yoyu, like a sloth, clung to Yi Hang's neck. How about heading back to the hotel together? Lin Mu's car was still parked at the Chun Yuan seafood market. No need, I'll drive back tomorrow once I've sobered up, she replied. Yi Hang nodded, then I'll have the driver take you back first. Once in the car, Lin Mu's heart raced. She had almost agreed to his proposition. How bold of Yi Hang. Little Fish was right there beside them. But if she had consented, the three of them sharing a bed? Goodness, she couldn't even think about it. By the time they returned her home, she still hadn't found a suitable excuse to ask for Yi Hang's WeChat. She was even prepared to be the other woman. Lin Mu covered her face, exclaiming, "What on earth am I thinking?" If Yi Hang, sitting in the passenger seat, had known, he might have been utterly astonished. Women were truly formidable. The following morning, Shin Yoyu remained blissfully asleep. After finishing his run at the hotel gym, Yi Hang directed the butler to deliver breakfast to their room. He gently patted Shin Yoyu's cheek. Time to rise. The sun is shining. With a soft groan, she turned over and continued her slumber. Yi Hang, exasperated, leaned closer and whispered, "Your aunt added me on WeChat yesterday." Startled from her dreams, Shin Yoyu's eyes flew open. "Yi Hang, I'll bite you to death." Yi Hang laughed, quickly dodging her wrath. "That's what you get for pretending to sleep." Unfortunately, her sudden movement caused the blanket to slip away, and Yi Hang's gaze fell upon her, frozen in surprise. Shin Yoyu glanced down, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Ah, Yi Hang, you're dead. Hey, I advise you to choose your words wisely. You were quite inebriated yesterday." Yi Hang spun around just in time to avoid the barrage of pillows that followed. "Wah, you rogue. You son of a gun. You added my aunt on WeChat and now you refuse to take responsibility." Yi Hang retorted, "I might as well perish on the spot. Shin Yoyu, you should speak with some integrity. Besides, I have no interest in A." As he turned away, he pulled a short-sleeved shirt from his suitcase and tossed it to her. "Ha! I'm speaking from the heart. You swear." Shin Yoyu, regardless of the shirt's owner, quickly donned it. Upon seeing her dressed, Yi Hang chuckled. "Your conscience seems rather small." Shin Yoyu paused, glancing down at her unremarkable figure. Suddenly, she lunged at him. "Yi Hang, I'm going to fight you." With a playful nip on his arm, she declared, "Ouch, that hurts." After a moment, she released him, leaving a row of tiny bite marks on his arm. "Are you a dog?" Yi Hang rubbed his arm. It didn't hurt much, all theatrics. Shin Yoyu stood there, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You've bullied me since childhood, and even in high school it never stopped. One day, you'll bully me to death." With a pout, Yi Hang suddenly turned serious, gazing intently at her. "So, would you like me to keep bullying you?" Shin Yoyu's breath hitched, heart racing, and she stammered, "You can't. Bully me to tears every day. An occasional instance is acceptable. 3 or 4 times might work." Yi Hang couldn't contain his laughter, bursting into a hearty chuckle. Shin Yoyu, flustered and furious, flushed deeply, striking him repeatedly. Yi Hang held her at bay with one hand. "From now on, only I get to bully you, all right?" In an instant, Shin Yoyu ceased her antics. "Deal." Ah, the whims of youthful affection. "Did my aunt really add you on WeChat?" "No." "Really?" "Indeed." "Then let me rephrase my question. Between my aunt and me, who is more attractive?" Yi Hang pondered seriously before responding. "In terms of sheer looks, you might hold a slight edge." Before Shin Yoyu could revel in the compliment, indignation surged within her. "But my aunt has a better figure than you. Who could resist a mature woman, right? I'll kill you. And with that, he made a hasty exit. Reasoning with someone as unreasonable as a four-legged beast was futile. The entire day was spent within the confines of the hotel, as the sun blazed outside. Their activities revolved around the buffet, the gym, or the swimming pool. On the third day, Lin Mu, having finished her tasks, came to retrieve Shin Yoyu. Seizing the opportunity before the heat intensified, they checked in at Tianya Haijiao. To be honest, aside from the legend of the sun and moon stones, there wasn't much to explore at the scenic area. Most tourist attractions in the country are rather similar. Fortunately, the previous chaos had subsided. Yihang snapped several photos and shared them in the family group chat. Funny family group, 3. Ms. Wang Hui, how was your day? Show us some pictures. Yihang, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, am I handsome? Yidabi, thumbs up. JPG Ms. Wang Hui Yidabi, your son is too ugly. I can't bear to look. Yihang? Yidabi, Yihang, why that expression? Did you pass gas? 3 black lines appeared on Yihang's forehead. Ms. Wang Hui, perhaps he is constipated. Yidabi, Yihang, don't come back. You're utterly useless. Can't even relieve yourself. Yihang? Is this how you speak of your son? Waves hand. JPG Ms. Wang Hui, who is the girl next to you? Yihang, girlfriend. Yidabi, surprised. JPG, Ms. Wang Hui, how terrifying. Your son has a girlfriend. I'm off to play mahjong. I won't be cooking for you tonight. Yidabi, joyous celebration, drinks tonight. Yihang? Little one, do you have a multitude of questions? Chapter 11 Section 8, Number 3335 West River Road. This is the place. Lin Mu removed her sunglasses with a flourish, hands on her slender waist as she struck a pose. Yihang and Shen Yoyu stepped out of the car to find an unassuming little shop bearing only 5 bold characters. Authentic Baoluo noodles. Quite audacious to proclaim oneself authentic. Yihang mused, immediately skeptical of the establishment's legitimacy. Shouldn't authenticity be determined by patrons rather than self-proclamation? Shen Yoyu murmured, shielding her delicate complexion from the harsh sunlight with one hand. Her skin glowed with youthful radiance despite wearing no sunscreen. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's bohemian maxi dress accentuated her sophisticated charm. Ding! You've discovered the hidden local specialty, authentic Baoluo noodles. Rating weight increased by 1. Rating weight, host, discovering hidden culinary gems, local delicacies, and unique experiences worldwide will systematically enhance your rating weight. This ultimately influences mission evaluations. Keep exploring. This virtual Earth exploration game grew increasingly fascinating to Yihang, like unwrapping a series of surprise gifts. These are the most authentic Baoluo noodles I've tasted since arriving in Sanya. The flavor will exceed all expectations. Lin Mu declared confidently. The modest shop impressed with its spotless cleanliness and fresh ingredients. The 50-year-old proprietress radiated typical island hospitality, assisted by what appeared to be family members. Resting her chin in hand, Shen Yoyu questioned, Auntie, is this place reliable? It seems rather deserted. Lin Mu checked her watch. Just wait, the lunch rush begins at 11. Within minutes, delivery platform notifications erupted like machine gun fire as riders swarmed the location. Office workers materialized at the entrance, placing varied orders from dry noodles to seafood combinations. The kitchen buzzed with efficient activity as the proprietress calmly managed the sudden influx. Yihang watched in astonishment. They'd arrived just before the storm. This is insane. Shin Yoyu gasped. Did we even order? We might not eat until afternoon. Relax, our orders are in, Lin Mu assured. Unlike the breakneck pace of metropolitan cities, Sanya's culinary culture embodied island leisure. The entire region south of Huai River boasted exceptional gastronomy, as evidenced by Cantonese cuisine's global reputation. For relaxation, romance, and savoring life's pleasures, Sanya stood unparalleled. Contrary to expectations, steaming bowls arrived within 20 minutes with sincere apologies for the wait. Yihang's appreciation for the establishment soared. Try these specialties, Lin Mu presented. Comprehensive Baoluo noodles, marinated pork intestine noodles, seafood Hoan noodles, and cooling Kingbiling dessert. The Baoluo noodles featured plump, smooth rice strands in clear broth, while the Hoenn variety offered northern-friendly spicy sweet notes. Shin Yoyu's first bite triggered ecstatic delight. Divine. Yihang savored the dry marinated version, its oceanic sweetness perfectly complemented by the chilled dessert. They devoured their meals with uncommon speed. Emitting an unladylike burp, Shun Yoyu lamented. So delicious. But fairies must watch their figures. Lin Mu laughed. Yihang doesn't mind. Fairy excretions are pink anyway. Shin Yoyu peeked at Yihang and poked him. Do you prefer me thinner or plumper? Plumper. More resilient. You brute. Can't you ever compliment me properly? Lin Mu nearly choked on this sudden romantic banter. At merely 18 yuan per bowl, the meal offered extraordinary value. These unpretentious, hygienic local gems represented true travel treasures. System notifications cascaded. Local specialty icon unlocked. Group satisfaction evaluated at 99/100. Final mission rating, A grade. An A rating already meets minimum expectations. What are the rewards? A grade permits retaining all mission-acquired benefits including travel funds and buffs. Understanding dawned. Any unspent travel budget would become his if maintaining this rating. The revelation energized Yihang, who now wondered about S-tier rewards. The trio spent the following day and half exploring Wuzuzu Island. Yihang watched mission progress climb steadily through landmark check-ins. Tianya Haijiao, complete. Wuzuzu Island, complete. Coconut Dream Corridor, complete. Yalong Bay, complete. Paradise Forest Park, pending by evening at the forest park. An exhausted Shun Yoyu leaned against Yihang beneath the moonlit sky. As bonfires flickered along the shore, she counted stars while he admired her delicate features. Overcome, he planted a sudden kiss. Her startled gasp resembled a frightened deer. They must have seen that, she whispered in panic. Chapter 12. How annoying. You're bullying me again. Shin Yoyu's delicate face flushed to her collarbone, her small hands clinging to Yihang's waist, giving him a pinch. Yihang smirked mischievously. Wasn't it Shin who said I should bully you? Shin Yoyu felt that escaping Yihang was an impossibility in this lifetime. The enchanting love story that spanned from high school to university and ultimately into society was a fairy tale every young girl dreamed of. After being the obedient girl for so long, she yearned for a moment of rebellion. Yihang, do you still remember that year in the second year of high school when my dad confronted you? It was better not to mention this, for the mere thought of it made Yihang feel utterly frustrated. The love letter intended for a girl in the neighboring class was carelessly entrusted to Yihang for safekeeping by Song Zihong, who lacked the courage to deliver it himself. To his dismay, Shun Yoyu stumbled upon it. The terrifying part was that the letter bore no signature. Naturally, Shun Yoyu assumed it was penned for her. By a stroke of misfortune, during a parent-teacher meeting, Shun Yoyu's father discovered the love letter. Goodness, what a calamity! As the vice president of the Sichuan Chongqing Calligraphy Association, Shun Yoyu's father was on the verge of composing a denunciation letter listing Yihang's 10 sins. Consequently, Yihang endured quite a bit of scolding from Yi Dabiao. I'm utterly wronged. Is it the phone that S uninteresting? Or is it that X Lu's novels are dull? What if I agree with you now? Shin Yoyu blinked her beautiful eyes, but Yihang's gaze was fixated on her legs. Ah, those legs are so fair. No, they're just too long. Yihang recalled someone proclaiming that they wouldn't date before graduating from university. He scoffed. Look, this is how a goddess rejects someone? So lowly. Suddenly, Shin Yoyu grew serious yet audacious. Let me formally ask you, do you want to date? Break up? Then self-destruct. Gasp. This girl was quite ruthless. Beside them, Lin Mu, barefoot on the beach, covered her face to stifle her laughter. Little Fish was still the same Little Fish, uttering the most spiteful words in the meekest tone. However, from Lin Mu's mature perspective, it was evident that Yihang would not be confined to only Shin Yoyu. Once they entered university, the landscape shifted dramatically, and in society, it was a ruthless arena where only the cunning thrived. One by one, exceptional women would emerge, and Yihang's tranquil charm, combined with a hint of ruthlessness, would serve as an irresistible allure for any woman. Remaining unperturbed in such a scenario was a trait reserved for saints. Yihang merely wished to savor life, nothing more. All right, Yihang chuckled. Shun Yoyu exhaled in relief, her palms sweating, reverting to her adorable self. Then, shall we follow the procedure? Yihang inquired. What procedure? Just take a sip. Weren't you the one pursuing me? Shinyoyu gritted her teeth, preparing to advance. Stop, stop, stop. Let us change the location to bite. Oh damn this grammar. Shinyoyu shot a glance at Yi Hang's certain area, her face turning crimson. I'll spare you. Jiaojing Island belongs to the unexploited freshwater islands near Sanya, colloquially known as the deserted island. As a popular tourist destination, Sanya offers diving as an essential activity, yet the nearby waters have been damaged, rendering most snorkeling experiences less than ideal. Rather than snorkeling, it felt more akin to beach lounging. Even a hot spring retreat would be preferable. Mr. Yi, you are a valued guest at our Atlantis resort, and we thank you for your 7-day stay. The snorkeling experience you will partake in is in our secretive developing waters. It is not easily accessible, even for those with wealth, and you and your 2 companions can indulge in all the snorkeling activities without time constraints. A speedboat whisked Yi Hang and his companions towards Jiaojing Island. The surface of the sea shimmered with colors, low coral reefs, schools of fish, and crystal-clear visibility up to 9 meters, a breathtaking sight. The price was equally impressive, $35,000 per person, with identity verification required, as this pristine area must remain untainted. Currently, the system task left was the final snorkeling activity. Yi Hang removed his life jacket, preparing to assist Shinyoyu into her diving suit. Yi Hang, I'm a bit scared. Once donned with a diving mask, breathing tube, and fins, Shinyoyu's remarkable figure was fully revealed. It must be said, this girl was quite impressive. A diving suit cost $600-700, supplemented with a mask, fins, and an aviation-grade breathing tube to ensure maximum safety. The nearby steward chuckled. Rest assured, ma'am, our professional lifeguards are within 3 meters of you. Moreover, they had a dedicated cameraman for 360-degree captures of beautiful photographs. Fully equipped, Lin Mu took a deep breath and jumped into the water with a splash, resembling a mermaid diving. All right, Yi Hang was also fully geared up. Ladies, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Shinyoyu clung to Yi Hang as they descended into the underwater world. After a brief moment of pressure adjustment, everything before them became crystal clear. Sunlight filtered through the surface, illuminating corals, starfish, and sea cucumbers. Shinyoyu transitioned from her initial nervousness to gradually adapting, slowly releasing Yi Hang's hand. Gazing into the depths, vibrant ripples flowed with lifeguards poised above. Yi Hang relished the serene moment, while Shinyoyu truly transformed into a mermaid, frolicking freely. However, the cameraman bore the brunt of the task, constantly switching poses for photos. The trio reveled in their enjoyment, though frequent breaths left a lingering sense of dissatisfaction with the depths they could not explore. Prioritizing safety, Yi Hang declined to dive below 10 meters with an oxygen tank, as far too many lives were lost annually due to depth-related accidents. It must be noted that snorkeling was a physically demanding endeavor. Even with Yi Hang's fitness from regular exercise, he found himself slightly winded. After thoroughly enjoying themselves, the 3 climbed back onto the speedboat. Phew. Here you go. Yi Hang revealed a starfish stone from his palm, presenting it to Shinyoyu. After years of oceanic erosion, it had formed a heart shape. Wow. Shinyoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Mu shivered beside them. Old lady, I might just vomit from all this dog food. On their journey back, Yi Hang's ears resonated with the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed side quest 2. You experienced a perfect snorkeling adventure and discovered the untouched clean waters of Jiaojing Island. Ding. Quest reward. Weight 1. A random 10/100 times consumer rebate card. Side quest rating, S. Chapter 13. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Hang concluded his morning exercise. He emerged from the top-level swimming pool, maintained at a constant temperature for 20 hours. With the technique of full immersion freestyle swimming, the inefficient dog paddle was now a thing of the past. The aerobic energy expenditure was far more efficient than running. Having once been a 3-time amateur sprint champion, he knew the importance of consistent training. Yi Hang's physique could be described as lean, with a low body fat percentage that made his abdominal muscles quite prominent. Unfortunately, such abdominal muscles served little practical purpose. He picked up a towel from the side and draped it over himself, glancing at his phone. Lin Mu had matters to attend to and had returned to Chuanyu early. Shinyoyu, lazy pig, are you awake? Are you awake? Are you awake? Shinyoyu. My aunt and I have a flight at 6 this morning. Shinyoyu. By the way, the college entrance exam scores are out. And I got into Linen University. Accompanying her message was a meme depicting a pained expression, suggesting a headache from the overflow of knowledge. Linen University? Ah, indeed, a scholarly achiever. It is a prestigious 211 university, part of the 9-School Alliance, a national double first-class institution, often referred to as the Cambridge of the East. Yihang logged onto the website to check his examination results. Yihang, Chinese, 95 Mathematics, 127 English, 109 Comprehensive Science, 220 total, 551. This score could be deemed rather average, though it sufficed for admission into a first-tier science program. Yihang had applied to a finance school in the bustling metropolis, having researched the institution thoroughly prior to the exam. It too was a 211 university, with a significant local student population, hinting at a gathering of wealthy second-generation individuals. However, the proximity of the metropolis to Linen rendered the situation particularly intriguing. Reclining on a sun lounger by the pool, Yihang browsed through his social media feed. Before boarding her flight, Shinyoyu had posted on her moments. The image featured the starfish stone he had gifted her, captioned, "Looking forward to your guidance." Shinyoyu also commented, "Everyone, help me out, hee. A flurry of mentions followed, directed at Yihang. Zhou Haoyan, Yihang. Guan Hong, Yihang. Chao Mengmeng, Yihang. Peng Shui, Yihang. Song Zihong. Yihang the Elder, with boundless magic and vast powers, riding through the Central Plains. As for Lu Nan, he was lamenting on social media, searching for a romantic connection, asking everyone he encountered, "Do you believe in love?" His posts remained drenched in melancholy, this time with a mere 2 words, "Blessings." Yihang checked the system. The current task progress stood at 80. As he illuminated Sanya, the location of G Island also presented vibrant colors. Checked in at Tianya Haijiao. Checked in at Wuzizu Island. Checked in at Coconut Dream Corridor. Checked in at Yalong Bay. Checked in at Paradise Forest Park. Only one final task remained. Shopping in the duty-free zone, with a net spending requirement of no less than 100,000 yuan. Upon completion, the Sanya travel task would be entirely concluded. Yihang stretched lazily, preparing to rise when a melodious voice caught his attention. "You must be a professional swimmer, right?" Yihang turned slightly, startled. A beautiful woman, reclining on a nearby sun lounger, wrapped in a hotel towel and playfully tousling her hair, regarded him with an enigmatic smile. Her fair skin and perfectly oval face bore no signs of cosmetic alteration. Particularly striking was her figure, exceedingly voluptuous. Her abdomen was devoid of any excess flesh, suggesting years of dedicated fitness. Yet, she was evidently older than Yihang, and he could distinctly sense an air of sophistication emanating from her. Unlike Lin Mu's commanding presence, this woman resembled a perfectly ripe peach, the most attractive he had encountered among the women he had met so far. Regrettably, the tattoo on her ankle diminished Yihang's interest. Wasn't someone like Shinyoyu, embodying both innocence and allure, much more appealing? Full immersion swimming is a fundamental skill for national team athletes. In addition to stable underwater breath holding, it requires duration. Just now, I observed you holding your breath for at least 3 minutes, which is the limit for physical training. The woman rose gracefully, twisting a strand of hair around her finger, her gaze towards Yihang reminiscent of an excited primate. Yihang, however, was oblivious to her attention. He had swum back and forth in the hotel pool for 800 meters, too absorbed in the activity to think much of anything else. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Would you care to swim together?" Yihang glanced at the hotel clock. "No thanks. I have an evening flight and need to visit the duty-free shop soon." "All right, see you next time." Once Yihang departed, the woman eagerly grabbed her phone, wiping it clean, and opened a discussion forum, searching for "What are your thoughts on teacher-student relationships?" Upon returning to his room, he freshened up. He could not afford to waste the breakfast voucher for room 2088, which was accompanied by a warm card from the hotel, likely aware that it was his last day of stay. "Though we cannot be together, may you cherish each day spent in Sanya. Best wishes from Atlantis." He indulged in a serving of wonchong chicken, a portion of jayajiduk, a whole heelek crab, and a serving of Dongshan goat from Wanning. Additionally, there was a bowl of seafood stew featuring sea cucumber and abalone, all delicacies emblematic of the island. As Yi Hang savored his meal, he took a screenshot of his examination scores to send to his parents, then promptly dismissed any further thoughts. He descended to the lobby and instructed the driver to take him to the Haitang District Duty-Free Shopping Center. As the largest standalone duty-free store globally, it offered an extensive array of luxury goods, everything one could desire. Yi Hang's sole purpose for this excursion was clear: to spend money, and indeed, to spend even more money. The 100-fold rebate card had captivated his interest for quite some time. At the Sanya duty-free shop, a haven for luxury, Hermes, Chanel, LV, and Gucci all boasted their own boutiques, prominently displayed. The northeast corner had been designated entirely for men's watches. To Yi Hang's surprise, he spotted the niche European brand, Constantin Chaikin. As he was about to embark on his university journey, Yi Hang felt the need for a watch. He promptly entered the Audemars Piguet store. Audemars Piguet catered to the new elite class. Unlike ostentatious nouveau riche, it focused on the wearer's character, which explained its popularity among researchers, financiers, and Python programmers. Yi Hang, with his composed demeanor and understated elegance, found Audemars Piguet to be the perfect choice. A sales associate, adorned with a silk scarf, approached him, exuding beauty and charm, showing no hint of condescension. The haughty luxury salespeople only existed in novels. "Welcome, sir." The associate, dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, greeted him warmly. "Sir, do you have a particular model in mind?" Perceptively reading the room, she saw Yi Hang's direct approach and responded with grace. "I would like to see the Royal Oak series, please." "Of course, sir. Please follow me." The associate's warm smile left a favorable impression on Yi Hang. "May I ask how you would like to be addressed, sir?" "Yi." She guided Yi Hang to the exclusive VIP lounge. "Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment while I retrieve the Royal Oak, which features Audemars Piguet's high-end movements, from the safe." The associate did not leave but instead crouched beside him. "Mr. Yi, may I get you something to drink? Coconut water would be great." Chapter 14. Yi Hang surveyed his surroundings. The Audemars Piguet logo retained its 17th-century gilded wax seal, a remnant from ancient Latin. It was indecipherable, yet its sophistication spoke volumes. As for the allure of the sales associate, it was undeniable. No wonder she was adored by Mediterranean tech moguls. Unlike the sales associates from Panerai or Rolex, who were dressed as if they belonged to the upper echelons of finance, these associates exuded an air of opulence. The clientele's tastes were reflected in the manner of their attendants. This cadre of heavy luxury connoisseurs were masters of marketing, their understanding of human nature refined to an art form. Among them, Patek Philippe stood out as particularly peculiar. With a roster of graduates from drama academies and film schools, one could only wonder about the reasoning behind such choices. "Good day, Mr. Yi. Thank you for your patience," the sales associate said, crouching at Yi Hang's feet with a miniature safe adorned with 3 layers of gold locks. She cautiously opened it, revealing a collection of resplendent Royal Oak timepieces, glistening in the air. "Do you have any recommendations?" Yi Hang inmuited. The moment the conversation turned to expertise, the sales associate began to articulate her thoughts with confidence. "It appears you possess a discerning eye, Mr. Yi. The Royal Oak is positioned in Audemars Piguet's lineup as sophisticated and understated. The classic models may seem dated. The Millennium series is more extroverted, while the offshore collection leans heavily on aesthetics. I would recommend the Royal Oak. May I ask, do you engage in sports regularly?" Her approach was telling. The sales associate had already discerned Yi Hang's intentions. Flattering him with compliments, she carried herself with a charm that was almost reminiscent of romance. "I do partake in various sports," Yi Hang replied, to which the sales associate smiled and without hesitation retrieved a tourbillon watch. "Beginning at a price of 500,000. This is the most affordable option. Mr. Yi, you may wish to try this one?" she suggested, as he extended his hand. "Your hands are quite exquisite," she added, her flattery seamless and professional. "Now, that is what I call expertise," Yi Hang thought, impressed by her skillful compliments. "This Royal Oak features our signature hammered gold technique, perpetual calendar, and is model 15407 BC. However, Her words were largely superfluous. For a gentleman's watch exceeding 500,000, features such as a perpetual calendar and time zone adjustment were expected. The timepiece was a stunning silver gray, with an intricately hollowed dial. As for the movement, it was virtually indestructible, a true heirloom if cared for properly. Just as Yi Hang contemplated trying another model, an unexpected female voice interrupted. "Please switch to that one." Yi Hang looked up in surprise. It was the woman he had encountered at the hotel pool. "The royal oak in brigade blue suits you perfectly. Do give it a try," she urged, now clad in a chic asymmetrical dress that accentuated her figure. Her presence radiated a charm that could easily be mistaken for a university senior. The sales associate glanced at Yi Hang, awaiting his response. "Very well. Let us proceed as she suggests." As Yi Hang adorned himself with the brigade blue royal oak, he felt an immediate transformation in his demeanor. "I'll take this one." "How much?" he asked. The sales associate momentarily faltered. While it was common to see customers make grand purchases, a young man making such a decisive choice was a rarity. "Is there an issue?" Yi Hang inquired, admiring the watch more with each glance. The woman had a keen eye. "Mr. Yi, this model is currently priced at 388,000. Shall I wrap it up for you?" With over $1 million in his account from a recent trip, Yi Hang was more than capable. The sales associate quickly secured the watch and led him to the payment counter. Even in exclusive luxury boutiques, it was rare to encounter such an agreeable customer. While completing the transaction, Yi Hang utilized a cashback card. Cashback card, 100 times cashback. Duration, 30 minutes. Would you like to use it? Yes. Congratulations, host. This purchase of 000 yuan grants a random 10x cashback, totaling 000 yuan. Upon expiration, the funds will be transferred from 4 major offshore centers to your bank account. Source verified. Wow! A direct 10x bonus. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Instead of merely spending, he had unexpectedly profited by 3 million. Nearby, Li Qingcheng revealed a victorious smile, astonished that she had captivated a wealthy heir. The amount he had just charged exceeded her professor's annual salary. The playful banter at the pool had merely been a whim, sparked by her admiration for his swimming prowess, certainly not due to his physique. Curiosity piqued. What sort of person would be drawn to the royal oak? After completing the payment, Yi Hang donned the watch, realizing that a timepiece was indeed a man's soul. If Yi Hang had previously embodied the essence of a carefree heir, he now exuded the allure of a rare, refined gentleman. The Audemars Piguet sales associate bid them farewell. Yi Hang jested. "I'm curious. What sort of person gets ankle tattoos? Are you a vagabond?" Li Qingcheng took no offense. Instead, she felt a sense of joy. Unlike the men she typically conversed with, who tended to overthink, this easygoing exchange was refreshingly pleasant. Without a word, she retrieved glasses from her bag and tied her hair into a ponytail, casting Yi Hang a playful glance. "How do I look now?" Yi Hang clapped enthusiastically. "Bravo! You've transformed from the streetwise lady to an intellectual. Impressive." Li Qingcheng's smile was enchanting as she extended her hand. "I'm Li Qingcheng." "Yi Hang?" he replied, and they quickly grew familiar with one another. With no pressing engagements, he thought it prudent to seek her counsel, given her exquisite taste. "By the way, I'm contemplating a birthday gift for my girlfriend. Do you have any suggestions?" Upon learning that Yi Hang had a girlfriend, Li Qingcheng felt no disappointment, but rather a sense of quiet satisfaction. Loyalty was a choice. As an adult and a university professor, she was prepared to accept the consequences of her decisions. A lackluster relationship was far less appealing than a fulfilling single life. Such was the reality for many single women of her age. The two soon ventured into Van Cleef Arpels. Chapter 15. Women, such enigmatic creatures. It seems that the trajectory of technological advancement has veered awry. Shopping is an innate talent. Of course, there is also a touch of unreasonable exuberance. Li Qingcheng is even more invested than he is, rendering the sales attendant merely a backdrop. The VCA four-leaf clover, perfectly aligned with the essence of a young girl, along with the white mother-of-pearl clavicle chain, is something that she will undoubtedly find irresistible. Li Qingcheng turned with grace and inquired, "May I try this piece?" The Van Cleef Arpels sales attendant, nimble in her movements, retrieved it from the display. Li Qingcheng flicked her hair and draped it around her neck. Does it look good? Yi Hang nodded. To be honest, her aesthetic is truly commendable. Will she find the rose gold too glaring? The nearby sales attendant, who had been stealing glances at Li Qingcheng, was utterly captivated by her sophisticated aura. Could you allow me to try the medium-sized malachite pendant? After trying it on, she turned to Yi Hang, showcasing it as if in triumph. What do you think? Yi Hang shook his head, stroking his chin. A bit too mature. Li Qingcheng then tried on a ladybug pendant. The surrounding ambience sparkled like fireflies, adorned with 7 stars. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Indeed, Van Cleef Arpels epitomizes luxury. Do not underestimate it. This pendant, no larger than a fingernail, costs 49,000. Yi Hang nodded. She should like this one. Suddenly, Li Qingcheng looked at Yi Hang with a peculiar expression and clapped her hands. Have you all applauded? Yi Hang shrugged. No one did. Who would believe that? The enthusiastic sales attendant interjected. Sir, I actually recommend the malachite piece. It's part of our summer collection. If your girlfriend wears it, it will enhance her complexion. Before Yi Hang could respond, Li Qingcheng, without lifting her gaze, stated, I am not his girlfriend. My apologies. The sales attendant awkwardly dug her foot into the ground, but the next statement left everyone astounded. I am her lover. Yi Hang, mid-sip, sputtered water everywhere. Goodness, miss, we've known each other for less than 24 hours, and you're already claiming to be lovers? Yi Hang forced a smile, glancing at the sales attendant. Ahem. She's just joking. Haha. The sales attendant gave Yi Hang a knowing look. No, what do you understand? This woman is far too bold. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose the first VCA 4-leaf clover white mother-of-pearl clavicle chain. Yi Hang was eager to complete the transaction and depart. The sales attendants at Van Cleef Arpels, while appearing busy, were casting envious glances. Young man, quite the catch. Sir, your total is 45,800. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card. Congratulations, host. This expenditure of 45,800 yuan has triggered a random 20x bonus, returning 916,000 yuan. Upon completion, the rebate will be transferred from 4 major offshore centers to your bank account. Source of funds verified. Yi Hang barely had time to revel in his fortune before he grasped Li Qingcheng's arm and pulled her toward the exit. Li Qingcheng laughed so hard she nearly bent over, one hand clutching her bag, the other playfully tapping the wall. Your expression. Ha ha ha. So adorable. Yi Hang, exasperated, asked, is it fun? Once Li Qingcheng had her fill of laughter, she straightened up. Quite fun. Not that she was upset. After all, her beauty and figure were indisputable. The crux is, it was Yi Hang's first experience of being flirted with. Oddly enough, felt like a battle of wits. Li Qingcheng, however, was merely enjoying teasing the young man, oblivious to the potential consequences of her playful banter. She had initially intended to buy gifts for her parents, but reconsidered. Cash is the most pragmatic choice, as Ms. Wang Hui has always had a penchant for money. Comrade Yi Daipio, on the other hand, has a fondness for tea. With 15 minutes remaining until the 30-minute bonus period ended, Yi Hang purchased a casual outfit for himself, considering the many upcoming travel tasks, and opted for a donkey-branded suitcase. Ding! Bonus rebate card. Limited time ends in 30 minutes. Total rebate for the host. 0,000 yuan. Offshore funds will be transferred in batches to your bank account. Section 12. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing side mission 3, exceeding shopping limits in the duty-free zone. Ding. Mission reward. Wait 1. Ding. Sanya travel mission concluded. The system is currently grading. Please wait. Phew. The Sanya trip has concluded. Now, he awaited the system evaluation. Yi Hang believed he had performed exceptionally well, expecting at least a guaranteed rating of A. The money in his account was secure. As for the items purchased, there was no need for concern. The airport staff would deliver them directly. The two enjoyed some refreshments at Starbucks, exchanged WeChat details, and Yi Hang returned to the hotel. My vacation has only just begun. Farewell, little pup. Once Yi Hang departed, Li Qingcheng reverted to her aloof demeanor, pulled out her phone, and sent a message. I have a friend who has developed feelings for a young man. They've met for less than 6 hours. Does she stand a chance? Under the alias Shun Manny, she immediately sent a reaction image. A friend out of thin air. JPG Li Qingcheng replied, but he already has a girlfriend. Shun Manny responded, I knew it was you. Li Qingcheng urged, help me brainstorm how to pursue him. Shun Manny retorted, surprised. JPG, dear sister, you want to chase him after knowing him for less than 6 hours? You're a Stanford graduate for goodness sake. Have you been reading too many Mary Sue novels? Li Qingcheng replied, enough with the nonsense. Shun Manny sighed, everyone has a girlfriend. With your conditions, you could find someone better. Why stoop to being a lovesick puppy? I detest such behavior. If it were directed at me, I'd act as if I never heard it.
Li Qingcheng remarca.
I was at the duty-free shop in Sanya, intending to buy you a set of La Mer, but I think I'll pass. You don't deserve it. Shun Manny exclaimed. Pursue. We must chase after what Sister Li likes. But you could at least provide me with some information. Li Qingcheng replied. He should just have graduated from the college entrance examination. We bumped into each other at our hotel. I initiated the conversation. Shun Manny asked, that's all? Li Qingcheng affirmed, that's all. Shun Manny felt her heart racing, nearly convulsing. A prominent doctoral consultant in finance from Shanghai, now reduced to a lovesick puppy. I'm utterly incredulous. Shun Manny asked, are you certain you're serious? Aren't you worried your mother will disown you? Li Qingcheng responded with a waving goodbye emoji. Shun Manny realized that Li Qingcheng was genuinely serious this time. Li Qingcheng concluded, being a mistress could be a viable option. Chapter 16. Shun Manny abruptly sent a voice message via WeChat. Once the call connected, she launched into a tirade. Good heavens! Have you lost your mind? Li Qingcheng replied in a soft tone. Is it so wrong for a woman of a certain age to throw caution to the wind for love? On the other end, Shun Manny was bewildered. Are you still the Li Qingcheng I know? Wow, so this is what it means to be reckless in love? Li Qingcheng retorted. You, my dear, simply do not understand. To be precise, Shun Manny was a student of Li Qingcheng. Back in school, Li Qingcheng had just begun her teaching career at university. Through their interactions, they quickly became close friends, sharing everything and forming an inseparable bond. Now, having graduated, Shun Manny was introduced by Li Qingcheng to Goldman Sachs, where she worked in external research. Shun Manny sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Are you serious? Li Qingcheng replied. He possesses a certain pure charm, reminiscent of boys on a summer basketball court, sprinting by with a ball, wafting a subtle scent of fresh laundry detergent. So radiant. Shun Manny interjected. Stop right there. I see what you're getting at. Have you considered the consequences? What if your aunt finds out? Li Qingcheng casually dismissed her concern. Let the chips fall where they may. What a delightful modern young person. Shun Manny exclaimed. But you can't become a mistress. Do you really need the money? Li Qingcheng confidently stated. Not at all. Shun Manny sighed again. Her teacher had always been whimsical and, without financial worries, was well off due to her investments in the stock market and passive income, ensuring a lifetime of comfort. She was also known for her decisive work ethic. Who didn't know her as the financial goddess? The line of suitors interested in her could stretch along the Huangpu River. As for the high-profile returnees and financial tycoons, they barely registered on her radar. Shun Manny remarked, the battlefield of love is no different from the battlefield of war. If you wish to love, you must seize the opportunity. Sister, if your aunt asks, don't you dare say I suggested this. Li Qingcheng's interest piqued. Do elaborate. Shun Manny waved her hand. Men are creatures of instinct, unable to resist innocence and equally unable to withstand allure. You can start by doing this, then that, and finally, pull the rug out from under him. Understand? Goodness gracious, what a revelation. I won't bother with the art of war without you. On a flight from Sanya to Sichuan, Yi Hang reclined in first class, checking the system and awaiting his ratings. Ding! You have completed your journey to Sanya. Icon activated. A circular globe appeared before Yi Hang, with Sanya highlighted, while all other locations remained gray. Additionally, there was an unmarked sea area and a designated island. Side Quest 1. Check into a 7-star hotel with a member of the opposite sex. System rating, A. Side Quest 2. Discover a cost-effective seafood market with local delicacies and enjoy a perfect seafood feast. System rating F. Side Quest 3. Exceed expectations at tourist spots, immerse in local customs, and find authentic bao luo noodles. System rating T. Side Quest 4. Snorkel at the designated island, a pristine and unpolluted sea area where you had a splendid time. System rating S. Side Quest 5. Shopping in the duty-free area, exceeding expectations. System rating A. In summary, the system assessed 20, 40, 60. Yihang now understood. Simply completing tasks conventionally would yield mediocre ratings. The key was to uncover unique classics, particularly hidden gems found in alleyways, which would surely garner higher ratings. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your journey to Sanya has received an S rating. Privileges retained, and the main life task is now activated. I am truly not a rich second generation. Reward: Daily Wealth Buff. Daily Wealth Buff. Wearing this title will attract wealth, ensuring daily profit. Level: LV1, 30,000. Effect: Earn 0.5 yuan per minute with a 10 chance of triggering double rewards, a 5 chance of triggering 5-fold rewards, and a 1 chance of triggering 10-fold rewards. Duration: Permanent. Note 1. This buff is currently at LV1. Each level increase provides corresponding bonus rewards. Yihang exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the pinnacle of my life? A simple math equation. 1440x 0.5 yuan. With an S rating, the host retains rewards from the journey, with 3 choices available, one of which may be selected. Choice 1. Select any one talent at random. Choice 2. 4 million live streaming platform reward coins. Choice 3. Skip levels and unlock international travel.
Yihang pondered briefly.
He quickly dismissed choice 2, for million rewards, unless one was quite foolish. As for choice 3, while international travel was appealing, there were countless beautiful sights within his homeland that he had yet to explore. He was certain he would eventually have the chance for international travel. There was no need to rush. I choose choice 1. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Master Level Standard Dance. Master Level Standard Dance. Charisma 50, 100 chance of applause, with a 1 chance of attracting admiration from the target. This was splendid. What is most essential for the wealthy? Time. Any skill, hobby, or craft cannot be bought with money. Whether it be music, chess, calligraphy, or poetry, each requires a significant investment of time to master. To achieve expertise in any field takes a minimum of 3 to 5 years, and often even longer to attain any notable success. Having many skills does not burden one. It is merely a humble expression of those who lack depth. Who does not wish to perform under the moonlight, playing the piano? Most who lack talent will never even catch a glimpse of the threshold, even if they dedicate their lives to it. Moreover, even those with talent face their own struggles and trials. Just to single out the piano, how many aspire to reach heights that remain forever out of their grasp? With the Sanya trip concluded, the marketplace opened. Yihang glanced around at the offerings, most of which were gray, requiring a minimum of tens of thousands of points to redeem. He currently possessed a mere 500 points. System: How does one upgrade the daily wealth buff? To progress from LV1 to LV2 requires an astonishing 30,000 points. Hosts earn money daily, which converts into experience. If that is the case, it would take 27 days. Section 13. Forget it. Who needs a bicycle? Name: Yihang. Gender: male. Attractiveness: 90. Height. Intelligence quotient: 90. Emotional quotient: 80. Buff: Daily Wealth Buff. Skill: Master Level Standard Dance. Assets: 5, 270, 000. The second travel task will commence in 1 month. Please enjoy the vacation following the college entrance examinations. Perfect. During this month, I must obtain my driver's license. Chapter 17. Returning to Sichuan and Chongqing. It was already 7 p.m. when Shin Yoyu called. Hey, have you made it home? Yihang casually tossed his suitcase aside, removed his shoes and socks, switched on the air conditioning, and with one hand opened a can of soda. Just arrived. He sprawled out on the couch in a starfish position, feeling the fatigue of travel. Mrs. Wang Hui and Comrade De Biao were not home. However, based on the family group chat, they were likely visiting their cousin. Have you been good? You can't flirt with other girls behind my back. At least not where I can see it. Yihang shrugged. You've already secured my priority for affection. Isn't that enough? Little fish. One should be content. A woman's intuition can be remarkably accurate, yet at times women are masters of self-deception. Ah, who wants your affection rights? Shun Yoyu's cheeks flushed. Yihang turned on the water heater to prepare for a shower. The remaining time became Shun Yoyu's monologue. Once a girl is in love, she can't stop sharing everything. Yihang responded with and ah, occasionally interjecting. The reality of contemporary young men. Sigh. Linen is so far from the magic city. 3 dark lines appeared on Yihang's forehead. Isn't it just an hour away by high-speed train? Shun Yoyu pouted. What if I miss you? Yihang grinned. Then I'll order you a custom life-size pillow on Taobao, and you can hug it while you sleep when I'm not around. Plus. He chuckled mischievously. That's enough of that. Shun Yoyu was well aware of the implications of Yihang's words. I warn you, Yihang, we can't engage in those activities before university. Yihang smirked. Just listen to what women say. If you take it seriously, you're a fool. If love isn't about the body, then why don't we just become sworn brothers? I could allow you some leeway. Yihang raised an eyebrow. Her boundaries were quite unclear. How much leeway? Shun Yoyu bit her lip, whispering like, what you boys usually. Watch. Your words are so vague. I can't comprehend. Yihang was nearly in stitches. All right, enough of that. My dad is urging me to practice calligraphy. After hanging up, Shun Yoyu sent a message with a series of URLs, alongside a VPN account and password. Here, no need to thank me.
Yihang gasped in astonishment.
This girl was quite formidable. Indeed, women are often far more cunning than one might imagine. Cough cough, I can't write that here. Yihang launched a game of PUBG, calling up Song Zihong. The duo, known as the Duo of Destruction, began their rampage. They dropped into the training base, infamously dubbed Isolation City. Armed with an S686 and wearing a level 2 helmet, Yihang was met with a cacophony of gunfire. Brother Yi, be stealthy. In such places, one must never cower. Hesitation leads to demise. One must act boldly. With a crowd of equal opportunity trolls, there was nothing to fear. Bang! Bang! Player Yihang, the dashing warrior, wielded the S686 and secured his first blood. With a flourish, he left without a trace. Wow, Brother Yi, you're amazing. The remaining time was a one-sided massacre. With Song Zihong providing cover, Yihang pressed in, eliminating foes with unrelenting ferocity. Ultimately, they achieved a flawless victory. Upon hearing the sound of keys in the door, Yihang instinctively shut off his phone. It was a reflex he hadn't yet shaken off since the end of the college entrance exams. Upon entering, Mrs. Wang Hui beamed with surprise. You're back? I thought you were staying longer in Sanya, you little sunbather. You're so tanned. Such is Yihang's mother, a seasoned veteran in the art of teasing her son. Hey, your kid is back. Following behind was not only Yihang's father but also a distant relative, his cousin. Yihang was not particularly fond of this cousin. She was heavily made up, loved to show off, held disdain for the less fortunate, and was forever gossiping. Her presence suffused with the scent of cheap perfume. She would boast about her own son, making her company unbearable. Oh, Yihang is back. Your mother just said you went on a trip to Sanya. I thought this child is doing well. Did you bring anything for your cousin? The stench of entitlement was palpable. She immediately demanded a gift.
Yihang grimaced.
Yidabiao shot Yihang a look, encouraging him to ignore her. Hey, have you eaten? Your dad made some delicious dishes.
Eve eaten.
Yihang opened his suitcase. Mom and Dad, I brought you some gifts from Sanya. Hearing about the gifts, Mrs. Wang Hui's face lit up, her chatter only masking her delight. The cousins settled onto the couch, watching Yihang unpack several Givenchy and LV bags. It was clear they were not of cheap quality. Her expression was one of glee at the prospect of a bargain. Dad, I brought you 3 pounds of premium Taiping Monkey King tea. Yidabiao was a connoisseur of tea, well-versed in various brews. Yet his favorite remained Taiping Monkey King. However, he had only sampled the 7th-grade variety. This was the finest of the fine, akin to the first rain of the season before Qingming, Produced only 300 pounds annually under the best conditions. Also, your thermos needs replacing. He produced a brand new Givenchy thermos. Both the tea and the thermos had been purchased at the airport. Yi Dabiao embraced the Taiping Monkey King with affection. Your dad can enjoy 30 yuan tea, but this is quite extravagant. Meanwhile, the cousin was evidently unaware of the tea's value. Old Yi, it's just a pound of tea. Why are you so excited? Like a child? Yi Dabiao shot her a glance. You don't understand, do you? This is the premium Taiping Monkey King. 60 yuan per gram. As she began to respond, her words faltered, her expression growing awkward. 60 yuan per gram translates to 3,000 yuan per tael, equating to 30,000 yuan per pound. The 3 pounds of this national standard Taiping Monkey King amounted to a staggering 90,000 yuan. In front of outsiders, Mrs. Wang Hui always maintained clarity. Though she often teased Yi Hang in the family group chat, she would never undermine his filial piety. She was always effusive in her praise. Mom, this is for you. Mrs. Wang Hui was overjoyed, examining the rectangular box in her hands. A golden phoenix adorned the box, inscribed with 3 large characters. Chow Tai Fuk. What is this? Open it. Inside was a bracelet and necklace, both crafted from gold and shining brilliantly, lighting up half the room. Oh my goodness. A 40-gram gold bracelet. While at the Sanya airport, Yi Hang pondered long and hard about what his mother would appreciate, concluding that what middle-aged women can never resist is gold. A woman's fondness for jewelry is timeless. The cousin was momentarily stunned, quietly pulling out her phone to check the current gold price. 500 yuan per gram. Wow, a bracelet worth 20,000. Chapter 18. The Ancient Method of Summoning the Golden Phoenix Pendant. My dear son, Mother truly has not suffered in vain for you. Yi Hang twitched his facial muscles. If you do not deceive me, I shall be eternally grateful. A bracelet, a phoenix pendant over 50,000, and an additional 500,000 for the elders. That is Yi Hang's plan. Yi Hang, look. The gift from Auntie. With a single gesture, she presented a 9,000 yuan Taiping Ho Kue tea and 5,000 in gold jewelry. As Auntie, it should not be a problem to gift something worth 10,000, right? Yi Hang was taken aback. Can one truly be this shameless? I heard from your mother that you have been accepted into Mo Kai, and your cousin's company is now on the right track. Once you graduate, they will directly arrange a good job for you. Auntie Zhou Qin coaxed gently. Indeed, she too runs a company, but Yi Hang knew the real story all too well. His cousin, a junior college graduate, had their family exhaust their savings to send him to study abroad in the United States, where he attended a mediocre university. Listening to it, one might think it was a university specializing in toothpaste research. There really is a Colgate University. Upon returning, he became arrogant, renting an office and boasting of engaging in international trade. In reality, he taught people how to sell on Amazon, euphemistically termed cross-border e-commerce but less kindly described as a pyramid scheme. He would profit from each person he ensnared, indifferent to whether they made money. Refunds were out of the question. They would never happen in this lifetime. As Auntie spoke with increasing excitement, your cousin has a girlfriend, extraordinarily beautiful, from the Magic City, with 3 houses in Minhang, a Fudan graduate purportedly working in private equity, though I don't quite understand what that means. Regardless, I am here to inform you that they are getting engaged. Really? Congratulations. I had sensed that Zhao Lu was extraordinary from the beginning. Mrs. Wang Hui discreetly nudged Yi Hang. Zhao Lu is Yi Hang's cousin, and as for Auntie's mention of private equity, it refers to a type of investment scam. There are far too many such frauds in the Lujiazui Financial Center. 9 out of 10 are swindlers, with the last being a cleaner. Yi Hang, if you can pursue further studies, do so. After all, your cousin has studied abroad and now earns about 10,000 a month. Oh, I hesitate to mention it, but that is merely pocket money. Listen to that nauseating sense of superiority, that artful combination of elevation and belittlement. If Auntie knew that Yi Hang, even as a mere slacker, earns 20,000 a month and has over 5 million in his account, one could only wonder what her expression would be. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Triggered the side quest. I am truly not a rich second generation. The boastful Auntie, attracted by your opulence, is driven by her greedy nature to seek some benefit. Quest requirement. Present her with a plastic bag. Auntie, how could I forget to bring you a gift? Yi Hang pulled out a plastic bag from a hypermarket. Auntie rubbed her hands together, thinking this trip was not in vain. However, seeing the plastic bag left her momentarily dumbfounded. Yi Hang. This. Yi Hang activated his wit. Auntie, do not underestimate this plastic bag. It has been blessed by the abbot of Nanshan Temple. Yi Daipyo, who was sipping tea, spat it out. Cough, cough. It's fine, continue. I shall retire to my room. Auntie Zhou Qin looked at the plastic bag with suspicion. Really? Yi Hang slapped his thigh. How could I deceive you? Do you remember that bodhisattva in Sanya? He gestured, indicating its height and length, nearly causing Mrs. Wang Hui to burst into laughter. I remember. Many people visit to pay their respects every year. Auntie has long wanted to go. Yes. This plastic bag is extraordinary. I waited in line for a day and night for the abbot's blessing. It wards off misfortune, brings good fortune, and is very effective. Yi Hang spoke with conviction. In a sacred Buddhist place, even a fart is fragrant, wouldn't you agree, Auntie? Absolutely. There was nothing wrong with that statement. Looking at the hypermarket plastic bag, Auntie suddenly became devout. Moreover, the abbot mentioned that this bag has protective qualities. Despite sensing something amiss, Auntie still accepted it. Wonderful. I shall enshrine it at home. I won't disturb you further. I shall take my leave now. Yi Hang covered his face, laughing heartily. Deceit never goes unrewarded. Auntie has always sought to benefit without giving anything in return, while others are always better off. After Auntie departed, Mrs. Wang Hui clutched her stomach. You rascal. You are truly wicked. Haha. Yi Hang shrugged. Who told her to always act disdainful towards the less fortunate? When my father's career was struggling, Auntie did not hold back on her mockery. However, in the past 2 years, Yi Daipyo has become a hands-off manager, leaving the family's long-distance bus business to a few uncles to manage, allowing for a more leisurely lifestyle. In the Magic City, Songjiang University Town, in the elegant district of Shuxiang, since parting ways with Yi Hang, Li Qingcheng felt a profound sense of ennui. She booked a return flight to Shanghai, arriving home after 9 in the evening. Just as she arrived, Shun Manny's WeChat pinged. Did you message him? A weary Li Qingcheng unfastened her waist-length dress and collapsed onto the sofa. She kicked off her high heels, her fair calves resting on the sofa as she replied to Shun Manny's message. Li Qingcheng. Yes, sent it, but it fell into the abyss. Shun Manny. TCH. This guy knows how to play hard to get. When I was out in the dating scene, he was still in diapers. Li Qingcheng. Could it be that I am not his type? Meanwhile, Shin Manny, brushing her teeth, exclaimed, Oh no, this is a downward spiral for my friend. The enemy is in plain sight, while I remain hidden. Not good. Shin Manny kept the electric toothbrush in her mouth while typing. What did you send? Screenshot it for me. Li Qingcheng sent a screenshot. Image. JPG. Upon seeing the content, Shin Manny spat her toothpaste out. My dear ancestor. Have you lost your mind? Li Qingcheng? Shin Manny. Look at what you sent. What does please immediately begin to toy with my emotions mean? Li Qingcheng. Didn't you tell me to be a little flirtatious? Shin Manny. You make a valid point. I am left speechless.
Li Qingcheng,
With one hand fixing her hair and the other typing, asked, How should I phrase it then? Seeing Li Qingcheng's response, Shin Manny was even more convinced that she had never been in a relationship. Who starts off with such inquiries? It would only scare the person away. Of course, it was possible that Yi Hang saw it and deliberately chose not to respond, perhaps fishing for a reaction. No, my best friend cannot fall prey to him. Shin Manny. Screenshot his moments for me to see. Li Qingcheng opened Yi Hang's moments, which were only visible for 3 days. Chapter 19. Shin Manny activated her mind, swiftly wiping the toothpaste foam from her mouth, sketching a character map in her notebook. Each annotation was inscribed beneath Yi Hang's illustrious name. TSK. You truly are a miniature expert in romance. Sisters, remember our guiding principle. Do not initiate, do not reject, do not take responsibility. On the other side, Li Qingcheng delicately applied lamer essence to the corners of her eyes. Although she was 28, she bore no signs of age, maintaining a complexion akin to an 18-year-old maiden. Li Qingqing remarked, "I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate?" Shen Mani decided to send a voice message while pacing around her home. When dealing with such young men, one must not be overly enthusiastic. We must entice him into our pond, thereby seizing the initiative. With the initiative in our hands, we can turn the tables, ensnaring him in your allure, rendering him utterly helpless. At that point, whether to pursue or withdraw will be entirely at your discretion. How astute that sounds, she mused, smiling. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes. Shen Mani remained the same as during their school days, excelling in theory but floundering in practice. It was Li Qingqing who managed the risk control for several $100 billion mergers at Goldman Sachs. Li Qingqing pondered, "Why does this feel akin to an online romance?" Shen Mani clicked her tongue, adopting a seasoned demeanor. Once is an encounter, twice is familiarity. Isn't that the essence of online dating? I never imagined I would one day serve as your mentor. Li Qingqing teased her. Away with you. Next month, at the Shanghai Financial Summit, I have recommended your name. With Art Capital, CICC Media, and the Titans of Guitu in attendance, do not claim I haven't provided you with resources. After all, you are my student, Li Qingqing. Instantly, Shen Mani's eyes sparkled. She had long coveted this opportunity. The financial industry thrives on information asymmetry. This Shanghai Summit will discuss the A-share market trends, a wealth of information indeed. Shen Mani's resume at Goldman Sachs was insufficient unless someone made a recommendation. As the youngest professor at the Shanghai Financial Institute, Li Qingqing's endorsement carried significant weight. "Ah, the care of Professor Li warms my heart. Love you to bits," she exclaimed playfully. The conversation soon circled back to Yi Hang. Li Qingqing sighed. "So, I should extract some information first, at least know where he lives, how many family members he has, and where he studies." Shen Mani added, "Bingo! Then we can tailor our approach, slicing through resistance like a hot knife through butter." Li Qingqing suddenly questioned, "What if he remains indifferent towards me?" Shen Mani replied helplessly, "Then it falls to you, dear Professor Li, to play the role of the devoted admirer." Li Qingqing mused, "That wouldn't be entirely out of the question." Shen Mani sprawled across the bed. "I am quite curious about what he looks like. What could possibly captivate you, a stunning beauty, to the point of distraction?" The two women burst into laughter. "It almost feels like we are deceiving an innocent young man. Alas, should he encounter us, it would indeed be his misfortune. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing." Shen Mani's laughter was boisterous, hinting at some strategic romance. But she quickly corrected herself. "No, it's more like the strategies of a mistress." Li Qingqing smiled, a charming curve gracing her lips. "Tell me, if we were to have children in the future, would they resemble me or him?" Cough, cough. "My goodness, we haven't even begun, and we're already discussing children?" Surely Yi Hang, sleeping miles away, would never suspect that someone is already planning their future offspring. Shen Mani nearly choked. Let us instead contemplate whose inheritance they might inherit. Li Qingqing reflected, "He is rather wealthy. I noted he purchased an Audemars Piguet." Shen Mani was taken aback. "It wouldn't be the Royal Oak, would it?" Li Qingqing flashed a seductive smile, adopting a girlish demeanor. "He, of course." Shen Mani sighed. "If I may say, experience is invaluable. Isn't your timepiece a matching brigade?" Poor child, unaware of where his lover is, yet already sporting the same watch. "Enough of this, I must accompany the Asia-Pacific CEO for evaluation tomorrow. You two should continue your conversation. Off you go. Off you go." Concluding their chat, Li Qingqing opened her WeChat conversation with Yi Hang, contemplated briefly, and typed, "My lord, what positions do you favor?" "Soon," Yi Hang replied with 2 words, "Foolish idiot." Good heavens, such a vigorous exchange, and judging by the result, it was a resounding 0-5. All rise. Yi Hang, riding his small electric scooter, arrived punctually at the driving practice venue, with Shun Youyu seated behind him. With a graceful flourish, he displayed his skills before Song Zihong. "What? This is what you call back-to-back? Impressive. Yi Go, share some of your techniques for charming the ladies." Song Zihong, sitting on the electric scooter, wore an envious expression. After enduring the morning kanji and late-night drinks, This unexpected display of affection was enough to make him feel overwhelmed. I think I'll share with you a few techniques for the oblivious. Yi Hang dismounted, smiling. Have you gotten the hang of it? Shen Youyu greeted Song Zihong, both being classmates, thus avoiding any unnecessary formality. Not yet. Yi Hang had not been idle at home these past few days. He registered for driving school alongside Shen Youyu. They had passed the first theory test and were now waiting to practice the second. Yi Hang was already envisioning whether to ascend to the pinnacle of life with a Ferrari or a Porsche once he obtained his license. Old song. Let me ask you, which would you choose, Ferrari or Porsche? What? Song Zihong bought 3 bottles of water from a nearby shop and handed them to Yi Hang and Shen Youyu. Only children make choices. Adults take them all. Forget it, asking him is futile. However, Yi Hang had already settled on a vehicle in his mind, the newly released Ferrari Roma, a 2-door, 2-seater. The Ferrari 3S dealership in Chuanyu was conveniently located at the Crystal Lake Pavilion in the new district, a mere 20-minute ride on the electric scooter. As for the likes of Porsche, they were not under consideration. When it comes to sports cars, it must be the Stallion. Practicing driving for 3 hours that afternoon, Yi Hang was the quickest learner. Shen Youyu struggled initially with the clutch. Reversing into a parking space and parallel parking were her Achilles heels. A gentle tap on the brakes. A slow release of the clutch. Bang! Yi Hang and Song Zihong shielded their eyes. The collision was both expected and surprising. Expected, as Shen Youyu had successfully steered the car outside the white lines. Surprising, because she had crashed into no one other than the instructor. Fortunately, under Yi Hang and Song Zihong's guidance, Shen Youyu eventually mastered her skills. I'm so sorry, Yi Hang. I'm such a klutz. Shen Youyu said pitifully. Yi Hang ruffled her hair, smiling. Who hasn't had their first time? Indeed. Hey, Song Zihong, if you're laughing. Your share of dinner is off the table tonight. Amidst laughter, the day's driving practice concluded. Time for seafood barbecue. The 3 of them, on 2 electric scooters, cast long shadows against the backdrop of the summer breeze and setting sun. Chapter 20. Zhongbei, Guanyingqiu, barbecue factory in the midsummer of Sichuan and Chongqing. The air is thick with the aroma of barbecued oysters along the bustling barbecue street. Cheers, cheers, cheers. May our university life be smooth sailing. And for those yet to find love, may you soon discover it. And for those in love, may it last long. The subsequent arrivals, Zhou Haoyan, Guan Hong, Yi Hang, and Song Zihong, form a tight-knit group from high school. The 4 raise their glasses, clinking them together, while Yi Hang downs half a mug of beer in one go. Beside him, Shen Youyu nestles her arm into his, skewering meat with one hand while the other indulges in delicious bites, her lips glistening with spicy oil. With her stunningly beautiful face, she captures the attention of even the older gentleman at the adjacent table. Dear, could you help me with my hair? It's gotten messy. Shen Youyu requests, swinging her head. With a mouthful of grilled squid, Yi Hang uses both hands to help her tidy her hair. Nearby, Song Zihong, Zhou Haoyan, and Guan Hong set down their drinks. Hey. At least be a bit discreet, you two. Us 3 single dogs haven't even had a bite. But we've had our fill of dog food, Guan Hong chides, glancing at Song Zihong. Are you in a relationship? Song Zihong chuckles. Not at the moment. Guan Hong rests his hands behind his head, wearing a contented expression. Who in their right mind would be in a relationship? Exactly. The 3 chime in unison. Pathetic. Yi Hang ties back his hair and finishes his beer, remarking, sour, still sour. Shen Youyu playfully pecks Yi Hang on the cheek. Thank you, darling. Goodness. You two are like a pair of lovebirds. However, it's no surprise that Shen Youyu's ultimate destination is Yi Hang. They were inseparable in high school, typical of a situation where one party harbors feelings while the other is oblivious, engrossed in gaming. Suddenly, Song Zihong smirks mischievously. Goddess Shen, honestly, did you know? The love letter I placed in Old Ye's hands was meant for the girl in the adjacent class? Yi Hang pauses, realizing that if Shen Youyu knew, it might mean she had liked him all along. Shen Youyu, unashamed, beams with handwriting that ugly. It could only be you, Song Zihong. How could it possibly be Yi Hang? Realizing Yi Hang is listening, her face flushes crimson. Haha, this girl is too adorable. So, Shen Youyu, It turns out you're the one with ulterior motives. Shin Yoyu pouts. Humph, it's not my fault you're like a wooden block. Oblivious despite me bringing you breakfast every day. You drive me insane. Laughter erupts among the group. Guan Hong quips. Haha. Old Yi, you're killing me. Zhou Haoyan adds. Indeed. All love is premeditated. Song Zihong raises his glass. Let us toast to our goddess Shun for winning over Yi Hang. After downing 2 mugs of beer, Yi Hang's alcohol tolerance remains strong, while Song Zihong, blushing profusely, can barely hold himself together. Just thinking about Lu Nan's situation makes me laugh heartily. Indeed, love can fade. Can't it? Laughter fills the air, with Guan Hong wiping away tears while recalling Lu Nan's embarrassment. Zhou Haoyan can't help but spit out the beer he just drank, chuckling. But seriously, old Yi, how was the buffet at Atlantis? Yi Hang takes a bite of beef tendons, mimicking Lu Nan's tone, and declares, ahem. The buffet at Atlantis is truly subpar. Hilton suits my palate far better. The laughter continues, with Shun Yoyu leaning against Yi Hang's shoulder, chatting with her friends. As they finish their skewers, Yi Hang calls out, Boss, bring us 3 pounds of crayfish, spicy and numbing, and a case of Ascension. The busy owner, sweating profusely, responds, coming right up. After several rounds of drinks, Song Zihong can no longer manage, inserting a disposable chopstick into his glass and attaching a piece of paper to it. I surrender. I can't take it anymore. Guan Hong and Zhou Haoyan tease him. Hey, old Song, what happened to that bravado? Yi Hang ignores their antics and stands up to settle the bill. Boss, I'd like to pay. The flustered owner emerges from behind the barbecue grill. That LLB 268. Let S make it 260. Alright. Yi Hang transfers the amount and receives a notification. Ding. Triggered daily earnings buff effect. 10x critical rebate. This barbecue expenditure rebate. 2,680. Awaiting offshore funds to be transferred. The rebate amount, tenfold, feels exhilarating. Just as he prepares to leave, someone calls out to Yi Hang. Yi Hang? It is none other than his cousin Zhao Lu. Sporting an oily hairstyle, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, resembling a pyramid scheme promoter. Beside him stands a cold-faced, internet-famous beauty. Instantly, the hidden information pops up. This is a side reward Yi Hang received last time. Name, Zhang Manqi. Gender, female. Height, age, 24. Attractiveness, 92. Relationship status, single, pretend. Occupation, unemployed. Personality, materialistic, superficial, cunning. Note, this vehicle is approximately 24 years old. 1. 72 meters long, in excellent condition, consumes a lot of oil, occasionally has cylinder issues. Not suitable for novices. Only experienced drivers should apply. Wow. This system is utterly shameless. Oh, cousin, just got off work? Yi Hang feels no affinity for this cousin. After meeting with some old leaders from Yuzhong, they insisted I join them at the Crystal Resort for a foot massage. If it weren't for the potential business opportunities, I wouldn't bother with such gatherings. Your aunt is not keen on it. Yi Hang maintains a neutral expression. Haha. Zhang Manqi's gaze lingers on Yi Hang, instantly drawn to the exquisite Audemars Piguet royal oak he wears. She instinctively pulls her hand away from Zhao Lu, flashing a charming smile. Chapter 21. As Yi Hang scoffed internally, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Life is but a journey. Travel thousands of miles and meet countless people. Triggered side quest. I am not a rich second generation. Cousin Zhao Lu is eager to seek validation in your presence, stemming from his barren inner self, while his girlfriend Zhang Manqi seems quite intrigued by you. Quest requirement. Expose Zhang Manqi's true nature. Current quest progress, 1. Quest reward. Confidential. This will impact the next travel mission. Yi Hang's interest was piqued. How intriguing, indeed. The system had placed quotation marks around girlfriend, which was rather amusing. Zhao Lu, with the air of a seasoned success, clapped a hand on Yi Hang's shoulder. Yi Hang, I hear you've been admitted to Modu Finance. Keep pushing forward. Though it's a mediocre university, it's still worth a glance. How about joining my company after graduation? One would think that boasting about a prestigious university like 985 or 211 would carry weight. Yet it sounded trivial when uttered from his lips. What's wrong? After a few years of eating potatoes, have you forgotten they are called tubers? The overwhelming arrogance radiating from him was baffling. Before Yi Hang could retort, Zhang Manqi raised an eyebrow. You got into motive finance? That makes me your senior, doesn't it? I attend the school next door. Yi Hang recalled that motive finance was located in Songjiang University Town, surrounded by several other institutions. Judging by Zhang Manqi's tall stature, she was likely from either the Shanghai Theater Academy or Modu Arts. However, he remembered his aunt mentioning that Zhao Li's girlfriend was involved in private equity. Could it be that an actress comprehended concepts such as sunk costs, bridge financing, and leverage? The only plausible explanation was that Zhang Manqi was deceiving him. At that moment, Yi Hang noticed the side quest progress jump from 1 to 5. Poor Zhao Lu, oblivious to such subtleties. Zhao Lu forced a chuckle. No need to seek connections through alumni. Zhang Manqi, with a frosty demeanor, showed no regard for Zhao Lu. Founded in 1917, Modu Finance is the first institution in the country to introduce an MBA program. Among national universities, it stands as the only financial institution that even wealth cannot penetrate. Once admitted, regardless of one's innate talent, one can enter the Lujiazui Financial Center with the recommendation of a mentor. With diligent preparation for graduate studies, Wall Street will extend an olive branch. Pursuing a master's and doctoral degree consecutively will grant you an opportunity to secure a professorship. So, this is what you consider a mediocre university? Zhao Li's complexion darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, he couldn't express his ire, lest his facade as a good man shatter. Yi Hang truly yearned to applaud this woman. How remarkable! She overshadowed Zhao Lu in every conceivable aspect. What could Zhang Manqi possibly see in Zhao Lu? His lack of hygiene? His age? Yi Hang chuckled. Sister-in-law, you are quite adept. We must seize an opportunity to spar intellectually. This insufferable double entendre. One must acknowledge that Zhang Manqi's beauty was rated at a solid 92. Presently, aside from the slightly eccentrically Qingqing at 97 and Shin Youyu at 96, she stood tall at 92. However, Shin Youyu was still young, and with a 96 rating, her beauty could only ascend. Zhao Lu, attempting to regain composure, stubbornly persisted in confronting Yi Hang. Heh! Academic credentials are merely stepping stones. Having a good girlfriend is the true wealth of life. Your sister-in-law is highly educated, attractive, and comes from a good family. I guess I'm just lucky. Realizing he couldn't overshadow Yi Hang with academic achievements, he shifted to the topic of relationships. Yet, Yi Hang distinctly sensed a flicker of disdain in Zhang Manqi's gaze. This was not the expression of someone on the verge of engagement. Zhang Manqi undoubtedly harbored secrets, significant ones. Darling, we must take our leave. Song Zihong and the others are waiting for you. Shun Youyu chimed, skipping over, her arm affectionately draped around Yi Hang's waist. Dressed in a floral chiffon fairy gown, she exuded a captivating aura, both ethereal and alluring. Coupled with her height of 1.72 meters, she possessed both beauty and grace. Oh, that enchanting presence. It completely eclipsed Zhang Manqi. Zhao Lu was momentarily taken aback. Who is this? Ah, I forgot to introduce her. This is my girlfriend, Shen Youyu, Yi Hang stated. This is my cousin, Zhao Lu. Shen Youyu gracefully responded. Oh, so you are the cousin. Nice to meet you. To Yi Hang's surprise, Zhang Manqi cast a hostile glare at Shen Youyu, her eyes darting between the two, creating a painfully awkward atmosphere. Haha, nice to meet you. Zhao Lu stammered. All right, you two go ahead. I'll have a bite with your sister-in-law. Before he could finish, Zhang Manqi took the lead and left hastily. A flustered Zhao Lu, unable to maintain his facade, hurried after her. Yi Hang found it increasingly dull and took Shin Youyu's hand as they departed. As they rode on his electric scooter, Shin Youyu nestled closer, whispering, Darling, she seems to have an interest in you. Goodness, a woman's intuition rivals that of a hound. This was a dangerous predicament. Yi Hang scratched his nose. You picked up on that? You truly are clever. Shun Youyu rested her head against his back. My instincts tell me she likely does not harbor feelings for your cousin. This was too unsettling. Earlier, the feedback from his contact lenses indicated that Zhang Manqi's favorability towards him was at 80. For a stranger, such an affinity was utterly improbable. Keep in mind that the score for love at first sight is merely 90. Shun Youyu frowned, tightening her grip around Yihang's waist. Humph. No one can take you away from me. The electric scooter sped along, leaving a trail of sparks. Upon arrival, Yihang cheerfully announced, "Welcome to DD Ride Service. This journey was brought to you by Captain Yi. Please rate your experience. If satisfied, please give 100 points. If not, feel free to deduct your eyeballs." Shin Yoyu dismounted reluctantly. Yihang retrieved a Van Cleef Arpels necklace from the scooter's trunk. "Here, a gift for you." No girl could resist a present. Shin Yoyu's eyes lit up with surprise. Yet, in the next breath, she began to chastise Yihang. "You're wasting money again." Yihang playfully flicked her delicate nose. "It's a high-quality imitation I bought online, so don't overthink it." "I can't believe you fell for that. Imitation Van Cleef Arpels? When did counterfeit merchants become so extravagant?" Upon hearing Yihang spent no money, Shin Yoyu brightened. "Thank you, darling. Well, I must be going now." Yihang, with a mischievous grin, pulled Shin Yoyu back. "Do you need a reminder?" "A reminder? For what?" "For the cupping therapy." Shin Yoyu bit her lip, her cheeks turning crimson as she glanced around. Though no one was present, one could never be too cautious. What if someone familiar passed by and informed her parents? Forget it, they will eventually find out about us. Swiftly, she planted a kiss on Yihang's cheek. "I'm heading home now." Alas, this moment was witnessed by Shin Yoyu's father, who observed everything. Chapter 22. Shin Yoyu returns home upon arriving home. Shin Yoyu tidied herself up at the door and carefully stored the gift from Yihang. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," she announced as she entered. Her father, Shin Guoyang, donned his glasses and held a brush, indulging in calligraphy on the balcony. In the living room, he had inscribed 4 grand characters, zhing shi huai. Such is the demeanor of literary men. They produce both charming verses and despicable characters. Often, the meaning of their writings eludes them, yet they consistently create an air of sophistication, deceiving the uninitiated. However, Shin Guoyang indeed possessed some talent. Feeling a bit apprehensive, Shin Yoyu tiptoed towards her room. "I'm going to sleep now," she declared. "Stop right there." A jolt of alarm shot through her as she turned to face her father, offering a sheepish grin. "Dad." Shin Guoyang set down his brush and sat beside her mother, Hui Wan. "Sit down." His tone was stern, prompting Hui Wan to shoot a warning glance at Shin Guoyang. Shin Yoyu pouted defiantly, embodying the spirit of a pig unbothered by boiling water. Shin Guoyang gestured towards the framed characters. "Do you know what this means?" "No," she replied nonchalantly. "You are a student of the Chinese department at Linen University. How can you not know this?" Shin Guoyang felt a pang of frustration, akin to a farmer witnessing his prized cabbage being trampled by a pig. Hui Wan stepped in to ease the tension. "Well, your daughter is about to enter university. It is indeed a time for romance. Besides, I found that boy quite appealing. What was his name again?" Shin Yoyu realized with dismay that her parents had seen her share a moment with Yihang. "It's Yihang," she exclaimed. "Yi Gang," Shin Guoyang retorted, annoyed. "Dad." Shin Yoyu stomped her foot. Hui Wan chuckled, shoving a peeled pomelo segment into Shin Guoyang's mouth. "Just eat your fruit. It won't silence your complaints. You don't know. This kid wrote love letters to Yoyu in high school. We caught him red-handed at a parent-teacher meeting." Hui Wan, a middle school Chinese teacher, added, "How were his writings?" "Take a look. In a family of scholars, their concerns were rather peculiar. His handwriting is decent." Shin Yoyu defended Yihang. "But you've been blocking him for an entire semester." Shin Guoyang sighed, resigned to the fact that his daughter would eventually belong to another family. "Well, I'm not against your dating, at least it proves my daughter's orientation is normal, unlike your aunt, who remains single at her age." Lin Mu? Utterly bewildered, Shin Guoyang removed his glasses. "As for that boy, he remains to be observed." Shin Yoyu's eyes sparkled. "Oh yeah, but I want to add him on WeChat." Question: what will happen next? Answer: fill in the blank. Back at home, Yihang stared at his system with a serious expression. Task requirement: expose Zhang Manxi's true nature. Current task progress: 10. Could this possibly affect the upcoming travel task? Unacceptable. How to expose her? Should he emulate Shin Yoyu's father and draft a scathing manifesto for the world to see, creating a sensational topic on Weibo? Headaches ensued. Ding. WeChat chimed. Li Qingcheng. The other party has tapped you. Yi Hang's breath caught. The troublemaker was back. Ever since they exchanged WeChat IDs, this woman had been sending flirtatious messages at intervals, leaving him utterly perplexed. He understood her intentions, but Yi Hang had little interest in online romances. It felt akin to nurturing a digital pet. Yi Hang, what's up? Li Qingcheng, help me choose a picture. Li Qingcheng, image. JPG. Li Qingcheng, image. JPG. Li Qingcheng, image. JPG. Li Qingcheng. Which one looks better? Yi Hang's interest peaked. Were these images from a mature woman? They evoked the essence of a sophisticated stepmother. One depicted a corporate professional, another a warlord's wife. Yet, did she have to disturb his peace at this hour? Yi Hang, adults don't do multiple choice questions. Li Qingcheng, want to see more? Please check out my moments. Let your mood flourish. Yi Hang was baffled. However, her moments bore little resemblance to her persona, yielding no useful insights. Her posts consisted entirely of first-hand information from the financial sector, be it finance blogs or business magazines. Wait! He discovered several photos hidden away, and they were incredibly stunning. Had they been locked away previously? Section 18. Lin Che stared at the chat box, which indicated the other party was typing. Li Qingcheng, don't worry, only you can see this. Yi Hang, you seem like a lewd person. Do you believe I would report you? A swift response from the goose factory would ensue. Moments later, a message arrived. Li Qingcheng, you're so bad. I like it. Yi Hang found her incessant banter exhausting. Yi Hang, going to sleep. My life is at stake. Li Qingcheng, wait, one last question. Yi Hang, I can answer normal questions. Li Qingcheng, which university are you from? Yi Hang, Modu Finance. At that moment, Shin Yoyu sent a message. Shin Yoyu, darling, I need to tell you something, but don't get too excited. Yi Hang, what is it? Shin Yoyu, my dad wants to add you on WeChat. Yi Hang was taken aback. On the other side of Modu, Li Qingcheng was ecstatic. She sent a voice message to Shin Manny. Li Qingcheng exclaimed, major breakthrough. Major breakthrough. While working on her PPT, Shin Manny asked, please, sister, don't scare me. What's going on? Did Yi Hang agree to be your sugar baby? Listen, is this even human language? Li Qingcheng took a moment to calm down. 1. We chatted a lot earlier, and 2. He from Modu Finance. Shin Manny looked bewildered. Modu Finance? Which Modu Finance are you talking about? Li Qingcheng replied, what other Modu Finance could it be? Our school. Shin Manny gasped. No way. Yi Hang is too unfortunate. Li Qingcheng countered. What are you saying? This is simply fantastic. Oh my, I'm so excited. I can't help but drool. Shin Manny. Got it, got it. You're craving that Shensi. Li Qingcheng, covering her slightly flushed face, said, I believe we can commence phase 2, and I'm certain he's a freshman at Modu Finance. Shin Manny, but that doesn't guarantee he's in your field. What if he chose public economics? Li Qingcheng, a dual major in international finance and business management, was well-versed in Modu's key subjects. Li Qingcheng grinned mischievously. Then, I can manipulate things as I please. Cross-disciplinary lectures were not uncommon. Besides, professors at prestigious universities had some understanding of other subjects. Of course, apart from core courses like advanced mathematics, probability and statistics, and linear algebra, Li Qingcheng found herself at a loss. Chapter 23. This brought to mind for Shin Manny the fear she felt during her university years, dominated by Li Qingcheng. While others boldly skipped classes without a second thought, Shin Manny found herself in a different predicament. She could never truly escape the consequences. Nevertheless, this experience allowed her to graduate from the School of Magic Finance and directly enter Goldman Sachs. Shin Manny, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for that junior. Li Qingcheng smiled. That won't be an issue. It doesn't matter if he skips my class. I like him regardless. Humph. Double standards. Shin Manny glanced at their chat history, feeling a deep sense of disdain for certain wealthy women of a certain age, who were not only desperate but also shameless, unashamedly engaging in flirtation. Unable to resist, she quipped, look at these outrageous words. If you say you've never sought out a companion, I wouldn't believe you. Li Qingcheng frowned. Not having experienced love or having a man in her life did not grant her the liberty to act as she pleased. A professor in public, yet retaining her allure in private. This was the essence of Li Qingqing's life. After all, Yi Hang wouldn't he appreciate her idleness, would he? Li Qingqing. You mischievous girl. If you keep talking nonsense, I will revoke your qualifications for the summit. Shen Mani stood up and saluted, stubbornly declaring, if I can't win, I'll resort to threats. Are you bullying me? Having just come down from the national team? Li Qingqing chuckled. Quickly, offer some suggestions. What should we do next? The next step? From the nuances of their conversation, Shen Mani sensed that Yi Hang seemed disinterested. How could a goddess like Li Qingqing fail to captivate him? That shouldn't be the case. Shen Mani bit her finger, a subconscious habit of hers. Aha! Wait a moment. I'll recommend a few books for you. Before Li Qingqing could respond, Shen Mani hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, a list of books arrived on WeChat. Shen Mani. Don't be too bad. CEO submit. Beautiful young men. Let go. Love rival. The second marriage of a young Miss One pregnancy. 6 treasures. The scoundrel's change of heart. My years as a mistress. Shen Mani. Remember to check out Xlu. They have plenty in stock, and the authors are all quite eloquent. I absolutely adore that place. Sis, you're a bit off. 2 hours later, Li Qingqing, sporting panda eyes, was engrossed in reading. She messaged Shen Mani, send me a few more titles. It was a month later when she finally received her driver's license. As for the task of exposing the deceitful woman, it remained a dismal 10 complete. Yi Hang and Song Zihong were waiting for Shun Youyu in the examination hall for Subject 4. The two engaged in a round of King of Glory. Yi Hang's Kai was making the opposing team weep and wail, dispatching one fragile foe with every 3 strikes. Wherever there was a team fight, there was the shadow of a father. From start to finish, 30 minutes 50-star matches had never felt so juvenile. Just as they finished, Shin Youyu emerged, dejected. Yi Hang was taken aback. No way. You passed Subject 3 but failed Subject 4? Who do we complain to about this? In the next moment, Shin Youyu pulled out her driver's license, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. With a spring in her step, she exclaimed, I got my license. Shin Youyu dashed straight into Yi Hang's arms. Congratulations, Shin Campus Flower. Song Zihong stretched lazily, glanced at his watch, and said, Old Yi, where are you guys heading? I might not be able to join. We have a family gathering tonight, and I need to head back early, or my mom will kill me. Yi Hang waved him off. Let us go. I'm taking Xiao Yuyu to a hotel. Song Zihong shot Yi Hang a knowing look, then sped off on his electric scooter. What a dream. Shin Youyu was wearing a mature long-sleeve V-neck shirt dress today. Yet, this did nothing to conceal her stunning figure. She was certainly a leg goddess. That infuriating freshness made Yi Hang's fingers itch. The bond between Yi Hang and Xiao Yuyu rapidly intensified, with their intimacy score soaring from an initial 92 to a remarkable 97. Their next destination, Wanxiang East Road, Crystal Lee Pavilion, Ferrari 3S store. On the way, they hailed a taxi. Yi Hang was lost in thoughts of the lines of the Roma. In the affluent regions of Sichuan and Chongqing, wealthy individuals were as common as dogs. As a new first-tier city, the Ferrari 3S store had long since established itself. While others were still pondering what new notebooks to buy for school, Yi Hang was already contemplating driving. This was the difference. With her arm nestled in Yi Hang's, Shin Youyu mused, Yi Hang, do you think it'll be too much to bear? Upon hearing this, Yi Hang perked up. It wouldn't be too much to bear, but it would certainly increase the likelihood of paralysis, myocardial infarction, and cerebral hemorrhage. These could all become hidden dangers. Yes, that seems about right. Oh, Yi Hang, my parents have gone to Namping to visit my grandmother. They won't be back for 2 days now. What can one say? Among life's 4 great joys are a long-awaited rain after a drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the moment of achieving success. Yi Hang had just scored 3 of those. How could he not be excited then? Let us have a baby today. Shin Youyu scoffed, wide-eyed and dreamy. Who wants to have a baby with you? Understood? Understood. As the saying goes in the El Shur Chuanxiu, a gentleman behaves with respect towards others without expecting respect in return, loves others without expecting love in return. This means, when a girl says she doesn't want to have a baby with you, you must never believe it. Otherwise, you are unworthy of being a true gentleman. Upon arriving at the Ferrari 3S store, Yi Hang took Shin Youyu's hand. Yi Hang, are you going to buy a model? That model is indeed the greatest model of a man's life. The ultimate romance. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the aerodynamic lines of the new Ferrari Roma were strikingly displayed, with its perfect grille design resembling a beast waiting to be awakened. Additionally, there was a pista on display. The sales staff inside were bustling about when they noticed Yi Hang entering with Shin Yoyu. The beautiful salesgirl approached them with a sweet voice. "Sir, are you here for afternoon tea as well?" Yi Hang? After a moment, Yi Hang finally understood. Among the various luxury cars, Ferrari's afternoon tea was renowned. It rivaled the exquisite offerings of Bulgari 2688. Indeed, does afternoon tea come with a car? The salesgirl chuckled at Yi Hang's jest. "No problem. We're all set for you. Please, come in." Had she not noticed the royal oak on Yi Hang's wrist, she might not have been so gracious. Chapter 24. The availability of Ferraris for immediate sale in the domestic market is exceedingly limited. Consequently, placing an order becomes a laborious endeavor. Whether one is the illustrious Qin Fun of Shanghai or the discerning Seedsong from the meat circle, acquiring Schumacher's legendary vehicle necessitates a reservation. The exorbitant transportation costs from Maranello alone equate to the price of a BMW 5 Series GT. Yi Hang, however, did not indulge in ostentation. The entry-level Roma sufficiently fulfilled his desires. The young lady, with a discerning eye, glanced at the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, her heart as clear as crystal. It is no jest. Luxury car sales personnel are often promoted from management trainees, with a crucial component being their education in luxury goods. Audemars Piguet caters to the nation's affluent elite, revealing only the tip of the iceberg of their wealth, which significantly surpasses what is observable and audible. What truly stands out is Yi Hang's immaculate demeanor, complemented by Shin Yoyu's star-like beauty, making them the ideal clientele. Wealthy individuals seldom have the time to indulge in frivolities. "Sir, over here," the young lady said, engaging in pleasant conversation. "Please take your time to enjoy." Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a sweet delicacy box adorned with golden threads held exquisite pastries. Macarons and the like were hardly of interest to Ferrari. Shin Yoyu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the desserts. Indeed, high sugar content is an eternal allure for women. Fortress High Stilt Fisherman, frozen chocolate delicacies, platinum cake, geisha sugar paste. The elegance radiating from Shin Yoyu was effortless, neither sycophantic nor cliché. "Madam, Ferrari's afternoon tea is in strategic collaboration with Bebe's Banyan Tree, where you can savor 7-star desserts." She smiled. Bebe Banyan Tree is colloquially known as the back garden of Sichuan and Chongqing. The mountainous terrain of the city nourishes its inhabitants, and Bebe Banyan Tree claims the finest offerings. Moreover, our fruits are airlifted from the Sanyuanli Fruit Market in Beijing. Ah! Sanyuanli, the exorbitant fruit market. A single luxury pomelo costs 2,800. A black thorn durian is 1,180 per pound. A bundle of UAE diamond grapes is 980. Yi Hang peeled a yellow-skinned dragon fruit and handed it to Shin Yoyu. "Wow! Delicious, with a hint of honey." Leaving Shin Yoyu to relish her treats, Yi Hang signaled to the young lady, and they strolled through the showroom. Had there been a car exhibition recently in Sichuan and Chongqing, he would have dared to test his luck. The longing to avoid waiting was palpable. In the center of the showroom stood a familiar horse, accompanied by a 40K HD screen. The roar of an F1 car engine stirred Yi Hang's adrenaline. The final image transitioned to Schumacher, helmet in hand, with his famous quote, "It's not that I'm driving too fast, it's that you are too slow." Did you heed these words? The entire Ferrari 3S store spans 4 stories. The first floor is the showroom, the second for Ferrari merchandise, the third for contract signing, and the fourth serves as the marketing center. "May I ask how to address you?" Yi Hang, Ji Bing, with care and precision, approached the Ferrari 488. This 488 Pista retained the traditional Ferrari red, but to cater to domestic clients. It also came in silver gray and deep navy. The interior offered various options, and this time, they boldly opted for green. Red is the faith, why green? With a maximum torque of 770, a displacement of 390, and a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. The guide price was 4.08 million. However, it has already been reserved. Yi Hang had no interest in the 488. Reservations were irrelevant as long as the Roma remained available. Noticing Yi Hang's gaze fixed on the Roma, Ji Bing hurried ahead to open the door. Unlike the plastic scent typical of B-class vehicles, as soon as the door swung open, the distinctive citrus fragrance of Ferrari enveloped him. As Yi Hang sat inside, Ji Bing quickly grabbed a tablet and crouched beside the driver's seat. Mr. Yi, the Roma is a newly arrived model, fully equipped. It was sent directly from headquarters as a demonstration vehicle. It is well known that sports cars are typically customizable. To select a Ferrari headrest emblem costs 28,000. The full genuine leather burgundy interior is 320,000. Even the Ferrari horse emblem on the wheel costs 9,800 per emblem, totaling 39,200 for 4. Ji Bing opened the Roma interface on the tablet, showing how each selection altered the vehicle's appearance. One must admit, the Roma's unique shark nose design bears a resemblance to Aston Martin. Although it is an entry-level sports car, every aspect of its design is crafted for speed, including the rear wing. The Roma is positioned against the high-performance version of the Porsche 911, representing a new generation of legendary vehicles, equipped with a 3.9 TV8 engine, an 8-speed dual-clutch transmission, peak torque of 760 N, and capable of accelerating from 0 to 103 for seconds. Mr. Yi, a personal suggestion. The 488 and Roma are on par. Yi Hang's fingers glided over the central display screen. The paddle shifters were ergonomically perfect. To his surprise, the passenger seat also featured a display screen. If Mr. Yi finds this configuration unsatisfactory, you may opt for customization, though the wait may be longer. How long? The wait is not excessively long. With the school term approaching, it could be as short as 2 months or as long as 6. Then I shall not consider it. The time frame is too long, as I must attend school. Ji Bing's eyes reflected disappointment, yet in the next moment, her expression brightened. Yi Hang exited the car. This fully equipped Roma? What is the price? The sensation of descending from heaven to hell was palpable. Ji Bing, hesitant to attempt further, smiled. Mr. Yi, the standard Roma is priced at 2.38 million, but for this fully equipped version, the price is million. We support a minimum down payment of 30. The fully equipped Roma, indeed, pose no threat to the 488. As for the down payment, those who reach this echelon of wealth typically pay in full. However, the allure of installment plans is undeniable, with commissions significantly higher. Such statements are often delivered with a hint of pride. No need for that, I'll pay in full. Can I take the car today? I detest waiting and wasting time. Ji Bing eagerly nodded, her face alight with excitement. Absolutely, Mr. Yi. Ferrari will handle all the paperwork for you. You simply need to enjoy afternoon tea with your girlfriend. Yi Hang nodded and swiped his card. However, I will need you to assist me in familiarizing myself with the operation alongside the store's professional driver. Of course, for a top-tier sports car like Ferrari, receiving training after confirming a purchase is essential. Chapter 25. 68 million. Shin Yoyu covered her small mouth, resembling a coy maiden. Adorning her neck was the Van Cleef Arpels piece gifted by Yi Hang, radiating an aura of irresistible charm. Yi Hang, should we perhaps reconsider? After all, this is 368 million, not merely 368. A Ferrari is the dream of every man. Yet, being just an entry-level sports car, it would eventually necessitate replacement. Shin Yoyu's heart raced at the thought. She did not comprehend the significance of cars and watches to men. In the realm of youth, not a single boy fails to fantasize about owning his own vehicle. Yet, a Ferrari is something that, if not acquired at birth, is unlikely ever to be possessed. Sister Ji Bing busily darted around, crouching beside Yi Hang. Mr. Yi, here are 2 car keys, along with an invitation to the Ferrari Owners Club. The key to the new Roma was no longer as unattractive as its predecessors. It was sleek, with 2 pieces resembling amulets, emblazoned with the ostentatious emblem of the Ferrari brand. The weight was substantial, crafted from carbon fiber, with a single key costing a staggering 12,000. Congratulations, esteemed Ferrari owner. Your personal information has been registered with the club. From now on, you will receive sincere birthday wishes from Ferrari each year, and your purchase date for the Roma will be recorded in our database, granting you national membership. Additionally, you will enjoy complimentary entry to car exhibitions nationwide. Your car key serves as your pass. The staff presented 2 custom Ferrari luggage pieces, each priced at 100,000. A message pinged on Yi Hang's phone. Dear esteemed Ferrari owner, Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming a club member. In the days to come, Ferrari will accompany you on your journey, steadfast in our commitment to your youthful dreams. From Enzo Ferrari. Opening the invitation revealed gilded calligraphy, elegantly inscribed in both Chinese and English, exuding exclusivity. Mr. Yi, shall we take a photo together? Ji Bing smiled. Yi Hang pondered briefly before declining. As for the other gifts, Ferrari headrests, surround sound, floor mats, teacups, and wristbands, he unceremoniously tossed them into the trunk. After completing the Ferrari driving training, the temporary license plates were ready. Mr. Yi, please visit the Vehicle Management Office to obtain your permanent plates in 3 days, accompanied by our supervisor. The total costs, including purchase tax, full insurance, temporary plates, and miscellaneous expenses amounted to 11 million. Ding. Unfortunately, you have not activated the wealth buff effect. Yi Hang. What a pity. If only I could trigger a double rebate. 11 million would instantly transform into 22 million. Thoughts of the 5 chance for a 5-fold critical hit and the 1 chance for a 10-fold critical hit were dismissed as he focused on the present. Under the guidance of the staff, the only fully equipped Roma in the showroom slowly emerged. Mr. Yi, the Ferrari's throttle is quite sensitive. If you have previously driven other brands, I recommend you take your time to acclimatize. Ji Bing advised thoughtfully. No worries. I just obtained my driver's license. If anyone needs to adapt, it's the Ferrari to me. The staff accompanying him were taken aback. What a remarkable feat. Just licensed and already driving a Ferrari. He had reached the pinnacle of life. As the engine roared to life, the awakened Roma illuminated its daylight running lights, like a fierce beast stirring from slumber, its eyes wide open. With the press of the accelerator, Yi Hang sped off with Shun Yoyu towards the JW Marriott Hotel. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the JW Marriott Hotel, the banquet hall buzzed with activity, with the panoramic elevators ferrying guests up and down. Well-dressed, successful individuals raised their glasses and networked. Business cards exchanged hands, often branded with Guijin, CITIC, or other securities firms. In reality, among 10 individuals, 5 were engaged in telecom fraud, 2 in telephone marketing, 2 in crude oil futures, and the last one involved in online gambling. In the same patch of chives, there is no room for 2 mowers. On stage, a man clad in attire reminiscent of the 1990s, sporting a wolf-tail haircut, held a microphone, delivering a motivational speech. The nameplate beside him read, Success Coach, Xiegu, here in Sichuan and Chongqing, teaching you how to effortlessly earn $1 million a month. In a seat on the left side of the audience sat a man and a woman. The man was none other than Yi Hang's cousin, Zhao Lu. The woman was naturally Zhang Manqi, founder of Junlin Tianxia, attending a much-coveted event featuring mentor Nie Xie. Tickets were hard to come by. Zhang Manqi's expression was frosty as she scoffed. He only deceives people like you with shell companies. Zhao Lu shook his head, his fervent gaze fixed on the mentor, displaying an almost fanatical expression. You don't understand. After this lesson, once I pay for the wealth code course costing 10,000, trust me, I will be the next to enter Forbes. Manqi, believe me, I will buy a house in the metropolis, and I will make you genuinely like me. The laughter that followed was somewhat unsettling. Zhang Manqi crossed her arms, rolling her eyes disdainfully, her tone icy. Zhao Lu, I hope you realign our relationship. Everything is for your pitiful pride. At that moment, Zhao Lu was oblivious, for the crowd was already in a frenzy. The mentor, microphone in hand, was fervently gesticulating. All great achievers share a common trait. What is it? Magnanimity. Those who betray Chapter 26 Zhang Manqi could no longer endure it. In such a large-scale dementia gathering, every additional second spent felt like a waste of life. How unfortunate that she had dressed so exquisitely today. Those Jimmy Choo heels were seldom worn by her. Ding ding ding, a WeChat notification chimed. Socialite group, Xiexiangi. Is anyone joining a group order for J.W. Marriott afternoon tea? Instantly, the chat exploded. Yes, yes, yes. Count me in, dear. I'm on my way. Quote, ladies, I'm already en route. Can a Balenciaga stocking be sponsored to lower the room fee? Is it a double suite or a penthouse? Are there any handsome car dealers sponsoring? I just need to snap a photo of the steering wheel. A G-Class, a Land Rover, or a Mercedes E-Class will do. Advertisement interruption. Next month, heading to the Magic City to meet a benefactor, seeking a Victoria's Secret lingerie sponsorship. One person only. I have a cleanliness obsession. Thank you. Xiaoxiangi. Room fee is 3,800, with 20 ladies. Each pays a free afternoon tea, limited to 5 minutes of photo time per person, in groups of 5. Could a sister with a CL lipstick please sponsor? I absolutely adore crimson, but sadly, it's out of stock. Zhang Manqi subtly tapped one and privately messaged the group leader. Are we enough? Xiaoxiangi. Still need one more, are you coming, dear? Zhang Manqi. Yes, I'm already at Marriott. Xiaoxiangi. Please transfer. Zhang Manqi. Zhang Manqi has transferred to you. Xiaoxiangi. Received. Dear, head to the front desk for your room card. 2201. I'm still on my way, should arrive in half an hour. Zhang Manqi turned off her phone screen, tossed her hair, and left with a parting remark. After meeting your parents, I'll return to the Magic City next week. Lost in the brainwashing of success, Zhao Lu was utterly oblivious to Zhang Manqi's departure. Upon exiting the banquet hall on the 38th floor, Zhang Manqi exhaled deeply and retrieved her powder compact to touch up her makeup. Ding! The elevator arrived. In her high heels, she stepped inside, fixating on the rapidly changing floor display. 38. 37. 36. 35. When the elevator doors opened on the 22nd floor, a middle-aged couple entered. Both exuded an air of sophistication, embodying a family with an evident literary background. Zhang Manqi stepped back to grant them space, continuing to observe the floor display, though their conversation piqued her interest. Wait, I distinctly saw Youyu earlier. Could I have been mistaken? Youyu is taking the 4th subject exam. How could she possibly be in Nanping? You're always hunched over your desk. I told you to take care of your eyes. That girl's silhouette resembles Youyu's. I saw her enter room 2204. You didn't see the cleaner exit from 2204. It's clearly an empty room. How could it be your daughter? Strange. All right, I will call Youyu after I go downstairs and check where she is. Yes, and also, advise your mother to refrain from attending such health product sales events in the future. They disguise themselves as giveaways of eggs and cabbage, but it's merely a scam. Last time, I spent 9,800 yuan on a nano memory pillow, claiming it could cure cancer, high blood pressure, and cerebral thrombosis. ISNT, that pure deception? Such fraudulent companies ought to be regulated. Understood, we will discuss it outside. Ding! The first floor arrived. The middle-aged couple exited swiftly, leaving Zhang Manqi alone in the elevator. Youyu? Such a familiar name. It seems I've heard it somewhere. Zhang Manqi approached the front desk, musing aloud. Youyu. Youyu. Shin Youyu? Wait, Shin Youyu. ISNT she.
Ye hangse girlfriend.
Zhang Manqi had a profound impression of Yihang, especially of his girlfriend. The overwhelming sense of superiority in looks, demeanor, and figure left Zhang Manqi feeling utterly defeated. Moreover, Yihang's sunny disposition evoked a sense of nostalgia for first love, even though she had no idea what first love felt like. But what could Shin Youyu be doing at the Marriott? An intense curiosity compelled Zhang Manqi to re-enter the elevator. She remembered the room number, 2204. On the other side, after an exhausting hour, Yihang collapsed onto the bed, yearning for a peaceful slumber. Shin Youyu nestled against him, her cheeks flushed, a vivid scarlet. The phone rang. Darling, could you pass me my phone? Without a second thought, Yihang rolled over, eyes closed, and reached for the phone on the bedside table, handing it to Shin Youyu. But upon seeing the caller ID, Shin Youyu gasped. Oh no, my dad is calling. Clearly, it was her parents.
Yihang.
What should we do? Sensing Shin Youyu's distress, Yihang reassured her. Stay calm. Don't panic. They might just be checking in. Tell them you've gotten your driver's license. That will delight them and alleviate their suspicions. Shin Youyu leaned into Yihang. What if they see us enter the room? Impossible. When we arrived, the cleaner was tidying up. I instructed the cleaner on what to say. They've left already. A 500 yuan confidentiality fee, airtight. Nice. Yet Shin Yoyu remained uneasy. Boo-hoo. I'm so scared. What if they find out? The phone continued to ring. We can't delay any longer. Be good, listen to me. Answer the call, nothing will happen. Shin Yoyu took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello? Dad. Yi Hang perked up his ears, listening intently as Shin Guoyang's voice resonated through the receiver. Yoyu, Dad and Mom are back. Did you finish the 4th subject exam? Yes, I've completed it, and I've obtained my driver's license. Really? That's wonderful. Where are you now? I'm on my way home, waiting for the license. I thought I might as well get it today instead of making another trip tomorrow. Indeed. Some licenses are issued the same day while others require a second visit. No issues there. TSK. Shin Yoyu, when you lie, your face doesn't turn red, nor do you catch your breath. The Oscars owe you a little golden statue. Oh, so you're almost home? Yes? I'm booking a ride. After that, Shin Yoyu's mother's voice chimed in beside Shin Guoyang. See, I told you. You're being paranoid, treating your daughter like a thief. It's ridiculous. Cough, cough. What are you saying? Shin Guoyang chuckled. All right, Dad will wait for you to come home, and I'll make your favorite fish tonight. The call ended. Shin Yoyu exhaled heavily, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Yi Hang shared her relief as well. Seeing them like this, Shin Yoyu's cheeks flushed. Are you satisfied now? Humph. Chapter 27. Without lingering too long, Shin Yoyu tidied up and prepared to leave. Just before departing, she pecked Yi Hang on the cheek. Darling, I'm off. You should get some rest. Yi Hang turned back to his pillow, feeling utterly drained. Those who understand know. When you leave, please pull the curtains shut. Got it. As she drew the curtains, the room was instantly enveloped in darkness. When Shin Yoyu stepped outside, she donned a mask for safety. At that moment, Zhang Manshi, who was secretly hiding at the end of the corridor, peeked out. Sure enough, a tall figure emerged from room 2204, masked and unrecognizable. Yet the aura was unmistakable. Such a pure, unpretentious elegance was rare. Furthermore, it was evident that she was moving with some difficulty. This Zhang Manshi felt a mix of envy and confusion. How could such a beautiful girl be involved in such activities? No way. Yi Hang doesn't seem the type to be short on money. How could Shin Yoyu stoop to this? This meant that the individuals she had encountered in the elevator were Yoyu's parents, children of scholarly families, known for their strict upbringing. If they found out, it would break their hearts. Zhang Manshi sighed, lamenting the decline of societal morals and the fading of genuine human sentiments. Her innate curiosity as a woman surged forth. The gossip would not cease. What should she do? Should she inform Yi Hang? Although she and Zhao Lu were merely pretending to be a couple, their trip to Chuanyu was merely for amusement and sightseeing. Yet Yi Hang exuded a refreshing, sunny demeanor. If it weren't for her own situation, perhaps it was best to leave it be. 5 minutes later, Zhang Manshi resolved to gather evidence. She would find an opportunity to reveal Shin Yoyu's true nature to Yi Hang. After fixing her hair, she took out her phone, activated the stealth mode, and adjusted it to silent. Today, she would become the detective, Manshi, ridding society of its ills and restoring justice. Feigning normalcy, Zhang Manshi approached room 2204, inhaled deeply, and knocked on the door.
Hut hut hut.
Her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat, her palms slick with sweat. With one hand gripping her phone, she pointed the camera towards the door. She had a plan. If the man attempted anything untoward, she would turn and flee, employing her self-defense techniques. She was not to be trifled with. After a moment of silence, still no response, she continued knocking.
Hut hut hut.
Just as Zhang Manshi began to feel puzzled, the door creaked open. Yes, it merely opened. Blinking her beautiful eyes in surprise, she wondered what was happening. Placing her hand on the doorknob, she pushed it open and slipped inside. The room was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Why are you back again? A melodious yet fatigued male voice emerged from the darkness. Zhang Manshi thought, is the voice of an older man truly so captivating? This is not what I expected from the television portrayals. Her perception of older men was still rooted in the image of gaudy jewelry and beer bellies. As she observed the slender figure, she pondered, why is he silent? Just as Zhang Manqi intended to draw back the curtains, she was abruptly pulled into an embrace. A gaping maw descended upon her. Yi Hang, she whimpered. I'm back. Shin Yoyu entered her home, filled with trepidation, yet surrounded by delightful aromas. Yoyu has returned. Her mother, Hui Wan, was bustling about in the kitchen, setting the table. Where's my dad? Shin Yoyu glanced towards the kitchen, spotting her father, Shin Guoyang, engaged in the final touches of meal preparation. Sighing in relief, everything appeared to be in order. Hey, bring out that bottle of Maotai. Xiao Yu has been accepted into Lin and University. We haven't had a chance to celebrate yet. Shin Yoyu headed to the bathroom to wash her hands. Donning an apron, Shin Guoyang sat at the dining table, admiring his culinary creations, and declared proudly, we men from Chuan Yu are never henpecked. We simply love our wives. Ha. Hui Wan diverted her gaze from Shin Yoyu's back, rolling her eyes at Shin Guoyang. Where's Xiao Yu? She asked, washing her hands. The couple sat down to await her return. Why do I feel something's amiss? As a woman herself, her instinct told her that her daughter was on the brink of womanhood. Shin Guoyang, in a jovial mood, took a bite of the spicy dish and remarked, what's wrong? You say I'm being paranoid, yet I see you're the one with the midlife crisis.
8 Ruan Playfully soit Shen Goliang es Chopstick away.
Wait until your daughter arrives before you eat. Changing the subject, she continued, Yoyu's demeanor has changed. Haven't you noticed anything different about me since we married? As a dedicated educator, Hui Wan was renowned for her kindness, having been recognized multiple times as an outstanding teacher and having nurtured several elite classes in Chuanyu. Shin Guoyang, pouring wine, smirked. What could possibly be different? Before marriage, you were a handful, and after, you're still the same, just with a new title, haha. Besides, as long as Yoyu's relationship does not cross any boundaries, I can accept it. Enjoying youthful romance is natural. You can't stifle it. It's like the great Yu controlling the floods, better to guide than to block. The times have changed. It's not like before, when a single piece of cured meat could win a bride's heart. Hui Wan playfully twisted Shin Guoyang's ear, feigning anger. You're quite the liberal now. Criticizing me for being unreasonable? You deserve a slap. Shin Guoyang chuckled good-naturedly. All right, my wife is the best. She reigns supreme. Tsk, such a henpecked man. After washing her hands, Shin Yoyu joined her parents at the dining table, where the atmosphere was warm and joyful. Once the meal concluded, Shin Guoyang asked, Yoyu, why hasn't that boy added me on WeChat? Shin Yoyu averted her gaze. Perhaps he just hasn't noticed. Later, around 6 in the evening, nearly 7, Yi Hang awoke to a flurry of messages from Shin Yoyu on his phone. My parents haven't noticed anything amiss. Safe. But my dad wants you to add him on WeChat. Please don't say anything out of line. Remember to check our class group. Teacher Zhao is organizing a gathering. Meng said the necklace you bought for me isn't even a high imitation, you big liar. Happiness. JPG. He casually glanced at the family group chat, where his parents were engaged in a game of mahjong and enjoying drinks. The carefree days truly are blissful. However, upon spotting 2 crimson stains on the bed, his mind went blank. Chapter 28. A double whammy? A double yoke? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Yi Hang grasped his hair, bewildered by the circumstances. He texted Shin Yoyu, Dear, have you felt any discomfort? A swift reply came, At least you have a conscience. I'm all right, manageable. But my mom seems to have noticed something, though she hasn't said anything. He felt a pang of frustration. That's good, he replied, staring blankly at the bedspread as he prepared to gather his belongings and return home. Suddenly, he spotted something, a YSL lipstick. Yi Hang took out his phone, activated the camera feature on Taobao and snapped a picture. Moments later, information appeared. YSL Saint Laurent lipstick, matte vintage red minibar, shade 21 withered rose, price. Shin Yoyu rarely wore makeup. Her natural beauty was simply breathtaking. Occasionally, she would apply a MAC bullet lipstick, not because she couldn't afford it, but rather because she deemed it unnecessary. Contemplating, Yi Hang sent her another message. Dear, what lipstick do you usually use? What do you think of the YSL set? Shin Yoyu replied, No, Yi Hang, don't waste your money. I hardly wear lipstick, and YSL's mature style doesn't really suit me. Yi Hang was taken aback, a look of realization dawning on his face. Shin Yoyu added, "Do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it." He responded, "No need. I just wanted to know your preferences to cater to them." Shin Yoyu chimed back, "So thoughtful. Love you." He sighed, feeling defeated. Despite sensing something amiss, he refrained from probing further. Descending the stairs to retrieve his car, he spotted the Ferrari Roma parked prominently in front of the J.W. Marriott. A few young women were gathered around the car, posing for photographs. Xie Xiangyi exclaimed, "Hurry! It's my turn. Remember to capture the angle sharply and naturally." Click, click, click. "Let me see." Xie Xiangyi shook her head disapprovingly. "No, it looks a bit staged, and my legs seem too short. I'll step forward." "You lower the phone to create the illusion that I just stepped out of the car." Yi Hang shook his head in disapproval. "No, you should sit on the front hood. Sharpen it during editing and elongate your legs. Your expression must be natural." Xie Xiangyi turned abruptly. "Who are you?" Yi Hang ignored her, checking his watch. 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Despite her status as a seasoned socialite in Yuzhong, Xie Xiangyi recognized that Yi Hang's attire and demeanor suggested he was no mere simpleton. This bunch of faux socialites, she mused. They may not know much, but they could identify luxury brands with precision. Coupled with Yi Hang's charisma and good looks, her expression shifted instantly. "Then you take my photo here." Yi Hang shook his head. "Time's up." Not allowing her a moment to respond, he unlocked the Roma, opened the door, and joked as he entered, "Sister, consider enrolling in a class, or if all else fails, work in a factory. For the 5,000 a month SNT bad, right?" Xie Xiangyi snapped back to reality, realizing she had been playfully teased. "Hey, wait for me." As Yi Hang started the car, Xie Xiangyi leaned against the passenger window, her beauty, rated at an 85, failing to overshadow Shin Yoyu's brilliance. "Without makeup, I can't exceed an 82, she thought. "Hey, can you take me for a drive by the river? I just broke up with my boyfriend, and I'm feeling down." Yi Hang remained indifferent, pressing the accelerator and leaving her in a cloud of dust. In the distance, Xie Xiangyi stomped her foot in frustration. What a missed opportunity. The brand new Roma, the first in Sichuan, could have made my friends envious. And he is so handsome. I could have had a half-year's worth of meals secured. However, Xie Xiangyi had stealthily captured a photo of Yi Hang opening the car door, which she promptly shared in the socialite group chat. Xie Xiangyi, image, JPG. Oh no, the handsome guy got away. Messages flooded in. OMG. Girl, you missed out big time. He.S. wearing an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak from the high-end series. Is that watch expensive? Not cheap. Around 3 to 400,000. 3 to 400,000? You could buy a Ferrari with that. Fool, that watch signifies high net worth. It's purely a matter of personal preference. Forget it. Just stick with your faux Rolex and head home. Is that new Roma from the Crystal Resort? Meanwhile, Zhang Manqi returned to her room, clutching her abdomen. Ouch, it hurts. Her lipstick smudged. Her once beautiful visage now bore signs of exhaustion. Reflecting on her recent antics, Zhang Manqi felt overwhelmed, covering her flushed face with her hands. What on earth am I doing? Suddenly, her WeChat notification chimed. Upon seeing the photo shared by Xie Xiangyi in the socialite group, she froze. Isn't that Yi Hang? The Ferrari. Since when did he become so affluent? A wave of complex emotions washed over her. He probably doesn't he even know, right? Whatever, it's impossible for us. Let us just consider it a fleeting encounter, never to meet again. Her phone rang. It was her mother. Seeing the call, she hesitated, a deep sense of helplessness enveloping her. She answered, "Hello, Mom. Manqi, you haven't called home in ages. Your mother is very worried about you." "I'm doing well. You sound tired. Has work been busy?" Zhang Manqi forced a smile. "Yes. I'm on a business trip to Sichuan with colleagues, just trying to earn a little extra." Her mother hesitated. "Manqi, I hate to ask, but your father needs dialysis. It's going to cost 20,000 yuan. In that moment, Zhang Manqi nearly broke down, her eyes welling with tears. "I understand. I'll transfer the money now." "Okay, Manqi, please take care of yourself." "I'm sorry." She could no longer bear to listen. Zhang Manqi hung up, swallowing her tears. She opened her wealth app and transferred her remaining 12 000 yuan, leaving only enough for a plane ticket. Mom, here's 12,000 for now. Give me 3 days for the rest. Zhang Manqi felt compelled to leave immediately, leaving her room card behind as she exited the socialite group. On the other side, as Yi Hang drove home, his expression grew serious. Task requirement: expose Zhang Manqi's true nature. Current task progress: 80. Chapter 29. You have discovered Zhang Manqi's secret. Although she is materialistic, her means are justifiable. She treasures herself and wishes to reserve the best for those she holds dear. Host: this is a journey along the path of your life. Current task progress: 80. Would you like to click for task playback? Replay. After watching, Yi Hang understood everything. No wonder there was a YSL lipstick in the room. It certainly did not belong to Shen Youyu. By a twist of fate, he had mistakenly taken Zhang Manqi's first blood. What was most perplexing was that this girl had actually left. Was she planning to stage a tragic drama or nursing her wounds alone? Such a melodramatic woman. Thus, Yi Hang concluded that Zhang Manqi and Zhao Lu were definitely not in a romantic relationship. It was possible that Zhao Lu was boasting about having a girlfriend in front of his cousin, especially since he was no longer young and had returned from studying abroad without any significant prospects. Who knew that his cousin would blab about it, causing the entire family to become aware? The truth could not be hidden, and the two ended up putting on a show. An engagement. Am I correct, system? The system remained silent. However, the task progress leaped to 90. The deduction was accurate. What a spectacle I am about to witness. Meanwhile, the brainwashed Zhao Lu was filled with excitement in his rented office. The hefty tuition fees had not been in vain. This time, I must make Manqi see me in a new light. Before him lay a business plan, adorned with the signature of the success guru, Xiaogu. Zhao Lu wore a satisfied expression, lost in reverie. He longed for a moment when luxury cars and beautiful women would surround him. The intermittent bursts of ambition contrasted with a continuous indulgence in idleness. What a delightful cycle! A call from his cousin, Zhou Qin, interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Qin, Lele, your father has already booked the venue, Wanja Yuhua, in the Dujianjian Hall. Remember to wear your suit. Also, your cousin's family will be coming, so don't put your cousin in a difficult position. After all, he's just started college and doesn't have a girlfriend or a stable job yet. Zhao Lu tightened his facial muscles. He chuckled. His girlfriend is genuine, having been accepted to a prestigious university, while mine was rented for 5,000 yuan. Naturally, he could not express this aloud. Zhao Lu understood. Zhou Qin, what about Manqi? Is she with you? Treat her well. And remember, although it's an engagement, we won't be buying the wedding gifts just yet. Who knows what might happen in the future? However, we must not skimp on the return gift. Zhao Lu frowned. Isn't this a bit premature? Zhou Qin raised her voice. Premature? You're just lacking common sense. An engagement is about making things official. We will offer a dowry of 100,000 yuan, a house and an Audi. The return gift from her side must not be less than 2 million. That's the bottom line agreed upon by your father and me. Wow! How audacious! The new laws state that premarital property, including cars and houses, belongs to the individual. Even in the event of divorce, the law favors the purchaser, rather than treating it as shared marital property. What a scheme this is! Zhao Lu rubbed his temples. All right, I'll discuss it with Manqi. Zhou Qin grew anxious. Discuss what? Can't you make decisions about your own girlfriend? How have I raised you? She must agree, whether she likes it or not. Moreover, your father and I have planned to hold one ceremony in Sichuan, and then another in Shanghai. Let us make it grand. Inform her family to prepare tickets and book hotels in advance. And let them know we won't settle for anything less than 5 stars for accommodations, and the tickets must be first class. Besides, Sichuan is a new first-tier city, not comparable to a metropolis like Shanghai. We aren't being unreasonable. At the very least, they should buy us a house in Shanghai. Zhao Lu felt a surge of anger. Mom, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how expensive housing is in Shanghai? Zhou Qin, why are you complaining? We are doing this for your sake. Once you have children, who will take care of them? Even though you're in Sichuan now, haven't you always wanted to be in Shanghai? Are we to go there and rent a place to live? Nonsense. Besides, the people in Shanghai have money. Don't underestimate them. Manchi earns $1 million a year. What does that amount to? The stench of greed was overwhelming. Zhao Lu sensed that with Zhang Manchi's character, this arrangement could not possibly hold water. Such matters ought to be settled privately. They should not be discussed in front of Manchi at the dining table. Zhou Qin, are you trying to drive me mad? Discussing such matters at the table is merely applying pressure on her. Inform her family. These are our conditions. Enough of this. Think for yourself. By the way, be punctual at 11 a.m. Click. The phone hung up. The next day, at Wanjia Yuhua's private room, Yihang parked his car. The doorman greeted him with a warm smile. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? To Jianjian Hall. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Yihang had played games with Song Zihong all night and had risen a bit late. Ms. Wang Hui and Comrade Yi Dapio had arrived early. Before even reaching the entrance, they could hear Zhou Qin's loud voice. Upon seeing Yihang enter, she called out, Yihang, you finally made it. Your cousin just mentioned that he saw you at Guaniyinkyo with your girlfriend. Yihang offered polite words as he took a seat beside his father. He glanced around. Everyone was present. His parents, Zhou Qin, Zhou Shu, Zhao Lu, and Zhang Manchi. However, it was evident that Zhang Manchi was deliberately avoiding Yihang's gaze. While maintaining a calm exterior, her heart was a tempest. Now that everyone is here, let us serve the dishes. Zhou Qin smiled, finally seeing Manchi. From the photos, I thought this girl was beautiful. She and Zhao Lu are such a perfect match. Zhang Manchi tossed her hair back, awkwardly smiling. Hello, Aunt. Oh dear. No need to call me Aunt. Zhao Lu, caught in the middle, whispered, Mom. Manchi is shy. Yes. Auntie. Zhang Manchi quickly corrected herself, smiling. One must respect the art of monetary exchange. Professionalism was essential. Yet, her gaze frequently wandered toward Yihang. Zhao Lu would probably never realize that he was the true fool in this scenario. Wanjia Yuhua is a renowned establishment in Sichuan, specializing in traditional river cuisine. Try this zhuang tea duck, Manchi. It's a signature dish of our region. You won't find anything authentic elsewhere. Zhou Shu enthusiastically offered. Zhang Manchi, who had been staring intently at Yihang, turned around. Ah. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Lu, puzzled, glanced at Zhang Manchi. Why do you keep staring at my cousin? Chapter 30. As Yihang perused the trending topics on Jihu, he was struck by the terrifying nature of big data. Zhang Manchi fixed her gaze upon him, compelling him to return her stare. Their eyes met with unabashed intensity. Zhang Manchi, are you unwell? Yihang, do you have the remedy? Zhang Manchi, do you dare to inform your cousin about our affair? Yihang, please, commence your performance. Applause. JPG. Zhang Manchi, your father will undoubtedly plant loquat trees tonight. Yihang shot her an incredulous look. Your horse will explode into fireworks tonight. Zhang Manchi, your horse will see a price surge at the market. Yihang, your father will surely draw a straight flush without a pair. Ah, the simplest of banter, the most exquisite of pleasures. At that moment, both families began to sense an oddity in the atmosphere, yet they could not quite articulate what was amiss. Cough, cough. Yihang, do indulge in more meat. Look at how thin the child has become. A distant relative served him a piece of braised pork. Thank you, dear relative. Zhao Lu, noticing Yihang's lingering gaze on his girlfriend, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It felt peculiar. Yihang remained indifferent, pondering who would crack first, for they were all merely actors in this play. Zhao Lu, eat more vegetables. They are nutritious. Zhang Manchi proactively served him some greens, chives, celery, broccoli, lettuce. The Book of Rights, to receive without giving in return is impolite. The implication being, you are now a mature hat, learn to place it upon your cousin's head. Zhao Lu, somewhat taken aback, frantically stuffed his mouth with vegetables. His girlfriend, rented for 5,000 yuan, was truly a bargain. Yihang nearly burst into laughter. Ms. Wang Hui sensed the atmosphere was a bit peculiar and nudged Yi Dabiao beneath the table. What is it that feels off? Yi Dabiao, indeed. Your son seems rather out of sorts. Wang Hui, I mean this girl. She appears rather cold. I feel that Zhao Lu and she do not resemble a couple. Yi Dabiao, discreetly serving himself more food. Do not speak out of turn. Finally perceiving the odd tension, the uncle produced 2 bottles of Jian Nanchun. Old Yi, let us share a drink with the children today. Zhao Li's father had spent years within the system, lacking the acumen one would expect. Otherwise, he would not merely be a section chief now. All right, it has been ages since our cousins last drank together. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere lightened, and conversation flowed freely. Yihang, I heard from your mother that you recently traveled to Sanya?
Zhao le inquired.
Yes. The college entrance examination was quite stressful, so I needed a break. Sanya is a lovely place, but it pales in comparison to Hawaii. One must travel more, as the disparities between domestic and international experiences are significant. During my time studying abroad, several rich heirs would take me out to indulge daily, which was quite enough. Zhao Lu relished recounting his past overseas experiences, flaunting them to anyone who would listen.
Yihang chuckled silently. 9.
6 million square kilometers were not enough for him? Have you decided on your major? Heeding my advice, if you lack academic prowess, it would be wise to seek opportunities early. I, for instance, took advantage of the advantageous timing in international trade and soared. Zhao Lu felt overwhelmed by the greens on his plate.
Yihang contemplated.
The golden subjects of wealth creation are business administration and international finance, a choice between the two. The key lies in familiarizing oneself, whereas applied mathematics and statistical research lean towards academia, leading to theoretical careers post-graduation. Business studies, however, are often misunderstood as synonymous with an MBA, directly associating with institutions like the Yangtze River Business School or Alibaba Business School, as if one merely emerges to sell on Taobao. In reality, finance professionals hailing from prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua, Beida, or Fudan possess substantial credibility. Pursuing a master's degree is the optimal path. Ultimately, one aims for the gilded streets of Wall Street, returning to domestic investment banks or consultancies. Yet do not place too much weight on it. Success rarely hinges on academic credentials. Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard, Buffett left school, Jobs abandoned his studies, and Ma Yun took the college entrance exam thrice. Earning capability is the primary competitive advantage. Yihang chuckled, unwilling to engage in debate. What Gates did not mention was that his mother was the president of IBM, a high-ranking executive at the Federal Reserve, and his grandfather was a banker. Buffett would not disclose that his congressman father took him to tour Goldman Sachs, where a board member personally attended to him. Although Jobs was abandoned, on the day he returned to the board, he was backed by a father from the casino world, along with the accompanying $1 billion. It is already 2021, and yet some still propagate the notion that education is futile. Yihang, I believe your cousin speaks wisely. After all, university is merely a playground. Ms. Wang Hui had a penchant for wealth but held great respect for Yihang's perspective. Mother, education is not merely a stepping stone. The people and experiences you encounter in university are vastly different from those in high school or middle school. Life is a journey, and the stars and oceans require a ticket. Poetry and distant lands come at a price. Ms. Wang nodded, feeling a profound sense of pride for Yihang throughout. Moreover, being a slacker isn't so bad. Is it? Zhao Lu chuckled, fiddling with his Audi keys. I plan to upgrade my A4L to a 5 Series this year. Just as he spoke, the hotel manager knocked and entered. Excuse me, is there a Ferrari belonging to anyone at this table? A guest has finished dining and needs to leave. It's blocking the exit. Zhao Lu waved his hand dismissively. That's not from our table. A Ferrari. What a pedestrian choice for such an impractical car. Yihang laughed and stood up. I am the pedestrian in question. My apologies for neglecting to leave my parking information. I shall attend to it at once. Within the private room, there was a moment of silence. Upon seeing Yihang depart, Zhang Manqi also sought an excuse to leave for the restroom. Uncle and aunt, I shall be off to the washroom. The two exited in succession. When did Xiao Yi acquire a Ferrari? Ms. Wang Hui exclaimed in astonishment. How would I know? Surely it was a jest. Yi Dabiao scratched his nose, chuckling. This lad takes after me. Ha. Zhao Lu found the meal tasteless, the 1,588 yuan family set not bringing him any joy. He discreetly stowed away the Audi keys that he had ostentatiously placed on the table, feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 31. Zhao Lu could hardly fathom the situation. After all, how could a rented girlfriend be taken seriously? He was acutely aware of Zhang Manqi's stature. With her striking looks and impressive education, they were clearly from different worlds. Observant individuals recognized that this engagement was nothing more than child's play. "What's the situation between you and Manqi?" asked Zhou Qin. Zhao Lu was distracted. "What do you mean by situation? I mean, have you informed Manqi about the conditions we proposed? She may be beautiful, but beauty alone doesn't suffice. You know our bottom line, there can be no compromises." "I understand." After finishing parking, Yi Hang ascended the stairs. Passing the restroom, he found Zhang Manqi waiting for him. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Manqi crossed her arms, unable to maintain her composure. "You already know?" "Know what? That you and Zhao Lu put on quite a performance? Collaborating to deceive my aunt? Should I commend your Oscar-worthy acting or your duplicitous nature?" Yi Hang had initially intended to avoid confronting her, but he felt emboldened. Given his aunt's nature, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. Should everything come to light, this engagement banquet would likely become a laughingstock. Zhang Manqi's lips quivered, her body chilled, tears welling in her eyes. She was fed up with the pretense in the private room and wished to leave immediately. "Ah, men. Truly, not one is worth a dime." Yi Hang retrieved a YSL lipstick. "Give it back." Upon seeing the lipstick, Zhang Manqi reached out but missed. Yi Hang was utterly speechless at her antics. "So, why is your lipstick in my possession?" Realizing her actions had betrayed her intentions, Zhang Manqi averted her gaze. "It has nothing to do with you." "Oh. Well, in that case I was going to offer you 100,000 yuan, but since it's not your concern, I shall take my leave." Yi Hang prepared to walk away. 100,000. Zhang Manqi urgently needed the money. However, accepting it would render her no different from those women who were kept. "Wait. It's me." Strictly speaking, Yi Hang had not betrayed his cousin, as their relationship was merely transactional. Both were merely playing roles. Although Zhao Lu was far from likable, Yi Hang had no desire to engage in petty disputes with him. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. At that moment, Zhao Lu emerged, bewildered as he looked at the two. "What are you discussing? Why aren't you going inside?" The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Zhao Lu had yet to realize that he was the true fool in this scenario. Zhang Manqi, unwilling to conceal her feelings any longer, said, "Zhao Lu, transfer the money to me. 5,000 yuan. Cough cough. What are you talking about, Manqi? Yi Hang is still here. Let us discuss this privately." Zhao Lu forced a smile, his eyes betraying his anxiety as he attempted to pull Zhang Manqi back into the room. "Don't touch me. Zhao Lu, we are not a couple. I've had enough of this charade. Transfer the money to me, and I will help you see this through to the end." Yi Hang looked up at the ceiling, pretending to be an outsider. "What lovely weather we have today. The sun is so round and bright, so long and wide." Zhao Li's expression fluctuated. Before he could respond, the door to the room swung open, revealing Aunt Zhou Qin, who looked surprised at the trio. "What's going on here?" Zhao Lu forced a strained smile. "Nothing, Mom, we're just about to go in." Seeing Zhou Qin emerge, Zhang Manqi found it hard to speak, her demeanor shifting as she sweetly addressed her. "Auntie, I was just in the restroom. Oh, come in quickly." Zhou Qin was clearly oblivious to the tension. Yi Hang couldn't help but admire Zhang Manqi's acting skills. Once inside the private room, they resumed their seats. Zhou Qin was the first to speak. "Manqi, we've had our meal and I've met you. I'm quite satisfied. What are your thoughts?" Zhang Manqi frowned, glancing at Zhao Lu. The script was veering off course. "Auntie, I don't have any particular thoughts." Zhao Lu hurriedly interjected, "Mom, let us discuss this at home." "Don't speak." Zhou Qin redirected her gaze to Zhang Manqi, smiling. "Silly girl, how can you not have thoughts? We need to discuss the engagement process. I'm not familiar with the customs in your city, but generally, they are quite similar nationwide. Here's the deal. If you're getting married, we will provide a house, a car, and a bride price of 100,000. The 5 essentials are naturally to be discussed. And what will you be returning? Returning gifts? Zhang Manqi momentarily froze, looking back at Zhao Lu, biting her lip. Zhao Lu, how much do you think is appropriate to return? Zhou Qin cut straight to the point. Manqi, we aren't asking for much. Zhao Lu is our only precious son. The return gift must be at least 1 million yuan. We plan to hold 2 weddings, one here and one in your city, and naturally, his father and I will attend the one in your city. The airfare and hotel costs will be your responsibility, right? A 5-star hotel and first-class tickets should suffice. Given your income, surely buying a house in your city is no issue? Yi Hang's family looked on in astonishment. Goodness, they had caught a big fish. Zhao Lu buried his face in his hands as Zhou Qin continued to press on. Manqi, what do you think? If this doesn't work, we can negotiate further. Zhang Manqi exhaled, unable to contain herself any longer. After taking a sip of water, she smiled. Auntie, let me be honest with you. I am not your son's girlfriend. I am merely an actress rented by Zhao Lu for 5,000 yuan. I can't even comprehend stock charts, let alone be a private equity executive. And the annual salary of 1 million was merely a fabrication by Zhao Lu to deceive you. In reality, I am a junior at MOE University, here merely to earn some extra cash. Do you understand? The room fell silent in shock. Only Yi Hang let out a sigh. This woman was intent on bringing down the house. Zhang Manqi picked up her bag and stood up. Furthermore, as an outsider, I would advise you to keep a son like yours to yourself. Don't let him out to ruin someone else's daughter's life. They would truly be cursed for generations. Turning to Zhao Lu, she declared, as for the money, I no longer want it. You can find someone else for this role. Farewell. As she reached the door, she added one last remark. Let us never meet again. Chapter 32 Zhao Lu. You are simply a fool. Zhao Li's father had spent his entire life diligently working within the system, never expecting his son would lead him into such a predicament. What's more, the onlookers were not buying it either. Zhou Qin clutched her chest, feeling her blood pressure surge, the world spinning around her. Yi Hang rose to his feet, but before he could fully stand, Yi Daipio halted him. Where are you going? Yi Hang blinked, glancing at his cousin. WC? Nature calls. I'll be quick. Yi Daipio was merely putting on a fade, although he was not well acquainted with this cousin. His wife Zhou Qin's manner of handling things was often excessively harsh. Yet, this was a predicament only the Zhao family could find themselves in. Ordinary folks would steer clear of such troubles. Who doesn't have a few troublesome relatives? Ms. Wang Hui had thought earlier, how could this girl be so blind? Before she could finish her thought, she was struck by a shock. As Yi Hang walked halfway, he suddenly remembered the gift for his cousin. After all, she was getting engaged, and one had to maintain appearances. He retrieved a gift box from near his feet. Cousin, here's the bracelet from Yuan. I'll leave it here. With that, he dashed away. In the evening, on the South Bin Avenue of Linjiang, a gentle breeze wafted through. Yi Hang drove, trailing behind Zhang Manqi, yawning repeatedly. This woman was remarkably resilient, striding in high heels without a hint of fatigue. Looking at her silhouette, one could not deny Zhang Manqi's striking beauty. Her legs were simply exquisite. Hey, are we heading to Kaoshimen or not? Still, there was no response. Zhang Manqi walked while crying, alternating between squatting and standing, leaving Yi Hang utterly exasperated. Her makeup had run, revealing her natural beauty. For the first time, Yi Hang thought someone looked even better without makeup. It felt like finding a treasure. Get lost. Sister, if you aren't keen on eating, perhaps you've lost your mind. Then you go eat and choke on it. If I die, what will you do? Go act again? Get out of here. Do you still want your lipstick? I, Zhang Manqi, would rather jump than sell my soul. Yi Hang, I'll consider this a dog bite. Yi Hang felt 3 lines of black appear on his forehead. Dog, what did I do wrong? To be honest, after being hurt, Zhang Manqi felt no sorrow. However, remembering what Zhao Li's mother had said that morning, it felt like an insult to her. A diligent student who had always excelled. Yes, she needed money, but she had never considered selling her soul. At the entrance of the Shanghai Art Academy, countless luxury cars lined the street. Some offered to support her with a monthly allowance of 100,000. Some even offered cars and housing. For a moment, Zhang Manqi felt her emotional defenses crumbling. With money, she could afford her father's medical treatment, no longer worrying about exorbitant drug prices or scrimping for a month just to buy a fake YSL lipstick. She could pursue her dreams, adorn herself more beautifully than anyone else, and boldly chase after love. A Maybach S pulled up on South Bin Avenue, and two flamboyantly dressed women stepped out, unreservedly getting into the car driven by a sleazy middle-aged man. This scene pierced her heart, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Ye hang park etbeside zang manji, noticin her iner turmoil.
She turned her face away, wiped her tears, then turned back to fix her gaze on Yihang. You can support me. I know you have money. I won't regret it. I swear I'll be yours alone from now on. She raised her right hand, holding up two fingers. Yihang couldn't help but laugh. Sister, a vow requires 3 fingers. Zhang Manqi quickly changed her fingers to 4. Have you thought this through? I have. In my life, there will be no other man besides you. Never. Yihang appreciated Zhang Manqi's honesty and her willingness to love boldly. It was a refreshing change compared to other women in the scene. State your price. Amon fi 50,000. I have no experience. If you had experience, would I need you? You silly girl. 100,000 a month, not including pocket money, nor housing. Zhang Manqi was momentarily stunned. These terms exceeded her expectations by far. Happiness felt somewhat sudden. She wiped her tears fiercely, like a valiant heroine. Deal. At 66 Pipa Mountain Main Street, Panda Hot Pot lacked even a proper storefront. Although dubbed Panda Hot Pot, it was a name given by patrons, a hole-in-the-wall dining spot frequented by people from Sichuan and Chongqing, and it had accompanied Yihang throughout his high school years. Wow! So spicy. Eat slowly. Zhang Manqi, having not eaten all day, devoured the dishes voraciously, with a plate of kidney in one hand and a fried spring roll in the other, her mouth glistening with grease. How can you Sichuan and Chongqing people have such strong flavors? Zhang Manqi's lips turned bright red from the spice, continuously exhaling. Having spent days in Sichuan and Chongqing, she had yet to taste authentic local hot pot, confined to a rental room costing 80 a day. Can I have another plate of crispy pork? Zhang Manqi gazed at Yihang, her lips still tinged with spicy sausage, beads of sweat forming on her nose. Yihang smiled and shook his head. Uncle, bring 10 more bowls of crispy pork. Make them tender. All right. Zhang Manqi hurriedly stopped Yihang. That's too much. Too much. We can't finish it. It would be wasteful. You rich folks can afford to splurge. Eat. If you can't finish, we'll pack it for home. Zhang Manqi scrunched her nose adorably. The two exchanged contact details and the notification chimed. Ding. 100,000 yuan received via Alipay. While Zhang Manqi was eating heartily, she looked up at Yihang. The money has arrived? I know you need it. Hurry and transfer it to someone in need. Yihang was uninterested in her family affairs. He merely hoped for her well-being. After all, it took unimaginable courage for a girl to openly ask for support. Do you pity me? Never mind. Zhang Manqi snatched her phone and hugged it close, mumbling, I don't know how badly I'll be tormented by you in the future. I can't shortchange myself. She immediately transferred 50,000 to her mother. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Manqi felt the burdens on her shoulders lighten significantly. Chapter 33 Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest. I am not a rich second-generation Biao Biao Zhang Manqi. Quest reward, Vibrant Spirit buff, 10,000 shopping points. Vibrant Spirit buff. Upon wearing this title, the host needs only to ensure 2 hours of sleep daily to remain invigorated throughout the day. Description. Why sleep excessively in life when eternal rest awaits in death? Effect. Charm 20, Luck Critical Hit 99, Vitality 200, Energy 200, with a 10 chance of triggering love at first sight.
Duration, permanent.
Note. This buff cannot be upgraded. Host, you have completed the Bone Point task, illuminating the entire map of Greater China. Yihang observed Zhang Manqi as she dined, while perusing the system. The entire map illuminated? On a 3D globe. Aside from the gray overseas regions, the Greater China area was vibrant in color. This was rather intriguing. Host, The illumination of the Greater China region does not signify that you have fully experienced or traveled through it. Yi Hang noticed that only the map of Sanya displayed a footprint icon, indicating that he had traveled there. With countless culinary delights and attractions in Huaxia, and a myriad of hidden gameplay elements, the host need not unlock them on demand. Instead, by traveling to any location and completing the corresponding tasks, the host can mark it as completed. Understood. If Yi Hang were to accompany Shin Yuyu to Lin and University, the travel task for Linen would consequently arise. There was no need to complete Sanya first, as each location could be illuminated in succession, granting Yi Hang the privilege of selecting any travel destination within Greater China at will to complete and illuminate. The host comprehended correctly. Ding! The next main travel task is released. International Metropolis. Magic City. Hint. City characteristic. Wealth. Understood. The main quest must be completed. As the world's window to Huaxia, Magic City possesses an indisputable status and culture, leading the economy of the Yangtze River Delta. Task released. Familiarize yourself with the customs, unique cuisine, historical culture, social sciences, and traditional arts of Magic City. Task duration, 3 months. Task requirements, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Note: the minimum requirement for this main task is an S rating. Note 2. Please complete the corresponding tasks based on the hints provided by the system. Yi Hang was taken aback. To start with an S-level base rating was daunting. The key point was, all 10 task requirements were concealed. However, the system provided a hint. Wealth. Magic City is a supercity comparable to New York, Tokyo, and Los Angeles, where affluent individuals abound. Even a mere 10 million assets tossed into Magic City might not even elicit a sound. Since the hint was wealth, the travel tasks related to Magic City would undoubtedly pertain to finances. Ding! To assist the host in better accomplishing the tasks, a travel fund of 10 million is allocated. This travel fund is exclusively for this task. Any investments, loans, or gifts outside of this will be rendered void. China CITIC Bank, your bank card ending in 6490 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan on July 10th at 2000 hours. Current balance, 14,900,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations. Host, your daily prosperity buff has upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Daily prosperity buff. Upon wearing this title, wealth will flow abundantly, and prosperity will be achieved daily. Level. LV2, 290,000. Effect. Earn 1 yuan every minute, with a 10 chance of triggering double critical hit rebates, a 5 chance for 5-fold rebates, and a 1 chance for 10-fold rebates. Duration. Permanent. Note 1. This buff is currently at LV1. Each level increase grants corresponding rewards. 1 minute passed, experience 1. 2 minutes passed, experience 2. A new character panel emerged. Section 27, Name, Yi Hang. Gender, male. Points, 10, 500. Buffs, Daily Prosperity Buff, Vibrant Spirit Buff. Skill, Master Level Standard Dance. Assets, 14,900,000 yuan. Retracting his gaze from the system, Yi Hang observed Zhang Manxi, who was still devouring her meal, and felt a sense of having bought a lifetime of loyalty. For merely 100,000 per month, one could secure a person's unwavering allegiance. This was an undeniably lucrative deal. Coupled with her beauty, which had surged from a 92 to a 95, further affirmed Yi Hang's thoughts. The allure of wealth had propelled her attractiveness to unprecedented heights. In the hidden character notes beneath her glasses, a new bound character appeared. Yi Hang, loyalty 100, unwavering. How intriguing. Yi Hang stretched languidly, his spirits soaring as he watched her eat, feeling as if he were already full. I'm full now. Zhang Manxi wiped her mouth, breathing heavily. Boss, check please. When it came to the rebate upon settling the bill, Yi Hang was no longer surprised. With the fortuitous enhancement of the Vibrant Spirit buff and a luck rating of 99, he could essentially expect to receive rebates with every expenditure. Holding Zhang Manxi's small hand, he entered the Roma, starting the Ferrari with a roar that reverberated through the crowd as he sped away. Chapter 34. Zhang Manxi, with a lollipop in her mouth, stole glances at Yi Hang from the passenger seat. Just a month ago, she had been a struggling worker, tirelessly running around for a mere 5,000 yuan. Now, she had transformed into Yi Hang's prized canary, hidden away in his gilded cage. What makes you different from other men? Yi Hang chuckled. In what way? Other men always find ways to get close to me. I can sense their ulterior motives from a mile away, but you. Don't you like me? Maslow's hierarchy of needs, how true it is. Having satisfied her material needs, she now sought emotional fulfillment. Zhang Manxi sighed. All right, I have no right to demand anything from you. The life I have now is beyond my wildest dreams. What Yi Hang did not expect was that the vibrant aura she exuded triggered an extraordinarily rare spark of love at first sight. At that moment, her eyes sparkled as they gazed at him. I have a girlfriend, and only a fool like you would throw yourself into the flames, Yi Hang joked about himself. Is there a cat in this world that doesn't stray? It's merely a matter of appearances, not intentions. TSK. What a scoundrel you are, Zhang Manxi spat. But how could a man like you ever have just one woman? Yi Hang raised his thumb. You seem to possess a fair amount of insight. She underestimated the complexity of this woman's thoughts. Well, at least you're not one of those who flaunt their relationships under false pretenses. In the college town of Songjiang, rich second-generation boys are as numerous as the stars, and the girls are more aware than anyone. Zhang Manxi stealthily slipped her hand into Yi Hang's, but they always find the most suitable excuses to deceive themselves, seeking a pitiful sense of comfort. Indeed, women excel at self-deception. I've come to terms with it. Love is not in my destiny, but being with someone I admire, enjoying his protection, is more than what 90 of girls could wish for. Relationships come and go, 3 months at the least, 3 years at most, and in the end, there's nothing. But you, father, are wealthy. Yi Hang was thoroughly impressed by her candidness. As long as you don't despise me, I will be your obedient daughter, she teased. How charmingly mischievous. Who could resist such a lure? Zhang Manxi was already learning how to please Yi Hang. I cannot compare to Xin Youyu. She is destined to stand in the limelight. All I can do is remain hidden behind you. Beauty is merely a ticket. I understand that. My core value lies in my emotional support. No drama. No fuss. If I can contribute to your career, then I can rightfully accept this reward. Splendid. That is quite profound. Materialism can be off-putting, but this approach carries a certain grace. As Yi Hang drove into the Westin Hotel at Jifangbai, the welcoming staff greeted them warmly at the entrance. Available 24 hours. This flagship 5-star establishment, nestled in the heart of Sichuan Chongqing, housed a 5A office complex and was a high-end sub-brand under Starwood. From here, one could gaze upon the breathtaking landscapes of both cities. After parking, they exited the car. The 5-star hotel offered valet service, and Yi Hang tossed the car keys to the attendant along with a generous tip of 200 yuan. In the city center, where space was precious, he found the underground parking unnecessary. Sir, here's the Westin key card. You can retrieve your keys from the front desk at any time. I've parked it on the basement level. Thank you. Welcome to the Westin, sir. Though they mentioned the basement level, there was actually another floor below. This mountainous city had a way of deceiving one into thinking they were on solid ground while still being underground. Holding Zhang Manxi's hand, Yi Hang led her into the hotel and directly booked a week's stay for her. The receptionist was both beautiful and charming. Sir, your double suite is located on the 51st floor in the scenic lobby, room 5101. Starwood hotels are known for their floor-to-ceiling windows, and the modern minimalist design was quite striking. Unlike traditional hotels, it exuded a palpable sense of technology. The most notable feature was the renowned dish of yibin duck, which had become a rarity since the Sichuan Chongqing restaurant underwent privatization and many chefs departed. The former imperial chef had been lured to the Westin Hotel with a handsome salary, making this the sole place to enjoy authentic yibin duck. Upon entering the room, Yi Hang clapped his hands. Instantly, the lighting adjusted to create the perfect ambience, with the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows transitioning to a misty half-transparency. A mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome to the Westin, sir. Should you require anything, please call, and I shall be at your service." Yi Hang turned towards the bar and retrieved a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge. "Are you planning to return to school with me? or will you go on your own? Zhang Manqi, having removed her high heels and massaging her ankle, cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Hang, biting her lip as she fell into character. I'll go on my own. I had already booked my flight. Yi Hang was to accompany Shen Yuyu to Linen University, so he couldn't stay with Zhang Manqi. Zhang Manqi went to remove her makeup, having spent the whole day with her face adorned. Yi Hang pulled out the hotel tablet and ordered a few small dishes. White braised abalone, assorted pork kidney, and half a portion of yibin duck. Shall we drink? Yes. This woman was determined to indulge herself. Before Zhang Manqi had even finished washing her face, the central kitchen had prepared the dishes Yi Hang ordered. A small cart outside held steaming dishes. Yi Hang had been hungry all day, and his stomach growled in anticipation. A chef wearing a hat accompanied by the executive manager arrived, with a cart laden with beverages beside them. Sir, I apologize, but the Penfolds Bin 95 red wine you ordered is unavailable. We brought all our wines. Please choose. Yi Hang waved his hand dismissively and casually selected a traditional AOP sparkling wine. This one will do. The executive manager, looking apologetic, replied, No problem, sir. My sincerest apologies. After they departed, Zhang Manqi emerged, having changed into a loose-fitting short t-shirt that did little to conceal her alluring figure. With her long legs, she was a true vision. Zhang Manqi embodied a confident woman who, devoid of pretense, stood as the perfect lover. Chapter 35. What major are you in at the School of Magic Arts? Yi Hang was aware that Zhang Manqi was part of the School of Magic Arts. However, arts colleges are categorized into various disciplines: drama, music, and fine arts. Drama. Zhang Manqi hesitated momentarily, and they both spoke in unison. How did you know? Zhang Manqi settled onto Yi Hang's lap, yet it was evident that her body trembled slightly. Yi Hang shrugged. Music and fine arts are notoriously expensive. Only drama depends on personal circumstances. The School of Magic Arts is regarded as a second-tier institution among the 6 major art schools in the country, with tuition fees that are quite steep. The first tier consists of the Beijing Film Academy, the Beijing Dance Academy, the Central Academy of Drama, and the Shanghai Theater Academy, 4 veritable money-consuming beasts. I say I want to make money. Do you believe me? Zhang Manqi pressed her lips together, unreserved in her admission. Yi Hang handed her a glass of AOP sparkling wine. I do. He had statistical backing. Among all arts disciplines, drama students are the most frequently supported by patrons. This explained Zhang Manqi's hesitation when Yi Hang inquired earlier. Choosing this major is akin to stepping into an abyss. It is nearly impossible to remain unscathed. Affectionately dubbed the Mistress Major by various online communities. Pursuing a career in drama demands exceptional beauty and physique, along with proficiency in various performance aspects. Yet, if one lacks financial backing, very few can sustain themselves. Zhang Manqi leaned her head against Yi Hang's shoulder. Each year, countless individuals flock to Beijing, living in basements and earning a mere 200 yuan per performance, often without remuneration. Even the most stunning among them can fall prey to exploitation. Such is the state of the industry, and who comprises the art-loving crowd. The wealthy. Zhang Manqi produced her phone and displayed a senior's social media posts to Yi Hang. Yi Hang perused the images, which were filled with her award-winning moments and performances, where she always occupied the center stage. Her figure and beauty were beyond reproach, although she bore a slightly more worldly air compared to Zhang Manqi. She is my senior from the 4th year. She taught me a great deal. When we used to dine in the cafeteria, she was always the last to leave. As afternoon approached, the cafeteria would offer leftovers at a discount, allowing us to choose freely. However, since she became involved with an older gentleman from Gubei, she has undergone a dramatic transformation. She would travel to secure a spot on CNN's culinary list, spending 9,000 on a ticket just to taste a cream broccoli dish. She attended performances at the Solace Sea and flew to Iceland to witness the Northern Lights, and whenever possible, indulged in tempura prepared by the renowned chef, Yasunori. Before graduating from her 4th year, she had already staged a solo performance at the Poly Theater, with our department's mentor as her co-star. The reason was simple. Her benefactor was the president of the Shanghai Theater Association, laden with resources and connections. Zhang Manqi tilted her head back and drained her wine glass. Yi Hang, uninterested in such matters, prompted, What are your plans? Plans? Zhang Manqi paused, then laughed. Does being your little lover count? Yi Hang sighed. You can't be a little lover forever. Zhang Manqi replied softly, why not? I don't intend to marry. Being with someone I like without financial concerns alleviates 95 of my life's worries. She shifted to straddle Yi Hang. Do you know what the best skincare product for women is? Yi Hang, intrigued, asked what? Absence of worries. The factors that hasten a woman's aging are the mundane concerns of daily life, the headaches from various matters. It is the burden of thoughtfulness. I can indulge in life and pursue my passions. Trust me, even at 40 or 50, I can maintain my appearance as if I were still 20. Yi Hang was taken aback by her unique perspective. He genuinely felt compelled to applaud her. Pleasing Yi Hang was indeed an art form worthy of recognition. Yi Hang posed a challenging question. Aren't you concerned that one day you might age and be replaced by another Zhang Manqi? He was curious to hear her response. Aware that time is the fiercest adversary of a mistress, Zhang Manqi pondered for a considerable time, appearing genuinely contemplative. To be favored by a man, especially a wealthy one, beauty is not the sole criterion. What truly matters is the emotional value you provide, your kindness, wisdom, insights, and problem-solving abilities. Isolating beauty renders it worthless. However, when combined with traits such as gentleness and intelligence, it creates a potent allure. Impressive. Applause erupted from Yi Hang. What more can I say but to applaud you? Zhang Manqi rolled her eyes. I'm not foolish, you know. There are plenty like you in Songjiang University town. But they all seem too ostentatious, practically flaunting car keys on their foreheads. What matters most is that I trust my instincts. Life is full of choices, and I am willing to bear the consequences of my decisions. Yi Hang recognized that Zhang Manqi's emotional intelligence surpassed that of most women. Moreover, Yi Hang was strikingly handsome, youthful, affluent, and exuded charm without the grease of middle age. At the very least, he was not like the fourth-year senior who needed to rinse her mouth after cupping therapy. Zhang Manqi possessed her own pride. At the very least, when they went out together, she would not feel like a mere mistress. Although she felt vulnerable, without Yi Hang, she could never have embarked on this path. At this moment, Zhang Manqi felt she had gained something. Now that you've asked me, it's my turn to inquire. Zhang Manqi tilted her head, her gaze enticing. Yi Hang chuckled, go ahead. How many women have you had before me? You're the second. I don't believe you. Yi Hang shrugged. Believe what you wish. Zhang Manqi's eyes sparkled. Aren't you curious about that day? Conversing with an intelligent person was indeed refreshing. It is somewhat different. Shinyoyu is not as wild as you. Zhang Manqi instantly transformed into an ostrich, retreating from the conversation. Chapter 36. The Joy of Duo Q, Double the Delight. After a night spent immersed in gaming, the duo experienced unparalleled joy in their competition. The following morning, when Yi Hang awoke, Zhang Manqi was still in slumber. He decided to head upstairs to the hotel pool. Ever since Yi Hang embraced the art of immersive freestyle swimming, he discovered that its benefits far surpassed those of running. No wonder those adept swimmers possessed such enviable physiques. Upon returning to their room, Yi Hang found Zhang Manqi already awake, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ceiling. As he replied to Shen Youyu's WeChat message, he remarked, the hotel provides a shuttle service to your desired destinations. Should you find yourself short on funds, do let me know. Zhang Manqi softly responded. All right. After preparing, Yi Hang pulled back the covers and playfully pinched her cheek. You look lovely without makeup. Light makeup is merely the baseline. Now let us go. As he opened the hotel door, a thought crossed his mind. Before returning to Shanghai, might I see you again? It depends, she replied. With a soft click, the door closed. Zhang Manqi pouted. So you prefer me without makeup? Huh? Light makeup? With that thought, she promptly opened her phone's notes app and began to jot down her observations. 1. Yi Hang favors natural beauty, considering light makeup the minimum. 2. He has a slight obsession with legs and allocates a portion of his funds annually for their upkeep. 3. She must be considerate and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. 4. Yi Hang dislikes idleness. She should rekindle her interests, ensuring dance remains a priority. 5. It's essential to purify her circle of friends, maintaining healthy relationships and avoiding contact with males other than Yi Hang. 6. 7. Ding. Your wealth treasure has deposited 100,000 yuan. Note, rise and shine. Zhang Manqi covered her face, whimpering. Meanwhile, Shin Yoyu had been confined at home by Shin Guoliang for calligraphy practice. He claimed, "How can a talented Chinese literature student lack good handwriting?" Shin Yoyu could only vent her frustrations to Yi Hang via WeChat. With a week remaining before the new semester, Shin Yoyu prepared to embark on her journey to Linen. "My dear, I'm so annoyed. I don't want to write," she lamented. Yi Hang typed back, "Is it your parents who are sending you off to school?" Shin Yoyu replied, "Hee, they want me to gain some independence and go to school on my own." Yi Hang offered, "I can give you a ride." Shin Yoyu protested, "No way. It's too far and driving isn't safe." Yi Hang countered, "I disagree. Besides, I might scout out some pretty ladies in Linen." Shin Yoyu retorted, "You're incorrigible, pighead." JPG. Yi Hang added, "I mainly want to taste the Yangzhou cuisine in Linen." Shin Yoyu quipped, "I think you mean the Yangzhou thin horse I roll." JPG. Yi Hang remarked, "I don't understand what you're saying." Shin Yoyu replied, "Just don't let me find out. But if I do, what can I do? I still love you. What more could I want?" Yi Hang suggested, "Shall we catch a movie this afternoon?" Shin Yoyu proposed, "Meng Meng wants me to go shopping at Jinmao. Why not join us?" Yi Hang agreed, "Okay." When Yi Hang arrived home, he found that Ms. Wang Hui and Comrade Yi Daipio were absent. On the table lay a note accompanied by a bucket of Kongshui bo beef noodles. "Enjoy a nice meal from your dear mom and dad." The handwriting resembled that of Yi Daipio, unmistakably. This exemplified his status within the household. After preparing the instant noodles, the family group chat chimed with notifications.
Ye dapiao. In lesan enjoying sweet sikinduk.
Have you eaten?
Wang Gui Grekuang.
Yi Daipio. Image of zhong dumplings. JPG Yi Daipio. Image of spicy rabbit heads. JPG Yi Daipio. Image of sugar fried fruits.
JPG Ye dapiao. Delicious. Drolin.
3 black lines appeared on Yi Hang's forehead. Good grief, they left me a bucket of instant noodles while they feast in Leshan. Only Yi Daipio could pull this off. Sometimes, Yi Daipio traveled by long-distance bus, always encountering diverse culinary delights. Yi Hang snapped a photo of the instant noodles and shared it in the group chat. Ms. Wang Hui was even more audacious, dining on Western cuisine with her friends. Ms. Wang Hui, out having Western food with my besties. Wellington steak is utterly unremarkable. Ms. Wang Hui, only the shrimp souffle, butter chicken, and Marseille fish soup barely fill the belly. Images. JPG Yi Daipio. Life is good. Thumbs up. JPG Ms. Wang Hui, mainly because I have a great husband. Yi Daipio. I'll bring you back some cold rabbit. How outrageous. Have some decency. I'm not invisible. Yi Hang contemplated teasing them. He captured a screenshot of his bank account balance and shared it in the group, lamenting his financial state.
Ye Hang. Seek.
The stock market is in a downturn. I've only made this little. Yi Hang. You invested in military stocks, he went all in on liquor. I concentrated on renewable energy, and yet you stood on the rooftop, he lay on the tracks while I chose to hang myself. We all had a good laugh. Yi Daipio, what brand of simulator is that? Ms. Wang Hui. If only the young would strive, they wouldn't need to rely on simulators. I told you to focus on your studies. Simulators, indeed. When Yi Hang sent another message, a red exclamation mark appeared. Do you have been removed from the group chat? How dare they? Is this how they retaliate? After a moment, Ms. Wang Hui shared a post on her social media featuring Yi Hang's previously shared bank balance. Captioned, "Caution is advised when entering the market." Below were comments from Ms. Wang Hui's friends and Yi Hang's aunts. Aunt Wang. Sister Hui, count me in. Mrs. Zhang, Xiao Hui, is this your earnings? Aunt Lin shocked. JPG shocked. JPG, really, sister? Yi Hang was utterly speechless and left a comment. Mom, is the simulator fun? Smile. JPG. Such were the antics of Yi Hang's parents. By noon, Song Zihong unexpectedly messaged him. Old Yi, check the group chat. I'm in trouble. Chapter 37. Absolutely spectacular. Song Zihong sent a meme of a panda banging on a table. Yi Hang switched to the Penguin class group, and after a few days of absence, he was met with hundreds of unread messages. However, it soon became clear to Yi Hang that Lu Nan, the class monitor, had entered the realm of romance. As expected, he was making a spectacle of it, announcing his relationship on social media and even sending a red envelope in the group chat with a message. "This is my girlfriend, Hefong. Please take care of her." What a farce. Was Lu Nan out of his mind? The key point was that Hefong was no ordinary girl. Although she was not in Yihang's class, she was notorious in high school for her promiscuous behavior. Rumor had it that she once cornered a girl in the restroom, only to have that girl's father report her to the principal. She was expelled for half a month but somehow returned. In any case, Lu Nan was odious, and Hefong was simply lacking in intelligence. TSK birds of a feather flock together. But who had invited Hefong into the class group? She ended up arguing with Lu Nan. "Zhou Haoyan, enough. Give me some face. Peng Shui. Can't you just fight it out? I want to see this." Chao Mengmeng. Selling sunflower seeds and beer in the front row. Guanhong. I just entered the group and saw Chong Wei fighting Lai Fu. Can someone explain what's going on? Why is Hefong in our class group? Yihang could easily guess that it was Song Zihong who added Hefong. He messaged Song Zihong. "Did you really add Hefong in here?" Song Zihong. "Yes. Can you believe it?" He sends red envelopes as a relationship announcement and expects us to bless him. And a penny? In the class group, Song Zihong was one of the administrators, with the homeroom teacher as the group owner. However, the teachers were young and often accepted the playful banter of the students in the group. Yihang couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha. Well done." The argument in the group escalated. "Hefong. So you're playing mute now, are you?" Lu Nan. "Hefong. When you were pursuing me, you first called me sister, then little sister, and finally stinky baby?" Hefong. "Now that I'm yours, you're too busy and tired. I want to take a shower and sleep early?" Hefong. "Did you not realize, Lu Nan, that you're not really a scumbag? You just want to give every girl a home. You're not really a player. Your heart is shattered into many pieces, and each piece loves a different girl. Ha ha ha." Yihang laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. This was pure comedy. "Lu Nan, are you out of your mind? Who added you to this group? We've already broken up." Hefong. "Oh, I haven't even finished cleaning the mole on your backside. And you think we're done?" Song Zihong slyly took a screenshot of the red envelope Lu Nan had previously sent and posted it in the group, inflicting a critical blow. Before Hefong could retaliate further, she was kicked out. Lu Nan. "From now on, anyone who adds people without my permission will not be treated kindly." What a character. A control freak? What a bureaucratic display. Was Song Zihong the type to bow down? Absolutely not. Hefong was added to Class 2 of senior year by Administrator Song Zihong. Hefong. "Lu Nan, why don't you try kicking me again?" Hefong. "You're so generous. For my birthday, you transferred me 5 yuan and 21 cents. At KTV, you drank 28 bottles of beer and ate 8 fruit platters. And then you swiped 2 cans of Red Bull. Am I raising a son here? Ha ha ha." Lu Nan, having had enough of Hefong, turned his ire towards Song Zihong. "Lu Nan, Song Zihong, can you add anyone you like to our class group? Teacher Zhou, are you going to manage this?" Song Zihong. "Double standards much? You can kick people out, but I can't add anyone? TSK, you're just a hypocrite." Yihang could no longer tolerate it. Since Song Zihong was his friend, how could Yihang stand idly by while he was being attacked? He shot back with a red envelope. "Lu Nan, can't you play fair?" In total, there were 61 students in the class group, and with the homeroom teacher and the newly added Hefong, that made 63. With each person receiving a 500 yuan red envelope, that amounted to a total of 32,000 yuan, excluding Lu Nan. Once sent, the already chaotic group chat exploded into life. Those who had been silent, watching, or lurking all rushed out to claim their red envelopes. "Lu Nan, can't you play fair? Lu Nan, can't you play fair? Lu Nan, can't you play fair?" To Yihang's astonishment, even the homeroom teacher had claimed a red envelope. The chat was flooded with messages. "Zhou Haoyan, thanks. Boss. You're so generous. Guanhong, Brother Yi. You'll always be my father.
Cao Mengmeng, hàng S so handsome.
Peng Shui. The one thing I dislike most is money, but this is too good. Shin Yoyu. Thank you, darling. Song Zihong. To our number 1 big brother. A little attention, please." Just as Yihang was about to deliver the final blow, he discovered that Lu Nan had kicked him out. You have been removed from the Class 2 group chat of senior year. Can he bear it? Seeing Yi Hang kicked out ignited an explosion in the class group. What a joke. Even the homeroom teacher had accepted Yi Hang's 500 yuan red envelope. And Lunan still dared to act so arrogantly. Chow Mengmeng. No way. Is he really that shameless? Is Lu Nan going to kick me out too? Peng Shui. What a Shakespearean farce. You're really flexing your authority. Zhou Haoyin. Damn. I'm disgusted. We might as well create a new group and isolate this jerk. Song Zihong. TSK. TSK dude. You've really embarrassed yourself. Shin Yoyu. Lu Nan, are you out of your mind? The group united against Lu Nan, who could not possibly win an argument. Just as he was about to silence everyone, he unexpectedly found himself muted. Group owner Teacher Zhou has permanently muted Lu Nan and revoked his admin status. He also re-added Yi Hang to the class group. Yi Hang felt no anger. It was not worth his time to engage with such a person. Why get worked up over something that could be settled with money? Chapter 38. The contradictions of high school students, merely a battle of wits. Amusing yet frustrating. He arrived punctually at Jinmao City in the afternoon. Shen Yoyu and Chow Mengmeng were already waiting for him at Starbucks. Yi Hang deliberately observed at the entrance for a while. In 5 minutes, at least 10 men approached to flirt. Unfortunately, Shun Yoyu transformed into an aloof goddess, ignoring them entirely, while she and Chow Mengmeng engaged in lively conversation. Yi Hang's curiosity piqued. What could they possibly be discussing? It was said that their topics could be even more colorful than those of men. He wondered if the system offered a listening device. Ex-Lu novels often portrayed such scenarios, albeit with numerous authors abandoning their tales. While browsing, Yi Hang indeed stumbled upon it. Would you like to spend 500 points to purchase a listening device? Purchase. Listening device. Can be used on the target, limited to 10 minutes. Use. Soon. The conversation between Shin Yoyu and Chow Mengmeng filled his ears. Chow Mengmeng. Yoyu, are you truly at ease with Yi Hang? After all, he is quite exceptional, and many girls must be fond of him. Shin Yoyu sipped her frappuccino. What is there to worry about? If others like Yi Hang, it only proves my discerning taste. Chow Mengmeng rolled her eyes. Goddess Shin, you are remarkably carefree. University is not like high school, and you two are so far apart. It's a long-distance relationship. Since Shin Yoyu became a woman, she radiated a captivating charm. Her beauty soared from a score of 97 to an unprecedented 98. Fear not, for internal factors dictate external ones. If such a day were to come, it would be because I did not do well enough. Chow Mengmeng gasped. Is this still the Shin Yoyu I know? I mean, at the very least, shouldn't Yi Hang make you a promise? This is your youth. Shin Yoyu suddenly countered. Mengmeng, if you fell in love and your boyfriend assured you that he would never cheat and would remain devoted, what would you think? Chow Mengmeng scoffed. Ha! Such words can only come from a scoundrel, an utterly shameless cad. Exactly. So why should I demand a promise from Yi Hang? What would it change? Shun Yoyu took a bite of mousse. A man intent on deceiving you possesses 100 methods. He could be flawless in his deceit, ensuring you uncover no trace. Chow Mengmeng frowned. That does seem somewhat plausible. I heard that Huawei phones can unlock 2 interfaces with different fingers. However, still makes me uneasy. Shin Yoyu, as long as I remain unaware, it suffices. Besides, you must agree that Yi Hang is quite remarkable, right? The moment he gifted me the Van Cleef Arpels piece, I knew it was genuine. But do you know what Yi Hang said? Chow Mengmeng's eyes widened. What did he say? Shin Yoyu Taobao free shipping. Chow Mengmeng that complicates matters. Most boys can't wait to flaunt such gifts on social media. In that regard, Yi Hang is indeed different. Shin Yoyu. Thus, I can foresee many girls being enamored with him. Do you expect me to cling to him daily? Sending messages every 5 minutes? Reporting on his every move? Do you think that would make him more attached to me? No, it would only hasten his escape. Mengmeng, far more beautiful women exist. I aspire not to be a love-struck girl, but to remain the unique Shin Yoyu. The main character stands here. Dare you overstep? Chow Mengmeng exclaimed. My heavens, are there truly more beautiful women than you? It's absurd. Of course, this world is not lacking in beauty. After saying this, Shun Yoyu tapped her head. adding, however, wisdom is not equally bestowed upon all. Beautiful indeed, sister. Moreover, Meng Meng, you also have feelings for Yihang, don't you? This. Yihang's forehead slowly manifested a question mark. Chao Meng Meng is Shun Youyu's closest confidant. Both were the school's floral beauties, even sharing matching phone cases. While her beauty might not surpass Shun Youyu's, a score of 92 is still commendable. It's known that a score of 90 signifies divine beauty. Incidentally, Yihang and Chao Meng Meng had dated for a month. But Yihang was too engrossed in gaming, prompting Chao Meng Meng to initiate a breakup. In Yihang's opinion, that hardly constituted a relationship. Did it? What are you talking about, Youyu? Chao Meng Meng's gaze darted away as she picked up a caramel macchiato to mask her embarrassment. I must confess, I'm not very adept at handling Yihang. Chao Meng Meng gasped. You too have already. Shun Youyu's cheeks flushed. Sure. Just at that crucial moment, silence enveloped them. Listening device. 10 minutes have elapsed. Oh no. Goodness, what a blunder. Nevertheless, I gleaned quite a bit of information. It suffices. When Yihang finally appeared before them, Shun Youyu darted into his embrace. What were you discussing? Shun Youyu looped her arm around Yihang's. We were discussing how to help Meng Meng pursue her ideal man. Yihang? Another question mark. Just moments ago they were talking about Yihang, and now it's about pursuing a boy? Oh, who does Meng Meng fancy? Would you like my assistance? Yihang chuckled. Shun Youyu shook her head, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. You might not be able to help. Chao Meng Meng appeared a bit reserved, avoiding Yihang's gaze, but in the next moment, she relaxed. What is there to fear? Let us go. I need to buy you some supplies for school. Jinmao New World is one of the earliest malls to host luxury brands. The two girls walked hand in hand, laughing and chatting. Shun Youyu donned a fresh look today. Her hair dyed a chestnut hue that accentuated her fair complexion. This color is typically challenging for many women to pull off, as it requires a specific skin tone. The 20 yuan short t-shirt she wore exuded a high-end vibe. Chao Meng Meng sported an oversized short t-shirt that covered her knees, making it appear as though she weren't wearing shorts at all. Her long legs swayed playfully. After nearly an hour of shopping, they purchased a Chanel bracelet and a Givenchy school skirt for Shun Youyu. As for Chao Meng Meng, Yihang intended to gift her something. After all, she was Shun Youyu's friend, and nurturing good relations never hurts. Yet she adamantly refused. While Shun Youyu was on a phone call, Yihang seized the opportunity to ask, Chao Meng Meng, which university did you get into? Moin? Shanghai Conservatory of Music. They had barely exchanged a few words when Shun Youyu finished her call, looking at Yihang with a beaming smile. My father wants us to return home for dinner. Yihang, oh, then you should hurry back. No. He wants you and me to return to our home for dinner. Chapter 39. Shun Guoliang invites Yihang to dinner. The mere thought of being chased by Shun Guoliang in high school made Yihang's head throb. The crux of the matter was that his father had scurried away at lightning speed. Yihang found himself doubting whether Shun Youyu's father's calligraphy had been taught by the physical education teacher. Well, if he had to go, he would go. There was no way he could back down. However, this old man played by his own rules. Yihang rummaged through his pockets. He couldn't possibly show up empty-handed. What did his father enjoy? Tea? Wine? Middle-aged men typically had two great passions: leading virtuous women astray or persuading wayward women to reform. Ugh! What was he thinking? Oh! It's not necessary, Shun Youyu said, blinking her eyes and casting a playful glance at Yihang. My dad just wants to meet you and ask why you haven't added him on WeChat. Moreover, my aunt is here too. Shun Guoliang, clad in an apron, rubbed his hands together and leaned out from the balcony, clucking his tongue. He even claimed he wasn't a typical Sichuan man. What was there to gawk at? His wife, Hui Wan, emerged from the kitchen and caught sight of Shun Guoliang peering around. I'm just worried they might do something outrageous again, she said. Lin Mu, who was absorbed in his phone, casually remarked, maybe the young couple has already done everything. Shun Guoliang shot Lin Mu a stern look. Don't you dare lead my little fish astray. Lin Mu rubbed his forehead, feigning innocence. Brother-in-law, one must speak with a clear conscience. Without my assistance, little fish. Oh no. He almost let slip what happened in Sanya. Shun Guoliang raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, You can't be like you at 26, still single and unmarried. Phew. Luckily, Shen Guoyang didn't catch on. You wouldn't understand. We're in an era of low desires. Isn't it alright to be alone? Is it the wine that's unpalatable or the phone that's unentertaining? Must one marry to suffer? Am I in dire need of a father? Lin Mu stood up to assist Hui Wan in serving dishes. One after another, home-style dishes graced the table. Shen Guoyang bent down and retrieved a half bottle of Jian Nanchun from the cabinet. You're full of excuses. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. Lin Mu dashed to answer, finding Yi Hang and Shin Youyu at the doorstep, arms laden with gifts. Although Shin Youyu had protested against buying anything, arriving empty-handed was out of the question. In a hurry, Yi Hang had purchased a coach belt for Shin Youyu's father, 2 bottles of mutai, and a white jade bracelet for her mother. The total wasn't extravagant, just over 10,000. As they stepped inside, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. After some polite exchanges, they dove straight into the feast. To Yi Hang's surprise, Shen Guoyang didn't chase him away this time. He was all smiles. Yet, Yi Hang couldn't shake the feeling that the old man was up to something. Yi Hang, shall we have a drink? Is that appropriate?
Ye Hang hesitated.
It was his first visit, and besides, he had just graduated from the college entrance exam. He usually drank and joked around with Song Zihong, Guan Hong, and Zhou Haoyan, but this was his future father-in-law. Wang Hui, seated nearby, kicked Shen Guoyang under the table. What are you saying? Yi Hang will have juice. Shen Guoyang exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. You see, we live in a society built on relationships. How can one navigate without drinking? When I was his age, I could down a whole bottle. Come on, we won't let Yi Hang drink too much. Yi Hang sensed this was a test. All right then, I'm at least a seed player from Luzhou Laojiao. Shen Youyu tilted her head, sensing something was amiss. But she vividly recalled that day in Sanya when Yi Hang had consumed copious amounts of Ace of Spades without so much as a flush to his face. Moreover, her father wasn't one to indulge in alcohol casually. Just as Shen Youyu was about to speak, her Aunt Lin Mu interjected. After 3 rounds of drinks, each served in small cups, totaling about 6 ounces, Yi Hang remained composed, while Shen Guoyang appeared to be feeling the effects. Throughout the evening, their conversation flowed from formal to informal, transitioning from sitting opposite each other to shoulder. Yi Hang, don't blame your uncle for being stern back in high school. Education is paramount. Not at all, uncle, you were right. Yi Hang had never tested his limits with alcohol, but he had never felt tipsy from beer, only slightly uncomfortable. Drinking to the point of nausea seemed unnecessary. Another round passed between them. As for your relationship, I have no objections, but just a word of advice. Ensure you take proper precautions. Yi Hang nearly choked on his lemon tea, blushing as he playfully protested. Dad, have you had too much to drink? Shen Guoyang rubbed his forehead, his face flushed. Is this little bit enough to call it too much? Come on, Yi Hang. Let us toast again. Goodness. Another glass. The first half bottle of Jian Nanchun was long gone, and now they were on to the second. No wonder Shen Guoyang was feeling lightheaded. They had only been sitting for 30 minutes. Yi Hang recognized that his future father-in-law truly couldn't handle his liquor. Uncle, perhaps we should call it a night.
Hui Ruan es complexion shifted.
Wasn't the plan to draw Yi Hang out? No, little brother. Don't bury your face. That one tea do, Youyu. Fill it up. Yi Hang could only smile wryly. He felt all right, though a bit warm. Since his father-in-law was determined to drink, he decided to accompany him to the end. Uncle, I toast you. He raised his glass, lowering the rim slightly beneath Shen Guoyang's. Acknowledging the unspoken etiquette of the table, Shen Guoyang noticed and felt satisfied, finding Yi Hang increasingly likable. Good boy, uncle. Likes you. Cheers. Another round. These 9-ounce cups were not small, and by now, each of them had consumed nearly 6 ounces. Given that Jian Nanchun was a potent 52-degree liquor, most people wouldn't be sick but might slur their words or stumble. Those with poor tolerance could easily find themselves asleep on the table. Just as Yi Hang thought it was time to intervene and prevent Shen Guoyang from drinking more, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Your future father-in-law, Shen Guoyang, seems to hold you in high regard. His attitude towards you has improved. Task requirement. Have Shen Guoyang call you brother. Current task progress. 40. Task reward. A travel guide card, unrestricted city, guaranteed S grade. Chapter 40. Holy smoke. Poisonous much. Drinking with my future father-in-law for the first time. And he wants me to call him bro? Do I look like someone with a screw loose? But the system rewarded me with a travel guide card, unrestricted by city. Most importantly, it's guaranteed S tier. Yihang essentially obtained an effortless S card. To put it in perspective, even the lowest requirement for a 5-star travel mission in the Magic City is S tier. This feels a tad suicidal. Yi. Ayahang, my man. Shen Guoyang slung an arm around Yihang's neck, gripping his hand, his breath reeking of alcohol. Ah, I'm here, uncle. 6 tails of liquor down. Shen Guoyang's face was thoroughly flushed. A rosy hue had also crept onto Yihang's cheeks. Uncle. Uncle's really happy to meet you today. Yu is my precious daughter. Don't think just cause uncle's a writer. Not just Shen Guoyang. Even Shun Yoyu's mother, Huiwan, was thoroughly pleased with Yihang. Bringing gifts on the first visit was already impressive. And none of them were cheap. 2 bottles of Mutai, market price, 3,000 per bottle. A coach belt, 1,800. And a bracelet from Baiyujing, 2,800. The kid had manners, knew how to handle things. Flawless. After all, gifts make the heart pliable. Add to that Yihang's clean-cut appearance, sunny disposition, rosy lips, and pearly teeth. His looks were more than passable. The more they looked, the more they liked him. Shen Guoyang was convinced Yihang was Yoyu's destined match. Yoyu. We've spoiled her a bit. She can be willful sometimes. But if she ever throws a tantrum in the future, you just tell uncle. Uncle set her straight. Shen Guoyang raised his glass, and Yihang hurriedly steadied his hand. Another round down the hatch. Shen Yoyu sighed. So much for solidarity. So much for a united front. Once again, the clown was her. Yihang decided to show one last courtesy. If they didn't tea drink, they didn't tea drink. But if, uncle, how about we call it a night? No more drinking. Before Yihang could finish, Shen Guoyang cut in. Uncle rarely drinks. Since we're drinking till we're satisfied, till we're merry. Truth be told, Shen Guoyang's alcohol tolerance was impressive. 7 tails in, and he could still speak coherently. The real issue was pride. After decades as a drinking champion, losing face to a junior? Unthinkable. His wife, Huiwan, stayed silent. She knew Shen Guoyang was in high spirits today, and she knew his limits. Another hazy cup later. Yihang. I'll tell you a secret. Shen Yoyu's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing. Cough cough. Actually, Yoyu. Liked you a long time ago. She ordered a body pillow of you online. Sleeps with it every night. Yihang gaped at Shen Yoyu. Hiss. Seemed like he stumbled upon something scandalous. Shen Yoyu's face burned crimson, her neck turning pink. Dad, you're lying. I never did that. No way she'd admit it. If Yihang found out she really had a custom body pillow of him, she'd never hear the end of it. Ugh. It's over. Shen Yoyu. You never should ve invited Yihang home. Lin Mu laughed until she hiccuped. Ha ha ha. I can't. Xiao Yu What exactly do you do with that Yihang body pillow? Shen Yoyu glared at Yihang's smug grin, weakly raising a fist. What else? To beat him up. For being so dense. Lin Mu shot her a knowing smile, leaning in. Pretty sure it's not for beating him, but for. Yihang swiftly raised his glass to diffuse the tension. Uncle, let me toast you? One more round? Come on. Good. Good. Another cup, 9 tails now. Yihang felt pleasantly buzzed, just a bit warm. But Shen Guoyang was thoroughly sloshed, eyes bloodshot as he clutched Yihang's hand. Rambling you. Uncle likes you. Taming Yoyu. You've got real skill. Back when Uncle was chasing your aunt. It took Herculean effort. So in that regard, you're better than me. How about this? Stop calling me Uncle. From now on, we'll address each other separately. I'll call you Dad. And you call me Bro. Sound good? Bravo. Peak absurdity. Lin Mu collapsed under the table laughing. Shen Yoyu covered her face. Am I a little sister now, or a granddaughter? Huiwan smacked Shen Guoyang's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Slightly sobered, Shin Guoyang backtracked. No, no. I'll call you bro. And you call me dad. That works, right? Yihang buried his face in his hands. Damn it. Never drinking with the future father-in-law again. Chapter 41. Shin Yoyu felt a dull ache in her trigeminal nerve. What on earth? Hopefully, her father wouldn't regret this when he sobered up tomorrow. All right, Yihang, don't drink anymore. Uncle is simply too delighted to see you today. His wife, Huiwan, could no longer allow Shin Guoyang to continue drinking like this. The last time Shin Guoyang got thoroughly intoxicated was at their wedding. Yihang supported Shin Guoyang, and with the assistance of the three of them, they managed to get him into the room. Uncle, please don't go. I promise I won't chase you away in the future. They laid him on the bed, and within a minute, he was snoring. Wow, he fell asleep in an instant. Yihang rubbed his temples, relieved that the task was finally accomplished. The S-card was in hand. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Yihang woke up in the study. Rubbing his slightly swollen head, he had to admit that Jian Nanchan was quite a decent liquor. He experienced no hangover symptoms, no headache, nausea, or dry mouth whatsoever. Yihang had a clear understanding of his own alcohol tolerance. He had consumed nearly a pound last night. After all, he was sober when Shin Yoyu's mother urged him to stay. It was an unavoidable circumstance that led him to spend the night in the study. Naturally, Shin Yoyu shared a room with Lin Mu. It felt inappropriate to share a room on his first visit to his girlfriend's home, didn't it? However, last night, Yihang was in a daze, feeling someone enter the room. He assumed it was Shin Yoyu and thought nothing of it. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, he was utterly exhausted. Yihang yawned, preparing to rise, when he suddenly noticed a tingling sensation in his forearm. This sensation was all too familiar, indicative of a girlfriend using his arm as a pillow. He turned his head and was met with a stunning face, entirely different from Shin Yoyu's. A chill shot through him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Lin Mu! Why? Was she in the study? What on earth was happening? As Lin Mu turned over with a soft murmur, Yihang, quick on his feet, rolled under the desk. Thud. He accidentally bumped his forehead against the wall, taking in a sharp breath. Ouch! That hurt. Hearing a rustling sound, Yihang disregarded the pain and crawled on the floor. Moments later, Lin Mu's steady breathing filled the air. Phew! It seemed she hadn't noticed. What an exhilarating thrill. But just when he began to relax, his phone rang. Oh no! Of all times. Why now? He snatched up the phone and answered in an instant, muffling the receiver with his hand. Hello! The voice of Wang Hui, his mother, came through. Aren't you coming back? School is starting soon, and your father has prepared a feast for you at noon. Yihang glanced at Lin Mu and replied, Okay, I got it, bye. Noticing something odd in her son's voice, Wang Hui questioned, What's wrong with you? Did you swallow a frog? Yihang groaned inwardly, lamenting the trouble he had gotten himself into. Goodness, I'll explain when I get home. That's all. Without allowing Wang Hui to continue her inquiries, he hung up. After waiting on the floor for 5 minutes and confirming there were no surprises, Yihang peeked out. He stealthily got up, holding his breath, and closed his eyes while reaching for his clothes. As he passed by Lin Mu, who was sleeping soundly with drool at the corner of her mouth, he felt relieved. Thankfully, she was in a deep slumber and hadn't noticed. With one shoe in hand, he opened the door and slipped out. Just as Yihang stepped outside, Lin Mu's eyes fluttered open, and she smiled radiantly. The holiday passed swiftly, with only a week left until college orientation. The promised class reunion had to be postponed due to the last incident with Lu Nan, much to everyone's dismay. Yihang continued his carefree existence, often teasing Shin Yoyu on WeChat. Their relationship remained vibrant after the night of drinking with Shin Guoyang. As for Li Qingqing, she ceased her relentless pursuit of Yihang. She merely posted a status on WeChat, relaxing on the weekend. Yihang was content with the peace. After all, this girl had a rather peculiar imagination. Meanwhile, Zhang Manqi immersed herself in her role as the little lover. Upon returning to the metropolis, she rented a duplex and even enrolled in a dance class. The tuition for a semester was 66,000. Zhang Manqi felt this expenditure was necessary. Maintaining her figure was essential to keep Yihang's interest alive. After making some simple renovations and adding a few pieces of furniture, she sent photos to Yihang. Zhang Manqi, what do you think? It feels like something is missing. Yihang, a male host. Zhang Manqi, then hurry back. Yihang, fill the fridge. Can you cook? Zhang Manqi, I can't, but I can learn. By the way, do you prefer me heavier or lighter? Yihang, I like you just as you are. Zhang Manqi paused, feeling a flutter in her heart. This man was undeniably charming. Just as Yihang was engrossed in chatting with Zhang Manqi, a voice echoed from the living room. Yihang, I've packed 3 bags of Zhang Fei beef in your suitcase. Remember to wash your clothes when you get to school, and hand wash them, understood? Yihang shrugged. Why hand wash when we have a washing machine? Wang Hui stood at the doorway, hands on her hips. What do you know? Machine washing ruins the clothes. Then just buy new ones. Yihang retorted. Oh, so you think money grows on trees? After a moment's thought, Yihang realized it might not be far from the truth. He was taken aback when he saw that both of his suitcases were stuffed with cooking oil, potatoes, and green onions. Oh no, mother, have you lost your mind? What do you know? Every bit saved counts. Ding dong. When Yihang saw the screenshot Shin Yoyu sent, he was left dumbfounded. Her mother had stuffed half a pig's head into her suitcase. Sigh, same world, same mother. After breakfast, he bid farewell to Wang Hui and set off to pick up Shin Yoyu, opening the Gouda map along the way. Off to Linen. Chapter 42. By the time they arrived in Linen, it was already 4 p.m. Congratulations, host, you have checked in to the city. Linen, Zhejiang Province. New first-tier city Linen. Characterized by heaven above, Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Linen boasts a rich cultural atmosphere, abundant historical sites. Notable features include West Lake, Lingyin Temple, Qiandao Lake, and Huaiyang cuisine. Linen University, Yuyuan campus, is adjacent to the 5 scenic area of West Lake. As one of the foremost 985 universities in the nation, it is home to 13 academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and 14 from the Chinese Academy of Engineering. With a campus area of 1,700 acres, it accommodates nearly 200,000 diligent students. A true world-class institution. As it was the beginning of the school year, numerous student buses from the airport and high-speed rail station were parked at the entrance. Students continuously descended from the buses, laden with bags, entering the campus under the guidance of the staff. Luxury cars were also present at the entrance, but all were halted. Hello, are you a new student at Linen? Yihang, driving Aroma, was stopped by a hat-wearing staff member. Lowering the window, Yihang smiled. I'm not. My girlfriend is. I'm just here to drop her off. The staff member, also a student, cast an envious glance at the sleek lines of the Roma. Upon noticing Shin Yoyu in the passenger seat, a pang of heartache struck him. Was it true that the passenger seat of a Ferrari was forever reserved for a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs? Did the senior have no chance at all? Oh, come on. Sorry. New students are not allowed to drive into the campus. Please park at the entrance. Understood. With the gaze of many onlookers upon him, Yihang turned the Ferrari around and parked at the entrance. The area was already crowded with cars, making it challenging to find a spot, surrounded by parents picking up their children. As Shin Yoyu and Yihang exited the vehicle, they instantly captured everyone's attention. I believe these items should be sent over. Yihang opened the trunk of the Roma, retrieving their luggage. Shin Yoyu, wearing a baseball cap and sporting a ponytail, radiated a luminous glow under the sun. Her striking appearance attracted the gaze of everyone around, including not just new students but even their families. A few bold seniors considered approaching her but quickly retreated upon seeing Yihang beside the Ferrari. Let us go. Shin Yoyu tugged on Yihang as they entered the university. Given the vastness of Linen University, there were small sightseeing vehicles available. It would be exhausting to walk otherwise. Are there any freshmen from the School of Science? This bus is for you. Public administration is here. Chinese department. Chinese department. We're about to depart. Finding the sightseeing bus for the Chinese department, they stored their luggage and took their seats. The driver accelerated towards the Chinese department. Yihang observed closely. Many of the other buses were filled with boys, while the one for the Chinese department was overwhelmingly populated by girls, making Yihang feel like a giant panda amidst them. Upon reaching the new student reception area, they swiftly completed the enrollment procedures. Under the guidance of a senior, Shin Yo-yu was assigned to Building A8, third floor. At the dormitory entrance, girls were constantly coming and going. The dormitory supervisor eyed Yi-hang suspiciously, as if he were a potential threat. Boys aren't allowed inside. Shin Yo-yu stuck out her tongue, taking the luggage from Yi-hang, and stood on her toes to peck him on the cheek. Darling, you should head back. The dorm supervisor won't let you in. Yi-hang felt a twinge of unease. He had initially wanted to check the dorm conditions. If they were subpar, he would consider buying Shin Yo-yu an apartment. It seemed he was merely indulging in fantasies. Moreover, the online tales of intrigue and rivalry among female dorms were quite alarming. How could he allow his girlfriend to endure such treatment? Turning to the senior who had been helping with their luggage, Yi-hang inquired, "Is the dorm environment good?" The senior, charmed by the couple, replied, "It's a 4-person dorm with an independent bathroom and a balcony. Rest assured, the conditions of the girls' dorms in Linen are renowned for being excellent." That's reassuring. Yi-hang nodded, looking at Shin Yo-yu. "If you ever feel like you want to move out, just let me know. I saw some nearby apartments that are quite affordable. We could buy one." The senior responded, "Brother, you do realize the housing prices in Linen are exorbitant, right? The average price is 30,000 per square meter. Are new students really that wealthy?" After bidding farewell to Shin Yo-yu and agreeing to meet the next day, Yi-hang planned to explore Linen for a couple of days, while also observing potential travel tasks. Most importantly, he needed to find a local resident. The weight of the task was an enigmatic concept. He wondered what rewards completing the Linen tasks would yield. Returning to the parking lot at the campus entrance, the summer sun blazed down. Yi-hang opened the door of the Ferrari when suddenly, he heard the sound of a child crying. It resembled the voice of a little girl. Strangely, the parking lot was nearly empty. Where could the crying be coming from? Yi-hang glanced around. Apart from a few parents dropping off students, there was hardly anyone in sight. Yet, as he opened the door, the faint sound of crying persisted. Instinctively, Yi-hang thought that perhaps a careless parent had left their child in the car. Such incidents were far too common. On a sweltering summer day, a closed car could become a suffocating trap for a small child. Furrowing his brow, Yi-hang followed the sound of crying to a Maserati Ghibli, where he discovered a heartbroken little girl. Oh no, there really are careless parents. The girl was sobbing uncontrollably, her small hands pounding against the window. "Uncle! Uncle!" Yi-hang surveyed the surroundings. Had he not returned just in time, this little girl might have suffocated in the car. What should he do? Breaking the window seemed inevitable, but there were no handy tools nearby. Suddenly, Yi-hang remembered that when he purchased the Roma, it came with a baseball bat in the trunk. Without a moment to spare, he rushed back to his car and retrieved the bat. "Step back, little one, step back." Yi-hang tapped on the window, signaling the girl to move away to avoid injury from the shattered glass. But the child was too frantic, consumed by tears. "Forget it." Yi-hang aimed for the driver's side and struck the window. Bang, bang, bang. Goodness. The glass in this Maserati is remarkably durable. His hand grew sore after several strikes until, with a final crash, the glass shattered. The girl's cries erupted into the open air. Yi-hang hurriedly lifted her out, her delicate face streaked with tears. "Shoo! Don't cry, don't cry. Who did you come with?" The little girl clung to Yi-hang's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, clearly frightened. Chapter 43. Teaching Building of Linen University. 7. The teacher's office on the second floor. A woman with flaxen short hair and rimless glasses wore an anxious expression as she grasped her phone with delicate fingers. Where on earth is Mengjia? Why isn't she answering her phone? The sound of a busy signal echoed. The woman tapped her foot impatiently, her CL high heels clicking against the floor, exuding a mature elegance. Dressed in a khaki vintage coat of exquisite texture, her long, fair legs were utterly captivating. Her makeup was meticulously applied. With her lips slightly pursed in worry, she continued dialing and soon the call connected. "Hello, Mengjia, this is quite disheartening. You're skipping the freshman orientation, and here I am, years out of school, helping you gather materials. Aren't you the least bit embarrassed?" She launched into a tirade, her impatience evident. "I'm just out on a date with a little puppy. Poor Boss Chin," she muttered. The The woman rubbed her forehead. The new student files are being organized by the Academic Affairs Office. Which drawer did you say my lesson plan is in? A voice responded from the other end. The left side, second drawer. The woman rummaged through the drawer. It's not here. What about the file that says whoever moves is a dog? Did you see it? She searched, frowning. No. All I found is one labeled world destruction. Suddenly, the voice on the other end exclaimed, Yes, that's it. I completely forgot about it you. She organized the documents and placed them in her bag, preparing to leave the building. All right, I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. Make sure to bring Kumeng along. Just as the words left her lips, the woman froze in place, glancing around anxiously. Her daughter was nowhere to be found. Oh no. I left Kumeng locked in the car while I went to get the documents. 2 hours had already passed since the little girl had been left in the vehicle. The voice on the other end was equally flabbergasted. As a mother, you've truly outdone yourself. Hurry and find Kumeng. The woman hung up and rushed down the stairs in a frenzy, her high heels clicking frantically. Please, let nothing have happened to Kumeng. What will I do if something happens to you in the parking lot? It was now 6 p.m. A crowd had gathered around a Maserati. What a careless parent. Leaving her child locked in the car. What if something happened? One onlooker lamented. You don't know, nowadays, young parents aren't serious at all. They leave their kids at home while they go out partying. Such incidents are far too common. If it weren't for this young man, the child might have been in serious danger. Yihang held the little girl in a shaded area, waiting for her parents. The girl seemed frightened, her small hands clutching the fabric of Yihang's shirt tightly. Uncle, I'm scared. Yihang was taken aback. Sweetheart, I'm only 18. I can't be your uncle. He chuckled to himself. Yihang, of course, was not bothered. Children often speak their minds. The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, adorably beautiful, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. It was unfortunate, however, that she had such a scatterbrained mother. According to the little girl, she had come out with her mother, who had locked her in the car while she attended to something. Many elderly folks surrounded them, advising Yihang, if it doesn't work out, call the police. It's getting late, and waiting here isn't a solution. Checking his watch, Yihang decided to wait another 10 minutes before resorting to calling the authorities. Sweetheart, what's your name? He asked gently.
Qu'est-ce Comeng vauha adorable.
Yihang's heart melted. And what is your mother's name? Qin Mei Lin. And your father? The girl blinked her big eyes. What's a father? Yihang was at a loss. How do I explain this? Does she not have a father? Uncle, why don't you be my dad? The question caught him off guard. Oh my, that's not something just anyone can do. The little girl giggled, her adorable dimples appearing, seeing Yihang as the first male figure she had encountered. Yihang pondered, having a daughter of that age wouldn't be too bad. Yet, he realized that the matter of becoming a father was one to approach with caution. Oh dear, to be your dad, I would need your mother's approval. His reasoning seemed sound. Hearing Yihang, the girl's expression softened, her fear dissipating. Then I'll get my mother to agree. Yihang was taken aback. The girl clung to his arm, determined not to let go. I'll let you in on a secret. My mother is very pretty, but she doesn't seem very bright. Yihang rubbed his forehead, torn between laughter and exasperation. Sweetheart, doesn't your mother have a boyfriend? A boyfriend? Like the kind that kisses? Goodness, you're quite knowledgeable. Yihang nodded, realizing that her mother was often busy, but enjoyed peculiar films filled with fighting scenes. He decided not to pry further. This child from a single-parent household seemed precociously aware of too much, and he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Don't worry, Uncle will make sure you get back to your mother safely. He gently ruffled her hair. Just as Yihang contemplated calling the police, a woman came running toward them, barefoot with her high heels in hand, panting heavily. Upon spotting the group gathered around her car, she rushed forward, noticing the scattered shards of glass on the ground.
Qu'est-ce Comeng?
The little girl peeked out from Yihang's embrace, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of her mother.
Mama!
I'm here. She leaped into the woman's arms. I'm so sorry, Kumeng. I was too careless. Forgive me. The woman knelt on the ground, holding her daughter tightly, her eyes red from worry. The crowd around them, seeing Qin Mei Lin had arrived, sighed in relief, murmuring amongst themselves. You really need to be more careful as a mother. How could you lock your child in the car? If it weren't for this young man, your daughter could have been in serious trouble. Make sure to thank him. He has waited for you for so long. Yihang rubbed his sore arm, relieved that the child was finally safe with her mother. Chapter 44. After checking on Kumeng, Qin Meilin wiped her tears and looked up at Yihang with an apologetic expression. I am so sorry, sir. I truly appreciate your help. Yihang rubbed his arm and waved his hand dismissively. It was just a small effort. As for your car, I regret to inform you that I shattered it. Qin Meilin noticed the shards of glass scattered on the ground. In comparison to her daughter's safety, what was a piece of glass? It's all right. My name is Qin Meilin. May I ask how to address you?
Yihang.
As everyone around them saw that all was well, they gradually dispersed. Yihang picked up the baseball bat and knelt down, ruffling the little girl's hair. In the future, make sure to stick close to your mother. You wouldn't want her to lose sight of you. Standing up, he reminded Qin Meilin during the summer, temperatures soar, and the heat inside a car can become unbearable, leading to dehydration. The sealed environment can also cause suffocation. As a mother, you must be vigilant. Having rushed over in a panic, Qin Meilin's mind was filled with thoughts of Kumeng. Now, seeing Yihang, she paused for a moment, taken aback by his youthfulness and charm. I promise it won't happen again. Just as Yihang prepared to take his leave, he found himself unable to move his feet. Looking down, he saw Kumeng clinging to his leg. Uncle, Kumeng wants to be with you. Qin Meilin, visibly anxious, quickly corrected her daughter. Kumeng, you cannot call him uncle. You should call him brother. Yihang clearly was not much older than her, so being called uncle felt inappropriate. But Kumeng ignored her mother's words, gazing up at Yihang with hopeful eyes. Then can I call you daddy? Oh my! A blush rose on Qin Meilin's cheeks as she glanced at Yihang. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Kumeng is still quite young. Not at all. I find her delightful, Yihang replied, lifting her into his arms. Be good now, and make sure to return home with your mother. Qin Kumeng turned her little face away. I don't want to go with mommy. Goodness, the capriciousness of women and their unreasonable demands truly runs deep. After all, who left her alone in the car? You can go now. I am already someone else's little treasure. How adorable. This was no naughty child, but rather a sweet little bundle. Qin Meilin, filled with gratitude, said, Thanks to Mr. Yi today, I would like to treat you to a meal. Yihang glanced at the shattered glass and noted that the little one seemed reluctant to leave. With her mother by her side, perhaps he could seize a stroke of luck and enhance the significance of this mission in Linen. All right, that works for me. Kumeng cheered, her previous fears completely forgotten. Let us take my car. Yours must be undrivable. The seats were covered in shards of glass, a potential hazard that was hardly worth the risk. Qin Meilin gathered her hair and bent down to put her high heels back on. She had rushed in such haste earlier that now her feet were in agony. Uncle, how about I help you chase after my mommy? Then you can be my daddy. Yihang was no longer surprised by Kumeng's words. At her age, children were often quite playful. Is anyone pursuing your mother? No. Mommy is usually very aloof in front of others. Yihang chuckled. Do you know what aloof means? Kumeng waved her little hand excitedly. It means ignoring people. Behind them, Qin Meilin sighed. Kumeng, no more nonsense. She opened the passenger door of the Ferrari, and Yihang found himself in a somewhat awkward position holding Kumeng. Forgive me for having you carry Kumeng, she said. A beautiful glimmer of color flashed in her eyes. It's all right. Come here. Kumeng, let mommy hold you. Kumeng clung to Yihang's clothing, reluctant to let go. Once Qin Meilin settled into the passenger seat, Yihang started the car. Mr. Yi, is this your first visit to Linen? Yihang smiled. Indeed. Do you have any recommendations? Preferably some authentic Huayang cuisine. Linen, situated in the Jiangnan region, is the birthplace of Huayang cuisine, one of the 4 major culinary traditions in China. Qin Meilin smiled. As a native of this water town, she had grown weary of the local eateries over the years. I know a place that serves authentic Huayang dishes. Although it's not local cuisine, I believe you will certainly enjoy it. The local cuisine of Linen belongs to Zhujiang cuisine, while Huayang cuisine represents the broader Jiangnan culinary tradition and is often chosen for state banquets. Among the most celebrated dishes are dompa pork, steamed lion's head meatballs, squirrel fish, and crispy eel from Liangxi. Moreover, Wensi tofu showcases Huayang cuisine at its finest, with the tofu cut into strands as delicate as hair. I'll make a reservation. They are usually fully booked. Before long, Qin Meilin exclaimed, "That's wonderful. There's only one spot left. Let us go." Fuchin Mountain Residence. The decor featured a new Chinese style, exuding a quality reminiscent of a high-end banquet. By the time Yihang and the others arrived, the courtyard was bustling with parked cars and several young women in kipeos moving about busily. The courtyard featured an elegant design with a replica of the Fuchin Mountain Residence painting on the screens, exquisitely crafted. "May I ask if you have a reservation?" The young lady was both charming and sweet-voiced. Qin Meilin, carrying her bag and exuding grace, stepped forward. "Yes, under the name Qin. Phone number." Yihang followed closely, holding Kumeng. The little girl firmly refused to let her mother carry her, which was a clear indication of their mutual attraction. Perhaps it was due to Kumeng's lack of paternal affection since childhood. "Thank you, Miss Qin. Please follow me." The young lady led the way, and Yihang took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The entire Fuchin Mountain residence, while structured in a 4-entry layout, extended vertically, reminiscent of the Jia family courtyard. The second and third floors likely housed private dining rooms, filled with the aroma of wine. The grand hall on the first floor was quite impressive, with waitstaff dressed uniformly in intricate dragon and phoenix embroidery, which Yihang recognized as custom-made. Once seated, they were served a pot of tiger-running Longjing tea to refresh their palates. Qin Meilin sat elegantly, accepting the napkin from the waiter and dabbing her hands delicately. Fuchin Mountain Residence is reputed to be the most authentic establishment for Huayang cuisine in Linen, tracing its history back to the Daoguang era and relocating several times, with the current owner being the renowned Yang Chan. Yihang raised an eyebrow. Yang Chan is exceedingly famous, a master of Huayang cuisine. During the grand banquet of Manchu and Han, the Yang style nearly faced extinction. The waiter presented an iPad, and Yihang handed it to Qin Meilin. "Please order. I simply wish to savor authentic Huayang cuisine." Qin Meilin smiled. Yihang thought to himself that this woman truly embodied grace in every gesture. He discreetly observed her through his concealed glasses. Name: Qin Meilin. Gender: female. Height: age: 30 years. Attractiveness: 95. Emotional status: single. Occupation: current level not viewable. Temperament: gentle, elegant, skilled. Affection level: 75. Chapter 45. A favorability score of 75. Just an ordinary person. Section 36. The current level remains undisclosed, which leaves Yihang somewhat disheartened. The contact lenses certainly require an upgrade. However, Meng sits perched on Yihang's lap, her large eyes sparkling, her long black hair cascading over her delicate, oval face, melting the hearts of those around her. "You're rather attractive. How about becoming my father?" While ordering, Qin Meilin responds with exasperation. "Meng, stop talking nonsense, or mother will truly be upset." Meng pouts, adopting a mature demeanor. "You're just secretly thinking about men at home." Yihang rubs her small head. "You cannot speak like that in public, Meng. Others will find it amusing." "But it's true," she sulks. "Brother, don't pat my head anymore." "Why not? I'm still growing, and if you keep patting my head, I won't grow tall." "Ha ha. How amusing." Qin Meilin glares at the precocious Meng, shaking her head as she continues to order. Wensi tofu, squirrel fish, crab meat lion's head, Longjing shrimp, lychee pork, and finally a crab-stuffed orange. "Mr. Yi, these are all classic Huayang dishes. Take a look again." Yihang waves his hand dismissively. "No need." Qin Meilin lifts her head, returning the iPad. "That will be all." The waitress sweetly asks, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "None." "Please wait a moment." Once the waitress departs, Qin Meilin covers her mouth and whispers, "Huayang cuisine portions are small but exquisite. I fear you may not be satisfied." They engage in casual conversation. "Do you usually take Meng out alone?" Yihang takes a sip of the sweet Tiger Run Dragon spring tea. "Yes, I'm quite busy. Occasionally, I leave Meng with my close friend." Qin Meilin replies apologetically. Their conversation is short-lived as an array of fragrant Huayang dishes is presented before them, squirrel fish, crab meat lion's head, longjing shrimp, lychee pork, and wensi tofu. Mr. Yi, do try them, Qin Meilin urges, not yet touching her own chopsticks, rather eagerly anticipating Yi Hang's tasting. Upon savoring a mouthful of crab meat lion's head, the unique aroma infused with plum residue fills his palate. It melts in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, bearing the creamy essence of crab, combined with the tenderness of pork, absolutely divine. No wonder Huayang cuisine is heralded as the first feast of the nation. Yi Hang, astonished, exclaims, delicious. Qin Meilin beams, akin to a girl receiving praise, taking small bites herself. Lychee pork, while technically not a Huayang dish but rather from Minnan, is prepared in a Huayang style. Its flavor is average. As for wensi tofu, its soft yet distinct texture is something you simply cannot find in other cuisines. The skill involved in its preparation is remarkable. To assess a Huayang chef's capabilities, one need only observe their mastery with wensi tofu. This explains why authentic Huayang restaurants are so rare. The culinary expertise required is substantial. Diners are not naive. No one engages in such disreputable businesses that tarnish their reputation. Squirrel fish represents Suzhou's culinary pride. To judge its authenticity, one must observe whether the sauce makes a sound reminiscent of a squirrel when poured over it. This dish certainly did not disappoint Yi Hang. Longjing shrimp is the signature dish of the region, a staple on every table in Jiangnan. Thus far, aside from lychee pork, Yi Hang is thoroughly satisfied with the other dishes. Ding! You have tasted authentic wensi tofu. Favorability weight increased by 1. You have tasted authentic squirrel fish. Favorability weight increased by 1. You have tasted authentic crab meat lion's head. Favorability weight increased by 1. Congratulations, host, for completing the linen travel task of tasting Huayang cuisine. Task reward, divine suona. Indeed, Yi Hang's expectations were met. One cannot visit linen without indulging in Huayang cuisine, certainly part of the system's tasks. However, a suona as a reward, what a letdown. While others receive prestigious instruments like the piano, he is bestowed with a rogue of a musical instrument. As he regains his focus, Yi Hang notices numerous individuals capturing photos nearby. This family exudes such elegance. That little girl is stunning. I can't help but want to hug her. Oh my, what a beautiful little fairy. She seems straight out of a fairy tale, adorable and breathtaking. Such a lovely little beauty. She will undoubtedly be extraordinary when she grows up. This is the only instance in reality where I can truly call a girl a loli. And the girl's mother. How can there be someone so beautiful? The men are quite handsome too. I must say Qin Meilin looks up, unfazed, wondering why she finds such discussions so unappealing. Stealing a glance at Yi Hang, she finds him gently feeding Meng. His actions tender, illuminated by the warm light, such warmth, a feeling she hasn't experienced in quite some time. Ding! Host has triggered the spirited buff of love at first sight. After finishing their meals, Yi Hang wipes Meng's mouth, while Qin Meilin prepares to settle the bill. Brother, it seems that mother has taken a liking to you. Yi Hang winces. The intuition of women knows no age. He playfully scrubs her nose, asking, how did you deduce that? Meng whispers conspiratorially in Yi Hang's ear. Mother was just sneakily watching you for a long time. I've never seen her do that before. After settling the bill, as they prepare to leave, a girl in a JK uniform approaches, holding a selfie stick, jogging towards them. Wait, may I take a photo with you? Yi Hang frowns, but before he can respond, Qin Meilin surprisingly agrees. Can you promise it won't be shared online? Of course. After the photo is taken, they hop into their car, Roma speeding away. Upon reaching the lakeside garden, a standalone villa, Qin Meilin expresses her gratitude. Mr. Yi, thank you today. Otherwise, Meng would have truly been in danger. Too polite, he replies. As they prepare to exit the vehicle, Meng blinks her eyes, her gaze bouncing between the two. Didn't you forget something? Perhaps to exchange contact information?
Yi Hang Simirks.
Exchanging WeChat with Qin Meilin, and just as they are about to part, the little girl lifts her face, innocence radiating. Are you going to kiss me? Chapter 46. The five-star hotels in Linen are evidently more opulent than those in Sichuan and Chongqing. There exists a subtle art to selecting a hotel. Whether through Fliggy or Trip.com, Perusing an image can reveal whether it is an established five-star or a newly minted one. The venerable establishments possess a rich heritage, attracting a predominantly business clientele, while the new five-star hotels exude a sense of modernity that resonates with the younger generation. Yi Hang followed the navigation and arrived at the Shangri-La in less than 20 minutes. The choice of Shangri-La was primarily due to its proximity to Linen University. "Sir, leave it to me," he said, stepping out of the vehicle and tossing the car keys to the doorman. He had booked a uniquely styled room, nestled within a quaint standalone structure in the Westlake Forest. Although it was part of a larger building, its tranquility was unparalleled. As a landmark of linen, the Shangri-La retained a vintage charm reminiscent of the last century, having been transformed from the West Ling dining hall years ago, steeped in history. Upon entering the room, Yi Hang felt an overwhelming fatigue, so much so that he couldn't muster the energy to take a shower. Traveling truly demands a considerable amount of stamina. Clad in a bathrobe, he playfully teased Shin Yoyu, only to discover she was engrossed in conversation with her roommate. "Good night, dear. You should rest. We have so much to discuss," she said, bidding farewell before abruptly hanging up. Yi Hang stared at his phone and chuckled softly, bemused by how easily one could forget a spouse in the presence of a close friend. After a moment's reflection, he decided to message Zhang Manqi. "Yi Hang, it's late, and I'm restless." Zhang Manqi, having spent the day tidying up, was applying a facial mask when she sent over a cherished photograph. "Here, a little treat, image. JPG. The image revealed a playful photograph of her adorned with a bell around her neck. "Yi Hang, I apologize, that seems rather excessive." Zhang Manqi, "Is it not? Perhaps I should send you some more risque images." Yi Hang, "Stop. How can one sleep with such distractions?" Zhang Manqi, "Hee. Come back and I'll reward you." Their conversation was brief, as Zhang Manqi soon succumbed to slumber, overwhelmed by the burdensome coursework of her junior year, including several stage plays where she played the female lead, memorizing lines until her tongue felt weary. He opened a bottle of neon daijinjo and called the front desk to order some sashimi and Arctic surf clams. To his surprise, the Shangri-La offered bluefin tuna, yellowtail, and even vegetarian abalone among its sashimi selections. A dab of wasabi sent his senses soaring. The life of an elder is indeed monotonous. Ding! A WeChat notification interrupted his thoughts. Switching from his game, he was astonished to find it was Qin Meilin. "Daddy, are you asleep?" Yi Hang. This is quite peculiar, to have such an elegant woman call him that. Yet, in the next moment, he suspected it was the adorable Kimo using her mother's phone.
Yi Hang, Kimo?
Qin Meilin Shu. "Mommy is in the shower. I'm sneaking a chat with you." Kimo's sweet voice echoed through the audio message. "Yi Hang, is Kimo still awake?" Qin Meilin, "I was just thinking about you, big brother." Yi Hang let out a wry smile, bemused by the sudden shifts from daddy to big brother in their conversation. Perhaps it was the length of her message that rendered her voice adorably childlike. 3 years of hard work, was it all worth it? Don't contemplate. Such thoughts are forbidden. Yi Hang, it's time for sleep, Kimo. Good night. Qin Meilin brother. Do you have a bedtime story service? Mommy tells me a story every night. Bedtime stories. Her awareness of such things is alarming. It is impossible to narrate a tale. Yi Hang thought to himself, feeling as though his life was one grand misadventure, face-palming. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about I sing you a song?" Qin Meilin. Okay. After all, he was a KTV contestant. Singing was a skill everyone possessed. Yi Hang cleared his throat, pressed the voice message button, and began to sing, passing by the school flower shop. From the wilderness to the seaside, there's a kind of romantic love. That is a waste of time. Wandering into a bustling world, only to discover your silhouette. Ordinary yet extraordinary. Circumventing the city's boundaries. Still, there were no farewells. Love has been missed for too long, yet it has become perfectly flawed. Happiness has made a full circle. The lyrics were from Lin Yujia's Circling. Yi Hang was uncertain if his singing was any good, but he knew the 60 seconds of audio was more than sufficient. Qin Meilin replied, "Wow. Brother, be my daddy, and I can hear you sing every day." Yi Hang face-bombed once more. Late at night, chatting with a 5 or 6-year-old girl, while she flirted relentlessly. Where could he find solace in this situation? Just as Yi Hang thought Kimo had fallen asleep, another voice message arrived. Brother, will you take me to the Ocean Zoo? All the other kids have gone, but I've never been. The Ocean Zoo? Linen boasts the largest ocean zoo in the country, teeming with various first and second-tier animals. Yi Hang pondered for a moment. He could accompany Shin Yoyu for a few days, but soon military training would commence, and he would have to report back to school himself. It was uncertain. Brother cannot make any promises. I must return to school as well. Qin Meilin, oh, I feel so pitiful. At that moment, having just finished her shower, Qin Meilin noticed Kimo was using her phone to send voice messages. The audio was interspersed with Qin Meilin's lazy voice. Kimo, who are you chatting with? Kimo quickly sent one last voice message. Mommy is out. Good night, brother. Yi Hang chuckled and turned off his screen. Time to sleep. Life is precious. When Qin Meilin emerged, tousling her hair, Kimo deftly tossed her phone aside, pretending to be sound asleep. Quite the little schemer. However, the phone's screen still lingered on their chat. Qin Meilin placed a gentle kiss on Kimo's forehead, dimmed the lights, and gazed at her chat history with Yi Hang. She opened a voice message, passing by the school flower shop. From the wilderness to the seaside, there's a kind of romantic love. In that instant, mist filled Qin Meilin's eyes. Chapter 47. Yi Hang's voice was deep, rough, and hoarse, resonating with a magnetic quality that intoxicated Qin Meilin. Was he a base in his past life? Sitting in the living room, she replayed the moment over and over, losing track of time until it was already 1 in the morning, muttering to herself. Do you like him? Come on, you're 30. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to chase after someone younger? It seemed. There was a hint of truth to that. Sister, wake up. Don't be so naive. That adorable boy is quite fond of him. A woman in her 30s dressed in JK attire to go grocery shopping? That's not how a young boy eats. Well, never mind. You barely know him. You must be lacking in male companionship. Time to sleep. Qin Meilin's soliloquy was somewhat peculiar. Ding dong. Her phone chimed. It was a message from her best friend, Meng Jia. Remember to take your medication. 4 milligrams of risperidone and 2 olanzapine tablets. Don't let the alternate personality surface. Meng Jia was a professor of applied psychology at Linen University. Wow, that's impressive. Dual personalities. Having spent little time in Linen, Yi Hang accompanied Shin Yoyu for a brief 2-day outing before heading to the bustling metropolis, preparing for freshman orientation. Li Qingchang couldn't contain her excitement and messaged him. By my calculations, we're about to meet, Yi Hang. Is this messing with my state of mind? Li Qingchang. Ha! I was thinking of treating you to some local delicacies, but you don't deserve it. Yi Hang, a local with an S card, was not intimidated. Old nun, prepare to be dazzled. Li Qingchang. Such strong tastes? Yi Hang, uninterested, packed his clothes with a light heart. Since acquiring a Gucci shirt, he suspected that the oligarchs of luxury brands must be undercover young men in China. TSK, I, a mere commoner, am unworthy of such attire. He shoved it into the Ferrari's trunk, cramming his change of clothes into his backpack. While others carried economics materials or advanced calculus, Yi Hang packed 8 pairs of underwear. Once everything was in order, he ordered breakfast. The Shangri-La breakfast was a buffet, with a separate charge for local dishes, 598 yuan for one, with delivery service available. While waiting for his meal, he called home. Ms. Wang Hui had fallen in love with simulators, constantly shouting in the family group chat. Today is a great day for new energy stocks. Let us feast. Tomorrow, she would be lamenting losses from heavy metal investments. Yi Hang, bemused, could only advise her to buy Bitcoin. With Yi Hang's talent for investment, Ms. Wang trusted him completely and boldly staked 500,000 yuan, claiming it was for Yi Hang's future wife. Sister, wasn't he that 500,000 from me? And as for Yi Hang's father, Yi Dabiao, his social media presence was even more outrageous. While others flaunted wealth, he boasted of his son. Yi Hang's childhood bedwetting incidents were laid bare for all to see. The most infuriating part? He had given himself a trendy online username. Enough was enough. It was time to escape the embarrassment. Ding dong. Your breakfast, sir. A waiter wheeled in the cart. "Enjoy your meal." Yi Hang glanced at the spread. 4 crab roe soup dumplings, a serving of emerald siu mai, a piece of Jingjiang pork belly, and a slice of victory cake, all specialties from Linen. One must admit, for culinary delights, the South reigns supreme. A dish can be splendid without meat. True elegance eludes me. After finishing breakfast, he checked out, retrieved his car, and set off for the metropolis. "Sister, I have arrived." Upon arriving in the bustling city, Yi Hang felt his back had nearly given out. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have checked into the city. The metropolis, the international metropolis, characterized by wealth, holds an undeniable status and cultural significance as the leader of the Yangtze River Delta economy." Yi Hang deemed it necessary to utilize his S-card. System, activate S-card. The host consumed a guaranteed S-level card, illuminating all tasks and collecting strategies. In an instant, the task bar that previously displayed asterisks revealed 10 tasks. Yi Hang gasped upon viewing the myriad of tasks. Fortunately, a detailed strategy was provided, outlining pitfalls and authentic culinary gems of the metropolis, leaving no stone unturned. With this guide, even the SS-level Yi Hang felt confident. By the time he reached Songjiang University City, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Surrounded by numerous universities and an array of young women to choose from, the metropolis boasted institutions like the Metropolis Finance, Metropolis Foreign Languages, Metropolis Academy of Arts, and Southeast University of Political Science and Law. As for the girls, there was no need for worry. As the saying goes, Metropolis Finance produces scholars, political science breeds zealots, and Metropolis Arts is teeming with beauties. In that light, Metropolis Finance was indeed a refreshing stream. However, if one sought abundance in women, Metropolis Arts was the place to be. The vehicles parked at the school spoke volumes. And in the foreign languages department, you'd find either luxury cars or those belonging to the wealthy second generation. Students who couldn't secure a spot in a prestigious institution naturally ended up in foreign languages. Yet, the faculty was exceptional. Such is the power of money. In the realm of romance, girls from Metropolis Arts typically set their sights on foreign languages first, with Metropolis Finance only getting their turn afterward, while the unfortunate Southeast political science students languished in obscurity. After all, if a breakup ensued, a political science student could litigate you into bankruptcy. Their idol was the lawless Professor Luo. Contrarily, the finance boys from Metropolis Finance were adept in economics, skillfully applying theories to relationships. They mastered cost control without expenditure, risk assessment for self-preservation, sunk cost, you're stuck with him, diminishing marginal returns to maintain novelty, information asymmetry to indulge her. Goodness, the finance boys were all PUA practitioners. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. However, even more alarming were the females from Metropolis Finance. With a gender ratio of 4:6, one could say there was a delightful surprise. How naive. The senior sisters from Metropolis Finance were all economic prodigies. If they didn't manipulate you, your ancestors would be turning in their graves. However, in love, intelligence often plummets to zero, and what one learns doesn't necessarily translate to profit. Still, the young women of Metropolis Finance were quite charming. Yet, it had been 5 years since the last heartthrob from Metropolis Finance had graced her life. Such feelings of infatuation were a rarity among the senior sisters, until Yi Hang arrived in a Ferrari at the gates of Metropolis Finance. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy new year. I originally had a draft, but the plot changed completely, rendering it obsolete. No further comments. Everyone receives a red envelope. Apologies for being slow. The red envelopes have been distributed. He, shamelessly requesting a few flowers.
Sorry.
I bow to everyone. Chapter 48. At this moment, Yi Hang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Outside the entrance of the prestigious Magic Finance Academy, buses filled with students were arriving, their luggage in tow as they disembarked. The welcoming committee, comprised of senior students, waved banners as if they were theatrical performers beckoning patrons. Yi Hang parked his car and retrieved his luggage from the trunk, adjusting his backpack. He could sense numerous heated gazes directed at him. The glaring Ferrari logo was impossible to miss, and with Yi Hang's naturally striking features, Even the baseball cap could not conceal his radiant aura. His sun-kissed demeanor and fair complexion made him the object of admiration among the senior female students, rendering him the most dazzling newcomer on campus. On the very first day of school, he had become the center of attention among the upperclassmen. It was indeed a spectacle. Many in the crowd pulled out their phones, covertly aiming them at Yi Hang, deliberately silencing the shutters. At the welcoming point, a sophomore girl with a ponytail gawked at Yi Hang. Is that a Ferrari suitcase? The strongest newcomer in history? Meanwhile, her companions chattered excitedly about Prada's summer collection and the collaborative Akira short sleeves. Namius's paisley shorts, a favorite of the renowned celebrity, and a limited edition Gucci backpack. The ensemble was undeniably brand-laden. How come I've never seen that watch before? If only Yi Hang knew how to respond to her musings. A senior girl next to her shot her a glance. What do you mean you can't afford it? You know quite a bit. How could I not afford it? I can get a replica for 600. What about a Royal Oak? That watch on his wrist is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak with a high-end movement, favored by the wealthy, worth around 4 to 500,000. The sophomore gasped, only 4 to 500,000? Only? Do you have any concept of what that amount signifies? It's akin to carrying a BMW 5 Series or an Audi A6. Haven't you heard? The poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches. If you lack disposable income or come from an old money family, you wouldn't be so ostentatious. The key point was the Ferrari suitcase, a symbol of exclusivity. Even the entry-level Roma model had a suitcase costing over 100,000, as it was not sold separately but rather considered an optional accessory when purchasing the car. Indeed, the welcoming point was a veritable hub of knowledge and insight. Everyone was secretly astonished. All right, ladies, it's time to seize the opportunity. Freshmen, do your homework. Remember, the third generation studies hard, and the fifth generation dresses well. So keep your eyes peeled. A spirited senior girl with a bun stepped forward but quickly retreated, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom." Amidst the laughter from the welcoming point, a tall goddess appeared beside Yi Hang. Oh my goodness! Is that Teacher Li? The goddess of magic finance is actually flirting with a newcomer. The excitement among the new students intensified. Yi Hang held his admission notice, desperately searching for the finance department, intending to ask a senior for directions and perhaps even experience a fleeting romantic encounter. But unexpectedly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found none other than the eccentric Li Qingqing. She bolted away. Stop! A pair of slender hands grasped Yi Hang's arm as Li Qingqing leaned in, looking up at him. Am I really that intimidating? Yi Hang smirked. You're not intimidating. You're predatory. Goodbye. Li Qingqing playfully pouted. If you run away, I'll make sure you fail. Yi Hang was unfazed. I have 2 cardinal rules. I never rely on others, and I don't succumb to threats. Some elderly wealthy women just love to intimidate others. If she weren't slightly unhinged, she would truly embody the essence of a goddess. With her long legs, an enviable figure, and a face that exuded sophistication, she transformed effortlessly from a scholarly persona with glasses to a vivacious socialite without them. Today, Li Qingqing's attire was particularly appealing to Yi Hang. She had swapped her plain glasses for gold-rimmed ones, her hair styled in a way only a goddess could pull off, clad in a chic black suit and wide-leg trousers, accentuating her fair skin, with tattoos cleverly concealed, radiating a playful intelligence. Charming, he thought. Li Qingqing, slightly miffed, playfully punched Yi Hang on the shoulder, leaving the nearby male students in a state of shock. Oh my heavens! The usually stoic goddess is acting like a schoolgirl in front of a newcomer? I can't believe my eyes.
Yi Hang, undeterred.
Rushed to the welcoming point to inquire with the senior girl who had just stepped back. Excuse me, do you know where the finance department is located? In Ihai. She began to respond, but upon seeing Li Qingqing pointing at her, she swallowed her words. Junior, I'm not quite sure. Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. If you're being threatened, just blink. The surrounding seniors bowed their heads, attending to other newcomers' inquiries. No way. I don't want to fail. I want to graduate. Li Qingqing firmly grabbed Yi Hang, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. Come on. Let's go report in first. Yi Hang grimaced, feeling overwhelmed. Old hag, you're too much. There was no choice but to let her lead him away. The new students at the entrance looked on with a mix of envy and sympathy. Chapter 49. Li Qingcheng clutched Yi Hang as they proceeded to complete his enrollment procedures, leaving behind a throng of envious new students. This scene was fortuitously captured by a senior with a lively bun hairstyle and posted on Weibo's Magic Finance super topic, garnering significant attention. The accompanying caption read, "Magic Finance's new students have arrived. Could he possibly be the only male idol in nearly a decade? Am I losing my mind for falling for a junior? How can the goddess teacher's little puppy be so adorable? New students back to school season." Instantly, the comments flooded in, many from fans of other schools, eye-watering in their fervor. Such a charming little brother. Like, JPG. Please share Auntie's love on the screen. Thank you. All the husbands of magic art. A Ferrari suitcase? SNT Magic Finance filled with impoverished students? Doghead. JPG. Don't even think about it. The person is reporting with Roma. Did you not see the imposingly magic head beside him? Exclusive scoop. The junior is named Yi Hang, majoring in finance, which happens to be Li Magic Head's signature course. Crying. Does the senior next door still have a chance? Can't a 200-pound me shed a tear for love? Sigh. It appears that Songjiang University Town is indeed a haven for fans of the same sex. It's terrifying. With the company of a goddess, Yi Hang felt no boredom. Along the way, numerous students greeted Li Qingcheng, their words faltering on their lips. They sensed that this woman was concealing something, but Yi Hang was indifferent. His little sweetheart, Zhang Manqi, was waiting for him in her golden abode. The enrollment process was straightforward. Acceptance letter, ID card, registration for student status, followed by dormitory assignment. The dormitory conditions at Magic Finance were among the finest in the nation, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, air conditioning, hot water heaters, a kitchen, and a bathroom, in addition to a scenic balcony. The fee was 1,200 yuan per person per year, with 2 individuals sharing a room and splitting the water bill, while other miscellaneous expenses like electricity depended on whether they wished to purchase a washing machine. However, the school provided a laundry room where washing 1 garment cost a coin. Li Qingcheng resembled a stepmother, chattering incessantly ahead. Yi Hang, however, was unconcerned. His choice to reside on campus stemmed from a desire to experience the camaraderie of university dorm life. After all, Zhang Manqi's cozy duplex was hardly inferior to a dormitory, complete with warm blankets and the luxury of having tea served. If you wish to live off campus, you must speak to the dormitory supervisor, request a transfer from the school, and maintain a good rapport with your counselor. These matters can be negotiated, of course. You may also ask for my assistance. Yi Hang carried his luggage, relishing the astonished gazes directed at him. How come you are so familiar with Magic Finance? Are you a teacher? Such assumptions were not unfounded. The students he encountered earlier, upon seeing Li Qingcheng, acted as if they had seen a cat. Yet, Li Qingcheng did not fit the stereotypical image of a university professor. They were generally seen as bespectacled scholars. Magic Finance was recognized as a premier institution for finance, with many social science luminaries from the central finance think tank being its alumni, boasting profound heritage. If that were indeed the case, Li Qingcheng fixed her gaze upon Yi Hang, unexpectedly stating, "My father is the principal." Well, that was that. Asking further would yield no fruit. Ahead was the Jingxian dormitory area, which belonged to the upscale section of Magic Finance. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Hang noticed that she showed no signs of stopping. "You can enter the boys' dormitory too?" Li Qingcheng paid him no mind, cheerfully greeting the dormitory supervisor. Aunt May, the supervisor in charge of new student registrations, recognized Li Qingcheng and smiled warmly, speaking in the soft dialect of Wu, unmistakably a local from Shanghai. "Oh, Qingcheng, long time no see. I hardly recognized you, beautiful. Aunt May, I'm bringing a student. The room." The supervisor appraised Yi Hang, reading the situation with familiarity, immediately categorizing him as an A-list connection. "Goodness. This year's freshmen are all exceptionally handsome. Go on, go on. Auntie will remember to greet your father for me." "Yi Hang, what do you know? Why can't I understand your conversation?" More infuriatingly, Li Qingcheng indeed proceeded upstairs. "Have you brought everything? Toiletries? Pillows and bedding? If not, you can take some from my place. They took the elevator to the 6th floor. One must admit, 1,200 yuan a year was truly a bargain. I have brought everything. Ms. Wang Hui prepared everything in advance. Go down and turn left. There's a Mayijia convenience store and a street full of delicious food. Upon entering the dormitory, the first thing that caught Yi Hang's eye was a motivational quote left by the previous year's senior on the wall. If you don't work hard today, you'll have nothing to do with rich women. Sentimental matters could overly influence a brother's journey through the world. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness leads to free gifts. Yi Hang was quite satisfied with the dormitory environment. The balcony was spacious, and the lighting was excellent. The 2 living rooms connected seamlessly, and the 3 rooms were of equal size, each boasting its own bathroom, aside from the shared kitchen and bathroom. While Yi Hang examined the room, Li Qingcheng took hold of his suitcase and entered the assigned room. Yi Hang, do you prefer the upper or lower bunk? The lower bunk will suffice. Yi Hang relished the balcony, and the spacious living room was lovely. If they bought a television and set up a cozy sofa, he could enjoy drinking and boasting with his roommates to his heart's content. Will there be power outages in the dormitory? Li Qingcheng, with her hair tied back, helped Yi Hang spread his bedding, her profile breathtakingly beautiful. The internet will be cut off at midnight, and lights are turned off on the honor system, provided no one in your dorm fails a course. If someone does, the counselor will notify the dorm supervisor, and your electricity will be cut off. After all, if you don't study properly, all you do is watch movies. Once Li Qingcheng had tidied up for Yi Hang, she said, I'm leaving now. There will be professional classes in a couple of days. Don't be late. Just as she departed, footsteps echoed outside the dormitory door. Hey there. Good heavens. One can tell from the accent that they are from Yangqing. Chapter 50. Yi Hang leaned out from the balcony. The newcomer greeted him enthusiastically. Hey there, I'm Huang Su, a local from Yangqing. Haha. His fluent Cantonese was quite impressive. Had it not been for Yi Hang's previous trip to Sanya, where he had familiarized himself with the local dialect, he might have struggled to comprehend. The island, once an administrative region of Guangdong province, had its older residents well versed in the dialect. The local tea culture had evolved from Guangdong's morning tea traditions. Yi Hang extended his hand and replied in Cantonese, I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing. Yi Hang. Huang Su was taken aback, his own attempt at Cantonese so poor it made Yi Hang want to laugh. Wow, your Cantonese is impeccable. However, Huang Su's attention was primarily drawn to Yi Hang's watch. Wow. A royal oak, and it's a couple's edition. So, he has a girlfriend? Yi Hang was baffled. Couple's edition? That's impossible. He scrutinized Huang Su again. The latter had come alone, with a Rimowa suitcase and a Tizot watch, likely worth around 20 to 30,000. Coming from a well-off family was a certainty. He wore a pair of Air Force Ones, not particularly tall but fair-skinned. Yi Hang had always perceived the people from the two Guangs as astute businessmen. They believed that life's greatest endeavors could be encapsulated in a cup of wine or a pot of tea. Northerners favored liquor and relied on social connections, while Southerners preferred business discussions over tea. Yet, the world of commerce was less about connections and more about affection and intimacy. Yi Hang and Huang Su began to converse. What's your major? Huang Su, a roommate from the finance department, was not in the same class as Yi Hang, but there were several classes within the finance major due to its popularity. The subject boasted at least 6 classes, while business management, quantitative economics, taxation, and public economics had about 35 classes each. Some less common courses had only a single class like foreign languages. I'm in finance, what about you, Yi? What a coincidence. I'm in finance too. Sharing the same major was common, though they might not be in the same class. They sometimes ended up together for large lectures. Huang Su suddenly brightened up, tidying his belongings quickly as they shared some cigarettes. Yi Hang typically did not smoke much, but Huang Su was evidently a seasoned smoker. Handing him a Furong Wang, they began to puff clouds of smoke. I heard our finance and business programs are the flagship majors, and the professors are exceptionally beautiful. Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. How beautiful. With notable figures like Shin Youyu and Li Qingcheng, it was rare to catch Yi Hang's eye. An 80 out of 100 was already considered attractive. With makeup, it could reach 85, and a 90 would be akin to top-tier acting schools like Beijing Film Academy or Central Academy of Drama. A 95 was a rarity.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Weibo's trending topics? Our finance department's most beautiful professor is Li. Yihang shook his head. Huang Su pulled out his phone. Let me show you. When Yihang saw a photo of Li Qingcheng on Weibo, he nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. Is that her? Huang Su, puzzled, asked Yi. Do you know her? Yihang quickly waved his hands in denial. No, not at all. No wonder Li Qingcheng was so familiar with the campus. She was their course instructor. Did this mean their university life for the next 4 years would be under her influence? Huang Su looked eager. But Li is notoriously strict. Man, you'll want to avoid her. Whether or not we pass depends on her. Yihang couldn't help but internally critique. The charming professor they admired was secretly a romantic at heart, flirting with him on WeChat and often referring to him as her lover. As they chatted, another new roommate arrived. It turned out to be a tall young man from the northeast, standing at 190 meters. Hey, is this the right place? His thick northeast accent made Yihang chuckle. Yes, come on in. He was indeed impressively tall, with a solid physique that suggested years of rigorous training. Such a build would be wasted if he weren't in a sports academy. Yihang, at 183 meters, found himself looking up at him. Huang Su couldn't resist and jumped to slap the newcomer on the knee, laughing. Hey, what's your name? Yihang and Huang Su introduced themselves. The three quickly bonded over cigarettes. Rumor had it that if there was a northeasterner in the dorm, by the end of 4 years you would inevitably catch their spirit. I'm Sun Fong. Please take care of me. I can't fight much, but if there's a brawl in the dorm, I'll take care of them. Laughter ensued. Yihang had a solid grasp of their personalities. Northeasterners were straightforward and quick to action, while Huang Su was affable and adaptable. Just as they were chatting, voices echoed from the doorway. I told you not to bring so much stuff, yet you insisted. My son is going to university. How could I not worry? Shouldn't he be on good terms with his roommates? A couple entered, followed by a timid-looking young man sporting black-framed glasses. Yihang took the initiative to greet them. Hello, uncle and aunt. The woman smiled warmly, carrying luggage. Hello, is this the right place? Sun Fong stepped forward to help carry the bags, saying, Yes, auntie, let me help. Thank you. This is my son. Mada, greet your roommates. Mada, with a backpack, adjusted his glasses nervously.
Ash elo. I'm. Masi.
Mada. A stutter? Yet Huang Su and the others showed no signs of disdain. Hello. No need to be nervous. We'll all be roommates from now on. Mada would be living on the bottom bunk below Sun Fong. Mada's father offered cigarettes, chuckling, I apologize. Mada has a bit of a stutter. Sun Fong, Huang Su, and Yihang quickly reassured him. There's no need for such formality, uncle. Rest assured, we'll all look out for each other. Shortly after, Mada's parents departed. The remaining 2 roommates were Hu Jianren and Jiang Fei, one from Yunnan and the other from the capital. Yihang and Huang Su shared a room, while Mada and Sun Fong shared another, and Yuan Hong and Jiang Fei occupied the last. University roommates hailed from all corners of the nation. Suddenly, Yihang mused that if he ever traveled to their hometowns, he would surely discover hidden culinary delights. How delightful! Chapter 51 Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task at Songjiang University Town. Ding. The system is currently evaluating the affinity scores of your roommates. Songjiang University Town is indeed a distinctive feature of the city. Yihang checked the affinity values of the characters. Huang Su 80 points, Sun Fong 81 points, Yuhong 82 points, Jiang Fei 80 points, and surprisingly,
Mada scored 88 points.
It seems Yihang is quite popular. Ding. According to the system's final assessment, the average satisfaction rating of the 3 is 80 points, and the side quest is rated as A-class. Congratulations, host, for completing the first direct task of the trip to the magical city, with the reward, a lowly young Iyer voice-changing card.
Yihang.
Brother, you must have a slight issue, right? Isn't the city's characteristic wealth? The task reward should be related to money. You've got me perplexed. Lowly young Iyer voice-changing card. The host can freely switch between a pure lowly voice and a cool young Iyer voice, with no time limit. The 6 roommates sat together on a small bench in the living room, chatting and joking, and the topic shifted to the infamously demon head. Mada felt a bit shy, surrounded by Yi Hang and the others. Sun Fong patted Mada's shoulder. Mada, don't be afraid. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll take care of them. Mada adjusted his glasses. Thank you. Thank you, Sun Fong. I can help. Help you write papers. Everyone burst into laughter. Haha, little Mada, you can help me too.
YQon.
A native of Fujian, was known for his big mouth.
Mada chuckled. Sure, no problem.
Yu Hong teased. Just kidding. I wouldn't let you help me. I'm afraid Li Demon Head would come after me. Yi Hang was flirting with Zhang Manxi on WeChat, not looking up. So, do people from Guang Province really eat Fujian people? There has always been a meme online suggesting that Guang Province people eat everything, leaving no one untouched, even Fujian people. Huang Su swore to the heavens. We Guang Province people absolutely do not eat Fujian people. Yi Hang clapped and laughed. In this small dormitory, I didn't expect to find two talents akin to Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Hearing Yi Hang's words, everyone burst into laughter. The six of them exchanged WeChat contacts and created a group chat. Yi Hang surveyed the empty living room and suggested, "Shall we add some furnishings to the dorm? We'll be living in this room for 3 years. At the very least, we should make it presentable. I'll contribute a washing machine. We won't have to go to the laundry room anymore. Who knows what that washing machine has washed before? Don't even mention the washing machine. Some dorm mates are quite unclean. They can wear the same underwear for a month. As for the air conditioning, every room had one, but they were old, creaking, and had mediocre cooling effects." Yi Hang wasn't concerned about the money. He had over 10 million in his account and was pondering where to spend it. "I'll cover the big items like air conditioning, TV, and sofa. You all can take care of the smaller ones." Huang Su's eyes widened. "Brother Yi, you're so generous." Sun Fong scratched his head, admitting that he couldn't afford the big items. With a living allowance of just over 2,000 a month in the magical city, he added, "We can't let Brother Yi pay for everything. We should chip in." Yu Hong nodded in agreement. "That's right. It makes sense." Zhang Fei also felt embarrassed, not wanting Yi Hang to bear all the costs. "Don't worry, Brother Yi. Let's split the costs." Yi Hang smiled gently and waved his hand. It seemed he hadn't misjudged this group of roommates. "No need, no need. I find it bothersome. How about this? I'll pay, and you all can handle the installation and errands. Does that work?" Sun Fong laughed. "That sounds perfect. I'll go with Mada to pick it out this afternoon." Yu Hong patted his chest. "Damn it. I'll handle the cooking from now on." Huang Su was taken aback. "Wait, Hujin person, you can cook?" My dad owns a restaurant. I've been in the kitchen since I was little, so I can cook too."
Yi Hang nodded.
Although cooking was prohibited in the dormitory, everyone was tacitly aware that many upperclassmen secretly cooked in the well-equipped dormitory of Jingxian. After all, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. However, even if cooking were allowed, boys were generally lazy. Who would want to cook with a cafeteria available? That's settled then. We need to pay for the internet and get Wi-Fi. Little Mada suddenly raised his hand. I can take care of that." Yi Hang patted his shoulder. "All right, it's up to you. Also, return the air conditioning deposit with Sun Fong. This air conditioning unit will be ours from now on." The dormitory was filled with camaraderie. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by a pleasant voice. "Changing the air conditioning is fine, but remember to report to me. What if an accident occurs? Also, when you graduate, the air conditioning won't be refunded." The counselor stood at the door holding documents. Yi Hang froze, looking towards the entrance. A young woman with short hair, around 25 or 26 years old, stood there looking lively. Hearing the commotion, Huang Su, Sun Fong, and the others came out of the room. "Counselor?" The living situation for the next 4 years would be managed by this woman, from minor roommate disputes to skipping classes. The counselor would oversee it all. There was a saying online. For 4 years in college, your life and death will be managed by the counselor. "My name is Zhang Xiaotong, the counselor for Class 3 of the Finance Department." The group exaggeratedly exclaimed in unison. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Xiaotong rolled her eyes and smiled. "Enough of that. Here are some dormitory guidelines. You are allowed to change appliances and add items. but you must report and get permission before installation. Also, please add the class group. Important matters will be communicated there. Yihang glanced at the WeChat class group, and Huang Su and the others joined in. I'm leaving now. The teacher-student meeting is the day after tomorrow, and our new student welcome party will also begin. We need to discuss talents in class and prepare performances. Upon hearing this, Sun Fong immediately looked dejected. I can't sing at all, counselor. Are you going to make me perform a chest-crushing stone? Huang Su felt even worse.
I'm doomed.
Yu Hong banged his head against the wall. Is there a performance for a traditional Chinese percussion instrument? In the afternoon, the dormitory went out for their first meal together. The east gate of Songjiang University Town is a street filled with culinary delights. They randomly chose a restaurant and shared a few drinks. The emotional bonds among men are quite simple and unadorned. A meal can strengthen their camaraderie. Since it was the first day of school, there were no activities planned for the evening. After the meal, the six of them playfully made their way back to the dormitory when Zhang Manqi sent a message. Do you want to do fill-in-the-blank questions? Yihang. What fill-in-the-blank questions? Zhang Manqi. Fill-in-the-blank questions. Gonglis. This girl is quite the charmer. Chapter 52. The season of enrollment at MO Finance, coinciding with the academic initiation at Songjiang University Town. Students from various institutions engage in social pursuits, seeking opportunities to converse with upperclassmen about calculus. MO Finance students particularly favor MO Art, while those from foreign languages immerse themselves in MO Sound. As for the law school, well, they remain largely overlooked. Naturally, there are some open lectures, among which the one delivered by the dual specialty mentor Li Qingcheng from MO Finance attracts the largest audience. Are you here to attend the lecture or to admire legs? Yihang finally discovered Li Qingcheng's identity on the official university website. All he could do was sigh. What a well-kept secret, stepmother. After a week of military training, Yihang felt no pressure, while Huang Su, Yu Hong, and Zhang Fei lamented their predicament, having tanned significantly. Brother Yi, what kind of physique do you possess? Don't you need sunscreen? Huang Su sprawled on the sofa, appearing utterly exhausted. The sofa, purchased by Sun Fong and Ma De from IKEA in Hongqiao, was gray and minimalist, exuding elegance. One must admit, despite Sun Fong's sturdy appearance, she has a keen eye for selection. Upon returning from his morning jog, Yihang opened a can of soda with one hand, exclaiming, "Ah, refreshing." He then shared a secret. If you want to avoid getting tanned, just find a girlfriend. Huang Su looked bewildered. I suspect you're just flaunting your happiness, but I can't find any evidence. Yihang shrugged. The welcome party for MO Sound is the day after tomorrow. I've heard that the piano goddess from the second year will be performing solo, and there will be numerous lovely ladies. Don't say I didn't warn you. Huang Su perked up at once. Is her name Zhuge Meichin? I've heard of her. One of the hottest topics this year is you, and the other is the ever-popular Zhuge Meichin. Indeed, Yihang had become the male idol of MO Finance over the past decade. The fervent fans from Songjiang University Town had propelled him to the trending list. As for Zhuge Meichin, Yihang learned about her from Zhang Manqi. She was a top contender from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, a Bilibili sensation with over 3 million followers and stunning looks. It was said that the welcome party would be open not only to current students but also to outside guests. The music itself was secondary. It was primarily about witnessing the goddess of MO Sound, Li Qingcheng from MO Finance, Zhuge Meichin from MO Sound, and Yi Yunru from MO Art, collectively known as the Three Beauties of Songjiang. I can't miss such an occasion. I need to style my hair and wear a sharp suit, Huang Su declared. Sure, let's do it. As Huang Su brimmed with enthusiasm, Yihang smirked. Do you have tickets for the MO Sound Theater? Huang Su's excitement instantly deflated. Damn it. But in the next second, he grinned at Yihang. Brother Yi. Yihang felt goosebumps and pressed his hand against Huang Su's advancing head. Enough. MHM. Brother Yi. He sighed. All right, I will do my best to secure a ticket for us. Yihang was regarded as a celestial being. Last time, someone leaked that he drove a Ferrari to campus. The way his dorm mates looked at him changed entirely. Hey, Brother Yi, can I take your Roma for a spin? Yihang kicked Huang Su and said solemnly, cars and women are not for lending out. But fine, I'll take you for a ride in a couple of days. Despite his words, Yi Hang was not that stingy. Most people who refuse to lend their cars tend to belong to the lower middle class, surrounded by those who cannot bear the costs of damages. Moreover, it was evident that Huang Su's family was well off. He had previously shared a video of himself impressing girls with his father's Range Rover. Oh yeah, Huang Su lounged lazily. Brother Yi, let us play a couple of rounds? Naturally, they opted for Arena of Valor. Unfortunately, Huang Su was notoriously bad, renowned for his poor skills. With a burst damage ADC like Hui, he ended up with a score of 0 to 10. If it weren't for Yi Hang's strategic play, he would have been utterly defeated. Just then, Sun Fong and Mada returned. Brother Yi, I chose the Gree air conditioner. Here's the receipt for your review. Yi Hang, engrossed in his phone, replied, OJBK, thank you for your efforts. No trouble at all. Following closely was the installation technician, and in less than 2 hours the brand new air conditioner was set up. A cool breeze wafted through the room. Outside, the weather was sweltering. Besides Yu Hong, who went out for dinner with his parents, the dormitory was filled with the 5 of them playing games. It was exhilarating, transitioning from Arena of Valor to League of Legends. With Yi Hang leading them, they hardly ever lost. To his surprise, Mada's performance as a jungler was phenomenal. He was indeed the second coming of a skilled player. Compared to Huang Su and Sun Fong, who were merely bronze-level players, Mada and Yi Hang were undoubtedly diamond tier. As they approached the final match, Yi Hang casually messaged Zhang Manqi. Make sure to be clean tonight. Wait for your husband. Zhang Manqi replied instantly. I know. Yi Hang had skipped the last gathering chiefly due to the new semester, as he feared leaving a negative impression on the counselor.
Ye Hang directed, Mada.
You'll be the jungler, alright? Little Mada munched on chips. Oh, okay. Sun Fong initiated the team fight. Engage on my mark. Huang Su, with enthusiasm, chimed in, following orders. I'll play Roma. Acknowledged. Listening to Brother Yi. Zhang Fei on the top lane with Crocodile was also ready. Yi Hang took on the role of ADC with Draven, and as they set forth, they decimated their opponents, who were left in utter disarray. Upon hearing that her roommate was being insulted, Sun Fong retaliated from the fountain. Wow. That's quite vulgar, she mused, covering her face with a meme. Nonetheless, it was thrilling. They probably have no clue I hail from Zuin, do they? After this match, let them experience the warmth of having both parents around. Watching Sun Fong argue back, Yi Hang laughed until his stomach hurt, his hands never ceasing. Even without Sun Fong, he effortlessly pushed towards the crystal, leading to an ace. Amidst the laughter, the afternoon of gaming concluded. Such is the joy of university life. Just as they finished, a message from Chao Mengmeng arrived. Are you there? Yi Hang suddenly recalled that she had been admitted to MO Sound and was also in Songjiang University Town. Chapter 53. After all, she is an ex-girlfriend, Yi Hang typed swiftly, getting straight to the point. There was no need to inquire whether she was available. It was 9021, and one should understand that a phone is always within reach. Although Yi Hang had Shin Yoyu now, his interest in her was waning. The only reason he retained her on WeChat was due to their past as classmates. Dinner together? What kind of new trick is this? He thought, a shiver running down his spine as he recalled eavesdropping on the conversation between Chao Mengmeng and Shin Yoyu. Yi Hang, not going. Zhang Manqi's new JK uniform had arrived, the kind adorned with bells. No one could hinder him from exploring new possibilities. Chao Mengmeng sent a furious emoji, hands on her hips. The class hasn't even officially started yet, and you just don't want to see me. Yi Hang, I'm off to meet my sweetheart. I don't have time for you.
Gao Mengmeng.
Yi Hang, I'm going to tell Yoyu. Yi Hang merely twitched his facial muscles. Go ahead. Chao Mengmeng, do you really dislike me this much? You weren't like this before. Enough, enough. Are you putting on a show? Is there anything else?
Ye Hang.
Accustomed to being nonchalant, didn't he take Chao Mengmeng's feelings seriously? Moreover, Shin Yoyu's previous words had deeply impressed her. That was the essence of a true partner. Chao Mengmeng ceased responding, and Yi Hang, uninterested, changed into a refreshing outfit, grabbed the car keys to his Roma, and stepped outside. Huang Su stretched lazily. Yi Gu, where are you off to? To do what men ought to do. The dormitory echoed with lamentations. Damn. Yi Gu. Introduce me to a girlfriend. Iku, are you coming back tonight? Yihang waved his hand dismissively. Not coming back tonight. Yihang's Ferrari had been parked at the school for a week, and numerous notes were stuck under the windshield wipers. Excuse me, could you add me on WeChat? I hope you 1T dismiss me. My WeChat. Hey handsome. I noticed your passenger seat is lacking long legs. Add me. I 1T disappoint you WeChat. CXX21. Do you like ace pilots? Or perhaps electric mouse? Douyin ID 254391. Are the upperclassmen at MOKI this bold? Yihang wondered, considering that they might even be from other schools. He tore off the notes, settled into his Ferrari, and drove smoothly away from the campus, drawing the attention of many. Beside him, a girl with long black hair, strikingly beautiful, clung to her friend. Oh no, we're late. The idol has left. Quick, chase after him. Wake up, girl, that's aroma. You can't catch up. The Arc de Triomphe was nearby. Within 10 minutes, he reached his residential complex, parked, and ascended the stairs. As he opened the door, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and a soft figure crashed into his embrace. Yihang, I've missed you so much. Zhang Manqi clung to him, refusing to let go. Let me check if you've gained any weight lately, she teased, biting her lip. I've been busy rehearsing for the drama since school started. I even skipped class today just for you. Since Zhang Manqi became Yihang's girlfriend, she radiated an astonishing beauty, the kind that was ethereal yet alluring. Such beautiful legs. It would be a shame not to ride a tricycle, she quipped, squatting down to help Yihang with his shoes, teasingly asking, do you care? Of course I do. You need to apply body lotion every night. Not just for me. Yihang playfully brushed her nose. Zhang Manqi had dressed in her JK uniform, her subtle makeup enhancing her features, and her hair styled in pigtails. They hadn't seen each other in half a month, and she yearned to be with him every day. While Yihang surveyed the room, she turned on the television. Xiao AI, turn on the TV and play Animal World. Not bad, he mused, as spring had arrived, bringing fresh beginnings. Yihang strolled around the apartment, which was cozy and well-decorated. It was a two-story layout with a spacious living room featuring a large glass window, and the embedded television had a cool, minimalist aesthetic. The second floor contained a storage room and a master bedroom equipped with a projector and an expansive 2-meter bed. From above, a grand Baroque chandelier cast a warm ambience. Is this all you're doing? The decor is impressive, and it's smart home technology, he remarked. Of course, I'm exhausted. My friend and I bought the furniture from IKEA and the little items online. Do you like it? Very much. Yihang replied, make sure to find a moving company. We can't let those beautiful legs tire out. Zhang Manqi snuggled into the sofa beside him. Oh, you were just asking me to ride a tricycle and now you're concerned about me? She fed him pieces of freshly cut watermelon. Is it sweet? Yes, but not as sweet as you. Zhang Manqi pouted, you're quite the charmer. When you weren't around, it was just me and my friend here. Friend? Seems I'm interrupting something, Yihang chuckled. Poor thing, she said, clasping his hand and kissing the back of it. She had just been accepted into the national airline as a flight attendant, flying frequently, only coming to see him during her free time. Otherwise, your sweetheart would be terribly bored. Flight attendant. How intriguing. By the way, she is also from Sichuan. Would you like me to introduce you? Here we go again. Fine, since you always cry for help, Yihang teased. Have you exhausted your funds? Zhang Manqi never asked for money directly, which Yihang appreciated. A clever woman doesn't ask but instead earns it through her actions. Zhang Manqi exhibited wisdom in this regard. There's still over 10,000 left. It's enough for me. Yihang took out his phone and directly transferred 200,000 to her. As for Shinyoyu, he needn't worry. He had secretly slipped 50,000 cash into her suitcase last time. Balance must be maintained, and he understood the difference between priorities. Zhang Manqi's phone chimed with a notification of the transfer, and without pretense, she knelt on the sofa, bending forward. Thank you, boss. You were so generous. Then, like a hungry tigress, she pounced on him. Chapter 54. Entering the sage's time, Yihang reclined on the sofa, perusing the system. In 10 days, the lucrative buff would ascend to level 3. Currently, he had completed one of the tourism tasks in the Magic City, leaving 9 remaining. The next side quest was to experience 3 Michelin restaurants. To be frank, Michelin's reputation in the country was rather awkward. However, given the vastness of China, every province boasts its renowned delicacies. According to the Michelin Red Guide, the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, a largely lost culinary tradition, surely eclipses their offerings. It baffled him why a foreign tire company was tasked with raiding Chinese cuisine. Not to mention, places like Lanyuan, which serve state banquet cuisine, do not even utilize pressure cookers or microwaves, relying solely on traditional stoves. Yet, they remain immensely popular, with seats hard to come by. Yi Hang meticulously examined the strategy information on his S-card. The Magic City boasted a total of 40 Michelin establishments, but only one held 3 stars. The rest were a mix of 2 and 1 stars. Additionally, there was a list of 50-century-old famous brands, among them the renowned local eateries such as Kandejiu Restaurant, Lao Zhengxing, and LPL Ing. He pondered whether their flavors remained unchanged. With 10,000 points in the system, he contemplated a lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Host, do you wish to expend 10,000 points for the lottery? Yes. Soon, a spinning wheel appeared. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the monumental score of Minor Third Piano Concerto by Rachmaninoff, limited to this one piece. What? I spent 10,000 points for a mere score? Does this mean I can only play this piece? Yi Hang was at a loss. System, does this imply I am limited to this single composition? Indeed, host. You have drawn this singular masterpiece, but it does not equate to possessing the virtuoso skill required to perform it. How small-minded. A grand reward would have sufficed, alleviating Yi Hang's worries about the upcoming welcome party. As he contemplated this, Shen Youyu sent a message. Shen Youyu. Ding ding. Yi Hang chuckled as he typed. I thought you'd forgotten you have a husband. Shen Youyu. Stop it. We've been busy preparing a program in the Chinese department these past few days. Yi Hang, same here. Shen Youyu. Meng Meng messaged me, saying you've been ignoring her. She wants to invite you to dinner. Yi Hang, your husband doesn't need that meal. Besides, are you sure she doesn't have ulterior motives? Shen Youyu. She is all alone in the Magic City, with no friends, just you. I'm worried about her. Goodness, what a peculiar mindset. Yi Hang, why don't you worry about your boyfriend? Aren't you afraid she'll steal him away? Shen Youyu. Well, that would be perfect. The fat water shouldn't flow to outsiders. After all, I can't manage alone. Oh, what an intriguing notion.
Yi Hang pondered.
Chao Meng was at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and her dorm mates had been trying to get tickets from her. However, Yi Hang was uncertain of Shen Youyu's true intentions. Was she an undercover agent monitoring him? Alright then, since we're classmates. With no clear understanding of Shen Youyu's real thoughts, Yi Hang tactically retreated. Who knew what this girl was truly thinking? He messaged Chao Meng, arranging to meet tomorrow. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and Yi Hang opened it. Standing at the door was a beautiful girl with a suitcase, equally astonished as she gazed at Yi Hang. Who are you? Why are you in Manchi's house? Who are you?
Yi Hang invited, uprising her.
Her looks were impeccable, easily scoring a 92, a cut above the rest. With a high ponytail, a blue and white scarf around her neck, and an aviation hat, she donned a uniform reminiscent of a flight attendant. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll take your eyes out. Yi Hang was taken aback. Wow, she has quite the temper. I won't tolerate such rudeness. As Yi Hang began to close the door, Zhang Manchi, wearing Yi Hang's shirt, poked her head out. Yumming, you're back? I thought you were flying to the capital today? Yi Hang recalled that this must be the flight attendant Zhang Manchi had mentioned earlier. The wild flight attendant blinked, her gaze darting between Yi Hang and Zhang Manchi, ultimately settling on the shirt Manchi wore. Manchi, who is he? Zhang Manchi hopped out barefoot, linking arms with Yi Hang. He is my benefactor. Yi Hang. She is the flight attendant I mentioned, Wang Yuming. Wang Yuming's eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at Yi Hang. Oh, so you're that shameless guy.
Yi Hang.
How am I shameless? Wang Yuming dragged her suitcase into the house, forcefully pulling Zhang Manchi aside. Manchi, stay away from him. Men like this are fickle, always eyeing what's in their neighbor's bowl. They're all bad news. Now, tell me, how did you deceive Manchi? Ha, what a game this is. Chapter 55. Zhang Manqi gently tugged at Wang Yuming's sleeve. Yuming, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Yi Hang has been exceptionally kind to me, as I have already mentioned. Wang Yuming hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon returning from Sichuan and Chongqing, Zhang Manqi eagerly shared this development with her closest friend, who initially voiced strong objections. How could my best friend possibly be supported by someone else? However, she understood the circumstances of Zhang Manqi's family all too well. If it meant her happiness, Wang Yuming would wholeheartedly support her. Initially, she had imagined the benefactor to be a portly, middle-aged man. The thought of anyone bullying Manqi filled her with rage. Yet now, upon closer inspection, it appeared that Zhang Manqi had not found a father figure, but rather a boyfriend. Wang Yuming's petite mind was filled with questions. Zhang Manqi glanced at Yi Hang and nodded, saying, "All right, Yuming, you should be happy for me. I've withdrawn from those socialite groups. My sole intention now is to be a devoted partner to Yi Hang. Are you not afraid? Not afraid that this scoundrel might tire of you and leave?" Wang Yuming stole a glance at Yi Hang. He was not ostentatiously handsome, yet his composed demeanor exuded a refreshing charm, far removed from the flashy types who drove extravagant sports cars. Zhang Manqi took Wang Yuming's suitcase, and the two friends settled onto the sofa together. Yuming, does being in a relationship guarantee that it won't end? Besides, I genuinely like Yi Hang. The two shared an unbreakable bond, discussing everything under the sun. A young man who was both intelligent and affluent, with an appreciation for the finer things in life, would not need to utter a word. The upper-class women from Songjiang University would willingly vie for him. Well, I just feel for you. I never expected you to find someone so quickly. I suppose I won't be able to come around here anymore. As she spoke, she embraced Zhang Manqi, leaving Yi Hang utterly bemused. Has this woman's mood shifted so rapidly? Zhang Manqi discreetly flashed a peace sign at Yi Hang from behind. Why can't you come? The password is known, and the room is quite spacious. I've tidied up the room on the first floor for you. When we attend classes at school, this place is not solely yours, Yi Hang remarked, rubbing his nose. This house is rather nice. Perhaps I should purchase it. Wang Yuming shot Yi Hang a sideways glance, adopting a tone of playful superiority. You must treat Manqi well from now on or else. I won't let you off the hook. Such defiance, expressed in a seemingly meek manner, carried weight. The two women spent the entire afternoon engrossed in conversation. Yi Hang found it curious how women could converse endlessly. As night fell, the vibrant food street adjacent to Songjiang University illuminated with neon lights, and Zhang Manqi and Wang Yuming finally emerged, both clad in new outfits. Zhang Manqi donned a satin silk dress, exuding elegance, while Wang Yuming sported a casual oversized t-shirt paired with Yeezy sneakers, looking fresh and lovely. "Let's go eat," she declared. They descended to the parking area and entered a Ferrari. As a flight attendant, she was well-versed in luxury and did not succumb to superficial excitement. Rather, she recognized the car with familiarity. The new Roma? Impressive. Yi Hang maneuvered the Ferrari with one hand while Zhang Manqi reviewed her lines in the passenger seat. Wang Yuming rolled her eyes. There are often car exhibitions. This month at the new International Expo Center, there's a summer car show. I'm still debating whether to attend. Too many greasy men there, and the photographers are even more shameless. A car show?
Yi Hang intrigued.
While the Roma was indeed splendid, its seats were notoriously hard. Whoever sat in them would soon understand the discomfort. You must encounter quite a few eccentric passengers during your flights, right? As soon as the subject arose, Wang Yuming's frustration boiled over. There are simply too many. The most bothersome are those who ask for my WeChat. In fact, the airline has regulations against flight attendants sharing personal contact information. Yi Hang nodded in agreement. Indeed, but there are exceptions for first class and business class. Today, a passenger insisted on my WeChat, and when I refused, he continued to pester me even after the flight. It was exhausting. Yi Hang chuckled, not your type. I presume? Wang Yuming smiled. Our benefactor seems quite discerning. Flight attendants often gauge their interactions based on the passengers. If they don't receive personal contact, they shouldn't inquire further. Those romantic tales involving flight attendants are merely figments of imagination. Having resolved her school matters, Zhang Manqi turned to Yi Hang, entwining her arm with his. Darling, what shall we eat? How about tangu? Wang Yuming interjected from the back seat. Hey, be mindful. I, for one, am not interested in your lovebirds' antics. Zhang Manqi playfully pecked Yi Hang on the cheek and then made a silly face. As the Ferrari cruised into the heart of the bustling metropolis, luxury boutiques lined the streets, creating an atmosphere of opulence. Expensive cars whizzed by, with even the once esteemed Alfred now relegated to the status of a common vehicle. No wonder the city was characterized by wealth. Shanghai was a place where riches flourished, while those without money toiled ceaselessly and dined on takeout. Upon arriving at Tanggu, they exited the vehicle. The parking lot was already teeming with cars. Zhang Manqi held on to Yi Hang's arm, teasingly saying, "Take care of your little lover. If you lose her, no one will return her to you." Yi Hang responded knowingly, "Then you must remember the way back." Earlier that afternoon, he had transferred funds to Zhang Manqi, and she promptly sent 100,000 yuan to her mother, ensuring her medical expenses for at least half a year were covered. A hostess greeted them at Tanggu. "Good evening. Do you have a reservation for 3? "Yes," Zhang Manqi confirmed. "Please, follow me." Renowned for its authentic Cantonese cuisine, Tanggu had been selected as one of the top 100 restaurants globally, and was also featured in Hotels magazine as one of the top 10 hotel restaurants. Cantonese cuisine is delightful, truly a treasure, she mused. However, despite its acclaim, the Michelin Guide had only awarded Tanggu 1 star.
Chapter 56. Tang Yi.
A name that can barely be considered an old brand. From the culinary treasures of Hong Kong Island, the likes of Guangyue Jinxiu, Liyuan, Suiyuan, Tanggu, and Ding Tai Fung stand out prominently. Yi Hang was inclined to inquire with Huang Su. After all, he was a native of Yangqing. Michelin ratings take into account various factors. Taste is merely one aspect. Decor, ambience, service, experience, and the overall process all contribute to the evaluation. Yet, with only 1 star, Yi Hang was curious to discover how they achieved it. 3 staff members, with their hands scrubbed clean and masks in place, attended to him with warmth. A rather vintage-looking menu was presented, directly targeting Yi Hang. "Sir, today we have the seasonal molten pastry. Seasonal dishes change daily, akin to seasonal soups, as certain ingredients may be unavailable during specific periods. However, to maintain flavor, Tanggu has made their seasonal appetizers a signature item." Yi Hang glanced around. The molten pastry was a must-order at nearly every table. "I'll have a portion of the molten pastry." "Certainly, sir." Zhang Manqi and Wang Yuming were engaged in conversation about women's topics, occasionally glancing at Yi Hang. The menu was exquisite, but the taste remained uncertain. Yi Hang was no stranger to Cantonese cuisine. Sichuan and Chongqing also offered their fair share of it, but as for the flavor, he was skeptical. "Do you have any recommendations?" Hearing the server's Cantonese accent, he felt confident in their suggestion. "Sir, the Cantonese dishes here are exceptional. I recommend the signature roast goose." Yi Hang nodded. "Very well, I shall have one." Roast goose was a must. The stir-fried lobster with 3 types of onion is Tang Ji's signature dish. You should certainly try it. Okay. The stir-fried lobster was an award-winning dish, priced at a steep 1,500, with an additional 10 service charge and 6 tax. The fresh shrimp and dried scallop rolls are also delightful. "Does your friend have any seafood restrictions?" Zhang Manqi, engrossed in conversation with Wang Yuming, waved dismissively. "No, not at all. The candied sea cucumber is quite good too. Oh, and the shrimp dumplings are delicious, sir." Yi Hang was taken aback by the enthusiasm of the young man. Tang Ji's crispy chicken, served with a nourishing soup. The crab meat and seafood bird's nest soup should appeal to the ladies. For dessert, the abalone pastry was highly recommended. Yi Hang ordered nearly everything the young man suggested, realizing that the portions at Tanggu were rather small. Given the Michelin experience, one would need to indulge in multiple bowls of rice to feel satiated. "All right, that will do." "Sure, sir, please hold on." After the young man departed, the manager of Tanggu, clad in linen attire and fabric shoes, approached with a feedback form. "Sir, thank you for visiting Tanggu. Once you finish your meal, we kindly ask you to evaluate our service and dishes. On behalf of Tanggu, I wish you all the best."
Yi Hang nodded.
The service was indeed commendable, almost as if they would kneel before him. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Yi Hang snapped a few photos to share in the dormitory group chat. "Yi Hang, Huang Su, How do these Cantonese dishes look? Huang Su replied, what the heck? Yi Go, you went to Tanggu without inviting me. I'm so mad. Ever since Huang Su expressed his desire to open a restaurant, he had become somewhat effeminate, and Yi Hang had often considered giving him a good knock. Let's keep it civil or I'll take you down. Huang Su quieted down. Yi Go, you must try the braised belly pot at Tanggu, although it's average since it's a chain. When you come to Yangqing, I'll treat you to authentic braised belly pot. Deal. Yi Hang added a portion of braised belly pot. Yi Hang. All right, I'll bring you the roasted goose tomorrow. Sun Fong chimed in. Why are tears flowing from the corners of my mouth? Zhang Fei quipped. I love Yi Go. But wait, why do I see a woman's hand? Yu Hong remarked. Young man, you are too naive. Those are the hands of two women. By the way, Yi Gu, are you going for a double flavor? Little Ma Da, though somewhat clumsy with his words, typed with remarkable speed. Yi Gu is living it up while we are stuck eating instant noodles, sob sob.
Wang Xu replied, Mada.
Do you believe I can knock out a winner in one punch? Ma Da sent a corgi emoji. Just teasing you. Yi Hang observed the lively chatter in the dormitory group, chuckling to himself. The dishes arrived promptly. Yi Hang had underestimated the portions. The dishes he ordered were meant for individual servings. He had been wondering if such a small selection could fill him up. The second task in the city was to achieve a Michelin experience with a satisfaction rating exceeding 90 on 3 occasions. He hoped Tanggu would not disappoint. The first dish, the signature stir-fried lobster with 3 types of onion, was presented. The 3 onions consisted of scallions, onions, and shallots. Upon tasting, Yi Hang was pleasantly surprised. The flavor was robust, the lobster meat tender and succulent, and it was well seasoned. This stir-frying technique bore some resemblance to that of Sichuan and Chongqing, yet Yi Hang was delighted to find no trace of their influence. Instead, the aromatic essence of onion filled his palate. As a signature dish, Tanggu executed this splendidly, showcasing the chef's meticulous skill with a specially crafted soy sauce. The second dish, the roast goose, was prepared in the Cantonese style. Yi Hang was astonished by the 2 distinct sauces, both remarkable in flavor. The salty base complemented with a hint of acidity enhanced the dish's savoriness.
Tang Yi's crispy chicken,
however, fell slightly short. While the skin was delightfully crispy, it lacked visual appeal. Yi Hang, you must try this nourishing soup. It's exquisite. Zhang Manqi scooped a spoonful and offered it to Yi Hang. What a delightful surprise. It truly is excellent. Cantonese cuisine is renowned for its soups, and this one had a thick, fragrant quality. It wasn't long before the braised belly pot arrived. Yi Hang realized he had perhaps underestimated this dish. The clay pot was substantial and seemed filled with sincerity, reminiscent of a feast from a grand Guangdong household. Classic yet unforgettable. Yi Hang grew increasingly curious about Huang Su's description of authentic braised belly pot. In his mind, this dish was already exceptional. The freshness of the grouper paired with the tender, braised beef brisket was simply divine. Yi Hang let out a sigh, feeling rejuvenated. Darling, this restaurant is truly remarkable. This nourishing soup reminds me of the soups my mother used to make. Oh dear. I almost forgot that Zhang Manqi is from Guangdong. Back when his father was healthy, his mother would simmer soup for hours each day. But alas, he seldom had the pleasure of tasting it now. Zhang Manqi, sipping her soup, remarked softly, but I can enjoy it now, thank you, dear. Nearby, Wang Yuming was overwhelmed by the couple's display of affection, thinking, hey, spare a thought for the single dogs here. Chapter 57. Sir, your candied sea cucumber. The candied sea cucumber is distinct from the regular sea cucumber. Do not confuse the two. This delicacy is the crown jewel of the National Banquet's 8 treasures, and is a principal ingredient in the renowned Buddha jumps over the wall. It is considered a rare treasure among culinary ingredients. Yi Hang took a bite, and the burst of flavors was exquisite, particularly due to the remarkable sweet glaze. The aroma of the candied coating melded beautifully with the texture of the sea cucumber. Zhang Manqi was nearly ecstatic. The crab meat and imperial bird's nest soup is a beloved choice among ladies, yet Yi Hang found it rather unremarkable. One could only say the crab meat was almost excessively tender. The final dish, sir, is the abalone pastry. The dessert post-meal is the abalone pastry. What does it feel like to fuse crispness with tenderness? Yi Hang, who seldom indulged in sweets, tasted this delicacy for the first time and found it utterly delightful. Overall, Yi Hang was satisfied with the cuisine at Tanggu. Within the confines of a 1-star rating, it was quite standard. It could not compare to the 3-star excellence of the esteemed Li family cuisine, nor could it rival the numerous prominent Cantonese establishments below it. The price was also quite steep, with an average cost of 500 to 600 per person. Their table, featuring the prized lobster, saw the average soar to 800. The brilliance of Tanggu lies in its meticulously designed processes, all seemingly aimed at a singular objective. The service, decor, dining experience, everything was impeccable. Yi Hang was content with this Michelin experience. Upon settling the bill, the young server hurriedly presented it. Sir, please review. The total is 14,820. Tanggu adds a 10 service charge and 6 tax, totaling 17,191. Upon hearing the price, Wang Yuming gasped. This meal consumes 2 months of my salary. The wealthy are truly insufferable. Flight attendants earn modest wages, with Air China's compensation being relatively commendable in the industry. Notably, Spring Airlines flight attendants earn merely over 4,000 for a full month of flying hours. There exists a hierarchy among airlines. Air China stands at the pinnacle, followed by Hainan Airlines, Xiamen Airlines, and Sichuan Airlines. As for Spring Airlines, they merely survive in the crevices. Yi Hang swiped his card to pay. Coincidentally, a critical hit triggered once more. With the invigorating buff of 99 luck, every expenditure bore an 80 chance of activation. Ding! Triggered the daily fortune buff effect, 5x critical rebate. This Tanggu expenditure rebate, 17,191 by 585, 955 yuan awaiting transfer to offshore account. Ding! You have savored your first Michelin experience. The system is calculating the satisfaction level of the 3 diners. Each must exceed 90 for the task to be considered complete.
Yi Hang contemplated.
This was the second task of his journey in the magical city. Taste 3 Michelin meals, 1-3, side quest progress 33. Ding! According to the system's final evaluation, the average satisfaction score of the 3 diners is 92 points. The Michelin experience at Tanggu is valid. Please continue your efforts. Tanggu did not disappoint Yi Hang. More precisely, the strategy provided by the S-card did not let him down. Descending the stairs and getting into the car, it was nearly 8 p.m., yet Tangji's parking lot remained bustling with luxury vehicles. Where to? Zhang Manshi turned to Wang Yuming and said, Yuming, come stay at my place. It's been ages since we've had a heart-to-heart. Wang Yuming glanced at Yi Hang, perceiving this as a perilous proposition. Goodness, you two are frolicking on the 2nd floor while leaving the young woman to guard her chamber? How inconsiderate, dear sister. You should quickly return to Yi Hang and indulge in your romance. I shall stay at my mother's place. Moreover, are you not afraid Yi Hang might mistakenly enter the wrong door in the middle of the night? Cough, cough. Yi Hang nearly choked on his saliva. Oh, what a predicament. Thankfully, Wang Yuming did not stay. Had a typical green tea type encountered a handsome and wealthy man like Yi Hang, she would surely have scrambled to gain his favor. Ugh, what does green tea mean? This is our empathetic little sister. Who could possibly resist a considerate and understanding sister? They headed towards Mingmen Huafu. Yi Hang pressed the accelerator, and while the 2 women chatted, he picked up bits of their conversation. Wang Yuming could be considered a half-local of the magical city, her parents having divorced. Her father remarried a PhD from Jiaotong University, who brought along a son and a daughter. However, her mother remained resolute, unwilling to remarry, fearing it might harm Wang Yuming. I've tried persuading my mother, but she won't listen. I intend to register her on a dating site. After all, she is still quite young. Helping my mother find a partner? Why are these intentions so perplexing? Upon reaching Mingmen Huafu, Wang Yuming alighted from the car. I'm off. Don't make too much noise tonight. Watch it, you little rascal. Zhang Manshi playfully scolded. On the way back to the Triumph Gate, Zhang Manshi leaned against Yi Hang, her eyes misty, ready to make a move when her phone rang. Shoo! It's my mom. She answered the call. Hello, Mom. A middle-aged woman's voice resonated clearly in Yi Hang's ears. Manshi, I received the money. Have you been busy studying these days? Quite busy this year for the welcome party. Our drama department has a performance, night banquet of the Tang Palace. Hee, I'm the center of attention. That's wonderful. Just don't overexert yourself. By the way, Mom has a question that might be inappropriate. Where did this money come from? Zhang Manshi exhaled sharply. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Her character was forthright, disliking secrets as they would only burden her. Mom, I'll tell you, but you mustn't inform Dad. There was a long silence on the other end, just as Zhang Manshi was about to speak. Is he good to you? In that moment, Zhang Manshi felt a surge of emotion. He's quite good. He's 2 years younger than me, my junior. Zhang's mother was momentarily taken aback.
No.
That's not what I meant. I'm not talking about your boyfriend. What ordinary boy has that much money to give you? Last time it was 50,000, and this time it's 100,000. You still have your own expenses. Zhang Manshi lowered her head, fiddling with her nails. Mom, the one supporting me isn't a greasy old man. Chapter 58. The moment the words were uttered, they seemed to strike the very soul. Zhang's mother's sobs were distinctly audible. Mother, I am so sorry. She paused. Let us not dwell on that. Father's medical expenses should be manageable for the next 6 months, right? Zhang Manshi was not one to indulge in melodrama. Your father has shown some improvement, but how can he accept what you've done? He has always cherished you above all. Had it not been for the misfortunes in business, you could have pursued your own love. As a mother, I understand the tremendous courage it takes to take that step. Mom, I truly adore her. It's an inseparable kind of love. Zhang's mother found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't you afraid he might leave you? Should I reflect on where I might have faltered? I have no regrets about the path I've chosen. I, Zhang Manshi, refuse to compromise myself to meet societal expectations by marrying someone I do not love. Zhang Manshi's tone rose slightly. Let us not discuss this further. If you need money, just let me know. With a decisive click, Zhang Manshi ended the call, wiped away her tears, and in an instant transformed her expression into a cheerful smile as she looked at Yihang. Why is it that girls can change their moods so quickly? In a couple of days we have the welcome party. Are you coming? Yihang ruffled her hair with a smile. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Upon arrival at the welcome party, the university town of Songjiang was bustling with activity. The allure of the music and law departments was overshadowed by the charm of the music and arts departments. The theater of the music department stands as the second most prestigious venue after the Grand Theater in the city. The 3D stage of the arts department is equally impressive. Yihang finally understood why the children of the affluent flocked to Songjiang. The beauty here was truly mesmerizing. By the way, when is your welcome party? Next Friday.
Yihang nodded.
Let us schedule it so we can avoid a clash with the music department, and perhaps I can introduce my dorm mates to some new faces. Arriving at the Arc de Triomphe, they ascended the stairs. What's the password? Your birthday. Zhang Manshi leaned against Yihang's shoulder, appearing languid and weary. 0910. With a click, the door swung open. Zhang Manshi helped Yihang change his shoes. Xiao AI, turn on the water heater, the television, and the main bedroom ambience lights. Don't forget the essential oils. Hurry and shower, I'll change the pillows. When Yihang emerged, he found Zhang Manshi removing her makeup while seated on the couch, perusing messages. The finance department S-Class 2 was buzzing with chatter about Zhuge Meichin from the music department, a Bilibili influencer with 300 followers. I heard fans are planning to overwhelm the entrance for the music department. Do you have pictures? Show me. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Is this all? Just 3 tons of drool? What's her Bilibili name? Search Meichin is hungry again. She has solo videos. Yihang gazed at the pictures. Indeed, she was quite lovely, but photographs could not capture the essence. One must see the real person. After all, beauty filters have become extraordinarily powerful. Opening Bilibili, Yihang, as a longtime fan, preferred to observe rather than engage. No need to search. The featured music section prominently displayed Zhuge Meichin's solo performance at the Grand Theater. As he clicked the video, a brilliant spotlight illuminated Zhuge Meichin at the piano. She began with a cascade of eighth notes, her melody exquisite and perfectly aligned with her grace.
Yihang,
Unable to decipher the intricacies, simply relished the beauty of the sound. Of course, her appearance was striking, and her style was unlike any woman he had encountered before. The refinement cultivated from a musical family was unmatched. Lost in the music, Yi Hang found himself entranced. "Darling, what are you up to?" Zhang Manqi emerged from the bathroom, clad in a silk nightgown that was utterly captivating. "Are you familiar with Zhuge Meichin?" Zhang Manqi tilted her head as she dried her hair. "Yes. She is a prodigy from the piano department of the music academy in the city. Not only is she skilled in piano, but also in violin, cello, and various classical instruments. Have you heard of the Rainbow Choir?" "The Rainbow Choir? Who hasn't he? 1 million followers on Bilibili. It's a self-organized choir of students from the music conducting department, under the guidance of Mr. Jin Chengji, a top-tier figure in the national performing arts community. Zhuge Meichin is his most esteemed disciple." Yi Hang's impression of the Rainbow Choir was still tied to their comedic songs, yet they were exceptionally catchy. The formal performances of Zaya Collection, Grandma, and Falling Sunset Collection had graced the prestigious Green Ting Concert Hall in the city and were renowned internationally. The BBC once hailed the Rainbow Choir as the greatest dark horse in history. Mr. Jin Qingji, particularly in tune with the younger crowd, often indulged in playful antics. Zhuge Meichin was undoubtedly the most talented student of the music department, destined for a future as a musician, always the principal in orchestral arrangements and never to be eclipsed by another. Yi Hang's curiosity piqued after Zhang Manqi finished drying her hair. She settled onto Yi Hang's lap, applying a face mask. "Our arts and music departments often collaborate. This time, our drama department is rehearsing the night banquet of Tang Palace, entirely under Mr. Jin Chengji's direction. Just think, he will surely provide Zhuge Meichin with an opportunity to shine." Yi Hang set his phone down. "So, Zhuge Meichin will be performing at your welcome party?" "Of course. I've heard that numerous media outlets will be present. Journalists are everywhere around the hotels in the university town. Such a grand affair? What headlines and broadcasting stations will be covering it?" "All kinds of media." "Really? Oh, and Bilibili will be live streaming the entire event. You can watch it later." Suddenly, Zhang Manqi turned to him with a mischievous smile. "If you manage to win the heart of this talented lady, I'll treat you every day. A significant plot twist is approaching, something I've pondered for quite some time. I trust it won't disappoint you. Let us get started." Chapter 59. The next day, Yi Hang rose early as usual, having grown accustomed to morning swims, though he felt slightly out of sorts. He descended the stairs for a run. The Arc de Triomphe community was in close proximity to Songjiang University town. Many senior students preparing for their postgraduate entrance exams rented accommodations here, seeking a serene environment for their final academic sprint. The community boasted a splendid ambience, lush with greenery. Numerous young individuals, around Yi Hang's age, jogged through the wooded areas, while elderly residents engaged in chess matches on stone benches. After running steadily for 30 minutes, Yi Hang paused to observe a chess game. He wasn't one to boast, but he had never backed down in a chess match, earning the reputation of a senior center killer. "Hey, old Chen, still playing the take-back game?" An elderly gentleman with graying hair and an air of sophistication raised his hand to halt his opponent. Yi Hang wiped his sweat and focused on the board. His opponent had already lost 2 cannons, a knight, and a rook, leaving him nearly defenseless. The opposing elder, unwilling to accept defeat, retorted, "You're the one who plays poorly. I'm not playing with you anymore." "Well, if you can't win, you resort to excuses." The grandfather, with his white hair and glasses, chuckled. "I told you from the start, you can't win. Starting with your cannon, did you think my knight was made of paper? If you don't want to play, fine, but remember, around here old Chun is the best." The opponent, wearing a flat cap, rose and clasped his hands behind his back. "If I hadn't taught you, could you possibly beat me?" I, Chun Xuan, refused to accept this. He walked off, mumbling about the younger generation's critiques. Seizing the moment while the game was paused, Yi Hang made his move, rook from f2 to f5. The grandfather, who was about to leave, furrowed his brow and sat back down. "Young man, you know how to play? Just a bit. How about you take a couple of moves against me?" "All right, let us see." The elder moved his piece, but Yi Hang quickly discerned his strategy. A mere trick, he countered with a knight retreat. "Interesting, young man, are you trying to exchange? I may lack a cannon, but I still have a knight and a rook. while you're left with only a knight. Unperturbed, Yi Hang replied with a smile, but I still have 2 pawns. If you want the good stuff, you'll have to sacrifice something. Well, I won hold back then. The elder moved his piece. In a swift motion, Yi Hang captured the piece and pushed a pawn forward. Within 5 minutes, the elder's brow was tightly furrowed. This check can't be valid. With the 2 pawns locking the wings, retreating my knight to the 4th, I am. Yi Hang stood up, suppressing a laugh. I'm leaving, Grandpa. You can ponder this. Hey, come back. Yi Hang slipped away, thinking the old man was as stubborn as a stone, foul-mouthed and unwilling to accept defeat. The grandfather bowed his head in contemplation, while a driver beside him waited patiently. Sir, we must leave. Otherwise, the family will complain. After a long period of reflection, he sighed. It's been a while since I last saw my granddaughter. I wonder how she is doing at school. When Yi Hang returned home, Zhang Manqi was still asleep, so he placed breakfast on the table. Do you have class today? After a moment, a voice came from the bedroom. I have rehearsal in the afternoon. Yi Hang changed his clothes and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Then sleep a bit longer. I'm off to school. Take care, dear. At their school, classes had yet to commence fully, as this period was merely for adaptation. The welcome party had just concluded, and university life was about to begin. After a brief round, he noticed that none of his peers were awake yet, except for Mada, who was engrossed in studying programming.
Ye.
You are back. Yi Hang placed the Shajing roast goose he had brought back on the table. Mada, why are you up so early? This isn't. Just studying. Python. Mada stammered, glancing at his screen filled with dense code, which gave Yi Hang a headache. All right, I brought back some Shajing roast goose. Let Yu Hong heat it up for you. I'm off. Mada poked his head out. You're leaving again? Too many girlfriends to juggle. At the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Yi Hang felt enveloped in a rich musical atmosphere. As a full-time institution, it boasted 15 departments and was dubbed the Berkeley of China. The architecture retained a vintage charm from the last century. Sounds of melodious voices emanated from the adjacent concert hall.
Upon December, Yi Hang Messa Cao Meng Meng.
Are you there? I'm in class. Do you have tickets for the welcome party at Moin? Why? Do you want to attend? I'll treat you to a feast. Only Michelin-starred cuisine. No less than 3 stars. Upon hearing this, Yi Hang felt hopeful. Indeed, good friends were invaluable. Deal. How many do you need? Yi Hang calculated that Zhang Manqi had 2 tickets and would accompany him, so he only needed to procure 5 more tickets for his other friends. 5. All right, remember, you owe me a 3-star Michelin meal. By the time she finished her class, it was nearing noon. Yi Hang, having grown bored, strolled around the artificial lake, completing several laps.
Ye Hang.
When Chao Mengmeng arrived, carrying her cello, she was out of breath. Sister, I'm starving. Chao Mengmeng rolled her eyes and shoved the sheet music into Yi Hang's arms. Is this how you ask for help? No ticket for you. Forget it. More friends mean more opportunities, and multiple wives mean multiple homes. Here, carry this. Reluctantly, Yi Hang helped her with the cello. Let us head to the cafeteria. As they walked side by side, they encountered a wave of female students exiting the conservatory. Just then, a guy tapped Yi Hang on the shoulder. Hey, do you know how to get to the theater? Yi Hang was clueless, but Chao Mengmeng interjected. Just go straight, turn right at the end, and after passing the Science and Education building, walk another 500 meters. Thanks, senior. Chao Mengmeng scoffed. He's probably going to see Zhuge Meichin. There's been a constant influx of visitors for the welcome party rehearsals these past few days. Wow, that's quite the popularity.
Ye Hang.
Don't you have anything you'd like to say to me? What would I say? We aren't in a relationship. Chao Mengmeng stamped her foot. There used to be. What on earth was she thinking? Yi Hang pondered, bemused by her words. How could the goddess Shin take a liking to him? The epitome of a clueless male? He sized her up. Chao Mengmeng was certainly attractive, albeit a bit too haughty. I suspect you are a spy sent by Shin Yoyu, but I have no proof. Bah, who is her spy? We're sworn enemies. Really? What play are you putting on now? If the beauty trap doesn't work, will you resort to a series of pathetic schemes? Is there a divide and conquer plan next? Act away, Continue your performance. Chapter 60. Why are there only 2 tickets? During lunchtime at the cafeteria of the Mo.in Academy of Music, Chao Mengmeng produced 2 tickets and exclaimed, "Be grateful. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain these? I had to plead with the counselor for them. There are 5 of us in the dormitory, and 3 designated individuals cannot attend. Well, I suppose 2 tickets are better than none." Yihang accepted the tickets. To be honest, the cafeteria at Mo.in is far superior to that of Mo.kai, primarily because there are an abundance of beautiful women. While seated, Yihang spotted at least 4 or 5 girls whose looks surpassed a score of 90. Why bother going to the school theater when we could simply dine at the cafeteria? The gender ratio at Mo.in and Mo.e is 2:8. Every day, numerous students from other universities come to dine here, especially from Mo.kai. Chao Mengmeng nibbled delicately on some okra. 2:8. Yihang was astonished. So, the boys at Mo.in are as rare as pandas. Chao Mengmeng huffed, a touch of pride in her voice. Our orchestral department has even fewer boys, over 40 girls and only 2 males. Goodness, the piano department has the most students. And those who gain admission are typically affluent and beautiful, hailing from wealthy families. When their mentor, Jin Qingji, holds a major class, the seats are filled to capacity, leaving even some of our own students standing outside to listen. Yihang clicked his tongue. It must be all for Zhuge Meichin. Indeed, she replied. Music must be cultivated from a young age. Many who start later are merely hobbyists. Chao Mengmeng came from a well-off background. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enroll in Mo.in. After finishing their meal, Yihang accompanied her to the supermarket to buy a few items before preparing to head back. En route, Li Qingcheng sent a message with a picture of the tickets for the Mo.in welcome party, and remarkably, there were 5. Yihang was overjoyed. This was likely the last performance of Zhuge Meichin before her graduation, and subsequent opportunities to see her would require payment. Just as Yihang began to type a response, he suddenly wondered if she might be inviting him to join her. Would you like to watch together? Pretty exciting, right? Am I correct in my guess? The crux of the matter was that he had already promised to attend with Zhang Manqi. No way. Li Qingcheng. Fail or attend the welcome party. Choose one. Oh, that's not fair. Resorting to such tactics when you can't win. You're acting like an elderly man from the neighborhood.
Yihang.
Li Qingcheng. Tomorrow, wait for me at the entrance of the Mo.in theater. If you don't come, you'll regret it. Yihang steeled himself. For the sake of the noble dormitory. For your happiness, I shall take the plunge. Fine. I'll take the remaining 3 tickets. Li Qingcheng. All right. Come to my office in the afternoon to collect them. That day, the welcome party at Mo.in Academy of Music commenced. Many journalists had entered the campus, but those without credentials could only linger at the entrance. The school was overflowing, with the parking lot already full. The artificial lake was dotted with vehicles from outside, and many were perched atop their cars with drinks such as Nutritional Express, Red Bull, and bottled water. Quite the spectacle. At the theater entrance, the crowd bustled. Zhuge Meichin's popularity remained high. She was renowned for her diverse talents. Her delicate hands effortlessly traversed the piano keys, propelling her to stardom. However, her sporadic appearances left her fans on Bilibili quite vexed. Alas, she did not rely solely on her looks for success. Yihang's Roma arrived punctually, halting at the entrance. The dormitory erupted with excitement upon receiving the 5 tickets. This morning, Xiao Mata had even styled his hair into a slicked-back look. In the dormitory group chat, Huang Su messaged, Brother Yi, we've arrived. Where are you? Sun Feng added, there are so many people. Yu Hong speculated. Brother Yi is probably backstage preparing for his performance. Xiao Mata, Corgi mischievous grin. JPG the group chat buzzed with energy, while Yihang remained hidden in the car, troubled about how to respond to Li Qingcheng. Ever since he received the tickets from her yesterday afternoon, he had vanished from the world, leaving her message unanswered. After all, watching a performance with a teacher could never compare to the thrill of attending with a romantic interest. Li Qingcheng, remember not to be late tomorrow. Enter through the backstage and mention my name. Li Qingcheng, acknowledge this message. Li Qingcheng? Li Qingcheng, if you're still alive, reply to me. Li Qingcheng. All right, Yi Hang, you think playing hide and seek with me is funny? Fine. Li Qingqing. You are dead to me. I, Li Qingqing, declare it. Li Qingqing, how could you treat me this way? Stop messing around, all right? Little puppy, you're being naughty. Li Qingqing. Yi Hang, my patience is limited. You have 5 minutes to respond. Li Qingqing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Missed voice message. Yi Hang glanced at the flurry of messages, feeling a twinge of amusement, but then looked at his watch. The event was about to commence. Zhang Manqi had already begun urging him. He replied to Li Qingqing. I apologize, Teacher Li. I had a bad reaction to something I ate last night. I've been quite unwell. His message was promptly returned. Li Qingqing, do you think you're funny? Yi Hang shared a photograph of the omeprazole and terracotta tablets he had purchased yesterday. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Li Qingqing. All right, if you can't come, it's fine. I'll declare you failed for this semester. That's that. Haha. Threatening me? Not a chance. Everything was set, and the arrangements were made for Zhang Manqi. I've arrived. Okay, darling, I'm waiting for you at Gate A. Kisses. After hanging up, Yi Hang suddenly felt a violent jolt from behind. Had he been rear-ended? There are still 7 more chapters to come. Stay tuned. Chapter 61, Through the Rearview Mirror. Yi Hang glimpsed the vehicle that had collided with his, a blue Continental. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to exit the car and discuss the matter. Suddenly, a stunning leg, adorned with high heels and elegantly bent at a 90-degree angle, emerged from the car behind him. Wait a moment, that leg. I feel as though I've encountered it before? No, I must be mistaken. I think I've seen it somewhere. As he beheld the strikingly sophisticated Li Qingqing stepping out, donning sunglasses and wide-leg trousers, Yi Hang felt as if he might suffocate from the sheer beauty before him. Li Qingqing attempted to shield her eyes from the sun, tilting her head to scrutinize the damage. Goodness! You are indeed my nemesis. In a flurry of motion, Yi Hang hastily donned a mask and gently pressed the lock button on his car, ensuring that his Ferrari Roma was securely locked. Li Qingqing, narrowing her exquisite eyes, approached and tapped on the driver's side window. Excuse me, sir? Yi Hang, flustered, turned his face away and attempted to shield it with one hand. I apologize. I was distracted by my phone and inadvertently pressed the accelerator too hard, resulting in this unfortunate incident. Are you considering a private settlement? The sun was blinding, and the reflection made it nearly impossible to discern the person inside the car. Stammering, Yi Hang gestured to Li Qingqing, indicating that everything was fine. What do you mean, sir? Li Qingqing observed the car, her discerning eye recognizing the new model Ferrari Roma, which, to her, seemed rather inconsequential. A cough escaped her lips. How could anyone say such a thing? If you are concerned about my ability to compensate, you are mistaken. Please, step out so we can discuss a compensation plan. She knocked on the window a few times, bemused by the oddity of the situation. Most people would have exited their vehicle by now. In truth, Li Qingqing felt a sense of familiarity with the individual inside the car, but the glare from the sun made it difficult to see clearly. Meanwhile, onlookers gathered, captivated by the collision of 2 luxury cars and the mesmerizing beauty of Li Qingqing. Some even recognized the renowned tutor of financial management. Could this really be happening? A Continental rear-ending a Ferrari? The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, to the point of absurdity. Wait a moment. This woman seems so familiar. I might have seen her on the campus website. Those legs were dazzlingly white, long and straight, devoid of any excess flesh. How intriguing. This man is refusing to exit the vehicle. Surely something is amiss. What a twist of fate. Just a moment ago, he had stood up Li Qingqing, and now he found himself in this predicament. Moreover, this woman was known to be a formidable presence on campus. Yi Hang waved his hand dismissively, adjusting his voice. You may leave. There's no need for compensation. As time ticked away, Yi Hang glanced at his watch. Only 10 minutes remained before the concert began. Zhang Manqi must be anxiously waiting. This simply cannot continue, sir. I am not unappreciative of your vehicle's worth. It must be valued at over 3 million. Please, name your price. I can afford it. Li Qingqing crossed her arms, resolutely refusing to budge. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Beautiful, wealthy, Heavens, someone please sponsor me. I no longer wish to strive. My appetite for effort has diminished. Being a kept man might not be so bad after all. Yi Hang felt on the verge of tears. Just then, a voice message chimed in, revealing Qin Meilin. As soon as he answered, an adorably sweet voice greeted him. Hello, is this Big Brother? I miss you. Yi Hang, what? Why are you calling? Seeing chapter 62. What on earth is happening? Happiness strikes too suddenly. Li Qingqing's car has been hit. A pig crashed into a tree. And you crashed into a pig. Li Qingqiang narrowed his eyes, pressing his forehead. Just moments ago, he was so infuriated by Yi Hang that his lower back ached. And now this. Goodness. The owner of the car hasn't even gotten out. In less than 5 minutes, his own vehicle was rear-ended again. Is the entire world conspiring against me today? Deliberately trying to rile me up? The anger was explosive, like a spiraling detonation. Li Qingqing found himself at a loss for words, turning to see his car caught between two others. He could feel the flames of rage bubbling within him. He pulled out a small piece of paper from his bag, scribbled down his phone number, and affixed it to Yi Hang's car. He snapped, Since you won come down, here's my number. Call me for compensation, and remember, I'll remember you. After saying that, he walked to the front of his own car. To his dismay, the vehicle that had collided with his was a Maserati Ghibli, and stepping out of it was a stunning beauty. The students around erupted into excitement, hastily taking out their phones to capture the moment. The entrance to the school theater was already crowded with journalists from various outlets, and seeing the 3-car pileup, they all rushed over with their cameras. Yi Hang stood dumbfounded. Dude, go watch your Zhuge Mei Qin. What's with the commotion here? Inside the Maserati, Qin Meilin unbuckled her seatbelt and rubbed her adorable child's head. Be good, Chemo. Mommy will handle this. Okay, Mommy, I'll wait for you in the car. Li Qingqiang crossed his arms, lowering his sunglasses as he watched Qin Meilin step out, causing an uproar among the students. This was far more thrilling than watching Zhuge Mei Qin. Haha. Wow, am I hitting the jackpot today? These two ladies are exceptionally beautiful. With Renee Chauvilla high heels, a Givenchy lambskin handbag, and Van Cleef Arpels ocean heart, he felt faint. Their figures were absolutely stunning. Qin Meilin lifted her bag, surveyed the damage, and thankfully noted it was just a minor scrape. But this wasn't T.A. Santana, dear sister. European bodywork and paint, imported directly. For just a small area of paint, it would cost at least 100,000. Qin Meilin was in a hurry to take Chemo to a solo performance, which she absolutely could not miss. After all, cultivating an artistic sensibility from a young age was crucial. The theater was already checking tickets, and as she rummaged through her bag, she thought, oh, 100,000 should be enough, right? Enough, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. You're the best. With a sudden flare, Li Qingqing's suppressed anger erupted. Is everyone allowed to bully me? First, Yi Hang stood me up, and now this Maserati owner is tossing around 100,000 like it's nothing. Am I made of sugar, to be trampled on at will? What? Flaunting your wealth? Are you? How did you even manage to crash on this wide road? Not a single apology, just a price tag. I could demand 1 billion. Can you afford that? Li Qingqiang was furious. Qin Meilin, usually gentle, was a bit impatient this time due to her rush. However, you dare to say my backside is wider than the road? Fine, let us have a personality clash. In an instant, Qin Meilin shed her previous softness, her alter ego surfacing. She met Li Qingqing's gaze with defiance. Oh, what a coincidence to encounter a fierce woman. You're the last person I fear, she declared, pulling out a card. With a slap, she smacked it onto the Maserati's hood. It's just a counterfeit Continental GT, worth a little over 400 on the market. This card has 800,000. Go get it fixed with original paint, and consider the surplus as a gift for a little enhancement. After that, Qin Meilin raised her chin, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. Li Qingqiang was stunned. Was this a battle of equals? In an instant, his anger reached a boiling point. Heh, sharp-tongued. Take your pathetic card back. As Qin Meilin opened the car door halfway, she huffed. Don't regret it. This money could keep a toy boy for a month at 100,000, and it wouldn't be the same one twice. She scanned Li Qingqing from head to toe. But you, with no fierceness and no curves. Can you handle a little roughhousing? Yi Hang, watching from behind, was in stitches. Li Qingcheng was taking a hit? Oh my! And Qin Meilin was way too domineering. Was this really Chemo's mother? Li Qingcheng pointed at Qin Meilin. You, with all that Botox, your plastic surgery is so unnatural. Even your grandmother's shoemaking scissors need sharpening. Otherwise, one might mistake you for some low-tier internet celebrity. Li Qingcheng never wanted to see her again. Never. So annoying. So furious. Thoughts of murder danced in his mind. All of this was Yi Hang's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in this mess. Qin Meilin felt her temper flare, taking a deep breath to calm herself. A goddess shouldn't lose her cool. Why stoop to the level of such a person? Just so you know, this is all original. I'm naturally beautiful. No need for your concern. The crowd gasped. Is this beauty really so foul-mouthed? Wow. I've learned something new. This is exhilarating. I remember now. That woman is a dual specialist mentor from Mokai. Li Qingcheng, the fearsome one. Oh my. She truly is formidable. Even her insults carry weight. The audience murmured. Tomorrow, the internet will explode. I'm telling you, this is even more thrilling than watching Zhuge Meiqin. Haha. I love a strong woman. Strong women are unbeatable. Meanwhile, Yi Hang in the car was taken aback. Goodness, never provoke a woman. Does she think she has 8 lives to spare? Time to slip away. Seizing the opportunity while the two were arguing, Yi Hang quietly opened the passenger door, crouched down, and swiftly made his escape. 5 more to go. Chapter 63. The backstage of New City Grand Theater. Today, Zhuge Meiqin is adorned like a celestial being. After finishing her base makeup, she greets her fans on Bilibili while live streaming. Wow! Am I seeing this correctly? Meiqin is finally going live. Sister, fly away. Brother, love, whoosh. Apologies. Perhaps it's been too long since Meiqin last streamed, and I'm a bit overly excited. I still adore Meiqin. Her beauty is explosive, her voice melodious, her talents exceptional, and her personality impeccable, unlike other streamers who merely exude frivolity. Zhuge Meiqin giggles. With a stunning score of 98 for her looks, she surpasses Shen Youyu, Li Qingcheng, and Qin Meilin. Her naturally tapered face sets her apart from typical internet celebrities, exuding purity reminiscent of first love. Moreover, her figure is truly striking. Standing tall and weighing less than 110 pounds, yet possessing a C-cup figure. Hard to believe. Isn't it? The makeup artist feels inferior, marveling at her youthful skin, which seems capable of producing dew. Suddenly, a knock resounds at the makeup room door, followed by a pleasant male voice. Hello. Could you please tell me how to get to the performance hall on the 2nd floor? Zhuge Meiqin turns around and smiles. Just go straight and take the 2nd staircase on your right. All right. Thank you. The makeup artist notices Yi Hang. Wow. This guy is so radiant. Zhuge Meiqin remains unfazed, but then thinks, wait, this person. He looks so familiar. Cinny, that guy from the trending topic on Weibo. What's his name? The makeup artist ponders. I think it's something like Yi. I can't remember. What's up, Meiqin? Oh, it's nothing. Unbeknownst to Zhuge Meiqin, Yi Hang is currently in a state of panic. The performance is about to commence, and Zhang Manqi must be anxious. He rushes to the 2nd floor, everyone's attention on him, tall, with tousled hair, whispers surround him. Wow! That guy is so handsome, so tall and clean. It feels incredibly refreshing. My heart can't take it. I think I'm in love. Is he a celebrity? The key is, he's wearing a mask. So I can't see his full face, but his aura is truly impressive. What if I went up and pulled off his mask? Would I get beaten up? Outside the 2nd floor performance hall, a line of young girls murmurs among themselves. Yi Hang, not deaf, hears everything clearly. Passing by the 2nd floor restroom, a sophisticated lady draped in a Burberry shawl exits, exuding an extraordinary presence, her gold-rimmed glasses reminiscent of an esteemed art professor. She frequently glances at Yi Hang walking beside her, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Madam, you're already 50. This is quite alarming for me. The lady suddenly speaks. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Oh no. What I fear has come to pass. Yi Hang rubs his forehead. Yes, I do have a girlfriend. Auntie. That's all right. How about adding one more? Yi Hang? Blood nearly spurts from his mouth. The lady beams, her demeanor blending in with the crowd. Yet the more she looks at Yi Hang, the more she likes him. She steps closer, unable to resist striking up a conversation. No, Auntie. I truly love my girlfriend. Disappointed, the lady adjusts her glasses and insists. No worries. You're also from Songjiang University town? Yi Hang, hurriedly checking tickets, keeps moving, and the lady follows suit. I'm from MOK. The lady's eyes widen. Oh, what a coincidence. My daughter is also at MOK. She's even a mentor. Oh, really? Hearing the word mentor makes Yi Hang uneasy. He has no idea how to face Li Qingcheng tomorrow. Hey, don't overthink it. My daughter is always busy with work and doesn't date. I'm quite worried. I was hoping to get your WeChat so you two could chat. You're both young. I'm sure you have common topics. Ah, so you want to introduce your daughter to someone. Unable to refuse, Yi Hang gives her his WeChat. Click, click. The lady takes a few photos. Haha, you're quite handsome, young man. I'm off now. Bye. Without waiting for Yi Hang to walk far, she quickly sends the photos to her daughter. Qingcheng, what do you think of this young man? If you want your mother to live a few more years, you should get to know him. Don't keep letting grandpa urge you. Li Qingcheng, too busy to check WeChat, is currently dealing with an incident. With only 2 minutes to the show's start, Zhang Manqi, impeccably dressed, anxiously awaits Yi Hang's arrival. Just as she is about to call him, Yi Hang finally appears. Phew. I'm not late, am I? Zhang Manqi gently wipes Yi Hang's sweat with a tissue. Why are you running so fast? Yi Hang wipes his face, takes a deep breath, and smiles. Let us go. Female university students at the theater entrance have been eyeing the two, with everyone else already inside, leaving only them. Once inside, the entire theater is filled with people. The front rows are occupied by leaders from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and this year's freshmen, including Chao Mengmeng. The stage is beautifully decorated, with only a few scattered spectators searching for their seats. Row 6, Seat 2, Row 6, Seat 3. Here. Today, Zhang Manqi looks exceptionally stunning, attracting many gazes along the way. With the earlier commotion over, Yi Hang no longer needs to wear a mask. Zhang Manqi sits to Yi Hang's left, leaving the seat on his right vacant. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingers in Yi Hang's heart, as if this matter is far from over. As the opening approaches, the lights dim, plunging the theater into darkness, and the host's voice resonates. Welcome everyone to the 21st New Student Welcome Gala of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Yi Hang breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, it should be fine now. The theater is so dark that even if we bump into each other, we might not recognize one another. Alas, within a minute, Li Qingcheng strides in carrying her bag, her high heels clicking audibly in the hushed theater. Yi Hang furrows his brow and turns to look. It's better not to look. But upon seeing, he nearly loses his composure. Who else could it be but Li Qingcheng? Yi Hang hastily turns away, flustered, hastily dons his mask, his heart racing. Zhang Manqi looks at Yi Hang curiously. Darling, what's wrong? Why are you wearing a mask? Yi Hang coughs lightly, cough. Just a slight cold. A cursed cold. This is the 7th update. Chapter 64. Li Qingcheng exhaled softly, placing her delicate hand upon her chest to steady her emotions. She could not let anything ruin her mood today. Her phone flickered, revealing a message from her mother. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Qingcheng, what do you think of this young man? If you want to extend your mother's life by a few more years, you should get to know him. Don't make grandpa keep urging you. Although he is a bit younger, your mother doesn't mind. And oh, he is from Magic Finance. He might even be one of your classmates. Initially, Li Qingcheng felt no particular inclination, as her mother's marriage urgings had become a recurring theme. However, upon seeing the person in the photographs, her composure shattered. Who else could it be but Yi Hang? She dimmed her phone screen to avoid disturbing those around her and began typing. Mom, where did you see him? Just on the 2nd floor. He's probably here for the welcome party as well. Okay. Got it, that's great. Nice. Yi Hang, you're dead. How dare you deceive me? Stomachache? Fine. May you die in the restroom. Li Qingcheng promptly initiated a voice call. Just as Yi Hang was at a loss for what to do, his phone buzzed with a VX voice call. Instantly, the atmosphere was filled with disgruntled murmurs. What's going on? Can't you show a little decorum? You're ruining the mood. Can't you just turn off your phone? Young people these days are really something. Yi Hang quickly apologized. I'm sorry. He pulled out his phone and noticed it was a voice message from Li Qingcheng. Meanwhile, fiery gazes bore into him from the side, prompting Li Qingcheng to slowly turn her head. In the air, a hint of awkwardness lingered. Discretion is the better part of valor. Yi Hang turned to Zhang Manqi and said, I need to use the restroom. With that, he dashed away, only to hear Li Qingcheng's voice calling after him. Yi Hang. Naturally, her gaze fell upon Zhang Manqi. Do you know him? What is your relationship with him? The two women spoke in unison. Li Qingcheng was now utterly flustered. She dashed out in pursuit, leaving Zhang Manqi sitting there, bewildered, wondering, what on earth is happening? Outside.
Yi Hang.
Stop right there, you scoundrel. In her high heels, Li Qingcheng struggled to keep up with Yi Hang, swiftly shedding her shoes, one in each hand. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of deceiving me. As Yi Hang sprinted ahead, glancing back while exclaiming, I really have a stomachache. But I do have something to attend to. Something to attend to? Is meeting your little lover your idea of having something to do? Am I not more imposing than you? Am I not more slender? Am I not more beautiful? Have you eaten too much dung to forget the taste of meat? Speak. Who is she? As she spoke, she hurled one of her high heels at the fleeing Yi Hang. Passers-by looked on, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Public scandal? What a spectacle. We aren't even in a relationship. Have you lost your mind? Well, you have a point. You think you have a point? Fine. I'll chase you down. Just stop. Li Qingcheng, her delicate feet pounding the ground, turned a corner, and Yi Hang vanished from sight. Yi Hang ducked into a random room, oblivious to the actress dressing room sign on the door. This woman is truly terrifying. I'd rather live like Chow Biluo. Ugh, how can I still have the energy to jest at a time like this? Yi Hang hid in the dressing room, typically reserved for stage actors. Since Zhuge Meichin was performing a solo, the spacious room was solely occupied by her, serving as both a makeup room and changing area. But Yi Hang was unaware of all this. What to do? What to do? That fierce woman is hot on my heels. The dressing room was cluttered with props, costumes, and hangers. Where could he hide? Panicking,
Yi Hang su degli spot da massive vintage piano.
its triangular shape was completely enclosed, ample enough to conceal an adult. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove inside, reasoning that it was best to hide first and think later. Though uncomfortable, he could endure it for the time being. Phew! Thank heavens, I finally evaded her. He sighed in relief, scratching his rear as he settled in. But before he could get comfortable, he heard someone enter. A cacophony of voices echoed from outside. Hey Meichin, have you heard? There seems to be a scandal happening over by row 6. They say a guy was caught sneaking around with his mistress. TSK, it's really noisy. The makeup artist giggled, covering her mouth. Is that true? What a scoundrel. Absolutely. They say the legitimate girlfriend is stunning, a quintessential beauty with long legs, and the wealthy mistress is also drop-dead gorgeous, decked out in designer brands. I just don't get it. What are these men thinking? With such a wonderful girlfriend at home, why cheat? Scoundrels deserve to meet their fate. The makeup artist was seething with indignation, wishing she could strike Yi Hang down. Exactly. From now on, one must be discerning when choosing a boyfriend. Nowadays, the uglier the man, the more unfaithful he is. What happens next? Zhuge Meichin sat in a chair, finishing her makeup for the performance. Hiding beneath the piano, Yi Hang sighed. As long as there are women, gossip will never cease. Finally, the legitimate girlfriend had chased him out. While running and crying, she lamented, I can hear everything from the next room. They say this man has been keeping 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 mistresses. Indeed, the propensity for exaggeration among people is a profound flaw. Often, a single event twisted through the mouths of 2 individuals becomes entirely distorted. Yi Hang, crouching beneath the piano, felt his face grow pale. Who did I offend? How did I earn the title of scoundrel? Just as he was seething with indignation, the door creaked open. A familiar voice from Li Qingcheng pierced through. "Hello? I'd like to ask if anyone has seen a man? Yes, quite handsome, wearing a mask, about 6 feet tall with a very clean aura." Chapter 65. Zhuge Meiqin and the makeup artist turned around. "Oh my. Here she comes, the fair-skinned, beautiful lady with long legs," the makeup artist whispered. Zhuge Meiqin turned her head, instantly captivated. Wow. She is stunningly beautiful. Even the often admired Zhuge Meiqin found this woman extraordinarily lovely. "Ah. I'm sorry, we didn't see anything." "Is that so? A man who looks rather unkempt and sleazy?" Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Yi Hang's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. "You're the sleazy one. Your whole family is sleazy. Just look at that big backside of yours. One might think you've had children." What was that sound? Li Qingqing vaguely heard Yi Hang's voice. Yi Hang quickly shut his mouth. The dressing room was above the stage, so it was quite noisy, making it normal not to hear clearly. Zhuge Meiqin shook her head at Li Qingqing, insisting, "Honestly, sister, we've been right here, and this is our dressing room. He surely wouldn't dare." "Oh right, well then, thank you for your help." Before leaving, Li Qingqing scanned the dressing room to ensure Yi Hang was not present before departing. "Wow, this sister is so beautiful," the makeup artist couldn't help but exclaim. "Is she the boyfriend of that man?" Yes, yes. Goodness, such beauty must be the result of many lifetimes of fortune. Utterly enchanting. With that, Zhuge Meiqin rose, noting that time was running short, and urged, "Let us hurry and change." "All right, I'll assist you." Just then, Yi Hang, somewhat slow on the uptake, heard a rustling sound. What is happening? A sudden stroke of fortune? "Oh my. Meiqin, your figure is incredible. I'm so envious." The makeup artist sighed wistfully. "You look great too. Keep removing it." "Ah. It's so hot, I'm sweating." In Yi Hang's limited view, Zhuge Meiqin bent down, at which point her phone rang. "Oh, I understand, teacher." "Yes, all right, I'll change right away." After hanging up, Zhuge Meiqin urged, "Hurry up, we're about to go on stage." Yi Hang held his breath, watching as the makeup artist brought over 2 adhesive bandages. "Meiqin, use this. The little dress has a strap that could affect your ethereal aura." "All right, what sort of operation is this? Are they giving me a dress rehearsal?" Yi Hang could hardly fathom the consequences if Zhuge Meiqin discovered someone was beneath the piano. The world would implode. Gulp. Yi Hang swallowed hard. The repercussions were unimaginable. Now he could only hope they would rush on stage so he could find a chance to sneak out. "Sister Meiqin, that outfit is simply tailored for you. It's breathtaking." Zhuge Meiqin, now clad in a little dress, was extraordinarily beautiful, a sight to behold. I also think it's quite stunning, though it's a bit too revealing." How awkward. To achieve her perfect figure, Zhuge Meiqin had made many sacrifices. As for cough, it's quite delightful. "No worries, I've tightened everything for you. The 2-hour performance will conclude swiftly." Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Hurry, Cindy, help me tighten this." "All right, you may enter." A cacophony of footsteps echoed as the director of the school theater, Yang Hong, rushed in with a headset, exclaiming, "My dear lady, your first program is about to be announced. How prepared are you?" "Yes, I'm ready. Let us take the stage." "Absolutely stunning. The men who pursue you will surely line up all the way to the Huangpu River." Zhuge Meiqin donned a dreamy sky-blue pleated dress, revealing her snow-white collarbone and elegant swan-like neck, her slender waist accentuated, exuding an explosive aura. The ethereal being was indeed otherworldly. "All right, hear us how the program goes. The stage is directly above this dressing room. You'll sit at the piano, and hear us the headset." Yang Hong placed the headset on Zhuge Meiqin. Having experienced numerous performances, she felt no fear. The headset connects to the control room. When you hear my cue, prepare to rise and give them a stunning debut. Understood. Yang Hong turned to shout towards the door. Quickly, move the piano to the lift. Several stagehands streamed in from outside, lifting the piano. Meanwhile, Yi Hang sat helplessly within the piano's triangle, his face blank. "It's over. Completely finished. There's no way to clear my name now. For 2 hours, I can endure solitude. But can I endure this urge to relieve myself? Taking a deep breath, if it comes to it, I'll charge out and confront them. A scoundrel is a scoundrel. Suddenly, the surroundings began to sway, and Yi Hang quickly steadied himself. Director, it's so heavy. Less chatter. Move quickly. Don't delay the performance.
Ye Hang.
4 or 5 stagehands set the piano down on the lift. All right, darling. It's time to get on stage. Everything is ready. We just await the commencement of the program. On the other side, Li Qingcheng, at the Shanghai Music Academy's theater, was nearly beside herself with frustration, but she couldn't find Yi Hang. Grr. This infuriates me. That scoundrel Yi Hang dared to deceive me. Supporting herself against the wall, she donned her high heels, her cheeks puffed up with indignation. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. You are a goddess. Do not let a scoundrel provoke your anger. Clattering into the broadcasting hall, she announced. Now, please welcome our Miss Zhuge Meichin to perform Beethoven's 14th Piano Concerto, Moonlight. Amidst the applause of the audience seated in a tiered arrangement across 17 levels, when the starry blue-clad Zhuge Meichin appeared at the piano, she mesmerized everyone. Chapter 66. Amidst a more fervent applause, Zhuge Meichin rose and performed a classic European gesture before gracefully retaking her seat at the piano. My heavens! Could she have been nurtured by dew? If only I could win her affection, even for just a day. The reality of her beauty surpasses that of her videos. I swear. In the background, Li Qingcheng crouched and returned to her seat, sitting upright as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Manqi. Yi Hang deliberately ignored my calls and messages. All because of this woman. I recall him mentioning a girlfriend during our time in Sanya. Could it be her? Suddenly, Li Qingcheng occupied Yi Hang's position, and there they were, 2 stunning beauties locked in a silent confrontation. After a brief pause, Li Qingcheng spoke first. What is your relationship with him? Zhang Manqi detected the hostility in her tone. What concern is it of yours? The brother's woman refused to yield. Just as Li Qingcheng was about to retort, an audience member from the back interjected. Could you two please keep it down? At that moment, the stage lit up, and the performance commenced. Meanwhile, Yi Hang concealed himself beneath the piano, gazing up with tears in his eyes. When Zhuge Meichin sat down at the piano, it completely stunned him. I am blind. Do not see, do not hear, do not look. Amitba. Yi Hang quickly turned his head. The abruptness of his movement caused him to bump his head against the edge of the piano, sending a jolt of pain through him. Ouch! Yet this minor mishap caught Zhuge Meichin's attention as she tilted her head, and when her almond-shaped eyes met Yi Hang's, shock washed over her. Her expression froze on her exquisite face. In an instant, blood rushed to her head, and countless ways Yi Hang could perish flashed through her mind. Simultaneously, thousands of eyes in the audience were fixated on her. Steady, steady. Meichin, do not jeopardize your future for one person. Zhuge Meichin remained calm, choosing to place her hands on the piano, striving to suppress her shock and anger. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth, murmuring in a tone laden with tension. Very happy to meet you, Yi Hang. Yi Hang awkwardly met Zhuge Meichin's gaze, scratching his head. You are celebrating too soon. At this moment, a full minute had passed since Zhuge Meichin's performance began. For the audience, that minute felt interminable and excruciating. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was happening. Why wasn't it starting? Did they not notice her expression was quite unnatural? Was this truly the Zhuge Meichin I knew? This had never occurred before. What is going on? Is anyone in charge? It has been 2 minutes and still no sign of starting? Assistant Director Yang Hong was equally astonished, hastily grabbing her walkie-talkie. Meichin, what on earth is happening? What are you doing? The entire audience is waiting for you. Downstairs are the school leaders, freshmen, and various media. Yang Hong's furious voice echoed in Zhuge Meichin's earpiece. Yet, they were entirely unaware of the turmoil unfolding on stage. Zhuge Meichin felt her voice trembling. I don't know why you are here. However, Yi Hang, I have but one request. You cannot cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will kill you. Yi Hang, too, felt the weight of Zhuge Meichin's nervousness. nodding fervently. They are no longer reporting me. How could I add to their troubles? Am I even human? Zhuge Meichin shut her eyes, inhaling deeply, her fingers poised to glide over the black and white keys. As she struck the first note in C-sharp minor, the entire auditorium fell into a hushed silence. Drawn from Beethoven's Moonlight and Debussy's 15th measure of eighth notes, it encapsulated dreams and tenderness. Countless individuals have played this renowned score, a three-movement sonata filled with a young girl's fantasies of perfect love. The lyrical, flowing, and intense passages transported everyone through centuries, evoking sentiments from the medieval era. Zhuge Meichin's fingers danced like fairies, lively and exuberant. Breaking from traditional piano sonata form, the first movement showcased a slow tempo, revealing a subtle melancholy, her signature style. The second movement, marked allegretto in D-flat major, surged forward with a lively cadence, distinctly contrasting the first movement's gentle flow. However, Yi Hang could clearly discern the impatience in the rhythmic transitions. Was she nervous? With his background in Rachmaninoff's D minor third piano concerto, he naturally had a keen understanding of piano techniques. But that was not the crux of his concern. From the third movement onward, the tempo would become swift and ferocious. Would she be able to manage it? The allegro in C-sharp major, in 4/4 time, demanded a tempestuous melody akin to a raging storm. This would severely test the performer's piano prowess. The glissando must be steady, the staccato sharp, and the wide octave leaps precise and powerful. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe. Clearly, Zhuge Meichin's execution was overly forced, failing to convey the emotional intensity and fervor expected. This was not her true level. She was aware of this. Yet her mind was consumed with thoughts of Yi Hang beneath the piano. Everything had been thrown into disarray. The atmosphere in the hall grew chaotic. Why do I feel so disoriented? Is it a lack of artistic sensibility on my part? Am I the only one sensing this rush? As the second movement commenced, it transitioned into a glissando passage, but alas, I failed to perceive any beauty. Understandably, she was exceedingly anxious. She had done remarkably well, for Moonlight is notoriously lengthy, and merely memorizing the score is no small feat. Chapter 67. Just as Zhuge Meichin was on the verge of tears, a mobile phone stealthily emerged from beneath the piano. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Zhuge Meichin stole a glance, revealing just 3 words: theme and variations. In an instant, it was as though a light bulb had lit up in her mind. How could she have overlooked employing the form of theme and variations? The third movement, vigorous and soaring, was something she could never play due to her nerves. Why not adopt the structure of an Abacaba theme, transitioning through section B in G major, section C in A major, and returning to the original key for the second B section, with repeated climaxes culminating in a grand finale? Brilliant! With the hint from Yi Hang, Zhuge Meichin shed her earlier impatience, laying down a series of descending notes as a prelude, and thus, the theme began. It was like ascending a staircase, with Zhuge Meichin's hands continually building upon each note, layer upon layer. Clearly, the audience was exhilarated. Waves of cascading notes poured forth like surging ocean tides. It felt as though she were stepping into immortality from the light. Everyone held their breath, captivated by Zhuge Meichin on stage. Goosebumps filled the air. As the final 16th note struck, the lengthy 7 minutes and 27 seconds of Clair de Lune concluded, igniting a thunderous applause from the audience. The several experts from the Shanghai Music Association closest to the stage exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness, this is the most breathtaking Clair de Lune I have ever heard. Undeniably, there were flaws, yet to ingeniously incorporate the theme and variations here was truly a stroke of genius. She has truly put her heart into this. Let us not be too harsh. She is only 21 years old, and her own concert hall in Vienna is just around the corner. Zhuge Meichin took a deep breath, relieved that this performance of Clair de Lune, which she had yearned to play but feared, had finally come to an end. Were it not for Jean Qingji's insistence that she overcome her inner turmoil, she would never have dared. Applause erupted from Yi Hang below, his presence beneath the vintage piano evoking a mix of love and frustration in Zhuge Meichin. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have felt so anxious. Yet, without him, how could she have transcended the limits of Clair de Lune to achieve such a conclusion? Enjoying the applause from the Magic Sound Theater, Her anxious heart finally steadied, and she turned her head, casting a fierce glare at Yi Hang. Everyone noticed Zhuge Meichin's nervousness, but her clever resolution won her the admiration of all. Thus, a question arose. How did Yi Hang end up here? This is one of the world's 8 unsolved mysteries. Zhuge Meichin stood up to bow, elegant and beautiful, expressing gratitude to the audience. Returning to her seat, traditionally, the first segment's performance would conclude, the curtain would fall, and there would be a brief intermission before the next program. After all, the Rainbow Choir backstage was still awaiting their turn. However, Zhuge Meichin playfully tossed her hair, casting a charming glance at Yi Hang, and whispered, "Shall we not clarify this? TSK, TSK. There are 2 canaries in the audience. If they knew I had brought you back to life, young Master Yi would gain quite a reputation." Yi Hang felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, was Zhuge Meichin about to turn the tables? Shrinking his neck, he cleared his throat. Remember, it was the first snowfall of 2003, arriving a bit later than in 2002. Are you teasing me? Fine, if I drag you out now, who do you think would be at a disadvantage? Zhuge Meichin lifted her chin, her stunning face radiating mischief. Am I a coward? Hey, Zhuge Meichin, you can't do this. You're repaying kindness with enmity. He had her secret in hand. I'm so scared. I'm shaking like a dice, just thinking about the earlier moment in the dressing room while changing clothes. Zhuge Meichin couldn't help but imagine dismantling him piece by piece. This isn't a viable solution, Yi Hang suggested. How about this? When the curtain falls, you let me out, and just consider today as if I were blind. If anyone talks about it, they're a little bastard. With righteous indignation, Zhuge Meichin smiled at her surroundings, squeezing words through her teeth. How do I feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage? Yi Hang scratched his head. If it comes to that, I can let you hit me. How about that? Wouldn't that just be giving you an advantage? If my dad finds out, do you think he wouldn't toss you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Zhuge Meichin's father was the honorary vice president of the Shanghai Music Association. Yi Hang was utterly at a loss. I guess I'll just lie here. Do whatever you want with me, I have nothing to say. So what should we do? As the curtain began to fall, Zhuge Meichin suddenly turned her head, smiling, and looked Yi Hang in the eyes. Am I beautiful? Not bad. A bit broad-hipped, but your legs are perfect. I'll give you 150,101 points, adding 1 point to keep you from getting too proud. I'll kick you to death. Zhuge Meichin lifted her foot, ready to kick Yi Hang, but just as she was about to do so, No. Hey! Yi Hang covered his eyes. You! Zhuge Meichin was furious. At that moment, the curtain fell entirely, and the staircase at the center of the stage opened. Assistant Director Yang Hong, the makeup artist, and the little assistant had been waiting below for a long time. Oh my God! Meichin, you were amazing. Perfect. Do you know? I was so nervous for you. My palms were sweating. Hurry! It's time for the Rainbow Choir. Just then, Zhuge Meichin yanked Yi Hang out. In an instant, the audience was left in shock. Meichin. Who is he? Yi Hang stumbled, pulling at his facial muscles. Hi, everyone. I'm a trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years. My name is... Zhuge Meichin delivered a swift kick to Yi Hang's backside. Speak properly. I'm a Taobao model making $200 a day. My name is Zhang Quandan. Chapter 68. Zhuge Meichin stomped her high heels, pushing Yi Hang to the front of the stage while she positioned herself on the lift. Director, the stage is yours. Yi Hang. The director was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Meichin. Who on earth is he? The master of the trident. Let him fend for himself. This is his deserved fate. She smiled and continued, Goodbye, pup. As the staircase closed, Zhuge Meichin vanished, leaving only Yi Hang and the piano on stage. As the curtain slowly rose, an entirely unfamiliar young man appeared before the audience. The atmosphere buzzed with confusion and speculation. What is happening? Where's the encore? What about the Rainbow Choir? Who is this person? Wow, this young man is quite handsome. What is his relationship with Zhuge Meichin? Are they a couple? In the midst of everyone's astonishment, someone was even more taken aback. Yi Hang! Mom! It's the big brother. Li Qingcheng and Zhang Manqi stood up simultaneously, utterly flabbergasted. What in the world is going on? Li Qingcheng was beside himself. What? What is his connection to Zhuge Meiqin? In the corner of the audience, Qin Meilin wore an expression of sheer disbelief. This. Meanwhile, the 5-seat group in row 15, from dormitory 602, erupted with excitement. Huang Su led the cheer. Brother Yi. Awesome. Sun Fong shouted in exhilaration. This is our magic finances. Our magic finance. What? Is magic finance crashing the stage? The freshmen in the front row, including Chao Mengmeng, were left in a daze. In stark contrast, Yi Hang appeared unfazed, loosening his collar. At this point, there was nothing left to worry about. I am grateful to Miss Zhuge Meiqin for this opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a national-level tambourine player, a renowned latecomer performance artist, a seed contestant in the International Cultivation Championship, an experienced conversation ender, the champion of the first nationwide face blindness competition, a daydreaming enthusiast, a 100-meter sprint athlete in the cafeteria, a level 2 cold water splashing artist, and a famous contrarian artist. My specialty is... Yi Hang glanced at the audience, who were laughing heartily, and declared, my specialty is playing the piano. The laughter erupted. I'm gonna die laughing. Where did this joker come from? Oh my, I'm crying from laughter. Is he from the magic realm? At that moment, Zhuge Meiqin stood below the stage, her hair tousled by the wind. If anyone could reign in Yi Hang, she must have saved the world in her past life. Zhuge Meiqin's makeup artist was familiar with this face, the male deity of magic finance, his recent popularity on Weibo rivaling that of Zhuge Meiqin. Meiqin. No. How is Yi Hang here? How did he end up here? She covered her face, utterly infuriated. She had intended to tease Yi Hang, but he had perfectly defused the situation, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere in the school theater filled with laughter. The next moment, she slapped her forehead. Zhuge Meiqin, you are truly foolish. How could someone who understands the Abacaba rondo form be an ordinary person? Indeed, the rondo beneath Mozart's Second Piano Concerto is a classic among classics, its technical difficulty on par with Clair de Lune. Yet Zhuge Meiqin had no idea that Yi Hang's prowess extended far beyond this. On stage, Yi Hang spoke eloquently. Surprised? Unexpected? Yes, I have come here today to duel with Zhuge Meiqin on the piano. The moment he uttered these words, the entire venue erupted in uproar. What? Zhuge Meiqin's father is the honorary vice president of the Shanghai Music Association, his piano skills ranking among the top 10 in the country. Can he compete? Meiqin's strength lies in her absolute pitch. Remember how she flawlessly replayed the score from The Neighbor's Child during a live broadcast. To compete with her, this person must possess exceptional skill. How intriguing. This ticket is worth it. A few older musicians in the audience exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. As for the executing director, Yang Hong, she was equally bewildered. Meiqin, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation for this. Despite being satisfied with the commotion Yi Hang had caused, she worried that if he turned out to be a fraud, it could all fall apart. Director, I'll explain everything after the performance. Zhuge Meiqin was eager to see what Yi Hang was capable of playing. Meanwhile, Zhang Manqi's eyes widened, afraid of missing anything Yi Hang would do, as he had brought her countless surprises. As for Li Qingcheng, he was utterly stunned. Yi Hang ceased his chatter and, under the curious gazes of the audience, took his seat at the piano, making a few simple adjustments before speaking to the control room. Please turn off all the lights. Yang Hong, casting a helpless glance at Zhuge Meiqin, spoke into the intercom. Do as he says. Instantly, the auditorium was plunged into darkness. Now, give me a beam of light. Suddenly, a dim yellow spotlight illuminated the piano, transforming the entire world into Yi Hang's stage. In the hearts of the women present, it seemed that the usually carefree Yi Hang had become serious for the first time, akin to a master of a grand hall emerging from seclusion. This moment was deeply etched in their memories. The audience buzzed with speculation. What is he about to do? Intrigued. I am curious about what he will play. It was hard to tell if it was an illusion, but for the first time, they sensed a golden hall aura emanating from him. Yi Hang gazed at the black and white keys, clearing his mind of all distractions. With the system primed, in an instant, the D minor Third Piano Concerto by Rachmaninoff flooded his mind, a grand hall-level piano solo, as if it were second nature. As he began, a cascade of explosive seventh chords bombarded the eardrums, culminating in a descent into F major. The momentum overwhelming, reverberating throughout the venue. Then, it stopped. Zhuge Meichin was stunned. She looked incredulously at Yi Hang on the stage. This is Rachmaninoff's D minor third piano concerto, the most difficult piece in the world. Commonly known as Rach 3. Chapter 69. Why did it stop? It sounds wonderful. The makeup artist beside her wore a perplexed expression, feeling as if this voice contained the very essence of the universe. Indeed, Yang Hong was even more baffled. Zhuge Meichin held her breath, trembling for the first time at the sound of someone playing the piano. This was Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto in D minor, known worldwide as one of the most challenging compositions, colloquially referred to as Rach 3. What you just heard was the overture of Rach 3. Yang Hong and the makeup artist shook their heads, unable to comprehend Zhuge Meichin's words. They simply thought it sounded good and only echoed their support with cheers. As one of the most arduous pieces to perform, playing Rach 3 consumes as much energy as shoveling 10 tons of coal in one breath. Zhuge Meichin acknowledged this truth. Indeed, due to its extreme difficulty, it is temporarily excluded from the list of the world's top 10 masterpieces. There have been instances where solo pianists have suffered mental breakdowns while attempting to perform Rach 3. For Zhuge Meichin, this piece was an insurmountable challenge. Equally captivated were the members of the 150-member music association present. They guessed correctly. This must be Rach 3? Yes. Indeed, the most challenging piece in the world. This was a blatant display of virtuosity. I wish I could showcase my skills, but I can barely manage a beginner's little canon. Yi Hang approached the microphone. Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto, dedicated to everyone. In an instant, the andante, a ternary form in 2/2 time, seized the audience's attention. Against a backdrop of swirling strings, the piano, under Yi Hang's deft fingers, unveiled a distinct melodic line as the piece smoothly unfolded. The brisk, buoyant rhythms enraptured the entire hall. Although there was no accompanying orchestra, the seamless performance did not seem to burden Yi Hang. It was a naturally gifted display, flawless and beyond reproach. With his eyes closed, Yi Hang was lost in the music, his thoughts swirling wildly as his long, sinewy fingers danced with strength and grace. They were as delicate as they were powerful, flowing like a gentle stream or darting about like a playful hummingbird, before exploding forth like thunderclaps. After the second phase, the tempo surged dramatically, akin to a tempest, relentlessly washing over the audience's souls. Compared to Zhuge Meichin's cleverly crafted variations, Yi Hang's seamless transitions in F major were pure displays of skill, striking like heavy blows that released the pent-up emotions within. His performance was nothing short of spectacular. The audience was captivated by Yi Hang's grand and majestic interpretation. The 17-minute composition appeared effortless for him. Yang Hong was spellbound. He seemed like a born artist. Meichin, is this really about competing in music? Zhuge Meichin was rendered speechless, trembling with awe. Yi Hang appeared as a gaunt, pale figure, fervent and otherworldly, encapsulating a passionate soul. As Yi Hang concluded the ternary form, the music surged and then softened, as if weaving a hidden mystery, a lingering emotion, before abruptly extinguishing. At the moment of the final pause, all emotions ceased. Sadness, nostalgia, boldness, resilience, irony, joy, uncertainty. Zhuge Meichin felt as though she was floating on a cloud, only to crash back to earth. As the performance ended, everyone remained entranced by Yi Hang's artistry, and after a moment, thunderous applause erupted. With the front row members of the Music Association rising, the entire audience followed suit. Perfect. Flawless. I can find no fault. With my own skills, I cannot critique. I have decided to send this video to Mr. Hua. The concert hall is about to welcome another luminary from Huaxia. Divine music. Yang Hong tugged at Zhuge Meichin's hand, urging her to clap. Come on. Let's show our support. Zhuge Meichin, pouting her red lips, gazed at Yi Hang with a hint of melancholy, nearly losing her balance as Yang Hong shook her. It must be said that Yi Hang's rendition of Rach 3 was the only perfect live performance Zhuge Meichin had ever heard. All others were mere train wrecks, painfully unwatchable. As she watched the curtain slowly descend from the stage, she suddenly realized that this fellow wasn't so detestable after all. As the applause continued, Yi Hang quickly made his exit. Unbeknownst to him, Billy had been live-streaming the entire performance, and the comments were flooding in. What more could I say? For someone like me, the only option seems to be to play the sycophant. Did anyone comment on how he played? It's magnificent, that's all there is to say. This is not a piece we can critique. No one currently alive can play it. Not to mention, there's not a single person in our country who can. As a newcomer from the Central Conservatory, I will say that calling Ratch 3 a swan song is no exaggeration. Its difficulty is off the charts. Who can guarantee no mistakes in 17 minutes? Beyond showcasing technique, one must also convey emotion. And this handsome player's performance has already surpassed the standards of the concert hall. To put it bluntly, those who can play Ratch 3 are essentially in the Hall of Fame. Yi Hang was unaware that tomorrow, Billy's trending searches would be dominated by him. Navigating backstage, Yi Hang took the actor's safety route, pulling at his collar as he walked. It was sweltering, even hotter than a summer's day. Turning right, he entered the restroom, relieving himself, always a comforting experience. But the next moment, upon seeing Li Qingcheng, he nearly lost his composure. Are you out of your mind? This is the men's restroom. Chapter 70. The welcome party at the school theater had not yet concluded, and the restroom was relatively empty. Li Qingcheng bit her lip and firmly closed the door behind her. Who would have thought you possessed such astonishingly dexterous hands? She seized Yi Hang, whose hands were indeed quite beautiful, but as for the person himself, he left much to be desired. Perhaps it would be best to cut him off entirely. Yi Hang hastily addressed his personal matters. Wait. Is it so wrong for me to follow you? He protested. Murder is merely a light offense. Li Qingcheng unconsciously shifted her gaze downward, realizing with horror, oh no, my eyes have been tainted. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Hang slipped away, only to find a formidable figure awaiting him at the door, Qin Meilin. There she stood, cradling Kumeng, looking as charming as ever. Kumeng, call Daddy. Kumeng reached out. Daddy. Yi Hang leaned against the wall, nearly choking on his own blood. What he did not know was that the current Qin Meilin was a different persona, spoiled and domineering. With a feigned smile that was more painful than any frown, Li Qingcheng emerged from behind, her mind filled with questions. You have a daughter? It was impossible to explain. The situation was utterly baffling. Why was he still standing there? Run. You two enjoy yourselves. Farewell. Just as he prepared to make a hasty exit, Qin Meilin and Li Qingcheng each grabbed one of Yi Hang's arms. Are you trying to die? Before Yi Hang could protest, the two formidable women, like guardians, conveyed an array of sensations that left him with no inclination to enjoy the moment. Li Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Come with me. Qin Meilin, equally unyielding, allowed a glint of mischief to dance in her eyes. Indeed, you are under arrest. You can't do this. This is a violation of my human rights. I will sue you. With a roar reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, Yi Hang was forcibly taken away. At the Shanghai Music Academy's theater, Zhuge Meichin's debut was a resounding success. The Rainbow Choir's rendition of Teacher, I Want to Tell You was enchanting. However, to everyone's surprise, a talent named Yi Hang emerged, stirring turbulent waves in the music world, igniting a wildfire that spread internationally. This mesmerizing welcome party was live-streamed on Billy, with the flawless performance leaving the audience in rapture. Sister Meichin looks stunning today. Alas, my goddess has been snatched away by a man. The hatred of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. Face the storm. At this moment, I yearn to compose a poem. There is beauty in Meichin, unforgettable upon sight. A day without seeing her drives one to madness. Having concluded her debut, Zhuge Meichin finally found a moment of respite. Yet, as she sat backstage, her mind was a blank, consumed by thoughts of that man hiding beneath the piano. Bang! Zhuge Meichin slammed her palm down on the armrest of the chair. The hatred of seeing you is irreconcilable. Do not let me see you, Yi Hang. Just as she prepared to drag her weary body to change, Zhuge Meichin shivered. Is Yi Hang hiding here again? She scoured the dressing room, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After a quick wash in the restroom and changing into a clean outfit, she felt much more at ease. She then pulled out her phone and sent a video of Yi Hang's solo performance to her father. At this moment, videos of Yi Hang were already flooding the internet. Unknown man unexpectedly gains internet fame. astonishing the world with his performance of Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 in D minor. 3 luxury cars collided outside the Shanghai Music Academy Theater. Insiders claim to have seen the piano duel participant emerge from the front vehicle. Breaking. This man is Yi Hang, a freshman at Shanghai Financial University, the talk of Songjiang University Town. A Maserati with a linen license plate. Netizens have uncovered that it belongs to the only daughter of a certain financial group. On Sha Xia Road, number 68. In the bustling New World Business District, the lights shone brightly, with couples wandering about, savoring various time-honored delicacies. The night air was filled with the aroma of street food, vibrant and lively. At the open-air dining establishment, the resident singer's rendition of Southern Girl was particularly enchanting. Unfortunately, the moment was marred by 2 feuding women. Qin Meilin and Li Qingqing, locked in a fierce stare-down, seemed ready to fight to the bitter end. Yi Hang held Qin Kumeng, both of them indulging in delicious food. Kumeng, this is so tasty. The saltwater shrimp. Daddy, peel it for me. Kumeng licked her spicy red lips, gazing eagerly. Yi Hang, weary of correcting her mispronunciation, sighed. His head had been aching for far too long. After peeling one, Kumeng eagerly chewed. Delicious. I want more. The attentive staff at the restaurant brought over a scarf. Regrettably, they were oblivious to the silent competition between Yi Hang and the 2 women. Oh, how I wish a wealthy lady could see through my bravado, allowing me to drop the facade and step into her 500 square meter heart. So, you knew Yi Hang before? Now back to her original self, Qin Meilin was gentle and considerate, a stark contrast to her previously domineering demeanor. Yes, so you were his teacher? Li Qingqing scoffed. I used to be, but not anymore. I didn't realize it was you when I crashed into a Roma. Yi Hang, can you be a little less troublesome? Sounds as if I should have let you go if I had gotten out. Continuing to peel shrimp, she wondered how long this back and forth would last. But within 5 minutes, the 2 women, who had just been at odds, were now arm in arm, as close as sisters, as if they were wearing the same pair of trousers. It's my fault. Yi Hang stood me up, and my tone was off. Sister, please don't take it to heart. Qin Meilin, 2 years older than Li Qingqing, playfully added, of course, dear sister, do not hold it against her. Her? Yi Hang turned, curious. Never mind, it was a slip of the tongue, just me. Phew. Almost revealed the truth about her alternate persona. Qin Meilin's visit to Shanghai was merely a routine check on her psychological condition. Chapter 71. Although the 2 women feigned disdain, their affections soared. During their time in Linen, Qin Meilin's feelings for Yi Hang had reached a level of 75, but this time, it surged to an impressive 82. Once the threshold of 80 is crossed, one enters the realm of friendship. What Yi Hang did not anticipate was that, were it not for Qin Meilin's playful alter ego, her inherently gentle nature would not suppress her affections. Through their playful banter, Qin Meilin and Li Qingqing had surprisingly become good friends, exchanging contact information and indulging in drinks together. Li Qingqing called the waiter. I'll have a whiskey sour, and you, dear sister? AB 52, came the reply. Yi Hang interjected. Hey, if you 2 get tipsy, who will take care of you? In unison, the 2 women retorted, none of your business. TSK. The B52, with a base of 15 milliliters gin, is hardly distinguishable from mere alcohol. They might as well drink straight from the bottle. Sister, you certainly have a high tolerance. The waiter presented the drink menu, his gaze darting across the peculiar quartet. After some laughter, they ordered a bottle of Madoc's second label wine, a bottle of Aoyun red wine, and another of Ace of Spades. The 2 women chatted merrily, seated at an open-air bar filled with patrons, including young office workers from the nearby Ginza International, reveling in the midnight allure of the city. Yi Hang enjoyed a moment of solitude. Li Qingqing's taste remained impeccable as always. Wine is not limited to Lafite or Penfolds. Many wine enthusiasts from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou possess their own vineyards in Australia. The second label chosen by Li Qingqing is akin to a mini Lafite, offering a taste that can range from 3,000 to 30,000 yuan. With its sweetness, flavor, packaging, and quality all at the highest level, the lower price is merely due to its lesser fame. It simply lacks the prestige of a vintage year. However, Vintage is a matter of serendipity. The 1982 Lafite is a rare gem, due to being the finest vintage before the millennium. Each bottle is one less to savor. Rarity equates to value. As for Ace of Spades, it is a sparkling wine. If not ordered at a bar, it retails for about 200 yuan a bottle. The pink Ace of Spades ordered by Li Qingcheng, being slightly more expensive, costs 3,000 yuan. This particular wine is designed to cater to affluent women. For one cannot venture out drinking a mere 3 yuan Jiangxia bai. Can they? That hardly qualifies as wine. It satisfies a woman's vanity while providing a rich taste, complemented by elegant packaging and exclusive vineyard production methods. What more could one desire? Aoyun, being a domestic brand, owes its success to an exceptional marketing team that caters to 5-star hotels. The quality is decent, yet some individuals still believe that foreign products are inherently superior. Aoyun, priced at 4,000 yuan a bottle, boasts the best vintage of 2002, post-millennium. For foreign vineyards, one needs at least 50,000 yuan to procure a bottle of comparable quality. One must not underestimate the significance of wine, particularly red varieties. The concept of premium pricing is a complex phenomenon. The tulip theory has been exploited by capitalists, who are deft at reaping profits. A saying captures it aptly. The purpose of finance is to harvest the unsuspecting, thus aiding them in their poverty alleviation, not to make them wealthy. In a world filled with pretenders, flaunting wealth through rented luxury cars and showcasing bank balances to lure the naive, they can effortlessly integrate into elite circles while simultaneously taking advantage of the gullible. The two women indulged heartily in their drinks. A bottle of wine, a bottle of red, and a bottle of sparkling wine. In less than 10 minutes, the Aoyun was gone. Haha, I shall not treat you anymore. Whoever wishes to may do so. Little Meng, nestled in Yi Hang's embrace, slept soundly, her tiny mouth moving adorably, a sight to behold even with a slightly eccentric mother. Yi Hang felt an oddity about Qin Meilin. When she exhibited gentleness, her demeanor resembled that of an ideal woman, gracious and virtuous. Yet, when she was assertive, she could engage in a verbal spar with Li Qingcheng. In psychology, this phenomenon is known as dual personality, wherein an individual harbors two distinct personas. It is indeed a psychological condition. In milder cases, these personalities coexist, akin to playing rock, paper, scissors with one's hands. However, in severe cases, the two personalities function independently, making decisions without interference from one another. A truly alarming state. Such psychological disorders require long-term intervention from mental health professionals. Typically, they stem from childhood trauma, and those who experience such conditions often have complex backgrounds. Achieving a cure is akin to extinguishing one of the personalities entirely. Occasionally, the two personalities may not even communicate, leaving one oblivious to the actions of the other. At this moment, Qin Meilin drained her glass, delicately covering her flushed face. Sister, what just happened? How did we end up here drinking? Correct. Was my guess accurate? Yi Hang slowly turned, regarding her as one would a curious creature. Yi Hang, what are you doing here? Little Meng has been clamoring to see you. Li Qingcheng, busily shucking bellin oysters, placed them on Yi Hang's plate, appearing quite flustered. Yi Hang shrugged. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Sister, we agreed to meet for a painting session. Just then, a woman in high heels rushed over, breathless, and upon spotting Yi Hang's table at the outdoor bar, she bent over, resting her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Meilin, the location you sent was so hard to find. The newcomer was none other than Meilin's dear friend, Meng Jia, a professor of applied psychology at Linen University, and in Yi Hang's ear, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Triggered side quest. I am not a rich second generation. You have discovered Qin Meilin's secret. It appears she possesses a dual personality. Quest requirement. Help Qin Meilin return to a normal life. Current quest progress. 10. Chapter 72. Who is this? Yi Hang surveyed Meng Jia, who was equally appraising him. Qin Meilin leaped up, embracing Meng Jia, and introduced her. This is my best sister, a professor of applied psychology at Linen University, Meng Jia. Yi Hang exchanged a glance with Li Qingcheng, raising an eyebrow. This was completely different from Qin Meilin's usual style. She looked like a complete tomboy, with her platinum hair slicked back, clad in a chic white suit and a versatile camisole, and towering in high heels. She resembled a quintessential urbanite. The most striking detail. Band-aids. Yet again, band-aids. As they took their seats, Qin Meilin continued. This is the handsome guy who saved chemo at Linen University last time. Yi Hang, and this is Yi Hang's mentor, Li Qingcheng. Meng Jia was taken aback. Li the demon? Yi Hang, who was in the midst of consuming an oyster, nearly choked. Goodness, that little incident had become common knowledge. Li Qingcheng, showing no signs of discomfort, smiled. Indeed, that would be me. The three women quickly bonded, leaving Yi Hang yawning incessantly. So, that Ferrari belongs to you, Yi Hang? Indeed. I even wrote a note, you know? I thought there was a murderer in the car. Who would stay inside a Ferrari for that long? Meng Jia laughed until her stomach hurt. Yi Hang's face soured as he took a hefty bite of his oyster. To his utter astonishment, Yi Hang actually went on stage. Li Qingcheng's cheeks flushed from the wine, her beauty radiating at its peak. At this table sat three stunning beauties. Although Meng Jia embodied a tomboyish persona, the system had rated her with an impressive score of 92. Meng Jia observed Yi Hang discreetly. She realized. Li Qingcheng and Yi Hang were wearing matching watches. Both sported Audemars Piguet Royal Oaks. This was quite delightful. Yi Hang, do you not drink?
Yi Hang,
Who was perusing a family group chat, looked up. I don't, otherwise who would take you back later? The three had driven over. Suddenly, Yi Hang recalled that the system's task was to uncover Qin Meilin's secret, which seemed rather simple. How about a game of truth or dare? Isn't it a bit dull for you three to drink? Why not join in a game of truth? Li Qingcheng, feeling a bit tipsy and in high spirits, readily agreed. But you don't drink. Damn it, what the heck? Just get a designated driver. I will drink, why not? Meng Jia chimed in, no backing down. Whoever does is a little dog. Qin Meilin snapped her fingers. Waiter, bring a new glass. The red wine filled to the brim. The game rules were straightforward. Whoever lost had to answer questions posed by the other three, and the answer had to be truthful. Otherwise. Drink. All right. In the first round, Meng Jia lost. You may ask. Li Qingcheng, brimming with excitement, pondered before asking, Meng Jia, are you a lesbian? Qin Meilin raised an eyebrow. Correct. Meng Jia tossed her hair. Absolutely. Yi Hang smiled slightly, confirming his earlier suspicion. Now it was Qin Meilin's turn. After some thought, she asked, let us go for a tough one. When was the last time you had an intimate encounter? Meng Jia remained composed. 5 years ago. I don't believe it. Yi Hang firmly asserted that Meng Jia was lying. How could that be? After all, she was a woman of a certain age. Who could lack physiological needs? It's true. Meng Jia rolled her eyes dramatically. Fine, now it's my turn. Without hesitation, Yi Hang blurted out, are you Qin Meilin's psychologist? Brilliant. In one fell swoop, he left Meng Jia utterly flabbergasted. Qin Meilin was also taken aback. This was her greatest secret. How did Yi Hang figure it out? Meng Jia gazed into Yi Hang's eyes. I will drink. Yi Hang smiled faintly. Sister, your acting skills need work. This drink is pointless now. Qin Meilin's expression has already revealed the truth. Beep. Current task progress. 20. In the second round, Qin Meilin lost. Li Qingcheng, with a mischievous glint, asked, Meilin, are you married? The gentle Qin Meilin, with her primary persona, was unlikely to lie, especially under the influence of alcohol. She shook her head. Thus the question arose. Is chemo a child of circumstance? Now it was Meng Jia's turn. Meilin, before you ask this, take your medicine. Saying this, Meng Jia extracted 3 small white pills from a portable pillbox. What kind of question is that? Needing to take medicine. Qin Meilin was utterly reluctant to take the pills. Meng Jia was concerned about what the next question might be. She feared Qin Meilin's alter ego might surface. All right, you may ask. Meng Jia paused. This is a question I've always hesitated to ask you. Be honest with me. Is chemo your biological daughter? What the heck? Qin Meilin indeed had a major revelation. Yi Hang quickly lowered his head. Thankfully. Chemo was sound asleep and had not heard their conversation. In an instant, Qin Meilin's expression turned grim. Meng Jia, you promised you wouldn't ask me this question. Fine, you are right, Chemo is not my daughter. Beep. Current task progress, 30. There must be a reason behind this, possibly linked to Qin Meilin's dual personality. Therefore, Yihang preemptively poured more wine for Qin Meilin. So, Chemo is your sister, correct? Instantly, Qin Meilin felt chills run down her spine. This was her deepest secret. How did he know? Meng Jia, equally incredulous, turned slowly. After all, she was a psychology professor at Linen University. It was not surprising. Considering Qin Meilin's age, it was plausible for her parents to have a second child. Moreover, Chemo appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, suggesting that Qin Meilin could have had Chemo when she was merely 24 or 25. Qin Meilin stared into Yi Hang's eyes for a long while. I will drink. The black spade A in her glass was downed in one gulp. Waiter, bring me 3 more bottles of black spade A. Qin Meilin wiped her mouth. Her eyes clouded. She despised the feeling of being exposed and vulnerable. Beep. Current task progress, 50. Just stepped out to handle some matters. 323 flowers left for an update, 2 evaluation tickets for 2 more updates. Today, 7 updates are guaranteed. Chapter 73. The third round, as desired, Yihang lost. It mattered little. The information he sought was nearly within his grasp, akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. The significant secrets surrounding Qin Meilin would gradually come to light with each clue. I shall inquire first. Qin Meilin, in a fit of indignation, expressed the frustration of her dominant persona. Why are you wearing the same watch as Li Qingcheng? She had noticed it the moment they exited the car. Goodness, the air was thick with jealousy. Yihang shrugged. I fell into a trap. Li Qingcheng had no intention of clarifying, merely sipping her drink with diminishing enthusiasm. TSK. Such a superficial sisterhood. It was Meng Jia's turn to pose a question. If you had to choose one of us 3 as your lover, who would it be? Well, are you messing with my mindset? I choose to abstain. How was he to respond? This was a perilous question. Selecting any one of them would surely offend the other 2. No, he had to make a choice. There were no alternatives. After a deep breath, Yihang pointed to Li Qingcheng. After all, this woman had a significant influence over his 4 years at university. If she decreed failure, failure it would be. Now it was Li Qingcheng's turn. Who is that girl sitting next to you today? A little lover. The 3 women chorused in disbelief. I don't believe you. You see, when I tell you the truth, you still doubt me, just like Shin Yoyu. It seems everyone associates the notion of keeping a mistress with middle-aged men. Yet, someone like Yihang, while not exactly besieged by admirers, certainly wasn't lacking in female attention. After a brief conversation, the trio decided to leave. The evening had been thrilling yet uneventful. Yihang had already uncovered half of Qin Meilin's secrets, and this revelation warranted further investigation. He handed the sleeping Chemo to Meng Jia. Meng Jia had drunk sparingly and walked steadily, but Li Qingcheng was another matter entirely, leaning on Yihang, clutching her handbag, struggling to maintain her balance. Here, the car keys. Yihang accepted the key to the European car. If you can't handle your drink, then don't indulge. Li Qingcheng, with hazy eyes, saw him everywhere. Forget me. Let's first drop Qin Meilin and Meng Jia off at the hotel. With Meng Jia to care for her,
Yihang niden tenori.
take your time. All right. As he turned the steering wheel, Yihang glanced at Li Qingcheng, who had tilted her head against the passenger seat. Her profile illuminated by neon lights, undeniably stunning. This woman had many admirable qualities, except for her penchant for speaking her mind. Upon arriving at the residential complex, he assisted her upstairs before departing. The complex was in close proximity to Mokai, and he returned to campus after a 10-minute walk. The next day, when Yihang awoke, Huang Su had already procured breakfast, and the dormitory was alive with the sounds of his 5 computers simultaneously playing his solo video from the previous day. Brother Yi, you are forever a legend. Not only did you dominate the trending topics upon our return to school, but you also captured Zhuge Meichin's heart. By the way, Brother Yi, was that Ferrari involved in the 3-car collision yesterday truly yours? Huang Su, cheek stuffed with soup dumplings, was quite the sight. Yu Hong, sprawled on the sofa and still drenched in sweat from a recent basketball game, chimed in. There's only one Ferrari in the Songjiang University town. Who else could it belong to but Brother Yi? This logic was akin to the claim that Douyin users collectively owned Ferraris. There were fewer than 1,000 nationwide, yet Douyin users claimed 5,000. Yi Hang nearly forgot. The damage from Li Qingqing's minor accident had left a dent in the rear fender. Currently, there were only 3 authorized service centers for Ferrari in the country: Mo-Do, Linen, and D-Do. Unlike typical 3S dealerships, these locations offered exclusive after-sale services, including a comprehensive 1-year vehicle replacement service, provided the engine programming remained untouched. Otherwise, warranty claims would be void. This was notably less favorable than Porsche, which offered a 3-year warranty. Moreover, was Yi Hang's Roma fully insured? It was indeed time for a vehicle upgrade. Suddenly, Sun Fong stepped out of her room and sprayed a soda all over Xiao Mada. Furious, Xiao Mada glared at Sun Fong. That's too much.
Me sorry, Mada.
Brother Yi and his Ferrari. Just like that, a change? Huang Su collapsed onto the sofa. Despondent, Brother Yi's life is extraordinary, while I merely exist. Yi Hang chuckled, tossing the keys to the Ferrari at Huang Su. Go impress the ladies, but do not let me discover any little umbrellas in my car. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and headed off to class, ignoring the cacophony of his friends behind him. Today marked the first major class at MOK, Li Qingqing's finance lecture. This was a core subject, attendance was mandatory, and skipping class was reserved for second-year students. First-year students were expected to be diligent. As for elective courses, the mantra remained: mandatory courses were to be skipped, while elective courses were essential to avoid. However, credits were crucial. Huang Su and his peers typically selected electives that were entertaining and allowed for absences. For instance, Professor Zhu Liang's asset valuation course, which was euphemistically termed asset assessment, but in truth it was merely a study of second-hand properties and vehicles. According to seniors, Professor Zhu's greatest passion, aside from Li Hao, was trading second-hand real estate. Without middlemen profiting from the price difference. MOK also offered an unusual elective: abnormal psychology. Yi Hang had considered enrolling in this course, but regrettably, Li Qingqing had vetoed it. A sigh escaped him. While others studied to please their mothers, in Yi Hang's case, it seemed education was solely for the gratification of his stepmother. Li Qingqing's text message arrived as expected. Are you awake? There's a major class today. Don't be late. Yi Hang replied with an emoji. Understood, stepmother. I roll. Li Qingqing responded. Stepmother? I quite like that title. Does it not add a certain flair? He face-bombed. This is absurd. Chapter 74. Along the way, Yi Hang carried a backpack and was approached by at least 5 groups of individuals inquiring about Li Qingqing's classroom. Seriously, have they never endured the strain of their legs? Have they never noticed the legs of others? What's more frustrating is that most of them were not even from his school, but rather from other institutions. Particularly, the boys from Yushu Foreign Language School and Southeast University of Political Science and Law, with their long legs and affluent beauties. Why didn't they seek them out instead? Soon, a fellow carrying books walked past Yi Hang. Hey, could you help me with directions? Yi Hang raised his hand to interrupt. Go straight, take a right. It's on the 2nd floor of the teaching building. The fellow scratched his head and chuckled. Man, you're quite the gem. Thanks. I need to hurry, or I'll miss it. A gem, indeed. Yi Hang glanced at the title of the book he was holding, On the Self-Cultivation of an Actor. Impressive. By the time he arrived at the classroom, it was already teeming with students, with people even standing on the stairs. Li Qingqing had donned a pair of rimless glasses and was wielding a laser pointer, dressed in a neat suit with her hair tied back, exuding an aura of competence and elegance against the backdrop of a large projection screen. Look at that popularity. Quite infuriating. As Yi Hang stepped into the classroom, Li Qingqing's gaze swept over to him. Following her line of sight, all the students turned to stare at him. Several recognized Yi Hang. Doesn't he look familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Then it clicked. At the MOE welcome party. It's him. The one who played Rachmaninoff's Third Concerto. Wow. A considerable stir erupted among the crowd. As he took his seat, the financial department of MOK, despite having 6 classes, was not overly crowded. The large lecture hall accommodated hundreds, and sometimes Li Qingqing divided the class into 2 sessions for convenience. However, most large classes were attended by the entire department. This led to a peculiar sight. With a gender ratio of 60-40, the core area of academic excellence was dominated by bespectacled girls. Meanwhile, the hallway was filled entirely with boys. Yi Hang casually picked a seat. After roll call, with everyone present on the first day, Li Qingqing's gaze lingered slightly on Yi Hang before she commenced the lecture. In her professional demeanor, Li Qingqing was quite likable, meticulous in her approach. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Qingqing, your teacher for finance and business management. Yi Hang retrieved his textbooks. Real estate finance, international trade, corporate finance, case studies, and so forth, each one substantial in thickness. Yi Hang's intellect was intact. With a solid foundation in high school mathematics and some comprehensible financial models, he could manage to grasp the content. The class was engrossed, and Li Qingqing's lessons were rather engaging. Can anyone tell me whether purchasing a house is an investment or a consumption? Li Qingqing occasionally stole glances at Yi Hang, surprised to find him engrossed in his reading. Yi Hang, would you care to answer? With a sigh, he stood up, calmly stating, investment. The class nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Hang's assertion. No fault in that. Anyone who considers buying a house as consumption is simply unaware of economic principles. Good, Li Qingqing nodded, continuing with another question. I have a friend with 5 million, looking to buy a prime commercial property. Where would you recommend? Yi Hang pondered seriously for a moment. Nowhere. I wouldn't recommend buying commercial properties at all. Many began to frown, thinking, but commercial properties are cash cows. Who wouldn't buy one, especially a prime location? Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do explain why you wouldn't recommend it. Commercial properties are just a massive scythe, systematically reaping from middle-class families. Yi Hang articulated. To be precise, if your net assets do not exceed 10 million, steer clear of anything labeled as commercial property, regardless of whether it's in a third-tier or first-tier city. Most individuals lack the experience and knowledge to perceive the inherent risks in commercial real estate. Hence, I do not recommend it. Li Qingqing continued to entice Yi Hang. But this prime property is at an incredibly low price and right on the street. The most appealing aspect is the after-sales rental guarantee, promising unconditional buyback if one decides to withdraw within 2 years. Yi Hang shrugged. Then you should go buy it. Who is stopping you? Laughter erupted throughout the room. Li Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at his wit, signaling for him to sit down. Yi Hang makes a valid point. The financial attributes of commercial properties dictate their long-term benefits. Until your personal net worth reaches 10 million, I would advise against investing in any commercial properties. All the temptations I mentioned earlier are merely marketing strategies. Asset allocation is the essence of finance. Maximizing your benefits is the ultimate goal of our financial studies. Next, Li Qingqing displayed a chart using her phone's projection feature. The graph illustrated how low prices entice purchases, while prime street locations are merely a stroke of luck. The after-sales rental promise is simply a way to borrow your money for 2 years, only to return it when you no longer want it. Remarkably, saving in a bank yields interest over 2 years, while developers ensure a stable return. The most significant concern remains the exorbitant taxes associated with commercial transactions. A few years back, a business owner in Yangqing sold a commercial property for 16.5 million, only to face taxes amounting to 24 million. This is a true story. As Li Qingqing lectured, Yi Hang checked the system. His daily earnings buff had now upgraded to level 3, netting him 160 a day, amounting to 64,800 a month. Current tasks included Qin Meilin's dual personality task progress, 50. Shanghai travel task, phase 2, task progress, 20. The first large class concluded swiftly, with Li Qingqing's lessons proving engaging, making economic models easy to understand. Alright, we have 5 minutes before class ends. Let us recap the key points. After which, she discreetly took her phone to message Yi Hang. Li Qingqing. About the socks you helped me with last night? Li Qingqing. Did you see anything you shouldn't have? Li Qingqing. Let us have dinner after class? Li Qingqing. Why are you not replying? Then she sent a meme, depicting a friendship bed collapsing. At that moment, Yi Hang stared at the projected chat history. Utterly dumbfounded, in the large lecture hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Li Qingcheng looked up to find all eyes fixated on the large screen behind her. There displayed was the chat history between her and Yi Hang. Wow! Splendid! Li Qingcheng was rendered speechless. That's enough flowers for today. 8 updates in total, counting this chapter. 5 have been posted, and 3 remain. A promise kept.
Chapter 75.
This is Yi Hang's teacher for the next 4 years. A foolish woman whose mind is consumed with thoughts of romance. Quickly shutting off his phone's screen mirroring, Yi Hang, a person of some worldly experience, composed himself and gathered his belongings without a hint of embarrassment. Class dismissed, he declared, before swiftly exiting the large lecture hall, leaving all the students fixated on him. Huang Su, Sun Fong, and Yu Hong, the boisterous members of his dormitory, rushed over, embracing Yi Hang. Brother Yi, what is your relationship with the fierce teacher Li?
Stammerdı Xiao Mada. Socks off.
Hee. Yi Hang playfully slapped Mada on the forehead. Zhang Fei pulled out his phone, comparing Yi Hang's WeChat profile picture. Indeed, it was unmistakably Yi Hang. Only he could utilize such a ridiculous avatar and still attract admirers. Yu Hong chimed in, currently it's about removing socks. What's next? Filling in the blanks? Yi Hang, bewildered, felt the weight of Li Qingqing's antics. During lunch, he had initially planned to feast with his dorm mates, but the proud teacher Li insisted on dragging him to the faculty cafeteria. 5 minutes, or you'll fail your course, mark my words. Goodness gracious, Yi Hang muttered, bidding farewell to Huang Su and the others as he slipped away. The faculty cafeteria was located on the first floor, separate from the student dining hall. Generally, the teachers who had received assistant professor titles dined here, and undoubtedly, the counselors were included among them. One should never underestimate a counselor. A master's degree is no trivial matter. Hence, as Yi Hang entered, he inevitably drew some attention. Li Qingqing had already prepared his meal. Shrimp with scrambled eggs, sweet and sour ribs, marinated fresh pork, and a portion of poached chicken. Is this enough? She inquired. Without a lunchbox, she procured a bowl and utensils from the cafeteria. The selection was clearly more lavish than that of the student dining hall. Thank you, stepmother. You're so kind, Yi Hang jested, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Li Qingqing sat across from him, eating delicately, her demeanor exuding an air of discipline and elegance. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you maintained this composure all the time? How did you find today's class? With a mouthful of rice, Yi Hang replied, quite well. I've been dabbling in the stock market. My mother invested in Bitcoin recently, and within just a month, its value surged from 32,000 to 50,000 per coin. Consequently, her initial investment of 500,000 has now ballooned to 780,000. It's largely due to Iron Man's savvy moves. Tesla is directly linked to PayPal and supports Bitcoin payments, with a multitude of global players providing credit backing. What else could one expect but growth? Have you chosen your elective courses? Li Qingqing asked, her tone incredulous. Had she not delayed things, the courses would not be overflowing with eager students. In the dorm, Huang Su had opted for the theory and practice of romance, Sun Fong for table tennis, and even Xiao Mada had enrolled in appreciation of crosstalk. Listen to this. What kind of majors are these? They are clearly just a means to earn credits. Yi Hang exclaimed. I've enrolled you in advanced mathematics. Sound financial theory is inseparable from logical constructs, and the inverse reasoning found in higher mathematics plays a significant role in economics. Yi Hang's expression was one of despair. No way. Dear lady, without raising her head, Li Qingqing retorted, one day you will be grateful to me. You're quite the character, he quipped. The afternoon bell rang for Professor Qi Jingquan's advanced mathematics class. I've already informed him, she added. Yi Hang bit into the sweet and sour ribs with vigor. What did you inform him about? Skipping class would cost you dearly. Li Qingqing, with a glint of mischief in her eye, placed a bowl of freshly prepared strawberries beside him. After a couple of bites, she ceased eating, claiming, I must maintain my figure. Otherwise, Yi Hang won't fancy me. As they conversed, a man in his mid-30s strolled past the cafeteria. He lacked the typical middle-aged greasiness, possessing a receding hairline and distinct features, wearing glasses, his countenance suggesting a dedication to research. Qingcheng, what brings you to the cafeteria? He queried, promptly taking a seat across from them without invitation. His expression bore a hint of obsequiousness. Li Qingcheng's face twisted with distaste. Why shouldn't I eat here? The man adjusted his glasses, lowering his gaze, his eyes landing on their matching Audemars Piguet watches, evidently irked. Didn't you previously state that you don't eat in the cafeteria? Should I not eat if I desire? That is none of your concern, she replied curtly. Yi Hang could easily deduce that this man was undoubtedly one of Li Qingcheng's admirers. Alas! I have a copy of the Theory of Sycophants for you to peruse. He mused silently. The man, undeterred, forced a smile. Who might this esteemed individual be? I seem to be unfamiliar with you. Li Qingcheng's expression hardened. Liang Qi, do you have business here? If not, would you kindly vacate the premises? Ah! The advantage of a mature woman is that she dismisses those she disdains and adores those she favors. After finishing his lunch, Yi Hang wiped his mouth and suppressed a chuckle. Qingcheng, why do you always exhibit such hostility toward me? I am, after all, your father's prize student. Li Qingcheng promptly raised her hand to interrupt. Your status as my father's favored student has nothing to do with me. The man named Liang Qi showed no signs of retreating, believing that Yi Hang, a mere university student, could not possibly compare to Li Qingcheng, the most distinguished professor at the institution. Let us not dwell on that. On the 15th of this month, there's the Shanghai Financial Summit, and I have 2 invitations. Li Qingcheng disregarded him. Gathering her utensils, turning to Yi Hang, are you full? Yes, he replied. The man could barely contain himself. Qingcheng, are you even listening to me? Exasperated, Li Qingcheng decided to be forthright. I have a boyfriend, Liang Qi. I hope you will cease your advances. Otherwise, I won't hold back. With that, she firmly grasped Yi Hang's arm. You know my temperament. Yi Hang, bewildered, could only respond, meow meow meow. This is the 6th update from yesterday. Today I continue to tally. I was delayed by personal matters yesterday, but today I will work diligently. Chapter 76. The romance between university professors and students is as numerous as the stars in the sky, hardly a rarity. Yi Hang paid little heed to it. With Li Qingcheng's temperament, one could be stripped bare. The afternoon class was advanced mathematics taught by Professor Qi Jingchun. The finance major is inextricably linked to the logical foundation of mathematics, and there are only 3 elective subjects: advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and statistical probability. Under the vast data landscape, the application of mathematics has also diverged. Since the educational reforms of 2012, non-science schools no longer include advanced mathematics as a mandatory subject. Even when included, it is merely tangential, a superficial understanding at best. The in-depth study of complex functions and calculus is akin to wielding a deadly weapon. Those who choose it must surely be lacking in judgment. Indeed, compared to Yigu, we in Dorm 602 are but a collection of ineptitude. Jiang Fei's accent rolled off his tongue with ease. You think I want to? Yi Hang and Xiao Mada exchanged playful banter, no longer including Huang Su, whose skills left much to be desired. Huang Su, driving Yi Hang's Ferrari in circles, returned panting after downing an entire bottle of sugar-free cola. Refreshing, truly exhilarating. Yi Gu. The Ferrari is indeed the dream of every man. You wouldn't believe it. After just 300 meters, a junior girl wanted my WeChat.
Yi Hang chuckled.
Well done. If no girl jumps into your car, perhaps you should reconsider your looks. I was terrified to accelerate past 100 on the back mountains of Songjiang University town. I genuinely didn't dare to push the pedal. Yi Hang clapped him on the shoulder. Young man, I entrust you with the justification for my desire to change cars. With that, he slipped away, leaving dorm 602 in stunned silence. The afternoon class commenced with a sparse attendance of only about 30 students. A few senior sisters preparing for postgraduate studies were not unattractive. Yet Yi Hang felt no interest. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to beauty, his standards elevated. He settled into the back row, and after 20 minutes, the teacher had yet to arrive. My apologies, classmates, the teacher is late. Qi Jingchun was a treasure of the mathematics department, without question. Years ago, He had been a doctoral advisor at Tsinghua and Peking University, one of the first intellectuals to study abroad in the United States. But ever since the passing of his wife, he had lost the drive for research and was lured to teach at this institution, becoming a cornerstone of its foundation. His teaching style was humorous, rich in substance, and devoid of superfluous chatter, interspersed with personal anecdotes. According to Li Qingcheng, Qi was a candidate for the Academy of Sciences. However, the mundane world ensnared him, and he could not escape the ties of human emotion. Each person leads their own life, much like Yi Hang, who relished being a carefree traveler capable of earning a living. Pay attention, there's wealth in knowledge. Qi Jingchun donned his reading glasses and scanned the room, quickly spotting Yi Hang amidst a few familiar faces. No need to call roll. Those who choose my advanced math class are clearly compelled. Laughter erupted. I urge you to study linear algebra. May lightning strike me if you laugh. My initial pursuit of mathematics was purely for enjoyment. And before I knew it, I had been accepted into Tsinghua and Peking University, although I never intended to. Listen, is that even a sensible statement? Before I knew it. For those of you delving into finance and economics, studying a bit of advanced mathematics can be beneficial. At the very least, you ought to understand the difference between equal principal and equal interest loans. In short, do not repay your mortgage early. Your esteemed teacher Li must have taught you that, so I shall not elaborate further. This elder was quite intriguing, presenting complex concepts in an accessible manner. Indeed, a mortgage is the greatest financial leverage an average person can wield. Yi Hang flipped through the advanced mathematics textbook. This version was from East China Normal University S 4th edition, nowhere near the standard of Tongji University S 6th edition, but then again, Yi Hang was merely taking it as an elective. After a while, he found it quite engaging, keeping pace with Qi Jingchun's lecture. Yet, Yi Hang felt it was too slow. Though he had diverse interests, refinement was essential, and time was of the essence. Browsing the system marketplace, he discovered that the least expensive buffs started at 50,000 points, which left him exasperated. Yi Hang felt an urgent need to expedite his travel missions in the magical city. Points, after all, were more valuable than money. The 2-hour advanced mathematics class held Yi Hang's rapt attention. Mathematics, he mused, could be approached as an RPG game. Linear algebra, limits, and complex functions were merely side quests, and solving problems was akin to battling bosses, with the thrill of victory akin to that of obtaining rare loot. The sense of achievement was a psychological reward, a euphoric sensation. As the class neared its conclusion, Yi Hang stretched languidly. Noticing a pair of eyes fixed on him from behind, he turned to see a girl with a lively bob hairstyle quickly averting her gaze, much like a startled rabbit. Clad in a floral dress and plain white shoes, she was utterly unremarkable, with no discernible embellishments or luxury. Clearly, those white shoes had been washed countless times. She exuded a delicate charm, invoking a sense of first love. Do you recall the class beauty from childhood? Any boy would feel an instinctive urge to protect her upon sight. Perhaps her gaze had been caught by Yi Hang, as she desperately gnawed on her pen to mask her embarrassment. For the first time, Yi Hang perceived a kindred spirit in the opposite sex, one who radiated cleanliness and sunshine. Shin Youyu reached the pinnacle of beauty, embodying the ideal girlfriend of every male student. Chao Mengmeng was equally captivating, the quintessential second female lead from television dramas. Li Qingcheng was the older sister figure, the epitome of a mature woman, transforming dramatically with or without her glasses. Qin Meilin was the embodiment of maturity, fulfilling every fantasy a man could have about older women. And Zhuge Meiqin was the talented maiden, destined to shine in the limelight. All right, class dismissed. Qi Jingchun's voice interrupted Yi Hang's reverie. Ding, ding, ding. His phone buzzed. Chao Mengmeng messaged. When are you taking me out to eat? I won't consider anything less than Michelin. Yi Hang replied. How about a slap to the ears?
Chapter 77, Cao Meng, ít.
If you dare to give it to me, I dare to eat it. Yi Hang. Has your mother not disciplined you for 3 days? Chao Mengmeng. Rolls eyes. I saw your Ferrari today. Which unfortunate girl is at the mercy of your whims now?
Yi Hang pondered.
Who else could it be but Huang Su? Shouldn't that be her privilege? Chao Mengmeng. Shameless. Yi Hang. Let us do it tomorrow. Bring along your friends from the dorm. Only the pretty ones need apply. Chow Meng. Alright, I'll inform Goddess Shen right away. Yi Hang set his phone aside, too lazy to engage further, suspecting it was merely a bluff. He called Shen Youyu but was met with silence, only to receive a WeChat message moments later. Big class. I'll reply after class. Love you, hubby. Yi Hang felt reassured about Shen Youyu. His System S affinity for her remained steadfastly at 100. A man ought to have his own career, and a woman should not hinder his swiftness in action. Since Zhang Manqi's last encounter with Li Qingcheng, she had refrained from asking further questions. A mistress ought to possess the awareness befitting her role, which was precisely what Yi Hang admired about her. He returned to the dormitory to continue his leisurely pursuits. Meanwhile, Li Qingcheng messaged him, saying she had signed him up for a performance. This woman truly spares no moment to pester me. Can I perform solo? My crocodile skills are exceptional. Li Qingcheng. I've registered your name. If that's not possible, you can just repeat your last performance at Main. Or do you have something new up your sleeve? It seemed there was no escaping, and Yi Hang recalled that he still hadn't utilized the ballroom dance reward from before. Yi Hang, let us go with ballroom dancing. After a long pause, Li Qingcheng finally replied. Alright, I've registered it. The next day, Yi Hang's Ferrari made its anticipated appearance at Main. Chow Meng looked particularly stunning, clad in short shorts that showcased her long legs, dazzling under the light, accompanied by her equally attractive roommate. As they stopped in front of them, Yi Hang said, "Get in the car." The two girls climbed aboard. Yi Hang turned to ask, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Before Chow Meng could speak, her roommate took the initiative. "I'm Chun Jishi, Meng's roommate, from the piano department." A delicate hand, adorned with manicured nails, reached out, and Yi Hang grasped her slender fingers, recognizing her youthful attire as indicative of a privileged upbringing. From her mention of being in the piano department, he deduced she hailed from a family of some means. Carrying a Longxiang bag, this type of girl was the epitome of a refined and wealthy beauty, favored by foreign language majors. Having seen the world, they often sought boyfriends who had returned from studying abroad, claiming they were not materialistic while secretly cherishing wealth more than anyone else. Yet, they operated on a higher level, favoring subtlety. In a gathering of friends, they would invariably be the last to catch the big fish. To pursue romance with them, one must first consider the contents of their wallet, as such women would undoubtedly demand money and gifts. Therefore, once you have a chance, do not hesitate. Indulge her fully. Experiment with every approach or else. It's a jest. I've spent money. Ultimately, a breakup is inevitable. Would one keep them as a family heirloom? Chow Meng, seated in the passenger seat, introduced, "This is my high school classmate, Yi Hang." Chun Jishi smiled, legs crossed, standing at 168 meters, her petite frame making her even more charming. Yi Hang, well known for his dazzling performance at the welcoming gala, was someone who could compete with a goddess on stage. There was no one else like him at Main. Yi Hang smiled, remaining silent, waiting for the fish to bite. The two girls engaged in typical female banter. Yi Hang browsed through the S-Card guide, selecting a newly awarded Michelin 2-star restaurant at the Bund, Qingxi Hui, renowned for its trendy cuisine.
Trendy cuisine refaire tout Shaozu cuisine.
Which Yi Hang's impression was limited to handmade beef balls. In reality, Chaozhou cuisine had long since transcended borders, featuring cold dishes, raw marinated items, and unique savory methods. It stood apart from the 8 major culinary traditions. Furthermore, unlike other Michelin establishments, Qingxi Hui accepted reservations only. When Yi Hang made his reservation yesterday, he was informed he was the last to do so, highlighting its popularity. Upon arriving at the Bund, Yi Hang parked in front of a century-old Western-style mansion. A server dressed in a qipao graciously took the keys. Chun Jishi and Chow Meng gazed in awe. "So, this is Qingxi Hui, the Michelin restaurant at the Bund. I've wanted to come here for ages but could never secure a reservation." Chow Meng, naturally unfazed, was from a family of moderate means, though she carried herself modestly. As for Chun Jishi, "My dear, you are being a bit too obvious." Entering the courtyard, several luxury cars were already parked, one of which bore the FV2201 license plate, causing Yi Hang to pause. Chun Jishi suddenly remarked, "That car is so ugly." Ugly? It appeared Yi Hang had misinterpreted her reaction. This woman seemed rather superficial, fixated solely on the vehicle's appearance, oblivious to the significance of the FV plate. The FV plate allows passage throughout the mainland and Hong Kong, with no limit on daily trips. The application criteria include a registered capital exceeding 50 million, annual sales surpassing 50 million, and assets over 50 million, alongside investments exceeding 10 million Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong, with approval from the Provincial Foreign Trade and Economic Department applicable for state-owned, collective, or private enterprises, each eligible for one vehicle. This means that this single car could represent an entire company's facade. However, that wasn't the crux of the matter. Why did the Maserati parked next to it seem so familiar? Chapter 78. Sir, what is your surname? As Yi Hang's attention was drawn to the Ghibli, the doorman of Jingxi Hui approached him. Indeed, a doorman. Such a relic still exists? It seems that this is truly authentic Teochew cuisine. My surname is Yi. So it is Mr. Yi Hang. Please follow me. The private room you requested is ready, and in accordance with your wishes, we have replaced the furnishings with sandalwood. Chow Meng Meng, who was following behind, was taken aback upon hearing the fragrance of the sandalwood. You haven't forgotten, have you? Yi Hang shot her a glance. Do you understand the details? You've always adored the scent of sandalwood. A 2-star Michelin establishment couldn't possibly meet such demands. Upon entering the restaurant, which was described as a European-style villa, they discovered a rare 200-square-meter panoramic terrace in the rear, a remarkable feat in the prime location of the Bund. This not only guaranteed the customer's privacy, but also offered an impressive view. Judging by this alone, a 1-star rating for Tanggu is well-deserved. The view directly faced the Zhendan building, encapsulating the feeling of being in a dreamy metropolis. The private room was modest, directly opposite a screen, with the sound of revelry from the adjacent room creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an extravagant foreign land. As the three took their seats, a server presented an exquisite menu. Gentlemen, Jingxi Hui specializes in contemporary Teochew cuisine, which does not confine itself to traditional ingredients and cooking methods. We select only the finest ingredients, sourced from Australia, Canada, Japan, and France, with the Guangdong region also being a supplier. This is indeed distinct from traditional Teochew cuisine. Yi Hang was astonished to discover that the S-card provided a menu. However, it was still quite impressive. Teochew cuisine is notoriously known for selecting the expensive over the appropriate. Large banquet dishes invariably feature rare ingredients such as bird's nest, shark fin, abalone, and even conch and red crab. As Shanghai's premier Teochew restaurant, the array of mackerel, silver-skinned fish, and swallowtails was truly dazzling. The owner had clearly put in great effort. Ding! Private dining is a cherished tradition among the old residents of Shanghai, stemming from their refined lifestyle. Shanghai Travel Mission Wait 1. Side quest reward. Local dialect of Shanghai. Sir, would you like a recommendation? Yi Hang was engrossed in examining the system and overlooked the server. Go ahead. The server smiled, preparing to retrieve an iPad from the side drawer. A series of exquisite 3D menu items appeared. Sir, the top choices in Teochew cuisine include flower crab, chilled fish, sea cucumber, and fish maw. Do you prefer sweet or spicy flavors? The Jianghuai region favors a sweeter taste. Beyond Lingnan, the style shifts to spicy and braised. In the Sichuan region, due to the cold climate, the use of peppercorns for warmth in hot pot becomes prevalent. Is it any wonder that Sichuan is home to so many beautiful people with flawless skin? We are all from Sichuan. Yi Hang sipped the kung fu tea the server had offered. Is Chen Jishi also from Sichuan? Chen Jishi nodded. I hail from Leshan in Sichuan. Then let us go with sweet braise. Aren't you tired of hot pot at home? You still want to eat it when you go out. Very well, sir. A must-try dish is the signature braised fish maw, made from the Guangdu gong, which our manager selects daily, sourced from South Africa and Australia. You may also opt for the local fish maw, which is freshly opened and sun-dried, offering a distinct freshness and texture. Guangdu refers to the swim bladder of the fish, while fish maw is the dried product of this bladder. It is known as fish belly in the south and fish bladder in the north. Fish maw, bird's nest, shark fin, and sea cucumber are among the 8 treasures of the sea, traditionally served in lavish banquets. Additionally, there are the 8 treasures of the mountains, though sadly, they are currently unavailable. The 8 treasures of the mountains include bear paw, deer antler, rhino horn, camel hump, civet, leopard fetus, lion's milk, and monkey head. All of these are top-tier ingredients, demanding exceptional culinary skill. The Puning Dubon braised East China small yellow croaker is also a popular dish. This is the quintessential fish rice of the Teochew people, a specialty. The satay sauce braised yam with snowflake beef features Kobe beef air-freighted from Japan, specifically chosen from the most tender part. The server continued, Yihang, take note. Traditionally, Wagyu is classified into 5 grades: A5, A4, A3, A2, and A1. Wagyu of grade A3 and above exhibits a marble texture, yet few know that above A5, there exists the snow dragon black cow with merely 50 head available annually, priced quite handsomely at 3,000 yuan per gram. 1 pound costs over 10,000. Can you believe it? Frozen mackerel is freshly arrived today, sir. You are in for a treat. Frozen mackerel is typically enjoyed with chilled tea. Do the 3 of you drink? Yihang looked up, adhering to the lady's preferences. Chun Jishi brushed her hair back. Shall we have a drink? After all, we have no classes tomorrow. I see. So we are not planning to return, are we? Chow Meng, unable to resist, chimed in. All right then. What a plastic sisterhood vibe. Are they going to sing The Taking of Tiger Mountain? The clear soup of shishirtung is our signature stewed soup, warming to the stomach. Shishirtung refers to the large clam, akin in size to an oyster, and is strictly categorized as Shandong cuisine, albeit prepared in a Teochew style. The Longhuai conch is our pride of Teochew produce.
Yihang nodded.
According to the renowned gourmet Kai Lan, conch represents the most exquisite ingredient in Teochew cuisine. It can only be found in Teochew. It simply cannot be replicated elsewhere. Yihang also ordered the golden sand ginseng and pufferfish with rice straw. That will be all. Very well, sir. Please follow me to view the wine cellar. Chapter 79. The waiter guided Yihang to the wine cellar, where an entire wall was dedicated to an impressive collection of wines. Jingxi Club specializes in private selections, and many patrons store their wines here. What you see is all customer reserves. The likes of Feitian National Liquor no longer elicit surprise. There are 20-year reserves, 30-year-old brews, and numerous 1998 vintages of Quintus, Latour, as well as exquisite Burgundy crafted in fine oak barrels. Pure essence. This is akin to pursuing the freshest delicacies. Sir, over here, the entire wall rotated, and even with Yihang's extensive experience, he was taken aback. The marble partition revealed an entire wall filled with various alcoholic beverages. Valendrau's Garage Red, the collaborative collection of Raimondo and Gabrielle, and the dry red of Xiaoying Cabernet Sauvignon. Red wine, in essence, is a simple affair. Anything below 100 is merely a dining wine, akin to a common beer. It takes over 1,000 to truly savor its elegance, and past 3,000, one begins to appreciate its color, aroma, and flavor, followed closely by the 10,000 range, where one drinks for vintage. The price varies with quality, with options such as Lafite Rothschild from average years, Margaux from better years, and the finest vintages of Mouton Rothschild and Haut-Brion. However, once one exceeds 50,000, it becomes more about collecting than actual enjoyment. Young man, would you like a recommendation? Just then, a gentleman approached from behind, and the waiter discreetly stood aside. This man must be the owner of Jingxi Club. The 2003 Lafite, 2005 Baron, and Margaux are all suited for young palates. Yihang had already made a choice and smiled. The Abbey of Obiang, that one is excellent. The waiter swiftly and carefully retrieved the bottle from the cabinet, still wrapped in plastic, and dusted it off. Sir, are you certain you wish to drink this wine?
Yihang nodded.
Very well, I shall decant it for you. The man glanced at Yihang with surprise. You have exquisite taste, young man. He then produced a business card.
Du Jiangqing.
Yihang had no card but felt no hesitation as he extended his hand.
Yihang.
The Abbey of Obiang is a classic among classics. I have recommended it countless times, yet not a single guest has appreciated it. It is rare to find someone who shares the same taste. This is a black card for gourmet dining. The restaurant will note all your preferences, and next time, just call ahead, and the kitchen will prepare dishes to your liking. It dawned on Yihang that Du Jianqing was indeed the owner of Jingxi Club, a chef specializing exclusively in Chaozhou cuisine, a fact stated plainly on his card. Yi Hang graciously accepted it, recognizing the necessity of building his network. Du Jianqing likely did not genuinely believe that a shared taste would cultivate a friendship with an 18-year-old student. Roma serves as the ticket. From the moment he entered Jingxi Club, Du Jianqing had been observing Yi Hang. An 18-year-old lad dining on a meal averaging 5,000 per person was founding a private kitchen merely to achieve a Michelin 2-star rating. Not rather superficial? I shall not disturb your meal. Remember to call me next time you visit. Yi Hang settled back into his seat. Chun Jishi looked on with curiosity. Yi Hang. Do you know that man? Yi Hang retorted, what of it? Do you know him? Chun Jishi stuck out her tongue. Du Jianqing, the owner of Jingxi Club, a connoisseur in the Shanghai circle. Anyone he favors receives a black gourmet card. Yi Hang produced the card. This one? You really have it? Chun Jishi gasped. With this card. He was essentially half in their circle. Many seasoned players in Shanghai would be inclined to socialize with him. Honestly, Chun Jishi's curiosity about Yi Hang's identity was growing. Here was a freshman, adorned with a mere 300,000 watch, yet driving a Ferrari? Why did he seem to take such delight in it? The dishes arrived swiftly. The innovative Chaozhou cuisine surpassed Yi Hang's expectations. Such top-tier ingredients would leave any chef trembling. Mishandling them would not only waste the produce but also risk customer dissatisfaction. A far greater loss. Sir, the first dish, our signature Chaozhou-style braised fish maw. The two ladies refrained from starting, opting instead to snap photos first, a common practice. Yi Hang, however, had no such pretenses. He seldom posted on social media. The moment he tasted it, the explosion of freshness was remarkable. After the initial burst, a subtle sweetness emerged, distinct from traditional Cantonese flavors, imbued with a hint of osmanthus. Delightful and appetizing, it fulfilled Yi Hang's every fantasy of Chaozhou cuisine. Delicious. Chow Mengmeng sampled a bite. Though the portion is small, the flavor is exceptionally unique, simply exquisite. Yi Hang then tried the Longhuai conch. The waiter explained, for the conch slices, we meticulously trim away the edges, preserving only the most tender portions. In truth, the primary distinction between Chaozhou cuisine and Cantonese lies not only in the selection of ingredients, but also in the emphasis on freshness and flavor. The Puning broad bean paste braised East China yellow croaker delivered an exceptionally fresh taste. This bean paste was by no means akin to that from Sichuan or Chongqing. As for the slightly fatty Jinghua fish, diners might not perceive much, but the preparation was quite intricate. Bones must be extracted and cut into pieces, ensuring the flesh remains intact during cooking, and a delicate celery sauce must be applied to highlight the Chaozhou method. Although served cold, the effort was evident, smooth and novel. What astonished Yi Hang most was the fish rice. How could such inexpensive seafood like big-eyed chicken and sand-tip fish be prepared with such finesse? Sir, the red wine has been decanted. We shall not disturb your dining experience. Jingxi Club wishes you a delightful meal, and we are always here for you. As the waiter departed, Yi Hang wiped his mouth and took a moment to relax. Ladies, shall we toast? Cheers. The three clinked glasses, chatting as they dined.
Yi Hang.
Have you been in touch with the goddess Shen lately? I have. Why do you ask? Yi Hang took a bite of the pufferfish with stir-fried vegetables. Richly flavored with savory sauce, the fish skin resilient and the meat tender and luscious. Especially with a dollop of pufferfish roe atop the skin. Ah, this is a true delicacy, capable of making any man tremble with delight. The goddess Shen hasn't responded to my messages lately. I thought she might be upset. Yi Hang chuckled. Are you joking? She's been preoccupied with her classes, and their Chinese department is preparing for a project. What project? Something about ancient Chinese poetry. I don't quite understand. Chun Jishi appeared perplexed and asked, Yi Hang, do you have a girlfriend? Strange enough, she seemed neither dejected nor discouraged, but rather eager. Do take your time to ponder over that. Chapter 80 Indeed. Chun Jishi expressed her excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Chow Mengmeng interjected. No, I meant. SNT it a bit of a pity for such an outstanding guy like you to have a girlfriend so early? Yi Hang waved his hand dismissively, recognizing the superficial intentions behind her words. Was it truly a pity for you or for me? Chow Mengmeng felt utterly speechless towards Chun Jishi. If it weren't for Yi Hang suggesting bringing a girl along, she wouldn't have bothered with Chun Jishi at all. Yi Hang was taken aback by Chow Mengmeng's candidness. I believe you could still enjoy a few more years of freedom. Look at that. What kind of nonsense is that? Just because you have a girlfriend doesn't mean you can't have fun. He retorted. Ugh. Yi Hang's girlfriend is quite beautiful, Chao Mengmeng replied, nodding emphatically. Chun Jishi perked up her ears. Such a scheming rich girl, once presented with a novel target, hardly cares whether the other person has a girlfriend. Her sole focus lies on her own allure, eager to ensnare that prized catch. If she hears of someone more attractive, her discontent swells, and she is well versed in the art of playing hard to get. The social circles on WeChat are undoubtedly filled with groups. Unlike those who demand red envelopes during festive occasions, this naivete stems from a lack of sophistication. Men of a slightly higher caliber simply do not fall for such tricks. Chun Jishi exemplified the archetype of a double-faced individual, desiring both reputation and wealth, yet post-breakup, she would be the one lamenting and cursing her ex as a scoundrel. In reality, she would drain a man dry and then turn the tables, creating a false narrative of being dumped for others. Yi Hang could only think, sister, you have far too many schemes. How beautiful. May I take a look? Without Yi Hang needing to remind her, Chao Mengmeng knew she would not be shown. The system had awarded Chun Jishi a mere score of 90 for her looks, which, to be candid, would only classify her as a minor internet celebrity on Douyin. Is Zhuge Meichin beautiful?
Cao Mengmeng counter.
Chun Jishi nodded. Our goddess from Moin is undoubtedly beautiful. Do you think you're as beautiful as Zhuge Meichin? Chun Jishi shook her head. To put it plainly, Yi Hang's girlfriend and Zhuge Meichin are on the same level. Chun Jishi's eyes widened. Women, or rather most individuals, harbor the peculiar notion that what is unattainable is forever the best. This twisted sense of comparison leads them to embellish the merits of others, fabricating a deceptive sense of pleasure. Particularly when they find themselves overshadowed by another's girlfriend, the yearning intensifies. So, is this what the infatuated refer to as a goddess? Little do they realize, when these women take the initiative, they can be utterly formidable. Yi Hang merely smiled and remained silent. Chun Jishi had already concocted a scheme of her own, secretly opening Bihu to search for how to discreetly pursue someone who is already in a relationship, especially if their girlfriend is more attractive than me. The top-rated response was utterly hilarious. Get some sleep. Everything exists in dreams. Feeling somewhat dejected, Chun Jishi posted on her moments, deliberately shielding Chao Mengmeng from seeing it. The accompanying image showcased the silver cutlery from Jingxiwi, with the red wine from the monastery prominently featured. After all, it was a bottle worth 30,000. Why not flaunt it? She even added a location tag, Bund Jingxiwi Private Restaurant. Her caption read, a bit disappointed. Is there anyone to comfort me? In an instant, the likes and comments flooded in. This post was undoubtedly meant for the fish in her social pond. Most loved one, what's wrong, Jishi? Not happy. Hikari. Impressive. Jingxiwi on the bund. Does the senior need a little puppy? The kind that barks. Han Xiao. Don't be upset. I transferred some money to you for some good eats. About summer, wow. 30,000 for a bottle of monastery wine. And this is Chaozhou cuisine, right? Can I have a sip of the pufferfish you left behind? JPG Dubai. Why haven't you replied to my WeChat? Senior? Posting on moments here? Of course, there were also those not easily fooled. Mark. Fishing for compliments? Some perceptive admirers directly transferred money, sending at least 10 red envelopes, yet Chun Jishi did not accept any. Just kidding. She knew better than to reel in the small fry. A Longxiang bag was worth far more than 10 red envelopes. That time, the little puppy from the foreign language department pursued her for a month without success, ultimately leaving in disappointment, having spent 100,000 on a Longxiang bag. TSK? Quite a steep price. Thus, Chun Jishi felt somewhat at a loss. One thing was certain. Yi Hang was certainly not short on money, a realization that left her feeling out of control for the first time. Of course, previously, she had toyed with infatuated suitors, but was Yi Hang one of them? As she pondered Yi Hang's exceptionally beautiful girlfriend, it confirmed that she and his girlfriend shared the same taste. After all, Yi Hang's girlfriend was of the caliber of Zhuge Meichin. Looking at those pursuing Zhuge Meichin, who among them wasn't a wealthy elite, this was a surefire bet. TSK. The logic is unbeatable. Chun Jishi proactively raised her glass. Regardless, Today is Yi Hang's treat, so I toast to you. The scheming girl was in action. Yi Hang remained unfazed as the three of them had nearly finished their drinks and meals, preparing to settle the bill. Unexpectedly, Qin Meilin entered with a glass of wine in hand. To her side was the owner of Jinxiwi, Du Jianqing. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Qin Meilin remained graceful, and Yi Hang could ascertain that today, she was in host mode. Du Jianqing exclaimed in surprise, Meilin. Do you know each other? Qin Meilin shot Yi Hang a glance, her voice sweetly mocking. Not only do we know each other, but she is also the adorable daddy. Chao Mengmeng and Chun Jishi were astonished by the woman's beauty and poise. But then the conversation took a turn. Daddy?
Du Jianqing chuckled.
I was wondering who had captured your thoughts so persistently. Brother, shall we toast? A nearby waiter poured Yi Hang a glass of red wine. Very pleased to meet you. Boss Du. The three raised their glasses and drank heartily. Du Jianqing humbly remarked, Oh, compared to Meilin, what am I, really? Chapter 81 Beep. Qin Meilin's dual personality. Task progress 60. Yi Hang felt a bit dazed. This could only indicate that Du Jianqing was also a part of the mission. What exactly is Qin Meilin's identity? What is now certain is that Qin Meilin indeed possesses a dual personality, and it is highly probable that Meng Meng is her sister. Moreover, Du Jianqing mentioned that his business pales in comparison to Qin Meilin's. Goodness. A 2-star Michelin restaurant located in the prime area of the Bund, owned by a veteran connoisseur of Shanghai's elite. Truly a formidable figure. If this does not qualify as wealthy, then what does? As for Qin Meilin, her gaze did not linger on Chao Mengmeng or Chen Jishi at all. It was evident that they were not on the same level. You all enjoy yourselves. We shall head over first, Qin Meilin said with a smile. Du Jianqing patted Yi Hang on the shoulder. No worries. Come to Jingxi restaurant. I really like you. Little brother. Haha. After bidding farewell, the three of them did not linger any longer and proceeded to settle the bill. Sir, with the black card from Shurxian, you receive an 80 discount. Jingxi restaurant charges a 10 service fee, bringing the total to 67,800. The kitchen has already noted your preferences. Feel free to let us know of any requirements. Additionally, with this black card, you will no longer need to make reservations in the future. Chao Mengmeng stuck out her tongue. So expensive. Chun Jishi, on the other hand, could only manage a little over 10,000 in pocket money each month, which barely sufficed to maintain a modest lifestyle in Shanghai. Do cosmetics come for free? SK2 Essence costs 2,500 a bottle. High-end makeup like Shu Uemura or Platinum Water must be around 1,500, right? And does a torn pair of stockings cost nothing? A pair from Balenciaga is priced at 2,800. A meal costing 70,000, even with a discount. How could Shinjishi not be astonished? Some so-called rich second-generation individuals might grit their teeth and swipe their father's credit card for such a meal. Yet, it is rare to find someone like Yi Hang who shows no sign of reluctance. Mr. Yi, your total is 74,580. Your mobile number has been automatically recorded, and you will receive a verification code, 95241. Thank you, Mr. Yi, your information has been successfully updated, and congratulations on becoming a distinguished black card user of Shurxian. After settling the bill, the system's cheerful voice chimed in. Beep. Triggered the daily income buff effect, 10x critical rebate, this time at Jingxi restaurant. Consumption rebate, 745,800 awaiting offshore funds to be credited. Sir, the designated driver is ready for you. Following the bellboy to the exit, the driver was already waiting outside. Yi Hang had always been good with alcohol. A little breeze would sober him up. However, drinking and driving is harmful and unwise, particularly the risk of leaving a criminal record. Getting caught just once would be far too costly. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am your designated driver. Yi Hang tossed the Ferrari's keys to him. The three of them got into the car. To Songjiang University Town. Yi Hang turned his head. Shall I first take you to enjoy some music? Chun Jishi evidently wanted to extend the evening, tentatively suggesting, I know a great live house. Shall we sit for a while? Chao Mengmeng had no objections, as she merely wished to treat Yi Hang to a meal. However, unexpectedly, Yi Hang showed no reluctance and seemed rather delighted. Yi Hang lowered his head to send a message to Zhang Manqi. Preparing to tear apart a pair of Balenciaga stockings tonight. Another time, perhaps. Haha, trying to tease me with a game of push and pull? Chen Jishi only felt frustrated with Yi Hang, resorting to flaunting her achievements to a little admirer on WeChat instead. The vehicle started. The designated driver, evidently experienced, had driven various cars before. A Ferrari is quite different from others. The Roma lacks AP gear, only having an N position after starting. Along the way, Yi Hang engaged the driver in light conversation. What is the best car you've ever driven? The driver chuckled. The best. Perhaps a big Rolls-Royce? No. Last month I drove a 488 for a boss in Gubei. Haha. Another Ferrari. Yi Hang was considering changing cars. What do you find the most comfortable to drive? He was thoroughly tired of the Ferrari's seats. If we're talking comfort, it's definitely the Maybach S-Class. That car is genuinely comfortable. The suspension is impeccable. You barely feel the bumps on speed bumps. But Maybach feels too old-fashioned, and crucially, it resembles a chauffeur too much. Nowadays, the traditional trio of BBA, Benz, BMW, Audi, no longer holds distinct advantages. Previously, one would ride in a Mercedes and drive a BMW. Now, it seems one drives an Audi and rides in a Mercedes, although BMW's handling has always been praised. But who could resist the allure of an Audi's luxury? As they dropped off Chao Mengmeng and Chen Jishi secretly added Yi Hang on WeChat. Yi Hang was curious to see what tricks she might have up her sleeve. Upon reaching the Arc de Triomphe, Yi Hang generously tipped the driver an extra 1,000. The distance from the Bund to Songjiang is not negligible, and his little electric scooter would certainly not manage a round trip. Beep. The host has sampled an extraordinary contemporary dish, Michelin 3 times 2-3, side mission progress 66. According to the system's final assessment, the average satisfaction of the 3 is 95 points. The experience at Jingxi Restaurant's 2-star Michelin is deemed effective. Please continue to make efforts. Upon hearing the password unlock sound, Zhang Manqi swiftly removed her face mask and opened the door. Darling, you're back. Personally changing Yi Hang's shoes. The slippers were adorably themed with electric mice. Have you been drinking? Let me prepare something. Before Zhang Manqi could turn around, Yi Hang wrapped his arms around her and leaned in. Phew. Zhang Manqi nearly succumbed to shyness. All right. I've prepared hot water for you. Go take a shower. I've laid out your new pajamas on the bathtub. They were just sun-dried today. After Yi Hang changed his shoes, by the time he emerged, Zhang Manqi had already settled down. The living room was filled only with the gentle music played by Xiao AI. Ascending the stairs to bed, he caught a glimpse of a pair of black stockings, subtly alluring. Surely, she is a considerate and understanding little sister. Section 64, 7th update. I have not broken my promise, brothers. Please refrain from showering me with flowers. Today is still being tallied. 1 flower equals 1 extra update, and 1 evaluation ticket equals 1 extra update. Tomorrow, there will still be 8 updates. Chapter 82. The Enigmatic Melody Campus, East District Dormitory Building. The dormitory conditions are exceptionally splendid, featuring 4 single rooms, lofted beds with desks below, and private showers, all nestled within a tranquil grove. Throughout the journey, Chen Jishi resembled a chattering little frog, incessantly inquiring about Chao Mengmeng and Yi Hang. So, do I not have a chance? Chen Jishi glanced at Yi Hang's WeChat, but he had yet to accept her request. This led her to preemptively shield herself from some overtly phishing posts on her social media, showcasing instead her cultured and serene demeanor. What are you all discussing? What do you mean by no chance? Concurrently entering the dormitory were 2 other roommates, one from the orchestra department and the other a preparatory member of the conducting department's rainbow choir. Don't say you have no chance. I have none either. Chao Mengmeng removed her contact lenses and remarked to the other 2 roommates. The heartbreaker has fallen for Yi Hang. Who could the heartbreaker be? Chen Jishi, of course. The roommates widened their eyes. Yi who? Yi Hang? So you all had dinner with Yi Hang at 02 today, exclaimed the rainbow choir roommate in surprise. But I have explosive news about Yi Hang. Do you want to hear it? Chen Jishi quickly turned her head. Hurry and tell us. Sister. As long as women live, gossip shall thrive. Our esteemed leader of the rainbow choir is not Zhuge Meichin's mentor? I heard. It is said that Yi Hang is hiding under Zhuge Meichin's piano. Even Chun Jishi looked a bit bewildered. Chao Mengmeng, who was chatting with Shun Youyu, frowned and asked what is he hiding under the piano for. I'm not sure, but whether it's a surprise is known only to Zhuge Meichin herself. Hey, don't spread this around. Ever since Yi Hang played La San, our leader has been rather reclusive. Isolating herself in the classroom, replaying the performance over and over, she has come to a conclusion. The other three in the dormitory perked up their ears. This individual is undoubtedly a genius. The difficulty of La San is unparalleled. Without decades of piano expertise, one cannot achieve such a high level of completion. Chao Mengmeng did not respond to her roommates and continued her conversation with Shun Youyu. It's all your fault for insisting I bring Chun Jishi today. Shun Youyu replied. How did it go? Chao Mengmeng sighed. Yi Hang has no interest in her at all. Come on, Shun the goddess. How could Yi Hang possibly be interested in such a green tea type? Shun Youyu laughed heartily, a merciless mockery. Chao Mengmeng continued, however, Chun Jishi secretly added Yi Hang on WeChat, but I suspect Yi Hang hasn't accepted her. Shun Youyu asked, how could you tell? Chao Mengmeng replied, she looks utterly dejected. Shun Youyu said, oh, I see. Good night, and I wish you success in pursuing Yi Hang, hee hee. Oh? What a perplexing situation. The following day, Yi Hang did not spot the elderly man he had played chess with in the community. After running for 30 minutes, he returned, realizing that without regular exercise, his body would not withstand such strain. Upon his return, Zhang Manqi had already prepared breakfast. Milk, bread, and fried eggs. Yi Hang was not picky. As Ms. Wang Hui stated, he would eat anything except for excrement. Do you have classes today? No, our rehearsals are basically finished, and we are just waiting to perform on Friday. I've heard many city leaders will be attending this time. Zhang Manqi tied her hair up, revealing her graceful neck. Yi Hang took a sip of milk. That's perfect. Let us go buy a house. Cough, cough. You want to buy a house? Zhang Manqi nearly choked. The housing prices in Magic City are the highest in the country. Not to mention the extravagant Chapter 83. The abundance of sponsored girls in Songjiang University Town. In Songjiang University Town, there exists a plethora of young women who are financially supported by others. Those with even a hint of beauty or a touch of self-importance, particularly from the Drama Academy, are often the ones sought after for such arrangements. Even the affluent districts of Gubei in Shanghai have been informally dubbed Gubei dads by senior students at MOE. These men, often of advanced age, are typically characterized by their greasy demeanor, constantly uttering phrases like "is it good?" or "how big is it?" and calling out "daddy." While the financial support is consistently provided each month, any mention of purchasing property or cars sends them scurrying away in fear. Individuals like Yi Hang, who proactively buys homes for their mistresses, are akin to protected species at the national level. Initially, Wang Yuming felt a twinge of pity for Zhang Manqi, believing her close friend had embarked on a path that lacked societal approval. However, she soon realized. Could she admit that she felt a tinge of envy? With her monthly salary as a flight attendant barely reaching 8,000 yuan and occasional attendance at car shows earning her 500 yuan each time, her income peaked at 20,000 yuan after additional flights, leaving her utterly exhausted. In contrast, Zhang Manqi not only received 100,000 yuan monthly but also enjoyed gifts of handbags from Yi Hang and dining experiences starting at Michelin levels. Now, the prospect of acquiring a house and a car loomed ahead. Both women are human, both are women. Why the disparity? Sob. Zhang Manqi adjusted her bangs, watching the couple ahead, blissfully unaware that they were anything but an ordinary young couple. Onlookers would merely think, how beautiful, how well-matched, and then nothing more. Upon arriving at the sales center of Poly Ausen Century, Yi Hang parked the car, and the three of them stepped out. Yi Hang had long set his sights on a property here, conveniently located near Songjiang University Town, just a 15-minute drive via the elevated road. Nestled in the bustling area of Xishan, surrounded by national forest parks, Thames Town, Kaiyuan Shengshi Shopping Center, and Wanda Plaza, it offered a complete package of entertainment and leisure, with Happy Valley just a short walk away. Moreover, Poly was recognized as one of the top 10 real estate developers in the country, comparable to Vanke, Evergrande, and Country Garden, known for delivering quality finishes. Naturally, the prices were among the highest in the market. Thus, despite the project being open for purchase for some time, it had yet to sell out not due to inferior quality but simply because it was expensive. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have a familiar property consultant? Yihang waved his hand. No, this is our first visit. The saleswoman, strikingly beautiful with a sweet voice and keen intellect, immediately recognized their intent to purchase and welcomed them with a radiant smile. Please have a seat while I pour you some water. No need, I dislike unnecessary trouble. What types of units do you currently have for sale? I prefer finished apartments. The saleswoman instantly perked up, leading Yihang to the central model of the sales office, pointing at the pinnacle of the community. Sir, we currently have all large units available: 3-bedroom, 2-living-room configurations, 4-bedroom, 2-living-room options, as well as top-floor duplexes. Here, let me show you. In any property development, the best location is referred to as the building king. Particularly in high-rise residential buildings, lower floors rarely receive sunlight, especially in units with lower density. During the humid season, it can be unbearable. The ideal position is on the 11th to 18th floors, offering excellent views and ample sunlight, with good airflow. Unfortunately, the 14th floor is seldom chosen due to its superstition of being inauspicious. Feng Shui is a mystical discipline. One should neither fully believe nor completely dismiss it. As for floors above the 18th, the prices tend to peak, especially on the top floors, where Pali is known for its duplex designs. Given the prime location of Ascension, the top floor even boasts views of the Huangpu River. The two women, however, were oblivious to the intricacies of real estate and only recognized the brand. Pali had an excellent reputation. Currently, there was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit on the 28th floor, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room on the 30th, and a large unit and a smaller one on the 31st and 32nd floors, respectively. The saleswoman elaborated enthusiastically. Yihang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the area of the units?" The large 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit measures 168 square meters, with a shared area of 28 square meters, resulting in an actual area of 140 square meters, comprising 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, 3 master bedrooms, 1 guest room, and 2 living rooms. The shared area refers to the elevator lobby and fire escape corridors, essentially communal spaces. Ah, the shared area. It's a trap left by the little superheroes of Hong Kong. What is the current price per square meter? Sir, the quality of Pali's properties is quite commendable nationwide, and the current price is price per square meter. The saleswoman appeared somewhat anxious, for in Songjiang, prices hovered around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter, yet Pali boldly priced theirs at price, displaying considerable audacity. Does this include the shared area? This was a crucial question, as some smaller developers include shared areas in the standard price, a common pitfall. Rest assured, sir, we do not charge for the shared area. Ah, the wool is pulled from the sheep's back, Yihang mused. Though they did not charge for the shared area, the price remained steep, ultimately yielding similar costs when averaged out. Buyers are invariably less astute than sellers, a timeless truth. Yihang nodded, feeling he had a grasp of the situation. I am not particularly satisfied with these floors. My preferred options are the 18th and 22nd floors. A duplex wouldn't be out of the question, provided there is a discount. The saleswoman's eyes gleamed as she replied, Mr. Yi, please hold on. I will consult our manager. Purchasing a home is always a matter of first getting on board before settling the fare. One cannot expect to achieve everything in one go. Patience often brings unexpected rewards. Before long, the saleswoman returned. Sir, there is indeed a large unit available on the 20th floor, featuring 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. This property is classified as a concealed listing. A concealed listing refers to properties that developers withhold from the market, often due to repeated price increases yet reluctance to sell, reserved for those with insider connections. This particular unit, elegantly finished, was initially intended for the developer's daughter but has been on hold due to unforeseen circumstances and is now slated for resale. Yihang nodded. All right, let us take a look at this property. Continue. Let us get started. Chapter 84. The benefits of a turnkey home are undeniable. The sales representative, beaming with enthusiasm, held out the keys and said, "Gentlemen, please follow me." The community's environment is nothing short of splendid. Although the occupancy rate is low, it is compensated by the lush surroundings and the ever-present property management staff, who nod in acknowledgement as we pass by. This alleviates many concerns. Some property managers, however, can be quite the opposite, making the process feel akin to acquiring a paternal figure rather than a home. The community boasts a gym and a children's area, amenities provided by Poly for the benefit of its residents. A serene artificial lake graces the premises, and the welcoming sign at the entrance reading "Welcome Home" adds a delightful atmosphere. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Ascending to the 20th floor via the elevator, we entered the apartment, greeted by an absence of the anticipated formaldehyde odor. "Is this your model unit?" Yihang inquired, surprised. The layout of the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room space, with its north-south orientation, was impressive. Even the flooring was already installed, and the overall decor leaned towards minimalism. The two women exchanged glances of delight. "Yihang, this place is genuinely splendid. I adore the open kitchen," they exclaimed, moving about the space, clearly taken with the 160 layout. Yihang felt a sense of satisfaction. There was no need for extensive renovations, only furniture needed to be added. As for everything else, he entrusted it to Zhang Manqi to handle. His role was simply to provide the financial backing. "This balcony is enormous," Zhang Manqi remarked in astonishment. The sales representative interjected with a smile. "Sir, this balcony is part of Poly's innovative flat design. You have the option to open it up, connecting it to the living room for your own decor choices." While Yihang negotiated with the sales representative, the two women whispered among themselves. "Manqi, is Yihang truly buying you a house?" Wang Yuming asked, linking her arm with Zhang Manqi. "Of course, we're here to view properties, aren't we?" Wang Yuming, however, remained skeptical. Could there be any ulterior motives? "I read online that some men, under the guise of buying a house, still put the property in their own name, meaning you'd essentially live there for free, only to be cast aside when they grow weary." Zhang Manqi had pondered this possibility. "I haven't thought that far. Besides, Yihang isn't that kind of person. I've already rented a place myself. Why go through all this trouble unnecessarily?" Wang Yuming nodded in agreement. "True. Even if the house isn't in my name, what does it matter? Yuming, let me show you something." Zhang Manqi pulled out her chat history with her mother. "See, my mom advises me to be content. She even discourages me from asking Yihang for money." Wang Yuming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your mother has lost her mind. Is she not concerned for your well-being?" "I don't feel it a loss at all. Yuming, take my advice. Don't be too materialistic. Sometimes, what you lose far outweighs what you gain." Zhang Manqi glanced at Yihang and whispered, "Even if one day he can't support me, I would still choose to be with him. I might even sell this apartment to give back to him. Desires are like grains of sand. The tighter you grip them, the more they slip away." Wang Yuming sighed. "You've truly lost it. I can't grasp your perspective at all. Hee. One day when you find someone you cherish, you'll understand." Yihang is unlike anyone else. As the two women chatted, Yihang's voice broke through. "Manqi, what do you think of this apartment? Do you like it?" Zhang Manqi rushed to his side, wrapping her arm around him. "I love it. Should we view a couple more? After all, it's the first home." Yihang often found himself at a loss for words with her. While others yearned for extravagant gifts, a car, a house, she desired nothing but a simple arrangement, with Yihang having initiated the monetary transfers twice. In a moment of vulnerability, Zhang Manqi spoke softly. "I have just one request. May I choose the furniture myself?" "That would be absolutely perfect," Yihang replied, uninterested in the logistics of moving. "Aha, that's fine. I won't interfere. Purchase whatever furniture you desire." "Yay!" Zhang Manqi exclaimed, joy radiating from her like a child. Yihang turned to the sales representative, inquiring, "What is the price of this apartment?" "The prices vary significantly between floors. Clearly, the 16th floor is more affordable than the 1120th. Occasionally, desirable layouts spark bidding wars among buyers." The sales representative appeared somewhat exhilarated. "It seems, is this your decision?" Despite her professional demeanor, she felt nervous. Yihang appeared exceedingly youthful. the likelihood of someone his age purchasing property was nearly negligible. Based on her extensive experience, most buyers are accompanied by parents. This demographic constitutes approximately 80, while 15 are older heads of households purchasing homes for their children. The remaining 5 are affluent investors. However, given the current economic climate and tightening loan conditions, this last group is dwindling. Still skeptical, the sales representative cautiously probed, "Sir, have you made a decision?" Yihang chuckled. "Do I truly not look like someone in the market for a home?" The sales representative quickly waved her hands, full of apologies. No, I didn't mean to imply that. You've seen this apartment. It is one of our prime offerings, fully renovated. This 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom, 1 kitchen unit has a total area of 168 square meters. Our manager mentioned earlier that the standard price is 57,580. She scrutinized Yihang anew. His casual attire, a Hipanda shirt, paired with starry Yeezys and a designer watch she couldn't identify, yet his sunny disposition made him approachable. Yihang mentally calculated the total cost, realizing it amounted to several million. With 27 million in his account, he was more than capable. Upon hearing the price, the 2 women began to piece together the figures. Wang Yuming recoiled, biting her lip. "Manchi, that's a lot. I could never afford a place like that, even if I worked my whole life." Chapter 85. The saleswoman observed Yihang deep in thought and let out a sigh of relief. If he had readily agreed, she would have certainly deemed him foolish. Even the wealthiest individuals from Gubei would take considerable time to deliberate. "Sir, there are currently various loan options available for you, including provident fund loans, combined commercial loans, and pure commercial loans. Presently, Poly Group has introduced a new repayment policy, offering a minimum 20 down payment discount in collaboration with major banks. If your credit is satisfactory, we can proceed this afternoon." Yihang shook his head. "Is there a discount for full payment?" With the transition of old and new capital, the U.S. has printed $19 trillion in just 39 weeks, resulting in global inflation. Naturally, Huaxia cannot escape this. Compounded by new housing regulations and bank pressures, major real estate firms like Poly, Vank, and Evergrande are all urgently seeking repayments. Previously, purchasing property with loans was encouraged. Now, if you can pay in full, you are treated like a king. Cash flow is the lifeblood of any enterprise. With oversight from above, regardless of how many years pass, money and power will always reign supreme. The saleswoman blinked, her mind momentarily stalled. "Sir, are you saying full payment? 10,000? I apologize if I've offended you. Look at this. This is what true refinement looks like." Indeed, for others, spending is merely spending. But for Yihang, spending is akin to earning. "Have you heard of making money daily?" The saleswoman clutched her chest, momentarily stunned by the sheer amount of cash at stake. "Sir, however, I must consult my superior. Please hold on." "All right," Zhang Manchi timidly interjected. Yihang, "Smaller properties would suffice. I have no specific needs in this regard." Yihang chuckled. "That shouldn't be the case. Is this truly the Zhang Manchi I know?" Wang Yuma's mind was frantically calculating how much 10,000 was. How many lifetimes must she work? For a 500 yuan car exhibition, she would need to attend nearly 20,000 times. "Goodness, you are more of a pillar than Yun Shi." Soon, the saleswoman returned, her high heels clicking on the floor. "Sir, under the new repayment policy, full payment grants you a 3 discount. Let me calculate. Thus, the full price is 9,409 million. For sales, the concept of full payment for a car and a house is vastly different. A full payment for a car might bring the sales staff to tears, as the commission is pitifully low. However, with houses, commissions are calculated based on the sale price, excluding loan interest." Yihang smiled. "What else do you offer?" The saleswoman was taken aback by Yihang's acumen. "We will also waive 5 years of property fees, and on top of that, we can eliminate the minor remainder. That brings it to 9 million. To be candid, this was already the manager's bottom line. She was eager to close this deal. In an environment of decline, everyone was busy resisting inflation, investing in the stock market or funds, and those capable of purchasing a home outright were truly rare. Yihang nodded, recognizing this as her limit. Further negotiations seemed pointless. Manchi, have you decided on this unit? Zhang Manchi nodded vigorously. Yihang turned back to the saleswoman. Then let us proceed with the paperwork. The saleswoman was overjoyed, leading Yihang and his companions downstairs to the sales center. They were served 3 cups of premium Xinjiang tea. Yihang signed the contract effortlessly. Purchasing a house outright was not as complicated as it seems, devoid of bank runs, akin to acquiring luxury goods. After signing the deed, Yihang pushed it toward Zhang Manchi. Here, sign. This house will belong to you from now on. The saleswoman, who had accompanied Yihang through the payment process, was left in shock. Goodness, he spent 10,000 to buy a house for his girlfriend. Brother, are you still in need of a girlfriend? Wang Yuma watched in astonishment as the card was swiped for 10,000. And now it was time to write the names down, yet he proactively handed it to Zhang Manchi. Oh my heavens! Wang Yuma nudged Zhang Manchi, who pointed at the property deed, addressing the astonished saleswoman. Write both our names. Yihang, Zhang Manchi. Wang Yuma was left speechless. 10,000. A cooked duck has flown away halfway. The saleswoman expressed her envy. Miss, I truly envy you. If my boyfriend bought me a house worth 10 million, I wouldn't care if the other woman was my child. I would be thrilled. Zhang Manchi bit her lip and exchanged a glance with Yihang. Ahem. Miss, I am the other woman. Completing the final step of the online signing, the house now belonged to Zhang Manchi and Yihang. In the exhibition hall of the sales office, Zhang Manchi embraced Yihang, while Wang Yuma crossed her arms, feeling as though she was being force-fed dog food, yet she savored it nonetheless. Thank you, Yihang, she whispered. Which woman could resist such a gesture? Sorry, I've laid my cards on the table. I cannot. Big sister, I am famished. Starving like a lightning bolt. Wang Yuma, tired of hearing the word envy, felt somewhat despondent. Let us go. I know a place that serves authentic scallion pancakes. They are absolutely delicious. Zhang Manchi wiped her tears, laughing through them, thoroughly amusing Yihang. A scallion pancakes? As they got into the car, Wang Yuma exclaimed, Oh my gosh! Yihang smiled wryly. Let us go, you lead the way. A scallion pancakes is the 3rd task in the 5-star Magic City. It's a legendary pancake featured in a BBC column. Chapter 86. Huangpu District, Yongjia South Road. The traffic is horrendously congested. A performance beast worth 4 million yuan is crawling along at the same speed as the Passat on the left, a mere 20 miles per hour. To the right, a fellow driving a KTM X-Bow frequently glances over. Everyone is stuck in traffic, engaging in casual conversation. Is that aroma from Chuanyu? My friend, may I pose a question to you? Yihang turns to see a man donning an MLB baseball cap, his wrist adorned with a striking Patek Philippe Nautilus. There are only 2 types of individuals who wear a Nautilus. Those who are utterly enamored with Patek Philippe, akin to their obsession with the royal oak, and those who harbor a deep disdain for it due to its peculiar design, which possesses a certain delicate charm that can be quite captivating. The Nautilus is considered an entry-level model, available in various price ranges. The gentleman wears the steel Nautilus 5711, Patek Philippe's most sought-after timepiece, perpetually sold above retail price due to high demand. Acquiring such a watch is akin to purchasing a property in a Tier 5 city, with an annual appreciation of roughly 20. Yihang's royal oak, which he wears, belongs to the same echelon, priced around 300,000 yuan. As for the car he drives, it is rather intriguing. Have you seen Four-Wheel Brothers? The KTM X-Bow is the convertible version of the Whirlwind Tornado. Haha, this car is so remarkable that it has no roof and, consequently, no key. The steering wheel serves as the key. Therefore, once exited, one must detach the steering wheel. Rather than being a performance sports car, it is better described as a road-legal toy, priced at 50,000 abroad, but after taxes and fees in China, it amounts to approximately 1 million yuan. Feeling a bit anxious in the traffic, Yihang, bored to tears, chuckles. Feel free to ask. Zhang Manchi, seated in the passenger seat, leans forward. Who is that? Darling? The gentleman in the KTM notices Zhang Manchi and is momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Wow! My friend has great taste, driving aroma and accompanied by a lovely lady. I am envious. Yi Hang responds, envious is one thing, but what is moo moo? Why does it sound so peculiar? Who is it? Wang Yuming continues to lean out. Wow. My friend, take me along. Two lovely ladies. Indeed. I am neglected and unloved, just a little cabbage in the field. The two jesters continue their banter. You see, my friend. A couple of days ago I was eating corn and accidentally lost a tooth. That shouldn't hinder my Ferrari driving, right? Yi Hang laughs. Not at all. But boasting might let the air out, haha. They share a knowing smile. The gentleman in the passenger seat has another man beside him. Hey, are you also going to eat scallion pancakes? Yes. Then shall we meet at the shop entrance in a bit? Let us go. Yi Hang, tired of the chatter, presses the accelerator and leaves the KTM behind, both inhaling a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Ding! You have discovered a time-honored establishment in the Magic City, renowned for its scallion pancakes, previously featured on BBC. The owner is named Ada. Section 67, 5-star Magic City task Wait 1. Yi Hang parks the car half an hour later, leaving a spot for the KTM driver. My name is Chun Shihao. You can call me Ahao. This is my friend Luan Jie. The three disembark and exchange introductions. Yi go. I envy you so much. Unlike us two single dogs. Yi Hang glances at the steering wheel Chun Shihao is carrying, finding it somewhat amusing, while Zhang Manqi appears utterly bewildered. Why is he carrying the steering wheel? Wang Yuming quips. Then why not just carry the car? Laughter ensues as they stroll along. Ada's scallion pancakes are located in the bustling Huangpu district, teeming with people and a long queue. We've been eating these scallion pancakes since childhood. Yi go. You came here on a recommendation too, right? Yi Hang shakes his head. From Douyin? Yes, but unfortunately, Ada is getting old, and the pancakes no longer taste the same. They used to be 5 yuan. Now they've risen to 8, but it's not about the money. It's just that the flavors of childhood can never return.
Yi Hang notes.
Many of the flavors from his youth have faded away. The once popular eateries in the old Chuanyu have nearly all closed down, with only Panda Hotpot still thriving. Why doesn't he find an apprentice? Luan Jie shakes his head. Ada has long since disclosed his scallion pancake recipe, yet no one can replicate his unique flavor. Indeed, Yi Hang agrees. The same dish, like braised pork, can be prepared in southern or northern styles. By the way, are you from Chuanyu? Yi Hang nods. I was just about to ask you, do you know what Bao Pai Long means? Also, Ha Ma Pai. Yi Hang, encountering someone asking about Bao Pai Long for the first time, solemnly explains, it's an old Chuanyu dialect that describes a person as upright, handsome, and responsible. Zhang Manqi, linking arms with Yi Hang, bursts into laughter, casting a look at Chun Shihao that hints at a mix of affection and condescension. Chun Shihao and Luan Jie exchange glances, suddenly enlightened. Oh, so that's what it means. Hee, it's a bit embarrassing to be praised so often. Their laughter echoes. Wang Yuming tiptoes, glancing at the endless queue. How long is this going to take? Chun Shihao glances at his Nautilus. At least an hour, we have to wait. There are so many tourists in the Magic City now, and Ada's fame is growing. He supplies only 300 pancakes daily. Ah! Why is there a limit, dear? Are we still going to eat? Zhang Manqi seems reluctant to wait. Yi Hang, intrigued, asks with such a booming business why the limitation. Luan Jie shrugs to prevent scalpers mainly because Ada's health can't handle it. As they converse, a man who just bought scallion pancakes takes a bite and spits it out. Damn, this tastes awful. I wasted 2 hours in line. Chapter 87. Chun Shihao and Luan Jie frowned. No one desires the essence of their childhood to be tarnished. Yet the reality is, Ada has aged, and the scallion pancakes indeed lack the flavor of yesteryears. Chun Shihao spread his hands, and Luan Jie shook his head in agreement. Thus, why does the S-Card Guide list Ada's culinary offerings as a must-try in the magical city? Some trendy foods are undeniably subpar. For instance, the tea brand Cha Yen Yusei in Shachang had queues extending into the next month on its opening day. This implies that if one wishes to savor a drink from Cha Yen Yusei, they would have to wait until at least next month for their turn. Absurd, isn't it? Then there's Haiti, where one must pay scalpers 100 yuan just to join the line, deliberately creating a scene of bustling crowds. Yet acquiring a cup remains a formidable challenge. Yi Hang once felt that Old Master Yuan was quite remarkable. Why? Because he was overly full, of course. However, this was the third task of the system, and Yi Hang was curious to discover the taste of Ada's scallion pancakes, which had once graced a BBC column. The entrance to Ada's establishment was modest, merely 20 square meters. Inside, only Ada was present, with a sign outside stating, "Open daily from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Each scallion pancake costs 8 yuan. From 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. A limit of 5 per person. From 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Reservations only. After 2 p.m. A limit of 2 per person. Due to long waiting times, patience is required. Please do not cut in line to avoid disputes. If you need to leave urgently, kindly inform those around you. If over 20 minutes, please rejoin the queue." As Yi Hang and his companions were nearing their turn, a middle-aged man from the line behind tapped Yi Hang on the shoulder. "Hello, buddy. May I ask how many you are purchasing?" Yi Hang pondered for a moment. "Perhaps 5. The man smiled. "How about this, brother? Since I see you have 5 people and can buy 25, would you be willing to sell me a few?" Intrigued, Yi Hang responded, "What price are you offering?" 100 yuan each. How does that sound? This is the going rate. Yi Hang realized he had stumbled upon a lucrative business opportunity. Reselling Ada's scallion pancakes at 8 yuan each, selling them for 100 would yield a profit of 92. Wang Yuming raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Manshi, how about we partner up? When our company goes public, we'll be major shareholders. You truly are a prodigy in investments." Yi Hang waved his hand dismissively. "Apologies, but we do not require the money. Seek someone else." The middle-aged man did not persist and walked away. When it was finally their turn, Ada, who was tending to the stove, suddenly announced, "We're closing for lunch. Please come back at 2 p.m. Instantly, discontent erupted around them. "What? We've waited 2 hours. Finally, it's our turn, and now this. Isn't this a waste of emotions and my morning?" Ada is becoming increasingly unreliable. "I'm leaving. I want tea return." Yi Hang then realized that it had unknowingly reached 1 p.m. "Yi Go, do you really want to eat? Luan Jie and I have known Ada since childhood. He recognizes us. If you desire to eat, we can speak to him." Chun Shihao noticed Yi Hang's slight disappointment. Yi Hang, feeling unreserved given the task at hand, replied, "All right, how? I'll trouble you then." Chun Shihao, seizing the opportunity as the crowd dispersed, approached, peering in. "Ada, do you still remember me?" Ada, bending down with cloudy old eyes, did not even look at him. "Go away, go away. We open at 2 p.m. Luan Jie stepped forward, speaking in authentic local dialect. "Uncle, it's me, Xiao Jie. Do you remember when I knocked over your stove? You chased me for 8 streets. Unfortunately, the elderly man, hard of hearing, could not catch his words. Only then did Ada hear him, raising his gaze with a chuckle. "Ah, it's you 2 little rascals. It's been ages since you've come to Ada for pancakes." Chun Shihao and Luan Jie exchanged glances. It seemed Ada had not forgotten them. "Uncle, I have a friend who wishes to eat your scallion pancakes, but you're closing." Ada's gaze drifted past Chun Shihao to Yi Hang and his companions. Truth be told, many came daily seeking favors, hoping to procure more scallion pancakes. Yet regardless of status or celebrity, if one wished to enjoy them, the rule was clear: wait in line. Ada nodded. "There are 2 left. Take them for your friend." Just as Chun Shihao was about to express gratitude, Yi Hang stepped forward, articulating fluently in the local dialect, "Uncle, I desire to savor your freshly made pancakes." Beep. As time passes, Ada's scallion pancakes have lost their original flavor. Find a way to restore the taste of 20 years ago. Task rating, SS. Wow. SS level. An S rating is guaranteed, but an SS side quest rating could significantly enhance the weight of the 5-star magical city. Perhaps. The first SS is indeed the scallion pancake. Chun Shihao and Luan Jie were momentarily taken aback. What a genuine magical dialect. And it's the local Suhu vernacular from the old alley. Did you not claim to be from Sichuan and Chongqing? Chapter 88. Ada slowly raised his head, equally astonished. "You can speak the dialect of the magic city?" Indeed, old man. I desire to savor an authentic scallion pancake," came the reply. Commonly, The dialect of the Magic City refers to the local vernacular of the metropolitan area. However, the true dialect should be the local Wu language of the Taihu dialect group, particularly the Suhujia variant, which has been in use since the Republic of China era. Very few of the city's youth are proficient in the old dialect. In a sense, it is on the verge of extinction. The traditional dialect emphasizes a particular intonation. Speak a phrase in the dialect for me, Ada challenged, somewhat incredulously. It was hard to believe that a young lad could speak the Suhu dialect. Chun Shihao patted his chest and laughed. Little redneck, this is no challenge for us. Unfortunately, Ada shook his head. You are mistaken. Go ahead and say it. Luan Jie was bewildered. Ada, doesn't little redneck mean country bumpkin? If not, then it must be CN. But that's not right either. In the local context, little redneck translates to local mutt and broadly implies foolishness or stupidity. It is, after all, a derogatory term. As for CN, it is an expletive equivalent to FXXK. Yihang chuckled, recalling the local phrase with system rewards. GNG nang e nang ze. In an instant, Ada was taken aback, his hands halting their work, his eyes suddenly misty. It had been many years since he had heard that phrase, so long that the person who used to say it had departed nearly 2 decades ago. Remarkably, even Chun Shihao and Luan Jie, both locals, were unaware of its meaning. Brother Yi. What does that phrase mean? Yihang covered his face. Purely a vulgar insult. I shall refrain from explaining. Those interested may search for it online. However, based on Ada's reaction, it seemed that the individual who had passed away was likely his mother. Ade, who had a physical disability, had once relied on this skill to support his mother, younger brother, and son, even managing to purchase 3 apartments in the densely populated Magic City. Rising at 3 every morning, he would need dozens of kilograms of flour and 5 kilograms of scallions, earning a reputation through sheer hard work. Chun Shihao elaborated further. After a long moment of contemplation, Ada turned back to Yihang. If you wish to taste the old-style scallion pancake, you must wait. The old stove takes time to heat, and we need a starter for the dough. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Ada swiftly tidied the shop and locked the door. Yihang took Zhang Manqi's hand and followed Ada forward. Chun Shihao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Yi, if you can bring us the flavors of our childhood, you shall be like a father to me. Yihang waved his hand dismissively. I have too many sons. You'll have to wait your turn. Have you heard the news? Wang Yuming scoffed, having a daughter, yet wanting a son. Insatiable greed. Beside them, Chun Shihao's eyes widened in realization, as if he had uncovered a remarkable secret. Zhang Manqi's cheeks flushed. After traversing 2 streets with Ada, they arrived at a quaint alley, which led to Ada's kitchen. He brought out an old stove that bore the marks of time, kneading the dough, chopping scallions, and rolling it out, waiting for the stove to heat up before placing the pancake on it. A familiar aroma wafted through the air, identical to what they had just experienced. How delightful! Zhang Manqi wrinkled her delicate nose. Chun Shihao was visibly excited. This is the flavor. My goodness. Since I ventured to Suhui, I have not smelled anything like it. Yihang squatted nearby. Uncle, why is it that changing the stove results in such a significant difference in flavor? Earlier, Yihang had noticed that the pancakes in Ada's shop were cooked on an iron plate. City regulations prohibited open flames in establishments, forcing them to use makeshift gas stoves, which is why he insisted on traditional methods. The flavor had changed beyond his control. Time marches on, and while the dross must be discarded, the taste is not what it once was. I understand now, Yihang mused. They always say I take on apprentices who cannot endure hardship, day in and day out, year after year. This is the spirit of craftsmanship, the essence of the old flavors of the Magic City. Before long, the fragrant scallion pancakes emerged from the stove, unlike any others. Each one boasted a golden, crispy crust, exuding a savory aroma that whetted the appetite. Try it. The first bite was crisp, with the specially blended oil bursting in the mouth, enveloped in scallion and meat flavors. A satisfaction beyond measure. The scallion pancake was truly the best Yihang had ever tasted.
No exageración.
It's incredibly delicious, Zhang Manqi exclaimed in delight. Wang Yuming was equally astonished. It's different, truly different. How curious. Why does changing the place make such a vast difference in flavor? This is precisely what sets Chinese cuisine apart from foreign fare. Chen Shihao and Luan Jie savored the taste, reflecting, "This is the flavor of our childhood." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have tasted the old flavor from 20 years ago, a memory of a generation of Magic City residents, courtesy of a Das Scallion pancake. This side quest is rated SS level. Quest reward, Focus Buff, a rebate card worth 10 million with a 10-fold critical hit return, limited to transportation purchases. Ding. Regrettably, during the purchase at Poly Ocean Century, you did not trigger the daily profit buff effect. What a pity. If only I had triggered the 10-fold rebate, that would have been 100 million. Yi Hang discovered a pattern. The larger the expenditure, the lower the probability of triggering critical rebates, such as when buying cars, watches, or houses. Conversely, ordinary purchases often yielded 10-fold returns. He felt a bit disheartened. Focus buff, trigger conditions. The host possesses a photographic memory and exceptional divergent thinking. Effect: IQ 500, Memory 500, Rational Thinking 500, Charisma 20. Duration: permanent. Excellent. With this buff, Yi Hang need not worry about Professor Qi Jingchuan's mathematics class any longer. As for the 10 million rebate card, it was evidently designed for purchasing a vehicle. Chapter 89. Yi Hang profoundly realized the substantial rewards that come with an SS rank. Perhaps 10A rank rewards pale in comparison to a single S rank reward. Savoring the flavors of their childhood, Chan Shihua and Luan Jie appeared thoroughly satisfied. The group bid farewell to Ada and emerged from the alleyway. Chan Shihua inquired, "Brother Yi, are you here in the Magic City for tourism? Or how about we enjoy some skewers together tonight?" Wang Yuming glanced at Chan Shihua, who was gripping the steering wheel, unable to suppress her laughter, bewildered by their tastes. Yi Hang chuckled, "Gentlemen, we are from Songjiang University Town." This implied that Chen Shihua and Luan Jie were undoubtedly older than Yi Hang, as they had graduated several years prior. Chen Shihua handed over a business card. "Brother Yi, let's add each other on WeChat. If you ever wish to change or purchase a car, feel free to reach out. I have a humble venture in luxury car rentals. It would be a pleasure to have you over for tea." Luan Jie also added Yi Hang on WeChat, saying, "Brother Yi, I lack notable skills, but I run an MCN company, currently nurturing several small streamers with millions of followers. I may not have much to offer, but there are plenty of lovely ladies involved." Yi Hang felt a twinge of exasperation but noticed Luan Jie wore a Vacheron Constantine overseas, a subtle indication of their shared tastes. The three of them inadvertently found common ground: Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, Patek Philippe Nautilus, and Vacheron Constantine overseas. All belong to the same echelon of timepieces. As for the MCN company, it is akin to a talent agency for internet celebrities, similar to those in the entertainment industry. Primarily invests in potential influencers, facilitating their branding and commercial monetization through capital operations. In China, leading streamers on platforms such as Douyin, Shark, and Lizzie are all signed under MCN companies, while small influencers struggle to thrive independently, inevitably forming an industry chain. It was rather amusing that one MCN company even claimed to be a single dog, and then there was another company dealing in second-hand luxury cars, which fundamentally operates on a budget of around 20 million. What has become of people these days? Where has the promise of honesty and reliability gone? Yi Hang understood that Chen Shihua and Luan Jie were eager to befriend him, but it was unlikely due to his good looks. How naive. Connections are a reciprocal network, where the continuous exchange of valuable resources fosters unbreakable friendships. "All right, I will find reasons to hang out with you," he mused. As they parted ways, Yi Hang discreetly checked the favorability ratings of the two, noting that Chen Shihua's was noticeably higher at 80, indicating they had entered the realm of friendship. Luan Jie was at 75, which seemed manageable, a familiarity that would surely blossom into more opportunities. "Dear, where shall we go now?" The three of them got into the car, with Yi Hang fastening his seatbelt. "I'll buy you a car." Zhang Manqi expressed a hint of anticipation. "Are we going right now? It's already 2 p.m. "Yes, so you need to consider what car to buy. I recommend the Dongche Emperor app. I swear, I'm not advertising." Despite being somewhat prepared for Yi Hang's generosity, Wang Yuming sighed with disappointment upon hearing that he truly intended to buy a car for Zhang Manqi. Father Gold Master, I was wrong. I am willing to reflect on my mistakes. I never imagined that buying a car and a house could be accomplished in a single day. Yi Hang exuded an air of wealth and capriciousness. Zhang Manqi opened her phone and downloaded the app. Yumming, what do you think I should buy? Girls often lack knowledge about cars, much like boys struggle to differentiate between lipstick shades. After all, they're all just shades of red. Do not buy a Mini. Do not buy a Mini. Do not buy a Mini. Important matters should be repeated thrice. Zhang Manqi, puzzled, asked, why not? Wang Yumming sighed, you are part of MOE and you still don't know? What car does the second mistress of Missouri E drive the most? A Mini Cooper. If you drive that, aren't you just announcing to everyone that you are being kept? Yi Hang genuinely wanted to give Wang Yumming a thumbs up. She was quite knowledgeable. What about a Beetle? That car suits me quite well. My dear sister, your taste evidently aligns with that of a second mistress. The top 4 cars for second mistresses are, in order, the Beetle, the Mini, Maserati, and the Range Rover Evoque. Yi Hang teased Wang Yumming. You seem to know far too much. You're practically a trainee for the role of a mistress, haha. Get lost, I'm not. That, for some reason, Wang Yumming felt a twinge of guilt. Today, Zhang Manqi's envy was palpable. If only she had someone like Yi Hang to pamper her, she would find it challenging to refuse. Come on, sister, don't say it's hard to refuse. Any woman would find it hard to refuse. Let me know when you've made up your minds and where to go. Yi Hang, one-handedly steering his Ferrari, wore a contented expression. I think the Porsche Macan is quite nice, and the Audi TT is also an option, though a bit small. The Z4 doesn't have the latest model. Wang Yumming exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, as if she were buying a car for herself. Upon hearing Macan, Yi Hang nodded. Porsche sounds good. Shall we go take a look? I think Porsche suits Manqi's temperament quite well. More like it suits your temperament, right? Zhang Manqi was preoccupied with thoughts of how to save Yi Hang money, while Wang Yumming simply liked the idea. Porsche is quite expensive. Yi Hang offered her no room for contemplation, flooring the accelerator and heading straight for the Porsche dealership. Chapter 90. Number 7358. Zhongchuan Road, Minhang District, Porsche 4S store. Having escaped the congestion of Yongjia Road, the Roma soared onto the elevated highway like a wild beast unleashed. Upon arriving at the Porsche 4S store, a sleek new Taycan caught Yi Hang's eye. The three alighted from the vehicle, with the 2 women leading the way while Yi Hang lowered his gaze to his phone, casually accepting friend requests from Chen Shihao and Luanjia. However, he quickly realized that Chen Jishi was remarkably persistent. Just a day after her initial WeChat request was declined, she was attempting to add him once more. Yi Hang chuckled coldly. Come on, sister, where's your reserve? What happened to that aloof demeanor you typically flaunt towards admirers? You need to regain your composure. Chen Jishi. Request to add you as a friend. Chen Jishi? Chen Jishi. I am Chen Jishi. Please accept. Chen Jishi. Are you still not awake? Chen Jishi. It's afternoon, lazy pig. Wake up. Kissing one handsome fellow makes you a backup. Kiss 100, and they all become backups. This is the transformative power of quantitative change. Keep it up, dear. Hurry. At the entrance, the enthusiastic sales representative, holding an umbrella, greeted them warmly. Good day, sir. The sun outside is quite harsh. Please come in. As they stepped into the Porsche 4S store, a refreshing breeze greeted them. Inside the showroom, a flamboyant pink Taycan resembled love itself. Wang Yumming seemed to want Zhang Manqi to know a bit about cars, but her knowledge was limited to a few trendy models, typical for someone who could only look at what they could not afford. Those with a budget of a mere 100,000 would only consider models like the Levita or Accord. Details about interior design, handling, or specifications were far beyond their consideration. It was all about appearances. In truth, Porsche is akin to the Hermes of luxury automobiles, well-versed in the aesthetic desires of female clientele while also understanding male preferences for performance and features. Their marketing strategies are superbly executed, making them one of the top contenders in the realm of luxury vehicles. The crucial aspect? Their remarkable resale value. Can you believe a 2-door Boxster retains its original price after a year? I can ha. As for the Panamera, adored by those seeking substantial returns, selling one can yield profits equivalent to 2. Drive with confidence, sell with ease. Happiness is what truly matters. Of course, the price tags are equally appealing. Not to mention, the options for the Panamera could easily amount to the full price of a top-tier X5. SNT it just the Hermes of automobiles? Only Hermes can manage such pricing strategies. Thus, even the base model of a Porsche can outshine the likes of a Passat, which is often scorned as a mere road menace. I confess, I am a keyboard warrior. A 4K Sony television in the center of the showroom displayed exhilarating footage of overtaking maneuvers. The 800 square meter showroom showcased all the popular Porsche models. Hello, would you three care for some tea? Yi Hang, holding Zhang Manqi's hand, was flanked by the keen-eyed Wang Yuming, while the male sales representative observed the trio with keen interest. Wow, these young folks. Some are driving Ferraris at 18. At that age, I was just focusing on my meals. It was apparent that this trio represented the ideal clientele. Dressed in designer labels, one could easily deduce their target vehicle preferences. Is this Taikang the fully electric version? Surely it's not a hybrid, right? Phew, the salesperson's thoughts raced. There are three types of customers one dreads in the showroom. 1. The silent ones. 2. The overly talkative ones. 3. Those recording on their phones. None of these types are likely to make a swift purchase. Only a gentleman like Yi Hang, accompanied by his girlfriend, truly represents a potential buyer. Sir. The male sales representative quickly slapped his own mouth, awkwardly apologizing. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I misspoke. Wang Yuming rolled her eyes dramatically. Indeed, sir, the Taikang is Porsche's latest fully electric model, positioned against Tesla's Model S. Currently, there are 4 versions of the Taikang. The standard model, Taikang 4S, Taikang Turbo, and Taikang Turbo S, each boasting different horsepower, 408, 530, 680, and 762 respectively. All 4 versions have a range of 462 kilometers and feature a 2-speed automatic transmission. The new energy sector is indeed a novel realm. Just look at Neo, which claims an 800-kilometer range, yet in reality with the air conditioning on, it barely reaches 500 kilometers. In city driving, it's a mere 300 kilometers, and in winter it plummets to 150 kilometers. Pure industrial waste. Tesla, on the other hand, is genuinely economical. However, realistically speaking, if I'm purchasing a Porsche, I hardly need to fret over fuel expenses, do I? What truly captivated Yi Hang was the acceleration from 0 to 100. When he had taken Shin Yuyu to Linen, a Tesla S had astonishingly outpaced his Roma at a traffic light. Could he endure such a humiliation? Absolutely not. Before Yi Hang could voice his concerns, the salesperson preemptively addressed them. Are you worried about the Taikang's range, sir? Rest assured, Porsche prioritizes customer experience above all. We offer a 5-year battery warranty and a 3-year quality guarantee. Yi Hang nodded. What sets Porsche apart is its 3-year warranty. If any issues arise, they simply replace the car. If there's a problem with the engine, congratulations. You're receiving a brand new vehicle. Additionally, the Taikang boasts a 0 to 60 km/h acceleration time of seconds, and a 0 to 100 km/h time of 3.38 seconds. You need not fret about the range. The 462-kilometer estimate is conservative. If we were to follow Tesla's lead, well, we should be declaring a range of 600 kilometers to the public. Wait, what? Even the top-tier Taikang Turbo S accelerates faster than Yi Hang's Roma? I believe Mr. Yi is particularly drawn to the Taikang's acceleration. As the saying goes, driving an electric vehicle is akin to slicing through butter with a hot knife. Chapter 91. The positioning of Porsche should transcend BBA as a premier luxury brand, with rivals such as Lamborghini and Ferrari. The 911 Turbo S is undeniably a top-tier sports car. Their essay saying that Porsche is the king of sports cars, yet this remains a topic for debate, as it must contend with the 2 emperors and 1 empress, Ferrari and Lamborghini being the emperors, and Maserati the empress. Allow me to introduce this remarkable vehicle. The Taikang features adaptive cruise control, heated seats, ventilation, massage functions, and adaptive sports front seating. The front wheels boast a 10-piston PSBC, part of an optional package, alongside a carbon fiber heated steering wheel and a heads-up display. I highly recommend opting for the Glacier Blue Matrix LED headlights, which would impart a striking visual impact to the front fascia. Yi Hang gently grasped Zhang Manxi's hand. Which one do you prefer? This is fully electric. How about the Panamera? The Qian? The Mekong? Taking advantage of the sales pitch, Zhang Manxi glanced at the price on the nameplate and gasped. 1 million. To be honest, I could accept something in the hundreds of thousands. Wang Yuming was beside herself. A man wants to buy you a car and you're considering one in the hundreds of thousands. Are you trying to kill me? The sales associate, perceptive and attentive, offered. Madam, feel free to take a seat and try it out. The Taikang on display is the base model, but it remains quite comfortable. Zhang Manxi blinked her beautiful eyes, asking, Darling, what does base model mean? Yi Hang chuckled. It means the stripped-down version, the minimum configuration. Other features would require additional options. He led Zhang Manxi into the car for a test drive, teasing Wang Yuming, why not try the passenger seat? You'll have more chances to sit there than I will. Citrus essence? Wang Yuming shot Yi Hang a glare. This lemon is mine. Section 70. The two ladies sat in the car, with Zhang Manxi's hands resting on the dashboard, an air of affluence enveloping them. The male sales associate maintained a respectful distance while elaborating on the features. Yi Hang wandered aimlessly through the showroom, contemplating who should receive the Roma he intended to exchange. Perhaps his father? Comrade Yi Daipio was quite enamored with his Toyota Land Cruiser, and the aging, neglected Highlander at home truly stood the test of time, like a family heirloom. Alas, the unbreakable Toyota and the irreparable Volkswagen reminded him of the harsh realities. Should he sell it to Chen Shihao? That would be less practical than buying his mother a car for errands. The thought of an elderly woman driving a Roma to the market was somewhat audacious. The Shanghai Summer Auto Show was just around the corner, and Yi Hang planned to make a leisurely visit. Madam, would you like to try the Panamera? Yi Hang turned to see Zhang Manxi sprinting down from the car, her eyes sparkling. Hee, I like it. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Of course. I got my license right after graduating high school, but I haven't driven since. That's not a problem. Driving is a skill you acquire through experience. Even seasoned drivers sometimes can't tell whether black silk or white silk is better. Wait, what are you saying? Wang Yuming leaned in to observe the Panamera. Manxi, come quick. This Panamera has a starlit ceiling. Yi Hang was equally surprised. Isn't the starlit ceiling exclusive to high-end models? Madam, this Panamera was ordered by a customer who paid a deposit, but due to a disrupted financial situation, they must part with it. It is currently awaiting a new owner in the showroom. Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. An opportunity had arisen. The base model of the Taikang, with its optional configurations, would require patience to acquire. He summoned the sales associate. How long would it take to receive the Taikang if I were to opt for the configurations? The sales associate, brimming with enthusiasm yet tinged with regret, explained that many clients opted for second-hand vehicles simply to avoid the wait, which also contributed to Porsche's impressive resale value. Sir, for the top configuration, it is estimated to take about 6 months, as all options are assembled in Germany and then shipped directly to the country. Yi Hang sighed, recalling how he had lucked out with the Roma initially. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the patience for such a long wait. What about the Panamera? The sales associate raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. Sir, please hold on while I retrieve the configuration list for that Panamera. Soon enough, the sales associate returned, breathless. Yi Hang glanced over the options and surmised that the unfortunate owner of this vehicle was indeed a woman, likely a wealthy one. The 2020 Panamera featured Bordeaux red leather upholstery for 66,000, carbon fiber wheels for 58,000, a panoramic sunroof for 32,500, and a colored shield emblem for the wheels, totaling 18,000. The Burmester sound system was priced at 109,000, with silver exhaust tips at 9,800 and the starlit ceiling at 49,800. Other features like adaptive cruise control, heated seats, and adjustable suspension were all included. Yi Hang noted with astonishment that even a red Porsche seatbelt commanded a price of 10,000. Truly the Hermes of automobiles. Sir, what do you think? Currently, this Panamera is the most fully equipped model in the showroom, while others will require a wait. Electric vehicles, while somewhat advanced, had their uncertainties regarding mileage. The promised 492 kilometers of range was often compromised by constant air conditioning, making charging a hassle. Yi Hang discerned that Zhang Manqi was quite fond of the Panamera. What is the price for this 2.7 configuration? Is there potential? Indeed, the sales associate hurriedly responded, Mr. Yi, the base price for the 2020 Panamera high-performance version with a 2.9T engine is 1.46 million, and the total for this configuration is 973,000, bringing the grand total to. Just as the two women stepped out of the vehicle, they overheard the price and gasped in shock. Wang Yuming stumbled back. How much? The male sales associate glanced at Yi Hang, hesitating. Madam, the total including options is. Wang Yuming was left speechless. It was just a typical situation. Nothing out of the ordinary for her. Chapter 92. Bargaining is an art. Yi Hang, feeling rather indifferent, understood that the time of the wealthy is exceedingly precious. At that moment, seated in the showroom enjoying a delightful afternoon tea from Porsche, watching Zhang Manqi test drive was more than satisfactory. The propensity of ladies to purchase Porsches was noteworthy. The considerate Minhang 4S dealership had a comprehensive training program, which could be grasped in a mere 30 minutes. After all, driving is not akin to piloting an aircraft. The salesman, sitting across from Yi Hang, began, Sir, should you choose to finance, we have some complimentary offerings, such as full leather floor mats and a year of comprehensive maintenance at our 4S dealership. Yi Hang, with a wave of his hand, dismissed the suggestion. No need, I prefer to pay in full. He was acutely aware of the irritation that accompanies the ostentation of the newly wealthy. The joys of the affluent are often beyond imagination. Glancing at his watch, Yi Hang noted the time and expressed his desire to avoid any delays. Your dealership is responsible for the entire process of registration, purchase tax, and vehicle inspection. If I cannot collect the car by 5 o'clock, I shall reconsider. The salesman immediately sprang into action, his demeanor transformed. Of course, Mr. Yi, I will take care of it right away. As Yi Hang proceeded to the front desk to make the payment, he inadvertently triggered a tenfold critical hit. Beep. Regrettably, your purchase of the Porsche Panamera did not trigger a cashback reward. Exasperated, Yi Hang pondered, is it that large expenditures rarely activate cashback rewards? For purchases exceeding 1 million, the tenfold cashback probability diminishes, while upgrading the Daily Prosperity buff offers an additional chance for critical hits. Yi Hang could only sigh, currently possessing 4 buffs. Daily Prosperity buff, Level 3. Energetic Spirit buff, 99 luck, 20 charm. Focus buff, 500 intelligence, 500 memory, 500 rational thinking, 20 charm. Store points, 1200. Account balance, 137,000. Yet, to elevate the Daily Prosperity buff from Level 3 to Level 4, a staggering 100,000 experience points were required. How outrageous! If spending could upgrade buffs, Yi Hang would undoubtedly be a global player in no time. Zhang Manqi bounded over, exclaiming, Darling, I have completed my training. Where's Wang Yuming? Through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, Yi Hang noticed Wang Yuming leaning against the wall, appearing quite ill. With alarm, Yi Hang asked, Darling, what happened? Zhang Manqi, feigning innocence, replied, I didn't do anything. I just hit 120 on the track. The Minhang 4S dealership was adjacent to the third-largest test drive track in the city, a favored venue for affluent young drivers to showcase their performance vehicles. Goodness! A novice female driver reached 120. Wang Yuming looked ready to pass out. Yi Hang inhaled sharply, realizing he would have to be cautious when riding with Zhang Manqi. She was a road hazard waiting to happen. The salesman hurried over. Mr. Yi, please fill in the name of the vehicle owner on the registration. Zhang Manqi. Understood. Zhang Manqi gazed at Yi Hang with an affectionate look, causing the male salesman beside her to feel rather awkward. Ms. Zhang, we are registering you as a Porsche member. A verification code will be sent to your phone shortly. The registration was completed swiftly, and soon a message from Porsche appeared. Dear Ms. Zhang Manqi, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. You are entitled to after-sales services for all Porsche models, as well as a birthday card each year from our staff at Minhang Porsche 4S dealership, wishing you a joyful journey ahead. Unlike the message from Ferrari, this one emanated from the dealership. Regardless, the money had been spent, and the notion of prestige was easily attained. Before long, Wang Yuming returned, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for air. Manchi, I deeply suspect that your driving license was obtained from a karting game. The older lady wished to live a few more years. Wang Yuming took a sip of water, looking puzzled. Yihang, did you already pay? Yihang, pulling his gaze from the group chat, responded, yes. Wait, why didn't you bargain? Indeed, shopping and haggling appeared to be innate skills for women. The efficiency at the Porsche 4S dealership was commendable. Everything had been completed in under 2 hours. As the salesman slowly drove the Panamera out of the showroom, handing over a pair of keys, Wang Yuming was utterly transformed into a lemon of envy. Yihang parked his Roma alongside the Panamera. Where to next? Zhang Manchi peered out. Home. Which home?
Arc de Triomphe.
Yihang chuckled. All right, you lead the way and I shall follow. It was not a matter of mistrust in Zhang Manchi. Rather, he feared she might struggle to manage this powerful vehicle. As they drove, Zhang Manchi proceeded at a leisurely pace. The matte silver Panamera trailed by the Ferrari. Their snail-like speed attracted many curious gazes. Inside the car, Wang Yuming supported her head with one hand, fatigue evident in her expression. Manchi, I envy you so much. Zhang Manchi, however, remained fixated on the road, hesitant to accelerate. What if we ask Yihang to support both of us? Wang Yuming, initially weary, turned her head in shock, her eyes darting. What? What are you saying? Manchi, isn't it delightful? Zhang Manchi, maintaining her composure, declared, Yuming, we've been best friends for years. I share my matters with you, and you with me. We know each other inside out. Sisters' husbands shall not be trifled with. This is the first rule of sisterhood. What are you talking about? All right, when Zhang the wealthy lady strikes it rich, remember to take care of your little sister. I excel at massages and relaxation, aside from being a bit chatty. I hope the boss won't mind. Wang Yuming let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just now, I almost broke down. Chapter 93, South Jing Road stands as the most bustling thoroughfare in the enchanting metropolis. Often, one can witness the kaleidoscopic extravagance of the Bund showcased along this very street. It is a distinctive pedestrian avenue that amalgamates shopping, tourism, business, and cultural experiences into one vibrant locale. As one traverses through the lively district, numerous internet celebrities, backed by their teams, engage in street photography, adorned in high-end streetwear, basking under the glaring sun. 2 luxury cars, each valued at over $1 million, inch forward at a painfully slow pace, capturing the attention of onlookers. A young lady, brandishing a selfie stick, eagerly approaches Yihang, who is navigating the snail's pace of traffic. Hello, handsome. Is this the fabled one-handed Ferrari? She inquires. One-handed Ferrari? Yihang smirks, tugging at the muscles of his face and tapping the steering wheel of his Roma. Would you like to experience it? Through his contact lenses, Yihang perceives that the young influencer possesses at most a score of 78 in terms of looks, yet her affinity for him reaches an impressive 80. Indeed, the power of wealth is undeniable. The girl, sporting a backpack, nods enthusiastically. Absolutely. 3,000 yuan a day. If rented for a week, there's a 10 discount. For 2 weeks, it's 20 off. Speaking of which, I must return the car now. Instantly, laughter erupts in her live stream. What a comedian. 3,000 a day? Hurry and return it. Staying another minute counts as 2 days. Do the viewers genuinely believe it's a rental? Can a rental car be damaged? Do they not possess any discernment? This guy might actually be the owner. Such a thing cannot be fabricated. The young lady, amused, persists with her questions. What do you do, handsome, to afford a Ferrari? Yihang shrugs. Does tourism count? I merely wish to be a slacker. That's quite accurate. It indeed is tourism. She muses, undeterred, and approaches the slowly advancing cabin of a Panamera. Zhang Manchi, donning sunglasses, lowers half of her window, revealing a side profile that could easily score a 95, nearly suffocating the young influencer's live stream with admiration. Wow, she is truly stunning, comparable to that guy behind her. Her skin is exquisite. No, her figure is astounding. Ugh, what a gorgeous car. Co-driver. And there's a long leg in the passenger seat. I'm done trying. As the number of viewers skyrockets, the young influencer poses a similar question. Miss, what do you do to afford such luxury cars? Care to share? Zhang Manshi, hands resting on the steering wheel, pauses momentarily. Does being a mistress count? A professional mistress? Instantly, the live chat explodes with laughter. I'm dying. If you're a mistress, I'm a duck. Name a price that can make me give up. Such a beautiful mistress? You must be quite expensive. Look, she claims to be a mistress, yet no one believes her. What has society come to? Beside her, Wang Yumei lies back in exasperation. People usually dread others knowing their mistresses, yet you're eager to announce it. The young influencer exclaims in surprise. Then, Miss, what's your monthly allowance? Zhang Manshi contemplates, resembling a scene from a romantic tale. 100,000? Sometimes 200,000? When my benefactor is in a good mood, he might give me 500,000. I spend whatever he gives. The young influencer is taken aback. Is there truly such an honest sister? I don't believe it. The man who supports you must be quite elderly, right? That's accurate. Such men tend to be rather greasy. Zhang Manshi smiles alluringly. Him? Not even 20. Wang Yumei, unable to contain herself, leans in. The man supporting her is right behind. Go interview him. The young influencer gasps. The live stream erupts in laughter. Haha. The silly host has been tricked. That's her boyfriend. Fool. Such envious dogs. They see a beautiful lady and immediately assume she is being supported. Silly host. You're done for. Her boyfriend might just kill you. But Zhang Manshi truly is being supported. After the young influencer departs, Zhang Manshi grows bolder, and the trio enjoys refreshments at Starbucks before returning to the Arc de Triomphe. They also make a stop at Carrefour, returning home laden with bags. Wang Yumei flops onto the couch, striking a dramatic pose. I'm so tired. You two have no humanity whatsoever. I've been fed dog food all day. She buries her head in the couch, pretending to be a slacker. Did you enjoy your meal? Zhang Manshi assists Yi Hang in changing his shoes, beaming. This is the pinnacle of life. What a dreadful woman. You're so annoying. I'm not going anywhere today. I'll camp on the ground floor and watch this pair of dog lovers commit sins. Wang Yumei twists her body, pointing at her own head, watching the couple intently. Yi Hang, indifferent, pulls Zhang Manshi up with one hand, and the two proceed to indulge in a carefree moment, disregarding Wang Yumei as if she were invisible. Wang Yumei hastily covers her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm a waste of space. As they part, Zhang Manshi, her eyes misty, gazes at Yi Hang. I'm unsure how to express my gratitude. I can only offer myself. With arms wrapped around Yi Hang's shoulders, she nearly melds into him. Wang Yumei, hidden behind the couch, feels utterly disgusted. Must you behave like this in broad daylight? Under the watchful eyes of the world? Do I really have to express my disdain with my gaze? How pitiful. Unable to attain, must I report them? Today, I endured Zhang Manshi's car ride and choked on dog food. How tragic. All right, I'll give you tonight. I need to tidy up with Yumei. Zhang Manshi rises from Yi Hang's side, pulling Wang Yumei towards the room. Hey. What are you doing? Didn't you say you weren't leaving today? We're just preparing the room for you. So, am I Wang Yumei leaving or not? Not leaving. I'm determined to endure this pair of dog lovers. Humph. Chapter 94. The two women whispered in the master bedroom on the first floor. A day filled with experiences left Zhang Manshi feeling as if everything was unreal, akin to a dream. Sensing her friend's unusual mood, Wang Yumeng grasped Zhang Manshi's hand. Darling, what's wrong? Yumeng, have you ever had such an experience? Wang Yumeng rolled her eyes. Sister, are you trying to be modest? The little flight attendant is tired of hearing the word envy. Zhang Manshi sank into a beanbag, covering her face. Last month, I was still fretting over my father's medical expenses, and this month, I have a car and a house. Suddenly, I feel a bit lost, as if my life has lost its direction. This feeling was foreign to Wang Yumeng. She was a vibrant spirit. Come on, Manshi, look at you now. You're making me green with envy. The skincare you use is La Mer, your makeup is Sisley, and your clothes are haute couture from Versace. Once upon a time, you wore Jimmy Choo heels which you barely donned once a month. And now, Manolo's heels worth 20,000 a pair, and you wear them out in a month. So sour. Zhang Manshi pursed her red lips. Yi Hang prefers a natural look, You can take the makeup away. I won't need it anymore. Listen. Sister, your mind is consumed by him. What happened to the strong, independent woman you used to be? Wang Yuming was captivated by Zhang Manxi's resilience. In a sense, they were kindred spirits, though women are often the best at deceiving themselves. You, from now on, just focus on being beautiful. I believe what you said before is absolutely right. Attend every class. Beauty, yoga, fitness. Make Yihang see you in a new light. What's wrong with being a pretty face? Beauty is an asset. Zhang Manxi let out a laugh through her tears. Good sister. Let us earn money together. Hey, how about I persuade Yihang to take you on too? Wang Yuming was instantly alarmed. You're talking nonsense again. Zhang Manxi replied earnestly, I'm not joking. I can barely handle him alone. My hips hurt. Damn my hips. Meanwhile, Yihang had just showered and retrieved a can of sugar-free cola from the refrigerator. Checking the system. 5-star City of Wealth Side Quest Overview 1. Check-in at Songjiang University Town. Rating S. 2. Experience 3 Michelin restaurants. Progress 66. 3. BBC Cuisine Scallion Pancakes. You tasted the flavor of your childhood. Rating SS. 4. Visit famous landmarks. Oriental Pearl Tower, Disneyland, Polygrand Theater, Sinan Mansions, Tianzifang, Jing'an Temple, Old City God Temple. Progress 0. 5. Enjoy Disneyland. Note. Requires at least 2 female companions. Progress 0. 6. Taste authentic local cuisine. Note. Must be from a century-old establishment. Progress 0. 7. Savor the 8 treasures of the mountains and the 8 treasures of the sea. Special ingredients. Cloud sliced deer antler, golden silk ginger, 9-eyed yellow moss, 100-slice beetle nut, silkworm chrysanthemum peel. Progress 22. 8. Have a woman wear a qipao from the old Shanghai Rue Fuxiang. Progress 0. 9. Experience the Peace Hotel in Shanghai. Spending 200,000. Progress 0. 10. Establish a company in Shanghai with assets of 10 million and achieve profitability. Progress 0. He had only completed tasks 1 and 3, with a long way to go. Yihang was gradually realizing the importance of points. But what could 700 points even do? The store offered 3 tiers of lottery draws. 1,000 points for 1 draw, 10,000 for another, and 50,000 for the last. The 50,000 tier was basically a buff level. Wait a moment. With a spirited buff granting 90 luck points. How could he forget about luck? Money had become less significant to Yihang. Skills and items were what truly excited him. System, lottery. Does the host wish to consume 1,000 points for a lottery draw? Yes. Instantly, a roulette for unfortunate outcomes appeared. Yihang glanced and saw the rewards were quite dismal. Nicholas Zhao sees fart in a can. Gua's stinky sock. Burnt pancakes baby bottle from childhood. 3 black lines appeared on Yihang's forehead. Come on. Don't let my low points lead to such absurd outcomes. Though there were indeed some good items. Body Attribute Enhancement Potion. 8-pack Muscle Shaping Capsule. Enhance any skill to a master level. Alright. Let us get started. As the pointer began to spin, Yihang rubbed his hands together. 1,000 points were still valuable. Once he had money, he would definitely draw 2 from the 50,000 tier. As the pointer neared the burnt pancakes baby bottle, he thought, this can't be happening. Even with 90 luck points, he felt doubtful. Ding! The host has obtained the Body Attribute Enhancement Potion few. As long as it's not the burnt pancakes bottle. The Body Attribute Enhancement Potion significantly increases the host's personal attributes. Strength, constitution, agility, explosive power, and basic bodily functions. Yihang had no objections. As long as it didn't cost him money, anything was acceptable. Use the potion. As the potion flowed like a warm current down his throat, Yihang felt a burning sensation in his abdomen and side, as if worms were crawling. Wow! How fascinating! Yihang removed his short t-shirt to examine himself. 8-pack abs, shark muscles, a chiseled waist. Although Yihang regularly exercised, he had never achieved such a perfect body fat percentage. At that moment, Zhang Manxi emerged from the master bedroom, her mouth agape. Darling, when did your body become so good? Wang Yuming followed closely behind. Wow. This girl is actually drooling. Chapter 95. Apologies. I crave. No, I thirsted. Wang Yuming wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she went to the refrigerator to fetch some water. Darling, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Yihang, having changed into a fresh outfit, descended from the upper floor and was greeted by the sight of Zhang Manqi, donning a pink leopard apron in the open kitchen. You can cook? I thought girls only knew how to make instant noodles, perhaps with an egg on top. Humph. Underestimate me, will you? I indeed couldn't tea before, but one must always strive for improvement. As she retrieved the spare ribs from the fridge to soak in water, Wang Yuming lent a hand. Manqi's culinary skills are delightful. It has been a year since I last savored her cooking. Yuming, could you tie my hair up? Zhang Manqi revealed her graceful neck. Addressing Yihang, darling, shall we have seafood porridge tonight? Let us blanch some vegetables too. Yihang had no objections. He believed one should eat what the chef prepares, remaining silent if not cooking. Ugh, such a vexing double entendre. Whatever you cook, I shall eat. It was akin to driving. The passenger's incessant chatter can be quite bothersome. Zhang Manqi pecked Yihang on the cheek and playfully shooed him away. All right, let the woman cook. The man should stay out of the kitchen. Fine then. Wang Yuming sighed in resignation. What was there left to eat? Perhaps dog food, ample and filling. Yihang reclined on the sofa. After the lottery draw, only 200 points remained in the system. His account balance stood at a little over 2 million, but he also possessed a card with a limit of 10 million, ensuring a tenfold return on a car purchase. Hence, would his next vehicle be a Ferrari? The Ferrari 488 Pista was indeed a splendid choice. Jumping straight to a Lamborghini felt excessive, not in keeping with Yihang's style. Tesla's electric vehicles came with too many drawbacks to consider. Driving a McLaren made one appear as though they were renting a vehicle, and waiting was an inconvenience. As for the Koenigsegg Poison, that was best left aside. Only 12 of those cars exist nationwide, yet countless appear in extravagant novels. Simply unrealistic. Yihang pondered that he could only rely on luck at the auto show. In the country, acquiring a ready-made supercar is not as simple as just showing up. Many prefer not to wait, hence the emergence of Chen Shihao's second-hand luxury car market. Indeed, I could ask Chen Shihao for some advice. Yihang messaged, "How? I'm considering changing cars. Any recommendations?" Chen Shihao replied almost instantly, "Yishao, has your Roma been driven for less than 2 months? And now you wish to change it? Rear-ended. It's better to replace it." Chen Shihao sent a befuddled emoji, followed by a news article. Magic Audio welcomes New Year. 3 luxury cars collided unexpectedly. 2 women competing for affection? The owner of the crashed Roma shockingly refused to exit the vehicle. Yihang felt utterly disheartened. This trivial matter had become common knowledge. Damn those marketing accounts. It wasn't me. I deny it if I did. Haha, understood. What price range are you considering, Brother Yi? Yihang contemplated within 10 million. Wow. Yishao, I bow to you. Soon, an image appeared. The backdrop was an exhibition hall filled with luxury cars. Aston Martin, various BMW models, an older 488, and a Porsche 911. Yishao, there's an auto show at the International Exhibition Center this month. Would you like me to accompany you? We have a pass for a video automotive influencer, allowing direct test drives. Yihang almost forgot. Chen Shihao had his own promotional account on a streaming platform, boasting over 10 million followers, with a third of them being young women. Agreed. See you then. I'll also keep an eye out for you. The cars at my company are likely beneath your standards, so I won't embarrass myself. Yihang smiled slightly. These wealthy second-generation heirs, all adept at understanding human nature and the significance of connections, excel in maintaining their personas. Most importantly, interacting with them feels effortless and unpretentious. Beep, 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 Dormitory Group 602. Huang Su. Yihang, Brother Yi, are you returning today? The counselor inquired about you. I made excuses for you. Sun Fong. Brother Yi. In 3 days, the school will welcome new students, and our finance department needs to prepare a performance. The whole class is counting on you. Yu Hong. Meow, meow. We're freshmen. Must we prepare a performance? Xiao Mata. Are we performing LOL? I'm incredibly skilled as Yasuo. Yi Hang almost forgot. He hadn't returned to the dormitory for 2 days. Surely the counselor wouldn't hold it against him? It seemed wise to cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Xiaotong. Preparing for future absences. Yi Hang shrugged. JPG the fierce demon reported me without permission. Jiang Fei? A collaboration between teachers and students? This is unprecedented. Xiaomata. I want to see it. Huang Su. We must have cheers from our 602 group. Brothers. Let us support Brother Yi. I'll fund a light board for him. Sun Fong. Leave the banner to me. I have a senior at the printing shop who recently fell under my 40-meter-long sword. It's time to show true skills. Wow. This group of rascals. Yi Hang grinned mischievously. Don't let me down. After the welcoming event, shall we arrange for a few skilled technicians? Instantly, the group erupted in excitement. Huang Su. Ugh, what technicians? Mainly, we're sore and wish to relax. Yu Hong. I can't take it anymore. I'm drawing the curtains. Jiang Fei. How about a foot bath? Xiaomata. What are you all talking about? I don't understand. Sun Fong. Off you go, child. Play with your Lego. Xiaomata angry. JPG, I want to go too. Yi Hang laughed until his stomach hurt. Let us arrange everything. All of it. By the time evening arrived, the meal was prepared, and the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Darling, dinner is ready. Yi Hang put away his phone and swiftly took a seat at the dining table. It smells amazing. Braised spare ribs, pepper-salted chicken wings, spicy stir-fried tofu, boiled shrimp, and a pot of seafood porridge. Forgive me, but I shall be the first to taste. Yi Hang picked up a piece of rib. Zhang Manqi gazed at him with anticipation. How is it? Is it a bit sweet? Delightful. You've clearly honed your culinary skills. Considering Yi Hang hailed from Sichuan and Chongqing, Zhang Manqi had been practicing Sichuan cuisine these past few days, though she struggled with the heat. Wow! Darling, have you taken cooking lessons? This is exquisite. No exaggeration. It truly tasted wonderful. Wang Yuming produced a bottle of sparkling wine, chuckling, flattery is in order. Chapter 96. Cheers. Cheers. Zhang Manqi was overjoyed, treating sparkling wine as if it were beer, downing it in one gulp. Oh dear, Manqi, that's not how you drink sparkling wine. You'll get drunk too easily. Wang Yuming, distracted, noticed too late that Zhang Manqi had finished an entire tall glass on an empty stomach. Instantly, 2 rosy blushes appeared on her cheeks. It was intentional. Today was a day of celebration. Wang Yuming gazed at the pink ace of spades, which cost 300 a bottle, a luxury she seldom indulged in. To her surprise, after just a few sips, Wang Yuming seemed to be feeling a bit tipsy. Sister, your alcohol tolerance is quite poor. Moreover, Yi Hang observed that when she got drunk, she became excessively talkative. Wang Yuming clutched Zhang Manqi's hand, her eyes hazy with inebriation. Manqi, you are my best sister. You've changed. I hardly recognize you anymore. But I'm genuinely happy for you. If one day Yi Hang treats you poorly, you tell me. Sisters may lack other talents. However, when it comes to cursing, no one online can rival me. Hee hee. Goodness. Yi Hang was seated across from a keyboard warrior. After saying this, she downed the remaining sparkling wine in her glass and, with a thud, laid her head down on the table, falling asleep. Yi Hang was utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Manqi, with her long legs, gently caressed Yi Hang's ankle beneath the table, helplessly stating Yuming has a very low alcohol tolerance. Yi Hang, with a piece of spare rib in hand, could easily see how quickly the two of them had been drinking. How poor is it? 1 cup of beer? Maybe half a cup. Goodness. Both inexperienced and fond of drinking. Yi Hang chuckled. Wang Yuming must be trading her looks for her alcohol tolerance. I've never seen anyone who drinks so poorly. Zhang Manqi adjusted Wang Yuming's hand carefully. Dear, shall we carry her back to the room? She can't sleep like this. Yi Hang reminded, you should eat something first. You both drank so quickly without any food in your stomach. Zhang Manqi turned around, resting her long legs on Yi Hang's lap. I'm not hungry. I usually don't eat much at night. Recently, during rehearsals, Our teacher requires us to keep our weight under 100. Otherwise, it affects our performance on stage. Zhang Manqi's figure was simply stunning. Yi Hang often wondered if such a slender waist truly existed in the world, until he realized Zhang Manqi's exaggerated curves were a real-life beauty filter. He suggested letting her rest her head on the table for a while, and once she was sound asleep, they could carry her to her room. Zhang Manqi tilted her head to the side, watching Yi Hang eat, and suddenly blurted, "Are we playing games tonight?" Yi Hang looked up from his meal, cops and robbers. "I'm tired of that." Goodness, this girl was playing with fire. Zhang Manqi's cheeks flushed. "What about Electric Mouse? I've only played that once." "All right then. Shall we begin?" Yi Hang, taken aback, asked. "Now? Who knows if Wang Yuming has fallen asleep yet?" Before Yi Hang could say more, Zhang Manqi flashed a mischievous smile, glanced at Wang Yuming, and crawled under the table. This was the essence of earthly pleasures? Before Yi Hang could react, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. It was from Li Qingcheng, playing chicken. Yi Hang hurriedly lowered his head and gestured for Zhang Manqi to be quiet, answering the call. "Hello? Li Mo. Teacher Li. Damn. Your counselor said you haven't returned to your dormitory for 2 days. Having too much fun?" The authoritative voice of Li Qingcheng echoed from the other end, and Zhang Manqi raised her head in surprise. That voice was so familiar. It dawned on her. It was the woman pursuing Yi Hang. With this realization, Yi Hang widened his eyes, forcing himself to remain calm. No. The school doesn't stipulate that we must return to the dormitory at night, right?" On the other end, Li Qingcheng frowned. "What's that noise?" "Cough, cough. I'm just eating." Yi Hang interrupted Zhang Manqi's antics. "The school gala is in 3 days. Can you dance the standard couple dance? Don't embarrass yourself in front of the entire school." Yi Hang rubbed his forehead, feeling blood rush to his head. "I won't go back on my word." "Haven't you noticed? The talented little puppy. Do you have a suit?" "A suit? I don't have one, nor have I had the chance to wear one." "Well, I suppose you don't have one either. Tomorrow I'll go to Chanson's to have one custom-made for you." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Saying thank you doesn't seem excessive, considering a high-end suit costs at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Zhang Manqi raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi Hang, and mouthed, "Li Qingcheng?" Yi Hang could only nod in response. "All right, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm hanging up." Click. Yi Hang suddenly pulled Zhang Manqi up, transforming into a villain. "If I don't make you meow today, I won't share your surname." Desiring to engage. The Shuxiang elegant courtyard. The new European-style decor gave the room considerable charm. After hanging up, Li Qingcheng tilted her head, her instincts telling her that something was off with Yi Hang. She sent a voice message to Wang Manny. "I feel like something's off with Yi Hang, but I can't quite pinpoint it." Shin Manny replied immediately, "Sister, trust your intuition. If you feel something's wrong, that dog of a man must be up to no good." Just as Li Qingcheng was about to reply, she slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot to ask for his measurements. How can I order a suit?" At that moment, Li Qingcheng's mother emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of washed fruit. "Curious? Who are you ordering a suit for?" Li Qingcheng popped a grape into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Nothing." Li mother adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her scholarly demeanor mirroring that of her daughter. Sitting beside Li Qingcheng, she asked, "Did you add that young man I recommended to you? How's it going?" Li mother seldom visited, as the children needed their own space. "I added him." Li mother said sternly, "Look at me. You've used that excuse 100 times, if not 99. Li Qingcheng rolled her eyes and replied, "This time I really did add him. I truly did." Chapter 97. Do you honestly have a man outside? Li Qingcheng exhaled deeply. "Well, Mom, I'm heading to bed now. Please remember to close the door when you leave." With that, she slipped on her slippers and made a hasty exit. "Stop right there." A slightly embarrassed Li Qingcheng turned around, exasperated. "What is it, Mother?" "Sit down." Li Qingcheng complied, taking a seat obediently. "Answer my question. After all, I was once an esteemed professor. Your mother's command carries weight." Involuntarily, Li Qingcheng bowed slightly. "I don't have anyone. I suspect you might have someone. Do you understand? When I was your age, I was already dating. My dear daughter, do you perhaps have a medical condition? Li Qingcheng declared earnestly. I swear, I am perfectly fine. Then why don't you bring a man home? You're not getting any younger. You're almost 29, approaching 30. Women begin to decline after 30. Unlike men, who flourish at that age, women over 30 often find themselves overlooked. Are you not afraid of becoming undesirable? Li's mother spoke with heartfelt concern, clearly distressed. Li Qingcheng tossed her hair back. Mom, you underestimate me. It's not about finding a frog with 2 legs. There are plenty of men with 3 legs out there. Li's mother clapped her hands. Where are these men? You speak so grandly. Yet where are they? Invincible? You may not care about yourself, but you must consider us. Li Qingcheng. I am hereby formally issuing you an ultimatum. Within a month, bring your boyfriend home for dinner. Li Qingcheng was taken aback. Wait, Mom. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? I'm still young. Li's mother began gathering her belongings, casting a glance at Li Qingcheng. Is it embarrassing to say such things? Don't come crying to me when you're past childbearing age and still single. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Li's mother turned, her gaze suspicious, making Li Qingcheng uncomfortable. Qingcheng, you aren't a lesbian, are you? Don't think I'm unaware of the thoughts running through your generation's minds. This nonsense about various orientations. I must seriously warn you, your father and I are traditional educators. You'd better dismiss such notions quickly. Sigh. Li Qingcheng sensed that she could not escape this conversation. Even if she found someone now, it would be too late. It's not feasible to just grab a man off the street. Li's mother lifted her chin, declaring, if you don't bring someone home, don't bother returning. I might just consider having another child with your father. Bang. The door slammed shut. Li Qingcheng picked up her phone and texted Shin Manny. Mom has issued an ultimatum. Shin Manny. Surprised. JPG. What did your mom say? Li Qingcheng. I have to bring a boyfriend home within a month, or they consider having another child. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shin Manny burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I see your current status is doomed. Sigh. The elegant lady sighed. Should I find Yihang to stand in? The next morning, Yihang woke up early for his class. He had spent half the night playing a new game with Zhang Manqi, but with the energy boost, he felt invigorated after just 2 hours of sleep. He noticed Wang Yuma already dressed in her flight attendant uniform, though her dark circles were impossible to conceal, resembling a panda. As he washed up, he lectured, young people should avoid staying up late. You'll regret it when you're older. Wang Yuma retorted, does your conscience not ache when you say that? I lost count of how many times you woke me up last night. It's not easy for me. Fuming like a goldfish, she grumbled. Today she had a flight to catch, lamenting her fate. Yihang ignored her and sat down across from Wang Yuma for breakfast. Surprisingly, she was an adept cook, and her fried eggs were well executed, albeit overly sweet with mayonnaise. Is Manqi still asleep? Let her be. She was exhausted last night. By the way, are you going to the car exhibition at the International Expo Center? Wang Yuma took a sip of milk and bit into her bread. Of course. Each stand earns $800. I can't compare to you rich second-generation kids. A girl needs to earn. Are you aiming for a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? There are distinctions even among car models. Yihang teased, knowing that with Wang Yuma's looks, a Toyota would hardly match her status. Realizing his jest, Wang Yuma shot back. Well, I'm a Ferrari. How about that? Buy a car and get a model included. Wow. Bringing such a lively character home would be quite amusing. You truly know how to elevate your own status. Saying this, Yihang stood up, grabbing his keys. I'm full now, I have class. Until we meet again. Wang Yuma waved her tiny fists behind him. I'll get you for this. Today, upon descending the stairs, he didn't T-spot the elderly man playing chess. He hopped into his Ferrari and sped off to school. That morning, he had a math class with Professor Qi Jingchun, an elective that wasn't crucial to attend. His roommates in room 602 were likely still lost in dreams, and disrupting their slumber was not Yihang's style. He headed straight to the classroom, where he found several classmates already present. To his surprise, the last time's White Lotus girl was now seated at his desk. Well then, if you're in my seat, I'll sit beside you. Hi. Beautiful. Such a clutch pickup line, he thought. Facepalm. JPG. Yet, the girl seemed oblivious until Yi Hang waved his hand in front of her eyes. Beautiful? Only then did the girl remove her headphones and point at herself, puzzled. Huh? What's going on? Yi Hang shrugged. Are you mute? The girl, blushing, picked up a water-based pen and began to write elegantly. Sorry, I cannot speak. Oh! Yi Hang widened his eyes in realization. How unfortunate! At that moment, Yi Hang felt a sense of loss, realizing that the world is rife with misfortunes. Unsure of what to say, he resorted to writing. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were mute. The girl smiled, revealing 2 adorable dimples, her expression brightening. It's all right. Yi Hang found it curious. Typically, those who cannot speak are congenitally deaf. Why could she hear? He shared his curiosity with her, and she laughed, removing her left hearing aid. Yi Hang's eyes widened in understanding, realizing it was not a case of hopelessness. With renewed hope, he donned his contact lenses, and the girl's beauty still left him astounded. Chapter 98. The Advanced Mathematics of Magical Wealth draws upon the 6th edition of Tongji University's curriculum. Accounting A and Finance B differ in versions, yet the new educational reform demonstrates remarkable efficacy through tailored instruction. Li Hang eagerly delves into the Advanced Mathematics, Volume 1, 7th edition. As he activates his focus buff, an overwhelming sense of concentration envelopes him, and everything around him seems to slow down. It is akin to the exhilarating sensation experienced in an RPG game, layer upon layer of thrill unfolding. During high school, Li Hang found himself most troubled by the subject of Chinese. However, his foundation in mathematics was solid, and concepts like square roots came easily to him. Honestly, mathematics is a boon for the indolent. Many prefer the arduous path of rote memorization over the challenges of critical thinking. Li Hang struggles to comprehend such a mindset. After all, friends may betray you, and women may depart, but mathematics remains unwavering. A mathematical truth is immutable, indeed. As time passed, the 2-hour lecture swiftly came to a conclusion. Remarkably, Li Hang had managed to finish advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and probability theory. When he finally glanced up, Li Qingcheng was already seated beside him. Wow, why didn't you say anything? He exclaimed. Li Qingcheng shot him a glance. Didn't you see me greet you? Did you greet me? The efficacy of the focus buff was truly astounding. Li Hang was utterly oblivious to the end of class. Is there something you need, stepmother? He quipped. Li Qingcheng's taste remained impeccable, donning high heels paired with tailored trousers that accentuated her slender, straight legs, and a fitted V-neck top that exuded professionalism. Though the allure of her décolletage was undeniably deep, this woman possessed all the right qualities. Yet her steely demeanor was a bit overwhelming. Li Hang gathered his textbooks and placed them into his backpack as the two exited the classroom together. I've arranged to meet Master Chun from Shansans. He just returned from Japan yesterday and is available at noon. Time is tight, and the task is considerable. Li Qingcheng tossed him the car keys to a Bentley. Forget your Ferrari. It's a strain on your back, she teased. The pair climbed into the car, heading straight for number 5 Maoming South Road. Shansans, a venerable establishment in the magical city, specializes in bespoke suits with nearly 70 years of history. It has even been featured in the Apple Daily and lauded by Forbes as the finest tailor in Asia over the past 4 decades. Passed down from the elder Chun to his second-generation heir, Chun Jianing, it is now in its 18th year. The Gentleman's Gazette has bestowed high praise upon Chun Jianing for his exquisite blend of elegance, vintage charm, and modern flair. After graduating from the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, he declined collaborations with renowned designers like Yoji Yamamoto and Rei Kawakubo, resolutely returning home to revive Shansans, transforming it into a bespoke suit brand that rivals high luxury while surpassing it. Those studying fashion design cannot overlook Antwerp. Moreover, Shansans has essentially dominated the suit customization market for A-list celebrities in the domestic entertainment industry. Notably, all the suits worn by Jason Statham's character in Fast 7 were designed by Chun Jianing. Upon arriving at Shansans, Li Hang parked the car. We're here, he announced. Li Qingcheng removed her sunglasses and naturally linked her arm with his as they entered. A melodic chime echoed in Li Hang's ears. Ding! You have discovered the premier bespoke suit shop in the magical city. As a man's armor, This is a journey that the host must experience. SS Side Quest. Customize a suit that belongs to you. Side Quest Reward. Title of Shelby S. Thug. Quest Weight 2. Upon entering, the scent of Darjeeling tea enveloped him, and he noticed summer-clad ladies in Central European dresses. Leaf Hang couldn't he help but wonder, "Isn't it hot for you?" A charming secretary emerged from the reception area. "Ms. Lee, you've finally arrived. Mr. Chun has been eagerly awaiting you. He has a flight to Kowloon this evening and heard that a wealthy matron has specifically requested his personal measurements."
Li King assumet her autoritative demeanor.
A beaming smile on her face. "I heard Master Bao is here. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" Chun Jianing is the proprietor, while Master Bao is the country's leading bespoke suit master and a treasured asset of Shanshan's, having designed for luminaries such as Zhang Yimou, Yao Ming, and Wang Lei. The secretary giggled behind her hand. "Dissatisfied? Very much so." She then opened the door to the meeting room. "Ms. Lee, I shall take my leave." "Very well." Inside the room, a middle-aged man adorned with vintage gold-rimmed glasses, slicked back hair, and an air of refined nonchalance was magnifying a button under a loupe. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up at the radiant Li Qingcheng and extended his arms for an embrace. "Ms. Li, it's a pleasure to see you." Li Qingcheng, however, showed no regard for pleasantries, firmly pushing Chun Jianing aside. The Hong Kong native looked somewhat surprised, casting a bemused glance at Leaf Hang as he chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize for my rudeness." Li Qingcheng cut to the chase. "Mr. Chun, we are hosting a welcome event for our school and would like you to create a suit for us." Chun Jianing, pipe in mouth, shook his head with a smile. "Only you, Li Qingcheng, would dare to be so forthright. So, is this the gentleman you mentioned? Your lover? Husband? Boyfriend?" Li Qingcheng replied with a grin. "All of the above." A cough nearly choked Chun Jianing. Li Qingcheng, with her assertive nature, even when prepared for it, still found herself taken aback. "Hello, I'm Leaf Hang." Chun Jianing. Without further ado, Chun Jianing instructed, "Please remove your shirt." Leaf Hang complied, lifting his arms. Instantly, his well-defined physique was exposed to the air, not exaggeratedly muscular like a bodybuilder, but rather a healthy and athletic form. Chun Jianing was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Wow, perfect. A flawless body." For a tailor, nothing is more delightful than a client with such an impeccable physique, showcasing the tailor's artistry to its fullest. "Incredible. You are practically a natural model." Beside him, Li Qingcheng was equally taken aback, her heart racing with excitement. Stealthily, she messaged Shinmani, "Wow. Leaf Hang's physique is absolutely stunning. I'm truly envious." Salivating, Shinmani replied, "No pictures. No proof?" Chapter 99. Secretly activating the camera on his phone. Click. Li Qingcheng, image. JPG. "Shinmani? Is this it? Just this? I'm sorry. Let me wipe my drool." Chun Jianing was oblivious to Li Qingcheng's photography. His entire focus was captivated by Yi Hang's perfect muscular contours, akin to admiring a masterpiece. "To be honest, when Qingcheng asked me yesterday to customize a suit for you, I declined. 3 days is far too rushed. It is an impossible task. Custom suits typically require a month, necessitating 4 visits. The first, to select the fabric and style and take measurements. The second, to try on the fit and size. The third, to assess the drape and comfort. The fourth, to collect the finished garment. If in a hurry, one might obtain it in 3 weeks, provided they are willing to pay. However, only I, Chun Jianing, can accomplish this specifically at Shanshan's. It is my honor to design your attire." Chun Jianing clapped his hands. "Shall we begin?" Li Qingcheng crossed her arms. Assisting. Section 76. Chun Jianing called for his assistant. "Amy, come in." The moment the assistant opened the door, she gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh my! Such a perfect physique!" Chun Jianing cleared his workspace, biting the end of his pencil, measuring his data. Neck circumference, shoulder width, garment length, sleeve length, chest measurement, waist, pant length, waistline. A vintage garment rack was wheeled out. The assistant reported the measurements, and Chun Jianing took notes. "Wait, Qingcheng, for the welcome gala. Do we really need to go this formal?" Li Qingcheng withdrew her gaze from Yihang. I believe he requires formal attire. Understood. Chun Jianing presented a dazzling array of fabric, noting that traditional suits only exist in British, American, and Italian styles. Given your physique, I suggest an Eton collar, and your proportions are impeccable. The British style is the finest choice. This must be paired with fabric from Piacenza. With a flourish, Chun Jianing revealed a striking black fabric, exuding sophistication at first glance, and upon closer inspection, revealing a hidden rebellious essence. Stable, dynamic, three-dimensional, your aura is more radiant. Yet I believe the suit should evoke your masculine ferocity. A suit, when worn well, signifies a gentleman. When worn poorly, it denotes a rogue. The measurements were finalized. The assistant hastily handed them to Chun Jianing, who, after decades of crafting suits, could immediately discern their perfection. The golden ratio. This proportion eclipses many young stars in the entertainment industry. He swiftly sketched a draft on the blueprint. Anyone who dares claim that China lacks tailored suits shall be silenced by this ensemble. It is indeed a bit awkward. Authentic suits belong solely to Europe, represented by British, American, and Italian versions. As for Korean and Japanese styles, they hardly qualify as suits. They might as well be termed as trendy attire. Haute couture is a skilled craft. The quality of a suit maker is judged by their measurements. In a sense, the cost of a high-end suit, often in the hundreds of thousands, primarily goes towards measurement data. Then comes the pairing. Shirts, ties, outerwear, trousers. If one were to elaborate, it could take 3 days and nights without conclusion. Once the outerwear was confirmed, it was time for the shirt. Chun Jianing hurriedly beckoned. Follow me. Yihang stood still, hesitant to breathe. Li Qingcheng chuckled, pulling him along. He just like this. When he encounters something he loves, he becomes rather frantic. There's also a wardrobe in the back. A row of shirts, British, Italian, American, traditional, formal. Try on Huang Xiaoming's. This is what they have here. Give it a go, so I can gauge my choices. Chun Jianing retrieved a black shirt. Yihang tried it on, but Chun Jianing shook his head. No, your physique surpasses his by far. The right-angled shoulders reveal that his shoulders are not as broad as yours. Try this one, from Hugu. Yihang exclaimed. Impressive. He tried it on. Still not quite right. TSK. In comparison, his elongated collar simply does not suit you. You need something more grand. Chun Jianing's hand glided over the shirts, selecting a more fitted option with a larger collar. This one. From Peng Yuyan. Goodness. When Yihang donned it, it was the only one he found comfortable. To the others, Yihang's aura surged. Chun Jianing snapped his fingers. This is the one. What do you think? Li Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. If Yihang previously exuded sunshine, cleanliness, akin to a summer basketball boy, now, adorned in the shirt, he transformed into a domineering CEO. Your physiques are quite similar, yet your facial structure is more defined. The octagonal collar simply does not suit you. Let's switch to the Eton collar and the cuffs. Chun Jianing bit his hand, retrieving another striped shirt, differing in collar and cuff design. Guess whose shirt this is? While speaking, he gestured towards Yihang. Guida's? Guida? Chun Jianing paused. Jason Statham? Spot on, it's his. Chun Jianing might not have known the rogue's domestic name, but everything unfolded as anticipated. With the shirt finalized, it was time for trousers. The assistant, quick on her feet, brought over a stool. Sit down. Surprisingly, Chun Jianing knelt on the ground. Yihang smirked. Do I need to? No need after you sit down. With a spring, Chun Jianing swung open the glass door to reveal rows of suit trousers. Your legs are long. Cropped trousers are the best choice. 8 points are too long. 6 points are just not mainstream. Young man, change into the trousers. Yihang held the trousers, hesitant. Chun Jianing urged. Change? Come on. Everyone is watching me change. Sensing Yihang's unease, Chun Jianing laughed. It's fine. Big guy. What's there to fear? They have no issue, and Yihang was less concerned. Once changed, Chun Jianing nodded. All set. Shoes. The assistant rolled in a cart filled with a variety of leather shoes. Brogues, Oxfords, Marshalls, Derbies, loafers. Chun Jianing selected a pair of Oxfords. This pair is perfect. What size do you wear? Size 44. Without needing further instruction, Amy turned to fetch the stock. Chun Jianing added from behind, "Make sure they're Ferragamo." Understood. Soon, the assistant returned with a pair of shoes, and Yi Hang slipped them on, standing tall. He donned the shirt as well. Upon Yi Hang's appearance before the trio, it was evident their gazes shifted. Clap, clap, clap. Chun Jianing applauded. Incredible. Li Qingcheng's heart raced. No woman could resist a well-fitted suit. Chapter 100. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Chun Jianing suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no. The tie. She reached out to illuminate the display cabinet behind her, revealing the ties. Choosing one for Yi Hang would likely be a perplexing endeavor. Two of the simplest color combinations. Dark and light, light and light. Clearly, both would suit him. Chun Jianing turned to Amy. Go fetch that gradient tie I brought back from Paris Fashion Week. Amy hesitated. That one. Your father's favorite, the starry sky? Chun Jianing nodded. Heavens. Amy shook her head and exhaled, bringing forth the starry blue tie. Chun Jianing helped Yi Hang put it on. Li Qingcheng watched from a distance, applauding. No wonder he's a top student from Antwerp. With the starry blue tie, Yi Hang transformed from a sun-kissed, handsome boy into a gentleman of striking elegance. All right, that's about it. After a flurry of activity, it was already afternoon. It would be sent to school in 3 days, just in time for the gala. Chun Jianing lowered her head, continuing to refine Yi Hang's suit, murmuring, I am truly looking forward to this. Li Qingcheng left the school address and departed with Yi Hang. At the checkout, Amy followed closely. Ms. Li, your total expenditure amounts to 457,900, including the coat at 230,000, the Ferragamo Oxford shoes at 6,000, and the shirt at 39,000. Li Qingcheng pulled out her purse. Why is there no charge for the tie? Amy smiled. Mr. Jianing mentioned that after his father's passing, this tie became his personal treasure, and until now, he has yet to find someone worthy of it until Yi Hang appeared. Hiss. Well then, Yi Hang preemptively extended his bank card, chuckling. There's no reason for you to pay, stepmother. Amy? Wait, stepmother? What is the nature of their relationship? Li Qingcheng was unperturbed. After all, you have the means. At the payment counter, the suit cost 450,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the SS-level hidden quest. Customizing a suit that belongs to you. Subcharacter reward. Title Shelby's Thug. Yi Hang eagerly checked it. Shelby's Thug. The host automatically wears this title upon donning the suit. Effect. Physical abilities enhanced by 500. Explosive power increased by 500. Integration of MMA, military combat techniques, jiu-jitsu, and Bajiquan. Description. The fog over London is the smoke exhaled by the Ripper Gang. Status duration. Permanent. Note 1. Please use this title with utmost caution. Hiss. Yi Hang inhaled sharply. This was truly remarkable. Nonetheless, despite living in a society governed by law, extreme situations cannot be entirely ruled out. Self-defense is indeed a necessary measure. Upon returning to school, Li Qingcheng had a meeting, while Yi Hang headed straight back to the dormitory. On his way, he fortuitously encountered Counselor Zhang Xiaotong. Yi Hang, at last, I've caught you. Do you think of the dormitory as a hotel? Coming and going as you please? Today, you must. Before Zhang Xiaotong could finish, Yi Hang cheerfully handed her a Dior bag. Counselor, I found this on the way. I'm not sure, so I thought I'd give it to you. Pa, you found this on the road? How come I couldn't find anything? One doesn't strike a smiling face, especially not a considerate junior like him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaotong wasn't genuinely intent on reprimanding Yi Hang. Cough, cough. Since it's a found item, I'll reluctantly accept it. Yi Hang chuckled. So, Counselor, does this mean? Zhang Xiaotong waved her hand, displaying impatience. Just don't go overboard. As long as your advisor doesn't come looking for you, I'll let this slide. Who could possibly be at odds with a charming junior? Back in the dormitory, the room was engulfed in a gaming frenzy. Yi Hang, you're back. Hurry, hurry. Tell Huang Su to scram. We need a top laner. Huang Su, looking exasperated. Come on. I'm not that bad. Yihang waved his hand. You all carry on. I need to video call my girlfriend. Have you eaten? Sun Fong, gripping a hand gripper. We've eaten. Yigu. There's instant noodles in the dormitory. Want a bowl? Never mind, I'll order takeout. Yihang ordered a portion of braised chicken, an additional serving of pan-fried dumplings, and a portion of pork ribs with rice cakes. He then sent a playful emoji to Shen Youyu. A mischievous rabbit knocking on your door. JPG. This was their little secret code. Shen Youyu had been particularly busy these past few days. Each time she replied, she was either reciting ancient poetry or preparing a project. Yihang couldn't fathom how they found themselves so leisurely. The last message lingered, where he had asked Shen Youyu if she would return home for the holiday. Soon, a reply from her came. A moment of understanding. I just finished up and was about to call you. Upon hearing this, Yihang swiftly sent a video call invitation. Once connected, the screen displayed a small face adorned with a sky-high bun, smeared with a pitch-black face mask. What on earth? Who are you? Hand over my girlfriend at once. Yihang pretended to shield his eyes, peeking through his fingers. Shen Youyu scrunched her delicate nose, tapping the screen. Your girlfriend has been kidnapped. To rescue her, you must pay a ransom of 50 million. Cash only. The playful banter made him chuckle. Laughter erupted from other girls in the video, chattering away. Youyu, you're underselling it. Make it 100 million. No way, let us be bolder, 50 billion. Yihang's eyes widened, the background revealing the dormitory's upper bunk and desk, with a bowl of leftover hot and sour noodles on the table. This shouldn't be the case? The legendary girls' dormitory was excessively tidy. Is there a restricted level benefit? Let me see. Feigning anger, Shen Youyu suddenly shifted the camera towards others. Yihang suggested that he wanted to see them change into their nay. Hiss. This girl certainly knows how to tease her boyfriend. Chapter 101. As Yihang was about to press play on the video, he was greeted by the sound of playful shrieks from the other end. Shen Youyu would never truly allow Yihang to witness it. The camera was shaking so much that even his mother would recognize him. It was a shame that Yihang had stolen a few glances. Yet, he still underestimated the youthful exuberance of the girls. You let him come. I'll prepare a few slaps for him. If he can't spot the needle in the haystack, I'll look down on this lecherous dog. She giggled. This must be a typical girl from northeast China. Then a sultry voice chimed in, come on, come on. I just applied lotion on my fair, supple thighs. It's too much to bear. The camera then switched to Xiao Yuer, whose smile was so bright that her facial mask seemed to crack. Who looks better, me or my roommate? Hearing the girl's laughter from the other side, Yihang shrank his neck in embarrassment. Oh, Xiao Yuer, don't let me catch you. You're done for, and no one can save you, mark my words. Shen Youyu whimpered, playfully gesturing to the camera as if pulling a cupping treatment. Mua. Sleep well, little dog. See you later. Choosing a good wife is wise. If she is not good, one must manage to get by. After hanging up the video, Yihang found himself still enchanted by the melodious laughter of the girls. Playful, innocent, and enticing. Huang Su, with a toothbrush in his mouth, peeked out. Brother Yi, are there girls? Yihang, adopting a mature demeanor, patted Huang Su on the shoulder. Young man, practice your sword drawing skills, understand? Otherwise you'll end up like me being teased. With a swish, he went back to his tasks. Was it about drawing a sword or wielding a gun? Which gun? Late at night, the understanding Zhang Manshi sent him a new outfit picture, making Yihang lose all desire for sleep. Indeed, it was captivating. He could only focus on this and not be distracted by anything else. Yawning, Sun Fong emerged from the small dormitory, spotting Yihang engrossed in his advanced mathematics. Morning is when one's memory is at its peak. Was he not using this time for study but rather to strengthen his left arm? Good morning, Brother Yi. Yihang remained absorbed in his studies, ignoring him. Sun Fong, brushing his teeth, peeked his head out and widened his eyes in astonishment. What? Did you see something unspeakable? Opft. Brother Yi, you truly are remarkable. I am in awe. Huang Su, with his messy hair, also noticed Yihang studying calculus, an esoteric subject that some might only glimpse in a lifetime. Is this the gap between me and Musk? It seems there's nothing wrong with being a slacker. By the time Yi Hang finished perusing an entire calculus book, he had completed all the advanced mathematics from the first half of his freshman year. The rest was just practical problem-solving. Who doesn't enjoy the thrill of exploring new territories? When Yi Hang finally lifted his head from the sea of mathematics, he found his dorm mates staring at him like he was a monster. "Good morning, my friends." After changing into a fresh outfit, they still wore expressions of disbelief. "What's wrong with you all? I'm leaving." Grabbing his car keys, he set off. In just a few days, the orientation would commence. Although there were many universities in Songjiang University Town, each year, numerous students flocked to the school, drawn by the allure of the stunning Professor Li Qingqing. Aside from the enchanting arts and music departments, the finance orientation was the most noteworthy, primarily due to Professor Li. Thus, after preparing his suit, his stepmother urged Yi Hang to have a haircut. Although he was already quite handsome, there was no harm in enhancing his appearance further. After all, a little extra polish never hurt anyone. Yi Hang's hairstyle was a tousled look, with shaved temples that made him appear more spirited. In contrast, the overly styled looks of trainees seemed effeminate, stripping away any semblance of masculinity. I'm not talking about Kai Shukuin. This line is a mere joke. Driving towards 394 Daegu Road, Zhang Manqi sent a voice message. "Darling, I just remembered yesterday that we might have forgotten to purchase a parking space. This morning, when I went downstairs, I found a notice on the car." Yi Hang raised an eyebrow, realizing he had indeed overlooked that detail. The future home in Baoli would be shared, with Zhang Manqi's Porsche and his Ferrari. If the Roma hadn't sold by then, they could potentially have 3 cars. With one hand on the Ferrari, Yi Hang sent a voice message to Zhang Manqi. "I'll call the sales representative. Love you, Mua." A quick call was made, and the saleswoman answered promptly. "Mr. Yi, I was just about to call you. I remembered that you might have forgotten to buy a parking space." Baoli Ausen Park, located in the bustling area of Xishan, was notorious for its lack of parking spaces. How much are the parking spaces going for? Are there any restrictions? In Shanghai, where every inch of land is precious, some developers offer parking spaces as property rights, 1 space per unit, and additional purchases are not permitted. Yet, what can't money buy? "Mr. Yi, the parking spaces at Baoli operate on a 1 space per unit basis." Yi Hang responded while steering, "I want 3 parking spaces." The saleswoman hesitated. "That is a bit complicated." It was no surprise. Buying a parking space involves verification, contracts, tax payments, and transfers. In China, any privately occupied area must be registered. The contract for the parking space must be as formal as that for a property purchase. "I know you have a way. Nobody refuses to make money, right?" The saleswoman smiled with relief. "Of course, Mr. Yi. Please hold on for 2 minutes while I check the basement for available spaces." After hanging up, Yi Hang recalled the wealthy individuals who had purchased all the parking spaces in a community for 40 million, only to rent them out. The saleswoman called back. "Mr. Yi, here's the situation. There are 3 parking spaces available, 201, 202, and 203. We contacted the owners of 2 of them, and they offered a selling price of 300,000 each. Would you be willing to accept this? 300,000 is a considerable sum for a middle-class family. Adding the developer's fees, it would amount to nearly $1 million for all 3 spaces." "No problem. I'll leave the paperwork to you." The saleswoman readily agreed. Yi Hang sent a voice message to Zhang Manqi to confirm, swiftly transferring 1 million. "Manqi, 3 parking spaces. After class this afternoon, let us go with the sales representative to finalize the contract and also sign with the owners of the adjacent spaces." "Understood." Just in time, Yi Hang arrived at Highfield Star Design Studio. "Tony, I'm here." Chapter 102, Beep. The host has triggered the side quest, "I am not a rich second generation." A styling design from Tony, costing no less than 10,000 yuan. Quest reward, a grand lottery gift pack. Yi Hang parked his Roma and raised his gaze to the Highfield Styling Design Studio. These were some of the peculiar English names that Tony favored, incomprehensible to him, yet the packaging appeared luxurious and the storefront was certainly flamboyant, with a few 80-point leggy models on display. At the lower end, Second-hand scooters and Suzuki sports bikes were parked outside, while the more affluent clientele arrived in grander vehicles. Unfortunately, Yi Hang had underestimated Hai Feel, which was backed by the affluent Qin Fun from Shanghai. As the adage goes, hard work does not necessarily yield wealth. But Qin Fun certainly possessed it. Upon entering, a young lady with blonde hair approached him. "Sir, do you have an appointment? Is it impossible to get a haircut without an appointment?"
Ye Hang retorted.
The blonde-haired girl, wearing a yellow dress and sporting fluffy hair, exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir." Uninterested in her explanations, Yi Hang pointed directly at the most expensive art director displayed above. "Just arrange that one for me." The girl hesitated. "Sir, Director Lucy's styling is quite costly, at 3,980 yuan. Are you sure?" Yi Hang sighed, realizing that 3,980 was merely the equivalent of his meager earnings over 2 days. Remaining patient, he confirmed, "Yes, I'm certain." "Very well," the blonde girl nodded eagerly. "You are our esteemed guest. Please begin with a shampoo." She turned and quietly instructed another Tony stylist passing by. "Quick! Summon Lucy." Yi Hang couldn't discern any difference between a 3,980 yuan shampoo and a 20 yuan one. Aside from the fact that the girl's hands were softer, it didn't seem to add a single strand to his hair. The service was commendable, with a lineup of shampoo attendants, all possessing large, captivating eyes, though their faces appeared somewhat caked with makeup. With average looks, they were pleasant enough, serving as a soothing scalp treatment. It was indeed relaxing. If only Mrs. Wang Hui could have arranged for a head massage for De Biao every day. His father might not have faced such early hair loss. How amusing it was to joke about his father's hair. After the wash, draped in an Hermes cape, Yi Hang sat in front of the mirror, gazing at his youthful reflection, puzzled as to why his hairstyle was inadequate. Li Qingcheng insisted he needed a makeover. The female stylist, adorned with intricate tattoos on her arms, stood behind him, combing his hair while chattering away. "Sir, are you attending any significant event?" Yi Hang nodded, "Not particularly. Just something natural will suffice, you may decide." Director Lucy raised her eyebrows. Typically, those who requested her services were women, and the price for men's and women's haircuts differed significantly, especially for someone like Yi Hang, with manageable hair that could be styled in 5 minutes. Nevertheless, Lucy remained attentive, inquiring further. "Your facial contour is soft yet defined, exuding a sunny disposition. Moreover, your skin is quite fair and your hair is relatively soft. A trendy, textured crew cut would suit you perfectly. It's easy to maintain and looks natural even without styling. If I may say, this expenditure is indeed worthwhile. In every profession, one can find excellence." While Yi Hang didn't grasp everything she said, he understood the phrase "easy to maintain." Indeed, who has the time to groom themselves amid so many girls in the vicinity? Your features are quite pronounced, adding to your fashionable, urban appearance. Yi Hang inquired, "Having said all this, can the price be a bit higher?" Lucy raised an eyebrow. At that moment, a sophisticated urban lady nearby, getting her hair permed, burst into laughter, spraying her juice. Sir, if you find our prices affordable, you may consider purchasing a membership card, starting from 50,000 yuan. If you choose a designated stylist, we can add you on WeChat, and I will personally ensure your styling needs are met regularly." Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. "Could you elaborate?" Lucy patiently explained, "This is Hai Feel's personalized service. If you recharge 50,000 yuan, I will take over your styling needs. You won't even need to visit the studio. I will come to you personally." As she spoke, she pulled up photos on her phone, showcasing her work with several young stars from the entertainment industry. This was the last young star to walk the Golden Eagle red carpet. Yi Hang tilted his head to glance, and indeed, Lucy's appearance was commendable, though the tattoos somewhat diminished her charm. However, among the fashionable crowd in Shanghai, she was still appealing. "No, what am I thinking? Home service is for haircuts, not styling. What a ridiculous notion. Alright, let us begin." Ultimately, his goal was to complete the system task and receive the gift pack. Lucy appeared slightly surprised but commenced her work on Yi Hang's hair. It must be said, Lucy possessed graceful hands. With a few precise snips, she achieved the perfect cut. A great hairstylist doesn't require convoluted techniques. akin to how the finest ingredients only need a touch of salt to create a culinary masterpiece. In less than 5 minutes, the sides trimmed away, Yi-hang appeared significantly more spirited. Lucy deftly shaped his hairstyle, and Yi-hang was astonished. Indeed, a hairstyle can be a man's second revolution. He looked sharp and capable, and from the side, his features appeared even more defined. Oh dear, he had become even more handsome. The beauty of this hairstyle is that if one were to attend a formal event, a simple wetting of the hair could create a stylish parting. And dressed in a suit, he would undoubtedly be the most dashing gentleman present. He didn't even need a parting to be the most striking figure. Sir, are you satisfied with this styling? Very much so. After a shampoo and a simple style, Yi-hang charged a card for 50,000 yuan and added Lucy on WeChat. Beep. The host has completed the side quest. I am not a rich second generation. Quest reward. A grand lottery gift pack. Yi-hang had no intention of opening the reward just yet. The thrill of a blind box lay in the suspense. As Yi-hang exited, a familiar figure entered the shop, but he hurried away too swiftly for her to catch up. Yi-hang. Who else could it be but the green tea? Chen Jishi? She sought out Lucy, the stylist responsible for Yi-hang's makeover. Was that gentleman styled by you? Lucy replied, indeed. Chen Jishi inquired, how much did he spend? Lucy smiled, I'm afraid I cannot disclose customer privacy. Oh, for heaven's sake. Chapter 103, The Magical Finance Institute, following the Magical Music Academy, is hosting its second welcome party, with banners unfurled. Youth, dreams, set sail at the Magic Capital Finance Academy 2020 welcome party. Although it cannot rival the Musical Academy, the media is present, along with top domestic acts like the Rainbow Choir and the Goddess of Bilibili, Zhuge Meichin. Yet, Magical Finance boasts its own beauty, the esteemed mentor Li Qingqing. Senior students are preparing performances. Speaking of which, Yi-hang cannot help but chuckle. A senior from the second year, in a bid to stand out amidst the talent of the music and arts departments, has even adopted a two-dimensional avatar of Luo Tianyi, clad in black and white stockings, all flaunting their long 172-meter legs. Incredible. The dormitory is buzzing with excitement, eager to reclaim their pride on home turf. As for crosstalk and skits, they are amusing, but do they compare to the allure of the ladies? Absolutely not. In the backstage area of the grand auditorium, in the makeup room, are you trying to suffocate me? Yi-hang raises his head proudly as Li Qingqing's delicate hands assist him in adjusting his suit. When Amy from Chansons delivered the suit in the afternoon, all the school's performances had already gone through a round of rehearsals. When Yi-hang donned the bespoke suit, all the teachers and students backstage were left utterly stunned. The gentleman and the rogue found a perfect embodiment in Yi-hang. Upon seeing Yi-hang in his tailored suit, Li Qingqing noted that he walked with a certain swagger. Oh, I'll be gentler. She glanced at Yi-hang's hairstyle. Who did your hair? It looks quite nice. Of course. It cost 3,980. Should I introduce you to Tony? Yes, amazing. Li Qingqing shot him a glance. You can keep that to yourself. Use it. Ahem. All right, let me check the mirror. Yi-hang gazed into the mirror and was taken aback. How am I this handsome? Indeed. The suit is truly a man's armor. Yi-hang's natural charisma radiated sunshine. And now, the seniors from Magical Finance might just swoon. Li Qingqing's gaze flickered. Yi-hang embodied all the traits she admired in a man. Gentle yet daring, capable of performing intricate melodies, while also enjoying the simplicity of street food. He felt relatable despite his sharp tongue. But who could resist the charms of an older lady? All right, let us put on your shoes. Li Qingqing knelt down, retrieving a wooden box containing a pristine pair of Ferragamo Oxford shoes. Pure gentlemanly elegance. Yi-hang removed his sneakers. Phew! How many days has it been since I washed my feet? Stinky. Yi-hang chuckled. The flavor of old pickled vegetables. Everyone who has tasted it says it's delightful. Li Qingqing looked up, her graceful hands deftly untying the shoelaces. Her lips pursed in a somewhat alluring manner. This startled Yi-hang. No, no, no. I was joking. This woman is fierce. What if she truly covers her face in embarrassment? Really? Do you want to? It's absurd. This woman has an uncanny ability to read a man's mind. Her economic prowess is astounding, and she seems to understand every nuance of a man's thoughts. Yi Hang ignored her, stepping into the Oxford shoes. So how do they fit? Tonight will suffice. After today, I'll have a suit for every season. Once on his feet, he felt no discomfort. Chun Jianning's taste was impeccable. After all, she belonged to the same fashion league as Come de Gar-ons and Yoji Yamamoto. Quite good, just a little unfamiliar. Li Qingcheng showed no signs of standing up. You'll need to adapt. As finance students, we often attend conferences in formal attire. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective. As Yi Hang lowered his gaze while putting on the shoes, he inadvertently shifted his eyes downward. Coupled with Li Qingcheng's stunning silver-scaled evening gown, high heels, and a daring high slit, her swan-like neck and dazzling collarbone caught the light, her hair elegantly styled. Wow! This is incredibly impressive.
Noticin Yi Hang se silence.
Li Qingcheng lifted her beautiful eyes, locking gazes with him. In that instant, the older lady's face flushed crimson. Instinctively, she covered her chest. Realizing the gaze was from Yi Hang, she hesitated to lower her hands. Yi Hang sensed the awkwardness and cleared his throat to divert attention. Ahem. Why does it feel like the belt is so tight? Following his lead, Li Qingcheng tossed her hair. Is the belt size too small? That shouldn't be the case. Such a basic mistake is beneath Chun Jianning. Sister, I'm just making an excuse. You don't have to take it so seriously. Indeed, a woman in the throes of infatuation often experiences a significant drop in IQ, sometimes even to zero. Such a curious creature. As Li Qingcheng spoke, she half-squatted, her hands reaching toward Yi Hang's waist to inspect the belt. Just then, their counselor, Zhang Xiaotong, who was in charge of this welcome party, barged in without knocking. Li, it's almost your turn to perform. Are you ready? Upon seeing the scene before her, Zhang Xiaotong's eyes widened in shock. The atmosphere became so awkward it could be cut with a knife. How? Li Qingcheng quickly pushed Yi Hang aside, her embarrassment turning her collar a deep shade of red. Ahem. We're almost ready. Poor Yi Hang was nearly toppled over by the force. Goodness. How is she so strong? Zhang Xiaotong's mouth gaped, her eyes like two light bulbs. Yi Hang instinctively recalled the lyrics. Eyes wide like copper bells, radiating sharpness. Ears perked like antennas. All right. Ah! I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have barged in. Li, you have 5 minutes till your performance. With a deep bow, Zhang Xiaotong hurriedly exited the makeup room. I need to use the restroom. Li Qingcheng felt she could no longer remain with Yi Hang. Chapter 104. In the backstage restroom, Li Qingcheng covered her face. Sigh. The evening gown revealed her angular shoulders and collarbone, adorned with a delicate blush, leaving her mind in a tumult. Is this a significant step? Damn it. Li Qingcheng, what are you thinking? Where is your usual decisiveness? Where is that fierce spirit you possess? Show your strong, independent woman side. It's just a mere child. What storms haven't you weathered? Why did you falter just now? How embarrassing. Ultimately, she is still a woman, especially a powerful one in public, who becomes utterly vulnerable in front of someone she likes. Once the Pandora's box is opened, she transforms into a nurturing big sister. Her usual aloofness and distance are merely a facade. But Yi Hang remains unaware that he is the key. Calm down. Turning on the tap, she washed her hands. Today, Li Qingcheng had rarely put on makeup, wearing a Harry Winston pendant and a Cartier mother-of-pearl bracelet that sparkled, complementing her snow-like skin. She was stunningly beautiful. Yi Hang had secretly used contact lenses earlier and found her beauty to be terrifyingly high, scoring a chilling 98. Li Qingcheng paced back and forth in the restroom, attempting to soothe her racing heart, while discreetly taking out her phone to message Shinmani. We just had a confrontation. Shinmani replied instantly, dazed. JPG. Li Qingcheng. It's super awkward. My evening gown is a bit revealing. Shinmani. Got it. Don't say any more, you'll be restless tonight. Feeling a bit excited? JPG. Li Qingcheng. I'm calming down in the restroom. I've never felt like this before. Shinmani. You need to pull yourself together. Where is that fierce aura you used to have? Only in front of Shinmani could Li Qingcheng revert to a little girl. Oh, and there's Yi Hang as well. Li Qingcheng. I can't do it. I truly can't. Shinmani rolled her eyes. Who says they can't? I think it's time for me to step in and help you deal with this scoundrel. Li Qingqing. He doesn't seem to think so. I feel like I have no charm in front of him. I specifically wore an evening gown today. The last time I wore one was during the 4 major workshops, and he didn't even compliment me once. So frustrating. Shinmani widened her eyes in shock. Still frustrated. When did Li Qingqing start using such cute expressions? Shinmani. Can you endure this? Wait, are you still the Li Qingqing I know? At this moment, she should alleviate Li Qingqing's emotions, especially since she was about to go on stage. How's the preparation? Ascension ballroom dancing your forte? When Shinmani graduated from university, it was Li Qingqing who enrolled her in ballroom dance classes, justifying it as an essential skill for finance professionals. Li Qingqing. My legs feel weak. Shinmani. I knew it. Didn't your uncle teach you military boxing? Hiss. This woman can even do military boxing. Li Qingqing. No more talking. It's time to go on stage. Shinmani. Good luck. Unfortunately, it was too late. It was that time of the year again, the annual welcome party, where the students of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics gathered. On the stage, the 2 hosts were fervently engaging the audience. Behind the stage, Yi Hang was already prepared. Next to him, Zhang Xiaotong wore an anxious expression. Oh my goodness. It's about to start. Where did Teacher Li go? Ah. Zhang Xiaotong dialed repeatedly. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Dial again. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Zhang Xiaotong looked frustrated, unable to take her anger out on Li Qingqing, and could only glance at Yi Hang. However, Yi Hang's aura today was extraordinarily striking. The people nearby didn't even dare to meet his gaze. It was evident that his suit was expensive, with a gold-embossed double-breasted design featuring the Chansons logo. Moreover, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. They had just been in the makeup room. How could Li Qingqing vanish in the blink of an eye? Yi Hang raised his hands and called Li Qingqing. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. There was no response. Zhang Xiaotong rubbed her forehead. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, she looked at Yi Hang with wide eyes. Can you go up by yourself? Yi Hang was taken aback. Surely you jest. Ballroom dancing is a partner dance, and it's an Olympic competitive event, incorporating styles like samba, rumba, and paso doble. If he were to dance alone, he could technically do it. But missing a partner in the center position would be too awkward. As long as the VIPs in the audience had no objections, Yi Hang was indifferent. There were also 3 pairs of ballroom dance seniors nearby. With only 1 minute left until the program began, if the person truly couldn't arrive, they would have to find a replacement. In previous welcome parties, there had always been a ballroom dance segment. As a finance institution, this social skill had inevitably influenced the students. Never had there been such a situation. My dear Teacher Li, the audience included not only Li Qingqing's father and the university president but also family members. Forget it. We can't wait any longer. Zhang Xiaotong commanded the waiting performers backstage. Who knows how to do ballroom dancing? There's only 1 minute left. Now Yi Hang is short a partner. Hurry up. Hurry up. The backstage fell into silence. Where could they find someone? And informal where? Just then, a small hand shot up. Yi Hang turned around. Oh my. Isn't that the mute girl from Teacher Qi Jingchun's class? Instantly, all eyes turned toward her, and feeling the attention, the girl blushed deeply. Zhang Xiaotong looked at her suspiciously, ran over, and grasped her hand. Nar? Can you really do it? The audience is our entire school's faculty and students. There are even students from other schools. Nar? She's actually from a minority. If guessed correctly, she should be from the southern Xinjiang Uyghur region, renowned for its beauty. Yi Hang thought she looked a bit like a minority. Quickly put on your contact lenses. Unfortunately, her beauty score remained? Nar glanced at Yi Hang and nodded. Zhang Xiaotong was overjoyed, pulling her along. Hurry, hurry, go change clothes. There's an evening gown in the makeup room. Don't worry about whether it fits or not. Just get on stage first. Then, She pressed her earpiece and shouted, "Make them hold on for another minute. Just one more minute." Chapter 105. As Nere appeared before the crowd, adorned in an elegant black evening gown embellished with crescent stones, an overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation enveloped the atmosphere. The seniors beside Yi Hang, who were seasoned dancers, stood frozen, their gaze transfixed on Nere. She resembled a princess from a distant realm, akin to a celestial being emerging from the ancient Dunhuang murals, or a butterfly unfurling from its cocoon, radiating brilliance. Silence blanketed the backstage, undisturbed by the thunderous applause outside. Zhang Xiaotong was utterly dazed. The stage director's voice echoed through her earpiece, repeatedly calling out, "Zhang Xiaotong, are you ready or not? The leaders of the entire school are out there. Respond." Yet Zhang Xiaotong was oblivious to it all. The crowd parted to grant Nere passage as she lowered her gaze, gracefully lifted her gown, and, in her high heels, approached Yi Hang. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. "Is she a fairy? My heavens! Is this truly the Nere I know? She hasn't worn makeup, right? So, is this her natural beauty? Does such a visage truly exist? Who can tell me how to attract her attention? Honestly, while I don't often envy beautiful women, this exquisite beauty evokes a pure appreciation, rendering any sense of competition utterly futile. Thus, my friends, is anyone assembling a team to venture to the southern frontier to steal a beauty? I volunteer as the first. God has bestowed her with unparalleled beauty but has also closed 2 windows. 2. I despise God. Believe me, she will be an overnight sensation on Bilibili tomorrow, or I shall stand on my head in despair." Amidst the crowd's excitement, Nere reached Yi Hang, extending her hand. However, unable to speak, she merely waved her hand in front of him. It was then that Yi Hang came to his senses, gazing at the undeniable beauty before him. His first instinct was to check the system score. Name: Hani Nere. Gender: female. Height: 1.73 m. Age: 21. Appearance: 100. Emotional status: single to profession. Please upgrade your contact lenses to view. Temperament: please upgrade your contact lenses to view. Notes: please upgrade your contact lenses to view. Affinity: please upgrade your contact lenses to view. Goodness gracious! A score of 100 for appearance. Yi Hang was utterly stunned. A score of 80 signifies an ordinary beauty. 85 denotes a campus flower. 90 reflects a flawless complexion and long legs, while 92 to 95 shines brightly in the entertainment industry. A score of 95 to 98 represents a rare gem among mortals, yet 100. Yi Hang had no doubt that if the score could reach 101, the system would grant it without hesitation. This implies that her beauty had been previously concealed. However, the disparity was staggering. Yet, the thrill of unraveling this mystery was exhilarating. Just as the crowd marveled at Nerea's beauty, a furious voice erupted from backstage. "Have you all lost your minds? What occasion is this?" This is. The stage director, Chun Bohan, was midway through his reprimand when he too was taken aback by Hani Nere, blinking in disbelief. "Is that Nere from Public Economics, sophomore?" Only then did Zhang Xiaotong grasp the situation. Glancing at Chun Bohan, her expression one of shock. "I'm so sorry, director. I'll arrange for them to go on stage immediately." Finally, the crowd regained their composure and resumed their frantic preparations. "Quickly, prepare for the ballroom dance. Let me check the numbers," Chun Bohan commanded, personally directing the proceedings through his earpiece. "Everything is ready. Let the host prepare the script." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotong exclaimed, "Wait. What now?" Nerea's hearing aid. Zhang Xiaotong hurriedly passed it to her. Yi Hang held Nerea's delicate hand, which was clammy with sweat, and comforted her. "Is this your first time on stage? Is this not your first time?" Yi Hang thought to himself, feeling a bit guilty. With the System S enhancements, his physical abilities had been significantly elevated, so he felt no fear. Nere lifted her beautiful gaze, shaking her head with a smile, and gestured with her fingers towards Yi Hang, then towards herself, conveying a series of signs. Yi Hang couldn't decipher them at all. "Darn it. I need to purchase a sign language dictionary from the system. This will be too cumbersome for future communication." Nonetheless, he understood her sentiment. Are you saying you only feel nervous when you're with me? Nere nodded affirmatively. Yihang chuckled softly, scratching her palm reassuringly. Don't be anxious. Everyone will only notice your beauty. With Yihang's encouragement, Nere took a deep breath, tightening her grip. Now, let us welcome the seniors and juniors to present the ballroom dance. The grand auditorium was instantly enveloped in darkness. The 24 LED screens unveiled a dreamlike stage, the projected 3D scenery coming to life with vibrancy. As the theme song Another Day of Sun from La La Land resonated, the hall transformed into a joyful sea. With a foundation of masterful ballroom dancing and prior rehearsals, every step Yihang took exuded poise. When the first pair, Yihang and Hani Nere, emerged, the auditorium erupted with cheers and screams. Huang Su, like a fool, waved a light board, howling in delight. It was a sight to behold. As the grand finale of the ballroom dance unfolded, the applause of the hall surpassed even the raucous cheers from the dormitories. Goodness! Is that Nere? No way, no way, no way! This is our public economics Nere. I refuse to believe it. She is simply too stunning. The male dancer alongside her must be Yihang, right? How infuriating! That rascal has stolen the spotlight from us. My goddess is breathtaking, even with her fierce aura. The school leaders in the audience wore expressions of astonishment. They had initially anticipated a stage mishap, but were instead treated to a delightful surprise. Yet, wasn't the center stage supposed to feature teacher Li Qingqing? Why has it changed to someone else? The principal of Mo Kai, Li Jian, sat at the very front, next to Li Qingqing's mother, Tong Jing. Who is this girl? Where is Qingqing? Tong Jing, donned in glasses, wore a benevolent smile. You can't even recognize your own students and you dare to ask me? Don't distract me from enjoying the performance. Li Jian pursed his lips, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Chapter 106. The threshold of standard dance is not high. The entrance to the realm of standard dance is surprisingly accessible. It is not only the PUA players who mingle in circles. Even a 200-pound individual can learn. However, mastering the dance is a different story altogether, demanding rigorous discipline. For instance, Latin dance requires careful body management, and even in social gatherings, one must move in sync with the music's tempo. Each genre of music has its own unique steps and rhythms. Consider the technicality involved in the expression training for modern dance. It is indeed a skillful endeavor. In social dancing, poor performance can lead to a scene of utter chaos. At the welcoming soiree of the Magic Financial Institute, it would be more accurate to describe the event as a social dance rather than strictly standard dance, emphasizing its social attributes over the dance itself. Yet, the spotlight was undeniably stolen by Yihang and Hanina, eclipsing the three other pairs of standard dance competitors. Their spirited rendition of La La Land was invigorating, perfectly aligning with the film's rhythm, neither rushed nor sluggish. Their synchronized movements during the dynamic segments stood in stark contrast to the evident struggles of the other couples. It is crucial to note that the stage and rehearsal are two entirely different matters. Moreover, in a strict sense, this segment of standard dance could be classified as a theatrical performance. One might blame Li Qingqing for the pressure, as the national team seemed oblivious to the students' feelings, merely performing their roles and exiting hastily. Hanina, despite her numerous mistakes, showcased a solid foundation in standard dance. A few missteps nearly led to Yihang's discomfort, prompting him to whisper in her ear, "You are too tense. Hold on to my waist tightly. If you fall behind my rhythm, one misstep will lead to another." In such moments, a gentle approach is necessary rather than a harsh reprimand. Upon hearing Yihang's words, Hanina nodded and instinctively wrapped her small hand around his waist, almost melding into him. Yes, that's excellent. Encouraged by Yihang, she gradually relaxed, her dance steps growing more fervent. La La Land is indeed a classic of standard dance, seamlessly blending various techniques. If one can dance to this piece, they need not fear any dance event. However, it was evident that Hanina was not accustomed to high heels, and Yihang was wary of her potentially twisting her ankle. Here's a tip. If you struggle with your balance, lean on me. Their close proximity rendered them nearly invisible to the audience below. Yihang's concern heightened as they prepared to enter the second phase, landcast, characterized by various leaps and intricate footwork transitions that demand precise control of one's center of gravity. Alas, Hanina was still too hasty. The piano melody of Another Day of Sun was about to transition into the chorus, signaling the arrival of the second phase, the enchanting moonlit dance from the film. According to Li Qingqing's rehearsals, this segment was intended to feature a duet from the lead performers. Without needing a reminder, the other three pairs gracefully exited the stage during the interlude, leaving only Yi Hang and Hanina at the center. To Yi Hang's astonishment, Hanina not only executed the dance well but excelled at it. Did you sneak a peek at our rehearsal? Even with a deep familiarity with La La Land, the changes made by Li Qingqing would have rendered it impossible for her to execute without prior observation. Under the flickering stage lights, Hanina's exquisite visage flushed with color, and her hand playfully pinched Yi Hang's waist. Ouch. You're quite the little tease, he remarked. This segment was a continuous shot, placing the duo under a metaphorical microscope where any missteps would be glaringly apparent. Just how challenging was this dance? Even the professional choreographers of La La Land stumbled over 100 times before achieving success, leaving the two actors bruised and battered. Yet, with Yi Hang's support, the entirety of the performance was underpinned by his steady footing, ensuring Hanina's surprising gracefulness shone through. She skillfully capitalized on her strengths, particularly in her expressions. Does standard dance not demand expression? Certainly it does. This segment was meant to evoke the budding affection between the two characters. During prior rehearsals, Li Qingqing's lack of facial expression had detracted from the portrayal, though it was understandable given her demeanor before meeting Yi Hang. As the music swelled, the duet between Yi Hang and Hanina captivated the audience, showering them with an aura of love. It was a collective emotional surge, akin to an area of effect damage spell, forcefully inundating them with an abundance of affection. Wow! Utterly breathtaking, the execution was flawless. Though devoid of professional insight, the beauty of the performance spoke volumes. What did you say? Apologies. I was completely entranced by Hanina, someone confessed. Forgive me, a mere commoner like me is unworthy of witnessing such high art, another lamented. Equally astonished were the school leaders watching from the front row. Representing the pinnacle of beauty at Magic Financial Institute, Yi Hang and Hanina drew approving gazes from the former principal, who beamed with satisfaction. Incredible. We have such talented students, remarked Tong Jing, observing the stage, her eyes reflecting the performance. Thank goodness your daughter didn't attend. Otherwise, she would have ruined the dance. Meow, 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 is that my mother?
Li Qingqing interjecta.
It was only then that Li Jian expressed his confusion. What on earth happened to Qingqing? Why do you care? Tong Jing countered. I have zero fondness for her now. At 28, she still hasn't found a boyfriend. This is all your influence. The couple was accustomed to their playful banter. Am I to blame for her? As long as she stays out of my way, Li Jian retorted. With a focused gaze, Tong Jing scrutinized the couple on stage. I have issued her an ultimatum. Bring a boyfriend home within a month, or else. Or else what? She doesn't listen to me. Do you think she'll heed your words? Then we shall consider having another child. Reluctantly, Principal Li tore his gaze from the stage, fearfully regarding Tong Jing. You must be joking. Surely, that was just a jest to motivate her. Look at the boy. He seems so familiar. With a sigh of relief, Li Jian mused, indeed like mother, like daughter. As the moonlit duet concluded, the atmosphere in the auditorium reached a crescendo as Yi Hang lifted Hanina in a spin, eliciting a thunderous applause from the audience. Yet, the performance was not over. The grand finale, a dazzling waltz designed by Li Qingqing, began as the curtain slowly descended. Backstage, a certain figure gazed at Yi Hang and Hanina's duet, nearly brought to tears by the beauty of the moment. Chapter 107. According to the original design, Yi Hang and Hanina Ri would only complete their moonlit duet at the moment the curtain fell. Naturally, this required a sense of urgency and timing. During the grand finale, Yi Hang was to lift Hanina Ri for the landing performance. However, just as Yi Hang was bringing Hanina Ri down, she stumbled and twisted her ankle. In an instant, Hanina Ri's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Despite the pain, she persevered to complete the landing. Quick as lightning, Yi Hang executed a graceful move, positioning himself in front of Hanina Ri to support her. At that moment, the curtain fell completely. What happened? Hanina Ri's injury caught the attention of all her companions, who quickly gathered around her. Hanina, are you alright? Oh no. It's swollen. What do we do? The third phase is about to start. You can't dance anymore. Delaying treatment could worsen it. Call the school nurse, quickly. Yihang crouched down, examining her delicate foot, which was marred by a large bruise. Without prompt icing, the situation could escalate severely. No more dancing, Yihang insisted as he prepared to carry Hanina Ri to the nurse's office. Yet, she resisted, shaking her head vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes as her exquisite face paled. No, Hanina Ri pointed to her wrist, indicating the need to continue with the third phase flash mob, which only allowed 15 seconds for the stage performers. Yihang understood her intent. Was it truly necessary? After all, it was merely a welcome event. This girl was far too stubborn. Just as Yihang was about to lift her off the stage to conclude the performance, Zhang Xiaodong rushed over. What's going on? Upon seeing Hanina Ri's swollen ankle, her eyes widened in concern. My goodness. You can't dance anymore. At this rate, your foot will be ruined. Turning to Yihang, she urged, Yihang, hurry. Take her to the nurse's office. A fellow dancer asked, what about our performance? Can we continue? Zhang Xiaotong, holding a script, playfully knocked the questioner on the head, exclaiming, what are you talking about? We've already done wonderfully. Just as Yihang was about to leave, Li Qingcheng hurried over, accompanied by a nurse. Quickly, help her to the nurse's office. Hanina Ri hesitated to meet Li Qingcheng's gaze, feeling anxious. Yet, Li Qingcheng smiled warmly, assuring her, leave the stage to me. Don't worry. Only then did Hanina Ri relax, being assisted off the stage by the nurse. Zhang Xiaodong was left speechless. My dear teacher Li, where have you been? Hurry, hurry. Only 5 seconds left. All lighting and stage crew. Get ready for the show to continue. Yihang watched Hanina Ri descend from the stage, astonished as he wrapped his arm around Li Qingcheng's waist, preparing to initiate the final flash mob. Where were you? You took so long to get back on stage. Li Qingcheng dismissed him, biting her lip. Are you even listening to me? Yihang retorted, Sister, do you have a problem? His annoyance was palpable, the tension thick with jealousy. Before they could continue their banter, the curtain was drawn back up. The ensemble of La La Land transitioned into a lively waltz, the background music shifting from Another Day of Sun to Summer. The rhythm became more carefree, and without Hanina Ri's awkwardness, Li Qingcheng was thoroughly familiar with this segment. Their synergy was remarkable, as if they were one. However, the slight discomfort of foot pain lingered. Did you just step on my foot? Yihang gasped, gritting his teeth. Why do you always step on me? Li Qingcheng stifled a laugh. Step on you? I'll bite you instead. Hey, can you be reasonable? If you weren't here, would the show still go on? Ouch. This is too much. Couldn't you just call me? Don't you have my number? If my phone breaks, I'll donate it to someone in need. Zhang Xiaodong and I must have called you at least 10 times. Did you think you could replace me without my consent? I'll step all over you. Aren't you worried someone might see us? Let them see. They should know what a scoundrel looks like. Even so, Yihang had to endure the dance, his waist feeling as if it were being squeezed mercilessly. Your father is watching from the audience. I'm not blind. You're driving me crazy. Don't even think about graduating. How unreasonable could she be? In a moment of frustration, Yihang twirled, nearly sending her flying away. However, truth be told, Li Qingcheng was remarkably flexible. That's not how you deal with jealousy. Are you teaching me how to eat? I'll eat however I please. No need for your input. Who do you think you are to control me? The two continued to bicker as they danced, drawing the attention of those around them. Seizing the opportunity during the final flash mob, Yihang released Li Qingcheng, allowing them to dance separately. It was evident that Li Qingcheng's return to the stage had stirred quite a commotion among the audience. Wow, what a transformation! Just moments ago it was Hanina Ri, and now, in a mere few seconds, she had become Li Qingcheng? Wow. Is there a surprise? I must be blind. It was just Hanina, and now it's teacher Li. What on earth was happening? Regardless, they were both goddesses. It was time to admire them. Beautiful, beautiful. No matter what, the freshmen were utterly delighted. As the stage play approached its finale, The audience erupted in cheers, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Among those who noticed the change was Principal Li Jian and Tong Jing. "Oh, Qingqing is on stage." Li Jian was simply pleased. As it was all about the students' enjoyment, who could possibly be dissatisfied? Tong Jing, however, had questions. What just happened? It was that little girl a moment ago. How did she turn into Qingqing so quickly? Then she glanced at Yi Hang and remembered. The boy she had met at the Magic Sound Theater was him. "Old Li. I remember now. The boy next to Qingqing is the freshman from your magic finance program." Without looking back, Li Jian replied, "Yes, the one you said you wanted to introduce to Qingqing? The lad seems quite impressive." Little did Yi Hang know, in just a few days, he would appear before them as Li Qingqing's boyfriend. Chapter 108, Section 83. Yet, do the two of them seem rather peculiar? Li Jian, positioned closest to the stage among the leadership, is certainly not blind. Tong Jing also noticed something amiss, frowning. What are they doing? Are they unaware of the occasion? Fortunately, the grand auditorium is alive with fervent applause and cheers. The small antics of Li Qingqing and Yi Hang in the stands are being tactfully overlooked by the audience. Both Li Jian and Tong Jing are highly educated individuals in their 50s, having achieved professorships within the system, with Li Jian having ascended to the position of principal. Their wealth of experience and knowledge is unparalleled. How could they not recognize the unusual behavior of their own daughter? Flirting in front of her parents. Are they pleased or displeased? Li Jian could only manage a wry smile. Tong Jing's expression hardened. Why does she always have to provoke him? This is clearly intentional. As the performance of La La Land concluded, the audience rose in applause. Tomorrow we shall summon her home for dinner to inquire thoroughly. In that instant, Li Jian wiped his face, adopting a resolute demeanor, standing to applaud with a radiant smile. In the school infirmary, Na Ri, feeling aggrieved, rubbed her ankle while still clad in her evening gown. The young doctors present looked utterly stunned. Fortunately, there was no bone damage, merely a soft tissue contusion. The medical assistant who accompanied Na Ri thoughtfully brought ice for her. Grateful, Na Ri glanced at her and performed a gesture of thanks. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. A deaf-mute? Na Ri nodded, accepting the ice pack. My heavens, such a beautiful girl. And yet she is deaf-mute. How utterly unfair. The assistant sighed with regret. A male doctor nearby, stealing glances at Na Ri, felt his heart shatter. The assistant finally tore her gaze away from Na Ri with a sigh. She was simply too stunning. Injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for full recovery. Please ensure ample rest during this period. Yunnan Baiyao is beneficial for reducing swelling. Take it 3 times a day. Additionally, refrain from wearing high heels for the next few days, and change the protective splint every 3 days. Oh, and do not bathe. Na Ri smiled and nodded, her complexion regaining some color, albeit still a bit pale. The assistant showed no intention of leaving, continuing to gaze at Na Ri. How had no one noticed such a beautiful girl in our school before? Na Ri felt a bit shy, her nodding drawing the admiration of the senior students in the next cubicle. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. I'll kick you to death, you. Yi Hang. Shoo. Stop talking. When Yi Hang appeared, Na Ri's face flushed crimson. But upon seeing Teacher Li behind him, she felt a twinge of fear. The infirmary now housed 2 exceptionally lovely individuals, radiating an ethereal glow. How are you feeling? Better? Li Qingqing was far gentler than expected, taking a seat beside Na Ri. The nearby assistant remarked with a smile. Teacher Li, I had no idea your department had such a beautiful student. Li Qingqing ruffled Na Ri's hair. She is not from our department. She studies public economics with Teacher Pei. Ah, I see. Li Qingqing recalled Na Ri but had not anticipated that she could dance. Na Ri bit her lip, nodding, her gaze stealing glances at Yi Hang. Not being able to speak is rather frustrating. Yi Hang rubbed his nose. My bad. I didn't pay attention when I let you down. Li Qingqing's gaze shifted from Na Ri to Yi Hang. How could she not understand the thoughts of a young girl? The allure of this man was apparent. How could it be? The mastery of ballroom dancing had triggered a rare admiration in Yi Hang. Master-level ballroom dance. Charm 50, 100 chance of eliciting screams. 1 chance of inspiring admiration from the target. The youthful heart is eternally spring-like. Moreover, with the aura of a charismatic figure, Yi Hang was now a walking embodiment of allure. The senior male doctors in the infirmary shook their heads. The university life of others was filled with beautiful girls, center stage driving Ferraris, living at the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, what about me? My journey has been from the birth of a wastrel to the wretched infant. Do not mock the young and poor, do not mock the middle-aged and poor, do not mock the elderly and poor, culminating in the ominous departure. And finally, the case of the missing remains. Perfect. What a doggone situation. Let us disperse. Teacher Lee, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Sensing a slightly odd atmosphere, the medical assistant seized the opportunity to slip away. Nari, remember to apply the medicine. Goodbye. Only 3 individuals remained in the infirmary. Li Qingqing stood, looking at Nari. The sense of crisis was indeed a mysterious phenomenon, emerging from a student younger than herself. Take good care of yourself these days. I will help you request leave from teacher pay. Nari nodded. Li Qingqing turned to Yi Hang. Come with me. Yi Hang. Huh? Li Qingqing shot him a pointed look. In a couple of days, do me a favor. Yi Hang was taken aback. Oh, so teacher Li also needs help. In a few days, come home with me for a meal. Yi Hang was astonished. What meal absolutely requires going home? Thinking of her mother, Tong Jing, Li Qingqing felt a headache. My mom is pressing me, pressuring me to find a boyfriend. Yi Hang was somewhat puzzled, finding the situation baffling. Li Qingqing's father was the formidable principal Li Jian, and while the school did not explicitly prohibit relationships between teachers and students, it certainly did not encourage them either. Marriages and births during university are not uncommon, but those are typically among classmates. Could be problematic, right? What if they were treated as a typical case? Would there be any freedom left? Is it feasible? If not, I'll just tell my dad that you toyed with my feelings and left me hanging. Yi Hang quickly covered Li Qingqing's mouth. All right. I agree, but why do you say everything out loud? Do I have no pride? The two were quite close, and Li Qingqing blinked at Yi Hang, suddenly licking his palm. A glimmer of cunning mischief flashed in her eyes. Let us go. Remember to escort Nari back to her dorm. With that, Li Qingqing turned and left. Yi Hang stared at his palm. Ah, I really want to open her mind and see what's inside. Chapter 109. Yi Hang returned to the